Chapter 451, Brotherhood. The two sat on the ground and Hanfei talked about his experiences over the past 2 years. There were twists and turns, as well as great opportunities. Tangge alternated between smiling and frowning as he listened. After hearing that Li Jue had recovered quickly after he left, he frowned in worry. Of course, Hanfei didn't tell him the whole truth. He said that the venerable who taught him the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning appeared again and taught him the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies after seeing that he was doing well in his cultivation. And old Zhang in the plantation was a hidden master, which was true. Then, with the help of old Zhang, he became a student of the 4th Academy of the Blue Sea Town. Tangge could tell that the next 2 years might be the happiest time in Hanfei's life. The teachers of the school were so good, the classmates were so amazing, and the training was so rigorous. As for his strength, Hanfei's spiritual heritage was found useless in the test, but in fact, it was an extremely rare growth-type spiritual heritage. Hearing this, Tangge was stunned. A growth-type spiritual heritage? This was definitely a rare spiritual heritage. Tangge was very excited to hear that. Good, good. When I go back this time, I will ask my master to recruit you into the Heavenly Sword sect. With your talent, there would be absolutely no problem. Hanfei interrupted directly. Come on, I won't join your sect. My Thug Academy is no worse than your Heavenly Sword sect. Tangge wondered, the Thug Academy, is it really that strong? Hanfei nodded proudly. Of course, I'm not bragging. Last time, I killed a descendant of the Sun family from the Thousand Star City. Then, his father came to kill me from the Thousand Star City to the level 2 fishery. Tangge was furious. Really? The Sun family are all bastards. Okay, I'll avenge you one day. Hanfei laughed. I don't need you to avenge me. That guy is too strong, even stronger than a hidden fisher. But guess what happened next? Our principal just slapped him away. Tangge widened his eyes. Really? Stronger than a hidden fisher? Then he must be a law enforcer. A law enforcer is usually a ruler of a certain area, maintaining the law and order of that place. So is your principal actually a hidden law enforcer? There are not many such strong masters even in the Thousand Star City. Hanfei was taken back for a moment. In this case, Old Bai was actually a very powerful person. However, Hanfei said casually, Don't worry, I'm doing very well at the Thug Academy. See, it's no worse than your Heavenly Sword sect, right? I will go to the Thousand Star City when I get a chance. By the way, how are you? What have you experienced since you were taken away by Feng Zhe? Tangge chuckled. Nothing unusual. Feng Zhe is actually a student of the Heavenly Sword sect, and he is also one of my senior brothers. After I went to the Thousand Star City, he took me to the Heavenly Sword sect, and then I have been exploring various secret realms and fighting, and wasn't released until I became an advanced dangling fisher. My master didn't want to let me out before I became a peak-level dangling fisher. Fortunately, my junior sister interceded for me and persuaded my master to release me in advance. Hanfei smiled and nudged Tangge, saying naughtily, Is it the girl from before? Are you in love? Ahem, no, Hanfei laughed. What are you afraid of? That girl looks nice. She is a spirit gatherer and good at formation skills, and even Cao Chu is afraid of her. She must be from a powerful family. It wouldn't be bad to marry her. Tangge was flush. Well, no, Linger, she is just... My junior sister. Hanfei patted Tangge's shoulder with one hand. Gee, Linger, how sweet. It seems that you're already quite intimate. Don't be shy. You're a man. You need a wife anyway. Tangge shrugged awkwardly. By the way, the girl in white just now, Hanfei grinned. She is my little wife. You know what? She is very tame in front of me. Tangge, but I saw her pull you by the ear earlier. Hanfei blushed slightly. Cough, you don't understand. We just injected a little fun into our relationship. You'll understand it when you and Linger are as intimate as us. Well, would you like me to pass on some experience? Blah blah. More than half an hour later, Hanfei and Tangge felt the same as they were in the Heavenly Water Village, without the slightest feeling of alienation. The two had been bragging for a long while, and Tangge smiled in surprise. Hanfei, you seem to have changed a lot and become more cheerful. Hanfei smiled. Of course, since knowing that my spiritual heritage is capable of advancing, I have no pressure anymore. By the way, are there many people from your sect on the 99th floor? Tangge paused. Not too many. This time, there are not many people here from the Heavenly Sword sect. There are also some on the next floor, but fighting and killing in the fishery are common. However, you'd better not kill people. Otherwise, it will bring many unknown consequences. Hanfei nodded lightly. I see. Don't worry. I'll be careful. Tangge suddenly changed the topic. So, the Sun family has been hunting you this whole time. Hanfei nodded. Yes, they caused a lot of trouble before. However, after I explored the sea grassland, they can no longer do anything to me. Tangge nodded slightly. Some time ago, I saw Sun Mu and the others go to the lower floors. Now they should be on the 200th or 21st floor. Go, let's teach them a good lesson. How dare they touch my brother? Hanfei stopped Tangge. Wait a minute, it's none of your business. They can't do anything to me now and I'll avenge myself one day. Tangge immediately shook his head. How can you say it's none of my business? There are at least dozens of times more people on the 200th floor than on the 98th floor. Most of the people who can go to the lower floors are there. No matter how strong you are, even if you use the secret method you used just now, how many of them can you resist? Hanfei shook his head too. They are not in the same gang. Don't worry. I will make a move according to the situation. Don't expose your relationship with me. Tangge said sternly, do you think I will watch you fight alone and stay out of it? Han Fei smiled bitterly. I am not alone. I have Shan on my side. Besides, isn't Wang Zitian also my teammate? Tangge still shook his head. Wang Zitian is not weak, but no one on the other side is weak either. Wang Zitian may be able to stop one of them, but probably no more than two. As for Cao Chuchu, he has no combat experience at all. He may be able to invent some gadgets, but his combat power is 0. Han Fei bared his teeth. He had already noticed this. Although Cao Chuchu's equipment was super, his strength was almost nothing. Han Fei pondered, and after thinking for a moment, he asked, is Muling trustworthy? Tangge was taken back for a moment and then nodded very surely. Yes, Han Fei nodded. That's good. If you really want to join me in the fight, you can't show your real face. With that, Han Fei threw a jade slip to Tangge. This Thousand Faces technique is a demon-level divine quality disguise art, which I accidentally obtained in a secret realm. Don't expose our real relationship, but if you have to make a move in the future, you must learn it first. If Muling is absolutely trustworthy, you can give this to her too. Demon-level divine quality? Tangge was shocked. Even demon-level high-quality combat skills were very rare. In the town where Han Fei stayed, there were very few demon-level high-quality combat skills no matter how hard you looked for them, let alone demon-level divine-quality ones. There were many demon-level high-quality combat skills in the Thousand-Star City, but demon-level divine-quality ones were very few. Lays were, however. Tangge shook his head slightly and said, even if I use the disguise technique, it will be useless. My fighting style will be easily recognized. What he said made sense. Not everyone had so many extra quality combat skills as him. Oh, by the way, Han Fei took out another jade slip. This is the 108 Spirit-Absorbing War Bodies, which is an upgraded version of the incomplete monograph on 108 Ways of Body Conditioning. Take it. Tangge's face changed slightly and he hurriedly refused. No, I can't take it. This is what the Venerable gave you. I can learn the incomplete monograph, but if I learn the whole art, I might annoy the Venerable. At that time, he is very likely to punish you. Han Fei pushed Tangge's hand away. Just take it. The Venerable never said to accept me as a disciple. He doesn't care much about this combat skill. In fact, it's not much different from the incomplete monograph only with some improvement in the body tempering method, and with it you can absorb spiritual energy during battle. So, it's nothing special, just take it. But, it's okay. You are my brother. I don't mind sharing it with you. Don't you remember that you gave all your spirit-swallowing fish soup to me back then? That's different. It was just spirit-swallowing fish soup. Han Fei shook his head. No, that's very important. Without that spirit-swallowing fish soup, who knows if I would have become what I am now. Chapter 452, Unspoken Rule of the Level, 3 Fishery. In fact, Han Fei had nothing more for Tangge. Perhaps because the indestructible body art was too powerful. Although the 1/8 Spirit-Absorbing War Bodies was a demon-level divine quality combat skill, Han Fei didn't feel it to be that strong. After all, it was completely outshone by the indestructible body art. As for the Thousand Faces technique, it was only a disguise technique. From a practical point of view, it was actually more commonly used than the 108 Spirit-Absorbing War Bodies. Although it didn't help the improvement of strength, with it, one's survivability could be increased tenfold. As the saying went, people have misfortunes and blessings, and no one knows what will happen in the future. Although Tangge looked very powerful, was respected, and a single look from him could overawe his classmates, no one was invincible and he might need to use this technique one day. Han Fei couldn't talk to Tangge for too long. As Cao Chu said, the further they went down, the more difficult and the more people there would be. It was actually not easy to clear those people up completely. Especially on the 200th floor, Han Fei was wondering if he would have to reveal his true identity. After all, without Nine Tails and Little Gold, he would be much weaker. Just now in the battle, it was fortunate that Han Fei had the Majestic Mystic Spell to support him. As Tangge said, however, the Majestic Mystic Spell consumed his energy very quickly. The energy he gained from the previous hot pot meal had mostly dissipated or been consumed. If he wanted to use it again, he needed to either eat a spiritual fruit or have a big meal. At this moment, Han Fei announced, let's go downstairs. See you on the 200th floor. I should have no problem dealing with the 99th floor myself. Tangge asked, are you going to continue to rob people? Han Fei grinned. Of course, I came to the steps into the sea to find opportunities, not to fight those big clan children with Cao Chu. It's nice if I can rob them, but if not, I won't risk my life. I will just go directly to the 2001st floor. Tangge solemnly nodded. Okay, but it is said that on the 2001st floor, the difficulty will rise by 1 level. Some people say that it is very, very difficult. Even Cao Chu's brother, who has explored the steps into the sea many times, only made it to the 2008th floor the last time. But my master told me that it was not as difficult as it seemed, and that if it were me, I might be able to reach the 250th floor. Han Fei's eyes flashed, and he kept this in mind. I see. I'll do what my strength allows. Okay, don't waste time here. Go down. As Tangge's body faded, Han Fei did not immediately go to the 99th floor. Instead, he entered Forge the Universe. With Xiao Shan's ability, on the 99th floor, she would be invincible. Besides, the hexagon starfish could protect her with the six-gate formation, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to hurt her. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei spent more than half an hour cooking himself a meal. After all, he consumed too much energy just now. Half an hour later, on the 99th floor, when Han Fei appeared, he did not see anyone else. However, the sea was shaking, and there were multiple sources of the shaking. Fighting seemed to be taking place in multiple places. Han Fei chose the place of battle closest to him. When he arrived, he discovered that Wang Zitian was fighting against 3 large sect disciples alone. However, these people didn't seem to be from the Heavenly Sword sect, because their uniforms were different. Besides, among these people, some used hammers and some used armor boxes. At this moment, the other party didn't seem to take the upper hand. However, this battle seemed to have continued for quite a while. The loss of spiritual energy on both sides seemed to be huge, and neither one took advantage. When Wang Zitian glimpsed Han Fei, he was slightly relieved. Help me. When the 3 people on the opposite side found that Han Fei was with Wang Zitian, their expressions changed slightly. Retreat. However, neither Wang Zitian nor Han Fei would give them a chance to retreat. Wang Zitian thrust his sword out and attacked even more fiercely. Taking this chance, Han Fei brandished the embroidery needle, which almost split the seawater into halves, and launched a spiritual energy explosive strike at those people. They were locked in the fight in a stalemate before Han Fei appeared. However, after Han Fei, who was even stronger than Wang Zitian, joined the fight, the outcome could be imagined. In less than 10 minutes, they were knocked to the ground by Han Fei. Han Fei held the whetstone in his left hand and the embroidery needle in his right hand, shouting, "I want money, not life. Hand over your sea-swallowing seashells." When Wang Zitian heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. This man is really shameless. Why does he sound as if he's proud of being a robber? Wang Zitian and this one in black, let's wait and see. Han Fei smiled lightly. Please remember my face well. I really hope to rob you again. Wang Zitian put away his sword and looked at Han Fei. Who won? What Wang Zitian cared about was certainly the battle between Han Fei and Tang Ge. Of course, he didn't know that Han Fei and Tang Ge were brothers and were actually reminiscing about the past just now, so he was eager to know the result of the fight. Han Fei smiled. It was a draw. That Tang Ge is really strong. Huh? You drew a tie with Tang Ge? Han Fei shrugged. You don't believe it? Humph, Wang Zitian snorted. I'm going to find Cao Chuchu. Then Wang Zitian slipped away. To be honest, it was not that he didn't believe him, but that he was stunned. Only those who had fought Tang Ge knew how terrifyingly strong that guy was. He could even go into a frenzy in combat in certain circumstances. When Tang Ge was in his peak state, he couldn't even resist a single blow of his. But this temporary comrade in arms actually drew a tie with Tang Ge? What did that mean? It meant that this guy hid his strength that was definitely greater than what he showed. As soon as Wang Zitian left, Han Fei immediately swam to the next fighting spot. However, this time, Han Fei still didn't find Xia Xiaoshan. It seemed that some disciples of 2 sects were fighting each other. Here and there were a total of 9 people fighting. There were 5 people on one side and 4 people on the other. Since everyone was about the same strength, the 5-person side clearly took the upper hand, and 3 people on the other side had been injured and they were about to lose. When Han Fei arrived, the 4-people side immediately shouted, "Brother, help us. If we win, their sea-swallowing seashells will be yours." Someone on the other side shouted, "Brother, don't make a wrong decision." Han Fei smiled. Wrong decision? Haha, hey, let me help you. Han Fei waved the blood-drinking knife and hacked a person down, breaking his high-quality spiritual weapon. The 5 people were shocked. "Asshole, which sect are you from?" Han Fei said. "I'm the chief disciple of a sect. My name is Fan Datong. I came out for the first time. Please kindly advise." Han Fei didn't care about bragging. "I said I'm the chief disciple of a sect, but who knows what sect it is. Anyway, when you find out I lied, I'll already be gone." "Chief disciple? You mean you're the chief disciple?" A hunter disdained and sneaked up to him in stealth mode. However, as soon as he showed up, he was knocked to the ground by Han Fei with the embroidery needle. "You are shameless. Why did you suddenly use a stick?" Han Fei sighed. "Are you stupid? Can't I use both a knife and a stick? Are you out of your mind?" Seeing the situation was reversed, the 4 people of the other party immediately rose up to fight back. After half an hour, the 5 people were all knocked to the ground and reluctantly handed over their sea-swallowing seashells. Because 3 of these 4 were seriously injured, and seeing that Han Fei was extremely strong, they kept their word and gave Han Fei all 5 sea-swallowing seashells. This scene stunned Han Fei. It was the first time he saw this happen in the level 3 fishery. He thought that these people would refuse to give them to him, and then he could rob them by the way. But now what was he going to do? "Brother, we would never go back on our word." Han Fei silently took the sea-swallowing seashells, suddenly raised his head, and looked at these people. "Is this the first time you have come to the level 3 fishery?" These people paused and then nodded. "Yes, the first time we left the sect, we came directly to the steps into the sea. Is this not yours?" Han Fei, Suddenly, Han Fei said, "Then may I teach you a rule of the level 3 fishery?" A girl asked curiously. "What rule?" Han Fei said indifferently. "Don't trust strangers. So, hand over your sea-swallowing seashells now." Everyone, after a while, the 4 people lay on the ground. The The girl shouted indignantly, "You are shameless." Han Fei tilted his head. "Why do you say that? A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. I'm teaching you a lesson. I just want money, not life. I, Fan Datong, am the black ghost of the white and black ghosts. You'll appreciate me one day because other robbers would not spare your lives. Everyone, Chapter 453, A Trap. Less than an hour after entering the 99th floor, Han Fei got 12 sea-swallowing seashells. The people from those big sects were really rich. Since the 197th floor, among the sea-swallowing seashells that Han Fei had obtained, even the worst in quality would be enough for 2 sacrifices on the 99th floor. Han Fei found 3 soul crystals among the 12 sea-swallowing shells that he had just acquired. Han Fei immediately absorbed them, and after 10 minutes or so, all 3 soul crystals disappeared. When Han Fei opened his eyes were very strange. He had remembered the 8th, 9th, and 10th fragments of the God-scaring painting. However, this time Han Fei found that his perception range had not increased at all. Suddenly, Han Fei felt he had discovered a big secret. He felt that unlike others who could improve their perception range with soul crystals, he could do that with the God-scaring painting. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no soul crystals in his hands and could not confirm his conjecture, so he could only continue to plunder. After half an hour, Han Fei found another fighting spot. This time, it was not people fighting with people, but people fighting with the summoned marine creatures. After the robbery, no soul crystals were found, and Han Fei continued to rush to the next fighting spot. After robbing 5 or 6 people in a row, Han Fei didn't meet Xiaoxiao-Chan or Tang Ji. However, he grabbed another soul crystal. This time, Han Fei sat on the ground and immediately absorbed the soul crystal. However, this time, the problem had not become simple. In his mind, the God-scaring painting was still complicated, full of lines, glamorous and magnificent. However, when Han Fei tried to memorize the 11th fragment, it appeared clearly in his mind only for a while. After the soul crystal was consumed, he had no impression of the 11th fragment at all. I didn't remember the picture, nor was my range of perception increased at all. Han Fei frowned. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. Just like what Cao Chu said, after 500 meters, 10 times the number of soul crystals was needed to extend the perception range by 50 meters. If this was true, after he used a soul crystal, his perception range should extend by 5 meters, right? But no, not the slightest change occurred. Instead, Han Fei seemed to have hit a bottleneck-like obstacle. Is it possible that soul power also has different realms? Without the soul crystal, Han Fei couldn't speculate. He was about to continue robbing, only to see Xiaoxiao swimming over carrying Cao Chu. Han Fei looked at Cao Chu in surprise, asking, "Well, what happened to him?" Xiaoxiao grunted angrily. "Humph, this guy is simply useless. I can't fight so many people alone, so I ran away with him." Han Fei couldn't help laughing. "Even you can't beat them? How many people were there?" Xiaoxiao nodded. 12. Suddenly there were a lot of people on this floor. Those 12 people seemed to have come from one place. I can't beat them by myself, and this guy was just hiding like a turtle, retracting its head into its shell. Cao Chu said weakly, "I couldn't beat them either. I told you to run away." Xiaoxiao glared at Cao Chu angrily. Run, all you know is to run away. Since I first met you, all you do in combat is run away." Cao Chu stretched his neck and refuted. "I couldn't beat them, and they couldn't break my defense. My killer blow is reserved for the 200th floor. If I use it now, what will I use then?" Han Fei chuckled. "A killer blow? Yes. Although I am a little weaker than you in combat, I can win by strategy." Han Fei sighed. "Don't tell me you want to blow up the 200th floor." Cao Chu rolled his eyes. "How is that possible? Could I do that kind of uncreative thing? Even if I wanted to blow it up, I can't." Han Fei's face turned black. "Fine, I don't care what strategies you have, but 12 people, it seems that I still have to use the majestic mystic spell." Han Fei thought he'd better reserve his energy. On the bottom of the sea, he wouldn't have so many chances to cook. Han Fei looked at Xiaoxiao. "Do you want a spiritual fruit?" Xiaoxiao shook her head. "No, I still have enough," Cao Chu asked excitedly. "Are we going to kick those people's asses now?" Han Fei glanced at Cao Chu with contempt. "Shut up. There are 12 people, and each of them is stronger than an ordinary peak-level dangling fisher. Do you want us to die?" Cao Chu blurted out. "That'll be no problem for you. You can even draw a tie with Tang Ji. The 12 people will be a piece of cake for you, won't they? Tang Ge is at the same level as my brother who was able to beat 100 men alone." "Wait," Han Fei swallowed. "What did you say?" Xiaoshan also didn't believe him. How can it be possible to beat 100 men alone? 100 men of the same level? Cao Chu raised his head high. Not of the same level, but of higher levels than him. Impossible. Han Fei and Xiaoxiao were dumbfounded. Beat 100 men of higher levels than him? Seriously? Cao Chu put his hands behind his back. Why is it impossible? They threw people like my brother into a secret realm with a radius of at most 1,000 kilometers and had 100 people hunt him. In 100 years, 101 people have passed this test. The 100th was my brother, and the 101st was Tang Ji. What do you think? Han Fei and Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "Can't you speak more clearly? I thought he fought 100 men face to face all at once." Han Fei shook his head slightly. It's not that simple. Don't forget, this is 100 people hunting one person. Perhaps the hunting people will be separated, but they would definitely be in groups of 3 to 5 or even more. Xiao Chu nodded. Yes, so I think you can beat the 12 people because you have 2 of you. Han Fei, Jia Xiaoshan couldn't help showing a trace of expectation as she looked at Han Fei. Or, we can have a try? Han Fei rolled his eyes. No way. Let me tell you the truth today. If you can fight one-on-one, you'd better not fight many people alone. If you can fight a person with others, don't fight a person with others. Don't fight him alone. Jia Xiaoshan groaned. But Tang Ge and the others can fight many people alone. Han Fei sighed. Just because they can do it doesn't mean they have to do it. They did it because they had to pass the test, but we are not in a test now. If we are beaten to death, old Bai won't come save us. Han Fei kicked Cao Chu's ass. Go, act as the bait and lure a few people over. Huh? Han Fei smiled. Take it easy. I won't trick you. After Han Fei explained his plan to Cao Chu understood. However, he was still a little scared, only to be kicked away by Han Fei in the end. In fact, there was no need for Cao Chu to be bait. If Sha Chao Chan and he hadn't run fast enough, they would have been caught by those people. Therefore, when Cao Chu showed up, those people rushed over yelling and cursing. Seeing this, Sol Chu hurriedly ran away, transmitting his voice to those people as he ran. Hey, it's me, Sol Chu. What are you chasing me for? You're the one we're after, someone yelled back. Sol Chu ran as fast as he could while yelling, I didn't offend you. Why are you chasing me? Someone yelled. You are an accomplice. Just now, that girl robbed our 2 teams. Sol Chu, you've got to give us a reasonable explanation, Sol Chu shouted. This is just a trial. You were robbed because you were not strong enough. What does it matter to me? Humph, so we are going to rob you. That's because you hang out with freaks every day. Cao Chu ran and suddenly saw Xiao Xiao shitting on the ground cross-legged, so he shouted at her, Xiao Xiao, help! Xiao Xiao opened her eyes, pretended to panic, and immediately ran hundreds of meters away. However, then she turned around and rushed towards Cao Chu. Behind, those people who were chasing Cao Chu were overjoyed and some people exclaimed, I didn't expect that woman would be so loyal to her friend. Okay, I'll spare her life later. At this moment in the distant sea, a vague figure seemed to be swimming over. However, seeing so many people here, he suddenly stopped. Of course, these 12 people didn't panic at all. No matter whether that person was a passerby or not, even if they added up, there were only 3 of them. As for combat power, there were only 2 of them. Cao Chu was simply useless. Xiao Xiaoshan picked up Cao Chu and ran. When these 12 people chased to the place where Xiao Xiaoshan was just now, 6 beams of light suddenly rose from the ground. These people's reactions were quick. Someone accelerated in an instant and some left the team, so the 6-gate formation trapped only 5 people. Damn it, it's a trap. At the moment they were trapped, Xiao Xiaoshan threw Cao Chu towards the 6-gate formation like throwing a ball. Cao Chu had the cloud dolphin attached to him and had the poisonous bubblefish spit bubbles and then threw a spirit-forbidden net into the 6-gate formation. On the other side, at the moment when the 6-gate formation rose, Han Fei had already sped up and hurried over. Xia Xiaoshan smiled slyly. Huh, a bunch of fools, take this, Chapter 454, The Sects. Han Fei was not very far from here. When he arrived, Xia Xiaoshan had already rushed over. Normally, Xia Xiaoshan wouldn't be able to beat these people. After all, she couldn't use any of her hunter abilities, and it was a bit difficult for her to pretend to be a soul warrior. However, with the majestic mystic spell, even if Xia Xiaoshan only used an ordinary bamboo stick, she was no weaker than any of these people. Besides, although Xia Xiaoshan could not use any of her hunter abilities, she was incomparable to ordinary soul warriors in terms of speed and reaction time. Her roaming technique was a heaven-level combat skill, and was extremely rare even in the 1,000-star city. In the level 3 fishery on the 100 dragon boats, there would be only 1 or 2 heaven-level combat skills occasionally. When Han Fei arrived, the scene where a real soul warrior who was strengthened by the majestic mystic spell rushing into the battlefield was simply horrifying. However, what surprised Han Fei was that among these 7 people, 3 of them resorted to some secret methods right on the spot, and their combat power soared instantly. At the same time, they fused with their spiritual beasts and had their contractual spiritual beasts attached to them, which increased their strength once again. Because of this, under the combined efforts of the 3 people, Han Fei's blow was blocked. This scene shocked Han Fei. Did they just block my blow? What surprised Han Fei was that these disciples of some sect from the 1,000-star city actually blocked his blow after his combat power was increased 5-fold. Then, how strong would the guys be when he reached the 200th floor? Of course, the 3 people were even more shocked. They almost exerted all their strength but only blocked a single blow from Han Fei. But the second blow came soon. The 3 wanted to block it again, but this blow was even more powerful than the previous one. Bam! The 3 of them were smashed to the ground, their hands bleeding and their internal organs damaged, and they all vomited blood. Of the other 4, 2 of them were held off by Xia Xiao and were about to lose, and seeing this scene, the other 2 took out a talisman. The first door of death. In front of the 2 people, a door had suddenly fallen from the sky, blocking Han Fei's path. Cao Chu immediately explained to Han Fei, This is a unique skill of the Death Door sect in the Thousand Star City. Its defense is so strong that it is even difficult for my brother and Tangay to break the door. Han Fei frowned and thrust out the embroidery needle to poke the door that suddenly appeared. Boom. The sound was like muffled thunder, lingering and echoing. Several cracks appeared on the door. However, as Cao Chu said, its defense was horribly strong. Among the two, a spirit gatherer immediately used the healing technique and at the same time injected wisps of spiritual energy into the bodies of his companions. However, when the two of them were delaying time with the death door, Han Fei suddenly took out his fishing rod. Everyone? The two people opposite were still wondering why he suddenly took out his fishing rod. However, as Han Fei cast the hook, it appeared on the other side of the death door in the blink of an eye. Before the two of them had any time to react, Han Fei had activated the Thousand Twining technique and directly wrapped the two of them up. No, how can it be? 1,000-mile fishing technique. Cao Chu also cried out in surprise, "Wow! How did you do that?" Even Xia Xiaoshan was shocked. She had seen Wenren Yu and Xiao Zhan use this kind of technique before. With a wave of the hand, the fishhook would break through the air and appear 1,000 kilometers away. When did Han Fei acquire this technique? These 12 people felt very frustrated, and among them, the most frustrated were the 5 guys who were directly trapped by the 6-gate formation. If they were not trapped, they would be able to block a few attacks from Han Fei and buy some time. At this moment, Han Fei smiled and said, "I want money, not life. Leave your sea-swallowing seashells and you can go." "Humph, do you know what you are doing? You are challenging our Death Door sect." Han Fei laughed, walked to the person who spoke, squatted down, and patted his face gently while saying, "I'm a robber. I don't care if you are from the Death Door sect or the Life Door sect. No matter how many doors are in your home, I will still rob you." These disciples from large sects had never been subjected to such insults. This guy was giving them a slap in the face, which was completely intolerable. The man was about to jump up, only to be knocked out by a square brick. Han Fei took out his sea-swallowing seashell casually and searched him, complaining, "Why don't you have any accessories on your body? Not even an amulet? Everyone? Right? The man was distraught. "How can you search me? Because you didn't give your belongings to me. If you gave them to me, why would I have to bother to search you?" While they were talking, 2 girls immediately covered their chests. Han Fei's face was black. Xiao Xiaoshan searched the girls. After a while, these 12 people were expelled by Han Fei in batches, and their bodies gradually faded in the distance. Cao Chu was very excited. "Wow, he is so strong. With such a teammate, it will be no problem for me to pass the 99th floor and hit the 200th floor." A guy looked at Cao Chu before he left. "Cao Chu, I'll definitely take revenge on you when I return." Cao Chu scoffed. "Go take revenge on Cao Qian. It has nothing to do with me." Han Fei really envied Cao Chu to have such a strong brother. No matter what happened, he would pass the buck to his brother. He wondered how Cao Chu survived and even became an advanced dangling fisher. Before he had the time to check the sea-swallowing seashells he had just stolen, the water rippled and another group of people came. Han Fei was surprised. "Why are there so many people?" Xia Xiaoshan added. "There are a lot of people on this floor, and there are probably close to 30 people who have been driven out by us." The hexagon starfish suddenly wailed, "Life is so hard for the starfish. The 6-gate formation consumes so much spiritual energy. Also, there are people coming from 3 directions. 3 directions? Han Fei turned his head and saw that some figures had already appeared in the sea. There seemed to be only 1 person in one direction, 2 people in another, and 7 or 8 people in the third other direction. Cao Chu immediately shouted, "Run! We are going to be surrounded." Xia Xiaochan waved the stick in her hand. Fortunately, there are only a dozen people in total. Han Fei wondered, "Is that 2 swords? 2 swords? Cao Chu glanced at the figure who was alone, and after a while he shouted in surprise, yes, it is 2 swords. We have a chance. We still have a chance." Han Fei shook his head. "What chance? You are useless," Cao Chu pouted, "but you are strong." After sensing the fierce fight here, he guessed it must be some disciples of certain large sects, Tangge or Han Fei, who could cause such a violent disturbance. According to his judgment, there was no one else except Han Fei who would fight as soon as he came in. Sure enough, as he had expected, far away, he saw Han Fei, Xia Xiaoshan, and Cao Chu standing in the water. Of course, he also noticed the arrival of others. However, he didn't care. Although they were only 3 of them, they were strong enough. However, when 2 swords swam closer, he saw Tangge and Muling on one side. All of a sudden, he felt as if there was a sea urchin in his throat. So uncomfortable. Han Fei was also a little surprised. Tangge was here. With so many people here, Han Fei and Tangge pretended not to know each other. However, the expressions of Xia Xiaoshan and Muling became strange. Xia Xiaoshan said through a voice transmission, "Is this guy your buddy?" "Wow, he beat 100 men alone," Han Fei responded. "Yes, of course." Muling was also asking, "Is that man really your buddy? Is he really as strong as you say?" Tangge replied, "Of course, but he is stronger than I thought. Don't forget, he is now hiding his identity and can't use his spiritual beast or contractual spiritual beasts." On the other side, A total of 8 people came who seemed to come from neither the Death Door sect nor the Heavenly Sword sect, but another major sect. Cao Chu informed them they're from the Sea Cloud Tower. Han Fei asked, "So, how many sects do you have in the Thousand Star City?" Wave after wave, almost endless. There are 7 major sects in total. This Sea Cloud Tower is weaker than the Heavenly Sword sect and Death Door sect, but only by a little bit. It's still very powerful. Chapter 455, Poor Master Hexagon. 2 swords walked into Han Fei's team without hesitation, so the scene turned into a 3-way standoff. The leader of the Sea Cloud Tower team was a young armorist. He frowned at the moment. The situation was beyond his expectations. Who would expect that so many people would come all at once? On one side, there was the little fatty of the Cao family, 2 swords, and Han Fei and Xiao Shan, who were dressed so weirdly that they didn't look like ordinary people at all. On another side, there were Tang Ji. Thus, they would have a very slim chance to win this battle. Tang Ji said to Han Fei through a voice transmission, "I've seen the leader of that team once. His name is Yu Xian, and he is already a peak-level dangling fisher. His strength is not bad. Do you need me to help you?" "No. Find an excuse and leave. I can handle the 8 people." Hearing this, Tanga immediately said to Muling, "Let's go." "Great." Seeing Tanga leave, Yu Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If his team fought the team of 2 swords and got injured, no one present could be Tangaji's opponent. That would be the worst result for them. Next to Tangaji, Muling curiously asked, "Aren't you helping him? Yu Xian's strength is not bad. Few people can escape from his knife formation." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Tangge's mouth. "You underestimate my brother. He has a very strong physique. No matter how powerful Yu Xian's knife formation is, it can only trap 2 swords at most, but won't work on my brother." In fact, Han Fei did not start to fight Yu Xian after Tangge left. Wang Zixian instructed, "Leave Yu Xian to me and you 2 solve the remaining." Han Fei frowned. "Is that guy very strong?" Wang Zixian nodded slightly. "Yes, his knife formation is a killer formation. I could leave him to you, but I may not be able to handle the remaining 7. Wang Zixian didn't know Xiao Chan's real strength. At least, for the time being, he hadn't seen anything particularly outstanding about Xiao Chan. He unilaterally believed that Xiao Shan was just a soul warrior slightly stronger than ordinary ones, but not yet a top-notch heavenly talent. As for Han Fei, he had fought him and witnessed the fight between Han Fei and Tang Ge, so Wang Zixian had recognized his strength. "Okay, I'll leave the leader to you." As soon as Tang Ge left, a battle was about to break out. Yu Shan didn't know the black and white ghosts, nor had he ever heard of them. Therefore, his first goal was to intercept 2 swords. As for Han Fei and Xiao Chan, in his eyes, no matter how strong the 2 intermediate dangling fishers were, it was impossible for them to win against his 7 fellow brothers and sisters. As for Cao Chu, he just ignored him. Han Fei said to the Hexagon starfish via voice transmission, "Master Hexagon, remember to set up the formation when the perfect moment comes." The Hexagon starfish hung on Han Fei's calf and complained, "I can't do it. Too frequent, I lack spiritual energy and physical energy, cut the crap. When the fight is over, I will give you a little more, a high-quality spiritual stone." The Hexagon starfish responded happily. "Okay then." Han Fei was very angry. "This damn starfish has learned to blackmail me now. He has become a greedy starfish. He is no longer pure." 2 swords held his swords in both hands, and as sword shadows flashed behind him, he fused with his spiritual beasts instantly. He, like a sharp-drawn sword, turned to Yu Xian. Han Fei and Xiao Shan looked at each other and then at Cao Chu, who was idling around before they rushed up. This was a head-on fight. Unlike the battle just now, they would have to hold the opponent down before they could find a chance to set a trap. At this moment, Han Fei took the lead to break into the siege single-handedly. However, the moment Han Fei rushed up to those people, he was stunned. In all directions, there were thousands of knife shadows. Xiao Shan hadn't rushed into the crowd, but seeing this scene, she immediately stepped back several dozen meters. Xiao Shan curled her lips. Only Han Fei, a guy with abnormal physique and strength, could bear this kind of flying snow-type attack. Even for her, if she didn't use the ability of a hunter, she would barely be able to defend herself in this world of flying knives. Clung, clung, clung. When a clanging sound was heard from Han Fei's body, Yu Xian knew something was wrong and immediately rushed back to support his teammates. Wang Zixian blocked him, and a big sword fell from the sky. Too late. Han Fei put all his strength into this blow, and the terrifying and explosive force directly smashed the sea. At least 4 people from the other side jumped up together, working together to resist this blow. These people were shocked. How can an intermediate dangling fisher be so strong? However, before they figured it out, Han Fei smiled, turned the embroidery needle, and smashed at the other 2. And the 4 of them were astonished. But then, the moment the 6-gate formation rose, the battle was almost over. Cao Chu immediately ran over and cast the Spirit Forbidden Net. On the other side, Xiao Shan was fighting alone, completely suppressing the opponent who had no chance to fight back at all. In only 10 minutes, the 7 people were all knocked out. Yu Shan was dumbfounded. At this moment, being surrounded by Wang Zixian, Han Fei, and Xiao Shan, he simply had no chance. Just now, when he saw how strong Han Fei's physique was, he knew that this person was not simple, and it was very likely that his strength exceeded his expectations. He guessed right. Han Fei didn't even exert his full strength. And to his surprise, Cao Chu, who had always been ignored in combat, suddenly cast a spirit-forbidden net, so their failure was already certain. Yu Xian immediately put away his knives. Okay, you win. I surrender. With that, Yu Xian looked at Han Fei and trembled. Who are you? Han Fei shouted. We kill, Xiaoshan added. You die. We are the black and white ghosts. Next time you see us, just give us your sea-swallowing seashell. Yu Xian took out his sea-swallowing seashell sullenly, threw it over, and then looked at his teammates. Leave your sea-swallowing seashells and let's go. Wang Zitian said lightly. There are not many teams on the 99th floor. I'm going to the next floor. As for you guys, you'd better think carefully before going to the next floor. Han Fei responded casually. Cao Chu, you can go down too. Wait, everyone? Could you please help me beat my summoned creature? Everyone, after sending Cao Chu down, Xiaoshan said, Are we really going down and fighting so many people? Han Fei thought for a while and shouted, Master Hexagon, open your gates. Let us go to your door. Swish. The hexagon starfish directly jumped from Han Fei's calf to Xiaoshan's back, and his big eyes kept rolling. The treasures are all my own, and I have earned them. Han Fei laughed and scolded, Who wants your treasures? Just let us enter an empty door. I'm going to cook a meal inside. Don't you want energy? I'll satisfy you. Anyway, I have a lot of yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. Hearing that Han Fei was not going to his treasury, the hexagon starfish relaxed. Xiaoshan was confused. What door? Han Fei smiled. You'll know soon enough. In the world, in the door. Xiaoshan felt incredible. How is this possible? This is the space inside the door of the starfish. How can it be so big? Han Fei was also a little surprised. Master Hexagon, the area of your inner world has doubled. The hexagon starfish muttered, I made breakthroughs. Of course, it will become bigger. Han Fei exclaimed, How big can this space get? The voice of the hexagon starfish wafted in the empty square. I don't know. It depends on how many breakthroughs I'll make. Han Fei sat on the ground and took out all his pots and pans. To be honest, Han Fei was quite satisfied with the hexagon starfish. Although this guy was a bit greedy and no longer pure, his six-gate formation was almost invincible. With the six-gate formation, coupled with the spirit-forbidden net, a battle with 10 or 8 enemies was simply a piece of cake for them. Han Fei even planned more than once to trick this big starfish into becoming his contractual spiritual beast. With their tacit cooperation now, Han Fei was sure he could make an endless fortune. Han Fei was cooking. Xia Xiaochan ran to the deepest part of the door, knocking against the dark border. Xia Xiaochan said, Big starfish, there seems to be another space outside. The hexagon starfish pleaded, I know, can you stop knocking? I itch. Xia Xiaoshan asked suspiciously, Can you feel it? As she said this, she scratched the dark seal on the border and asked, Is it itchy? Yes. Xia Xiaoshan continued to scratch with both hands. How about this? It's itchier. Han Fei laughed. Okay, stop it. Time for a meal. Master Hexagon, eat your fill. Don't hold me back on the floors below, the hexagon starfish asked with hope. Can I leave? Do you want your essence blood or not? Chapter 456, Play Dirty After the Meal. The energy in Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan was almost overflowing. Even the hexagon starfish was red all over after eating and drinking to his satisfaction. This inner space was also a magical world. The hexagon starfish could take what he wanted to eat with his consciousness. In order to boost this starfish's morale, he gave him 2 high-quality spiritual stones that contained nearly 700,000 points of spiritual energy. It was not that Han Fei was generous, but that they were going to have a tough battle ahead. After leaving the six-gate space, Han Fei said to Xia Xiaoshan, The metamorphosis water is available. It is said that there are a lot of people on the lower floor. Just disguise yourself as whoever you first see. Xia Xiaoshan was a little excited. After hearing Han Fei's words, she rolled her eyes and said, You're telling me. I'm not stupid. If I rob people blatantly, I will be beaten to death. Seeing Xia Xiaoshan's figure fading away, Han Fei took out 7 soul crystals. Yes, these soul crystals were useless to Xia Xiaoshan. They were less than 10 pieces and didn't seem to be able to improve the perception range much. However, Han Fei needed to have an experiment with these soul crystals. He always had a feeling that soul crystals worked differently on him. However, when all the 7 soul crystals were absorbed by him, Han Fei was disappointed. Adding the previous one, he had absorbed 8 soul crystals. However, his range of perception did not increase at all, nor did he memorize the 11th fragment of the God-scaring painting. Han Fei was a little confused. Is it the same case for others? Is it a problem with the soul crystal, or a problem with the God-scaring painting, or both? With deep doubts, Han Fei glanced at the hexagon starfish whose big eyes were rolling like wheels, and he suddenly felt there was a bunch of sticky stuff on his shoulders that had slipped out of the hexagon starfish's mouth. Han Fei's face went dark. Master Hexagon, what have you done? The hexagon starfish seemed to be thinking about something, and suddenly being reminded by Han Fei, he woke up and his 6 eyeballs dangled randomly in the frames of the eyes. Obviously, he was drunk. The hexagon starfish complained, "You have eaten so many soul crystals without even giving one to me." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Why do you need it? I am growing up. I need more nutrients. I'm growing too." Han Fei shook his head. "You are so old, 20 more times older than me. Don't pretend to be young. When you get more soul crystals, give me a few, okay?" Han Fei glared at him. "Don't push your luck, but I will definitely give some to you when they're no longer useful to me." The hexagon starfish hung to Han Fei's shoulder, thinking about the credibility of his words. While he was still thinking, he faded with Han Fei and entered the next floor. On the 200th floor, when they got there were only 3 people as far as they could see. Among them, one person sat cross-legged on the ground, seeming to be cultivating. Another one was a spirit gatherer and was absorbing spiritual energy from the spirit gathering formation at his feet. The third one was fighting with a basalt conch and seemed to have been fighting for quite a while. The hard shell of the basalt conch was broken by him in 3 or 4 places. These 3 people all wore uniforms, but the spirit gatherer was wearing a different uniform from the other 2. Seeing Han Fei coming in, the person sitting on the ground immediately opened his eyes. The guy who was fighting just glanced at Han Fei, looked a little surprised but gave no follow-up reaction. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These people didn't seem to care much about him, nor did they seem to be hostile towards him. He doubted that if he started a battle with them, would it attract a large group of people over? However, the spirit gatherer suddenly said, "Leave quickly and find another place to offer your sacrifice." Han Fei smiled and walked up to the man. "Brother, may I ask you something?" The man frowned, and seeing Han Fei approaching him, he couldn't help being vigilant as he shouted, "Just stay there, don't come closer." Han Fei smiled. "Well, I'd like to borrow something from you." The spirit gatherer paused. "What is it?" "Haha, your sea-swallowing seashell." Therefore, he exerted all his strength as soon as he attacked. He smashed the embroidery needle at the man, and the latter immediately retreated. The soul warrior on the other side galloped over immediately. Han Fei grinned, and the embroidery needle in his hand shot out. The spirit gatherer immediately summoned a big turtle, but with a clang, the big turtle was directly hit to the ground by the embroidery needle. The blue sea wandering dragon rod in Han Fei's hand had already been shot out. Because it was only 100 meters away from this spirit gatherer, the fishhook caught him immediately. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the hunter who was fighting the basalt conch disappeared and was approaching him at a very fast speed. The soul warrior and the hunter were both attacking him, and Han Fei grinned. 6-gate formation. When the purple light rose, Han Fei entered the 6-gate formation. At this moment, a contractual spiritual beast of the spirit gatherer appeared. As a burst of electric light flashed by, the contractual spiritual beast cut at the blue sea wandering dragon rod. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let this happen. The fishing line, as if it had eyes, was suddenly skewed out by dozens of meters. After the spirit gatherer fused with his spiritual beast, Han Fei was already close to him. As the spirit gatherer held an amulet in his hand, Han Fei had already smashed the whetstone at him. Bam! The spirit gatherer was knocked down to the ground, bleeding. However, the amulet was still activated, and his injury was actually not serious. Han Fei grabbed back the embroidery needle, jumped up, and hit him hard. Even if the opponent had an amulet, he still had to endure the shock. The man stared at him. "Who are you? How dare you attack me? Do you know I'm from the Grand Void Academy?" Han Fei grinned. "Who am I? I want money, not life. I am the deadliest person in the level 3 fishery, the Black Ghost. Hand over your sea-swallowing seashells, and I will not kill you." Within the 6-gate formation, the Soul Warrior and the Armorist were frantically attacking the formation. However, Han Fei didn't care. It would be impossible for 2 peak-level dangling fishers to shake the 6-gate formation. Even Wang Zetian could not shake the 6-gate formation with his full-force slash, let alone these people who were much weaker than him. This spirit gatherer still wanted to order his spiritual beast to attack Han Fei. However, Han Fei's embroidery needles burst out with billowing spiritual energy. Smart people don't do stupid things. Which do you think is more important, your sea-swallowing seashell or your life? It's a big mistake if you think I can't do anything to you. I know the amulet is good, but I can cripple you even if I can't kill you. The spirit gatherer turned pale. He looked at the 6-gate formation and said through the voice transmission, "This is the 200th floor. There will be some people coming soon." Han Fei shrugged. "Haha, you are right, so I'll only give you 1 minute to consider." 3, 2, 1, okay. The spirit gatherer surrendered. Han Fei's stick almost hit his face. What could he do? He was just a spirit gatherer. Han Fei took the sea-swallowing seashell with a smile. "Smart choice. Now take off your clothes." The spirit gatherer, Red, "Come on, or I will do it for you." The 2 people in the 6-gate formation were so shocked that they forgot to attack when they saw their poor friend start to undress. Was the guy in black gay? Thinking of this, they shuddered and attacked the 6-gate formation even more frantically. The hexagon starfish pleaded, "Hurry up, these 2 people are so strong." "Just a minute." Han Fei immediately rushed to the six-gate formation after sending away the spirit gatherer. It only took him 2 strikes to knock out the 2 men. Without giving them a chance to speak, he grabbed their sea-swallowing seashells and said, "Leave the 200th floor within a minute. Otherwise, I'll hurt you." The 2 people were shocked. This guy was so strong. Why didn't they see him before? Was it possible that he was from a powerful family and this was the first time he came to the level 3 fishery? However, now that their sea-swallowing seashells had been snatched, they had no choice but to leave. The 2 immediately communicated with the steps into the sea, and their figures gradually faded. The whole process only took Han Fei less than 5 minutes. Just 2 or 3 minutes after these 2 people disappeared, 2 other people swam over from a distance. Then, they saw a disciple from the Grand Void Academy fighting a basalt conch. One of them wondered, why does this guy make such a loud noise if he is only fighting a basalt conch? The other person smiled and said, "Look, that disciple of the Grand Void Academy is only an intermediate dangling fisher. I think he must be having a hard time fighting the basalt conch." So this person asked, "Brother, do you need a hand?" Han Fei was alert for a moment and then pretended to step back a few steps. "Yes." "Haha, you are welcome, but we will take the basalt conch as the return, after 5 minutes. Han Fei was holding another set of clothes with one hand and rummaged through 2 sea-swallowing seashells with another, a little disappointed. These 5 people only had 1 soul crystal, they are so damn poor. Chapter 457, The Stupid Yet Strong Woman. In white basalt conchs were completely different from Xiaozhan's 8-armed conch. It had no weird tentacles or sticky suckers. However, the shell of the basalt conch was like a big wheel rolled twice with little bumps on it. Its fighting method was to control the shell to fight, therefore it was also called the turning wheel conch. Although Han Fei had sent away 2 waves of people, he did not touch the basalt conch whose shell had been damaged in several places, which seemed to be seriously injured. Instead, he was pretending to fight against the basalt conch while moving to other places. With this method, in the next half hour, with this dying basalt conch, he tricked 4 waves of people and got 7 sea-swallowing seashells. At this moment, Han Fei gently knocked on the basalt conch and then pretended to be sent flying hundreds of meters away. The wheel-like basalt conch was crushing against Han Fei and he narrowly evaded it. After performing for less than 5 minutes, Han Fei saw a girl in white taking a look at this side. A woman? Han Fei was a little disappointed. And this girl is alone. Should I rob her? If not, it will be a waste of my acting, right? Rob, I don't care if it's a man or a woman. Han Fei made up his mind and deliberately dodged towards that side. When he was less than 500 meters away from the woman, suddenly a ray of sword light swept across. The next moment, a fine sword mark suddenly appeared on the shell of the basalt conch. And this basalt conch stopped moving. Han Fei, man, Han Fei, man. Han Fei turned around and saw the girl in white only dozens of meters away from him. You led it to me because you wanted me to help you, right? Now you can go. Han Fei, man, fan Fei, man, Fei, man, Fei, man. Han Fei was stunned. Is this girl so strong? With a single slash, she killed the basalt conch whose defensive power was extremely strong. Xiao Cheng, what's the matter with you, Xiao Cheng? Xiao Cheng, you can't die. I've been staying with you for 3 days and 3 nights, treating you like my dearest spiritual beast, but now you're killed. After that, Han Fei suddenly turned his head. You are so vicious. When did you hear that I asked you to help me? Pay me with a basalt conch, or pay me with a soul crystal. The girl, the white-clothed girl, was stunned. What's going on here? Why is this guy crying so bitterly at the death of a damn summoned creature? The girl said coldly. Are you blackmailing me? Han Fei certainly wouldn't admit this. He got up angrily and walked towards the girl in white. Blackmail? How can you say that? I'm just telling you, sometimes good intentions lead to bad results. I'm teaching you the truth of life, Han Fei said via voice transmission while talking nonsense. Master Hexagon, is it close enough? Come on. Just when the girl was off guard, all of a sudden, 6 purple lights rose into the sky. But this time, Han Fei's eyeballs almost popped out. With a snap, the girl turned into a wisp of light blue smoke. When the smoke condensed again, the girl had already appeared outside the 6-gate formation. The hexagon starfish was shocked. She's so fast, I can't trap her. Han Fei secretly said, You're telling me. I saw it too. The girl frowned and looked at Han Fei. So, you approached me because you wanted to trap me in the purple formation? If my guess is correct, the starfish on you is the legendary hexagon starfish. Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. In fact, he had discovered early that none of the people who recognized the starfish were ordinary people. The girl in front of her could guess it was a hexagon starfish just through the 6-gate formation. This woman did not seem simple. Han Fei held his head high and looked right and left. Really? I don't know. Actually, I just wanted to try your reaction time just now. As a girl, you should be vigilant when you're outside alone. Well, okay, your reaction speed is very good. Keep it up, I have something to do now. I'm leaving. However, Han Fei only took 2 steps before the girl stood in his way. The girl in white with a narrow sword in her hand was elegant, but her face was cold. Do you think I look stupid? You can't snatch my sea-swallowing seashell, so you want to run? Since when does the Grand Void Academy have a shameless disciple like you? Han Fei sneered. It's none of your business? Go away. I don't hit girls. The girl raised one arm horizontally. Don't you know me? Han Fei paused and felt something was wrong. Is this girl very famous? I don't fucking know her. I have never been to the Thousand Star City. Han Fei said awkwardly, this is the first time I've walked out of the Grand Void Academy. I have been cultivating in secret realms before, so of course I don't know you. Bullshit. You are not a disciple of the Grand Void Academy. Who are you, Han Fei? Seeing the Han Fei seemed confused, the white-clothed girl explained. The Grand Void Academy is the most active sect in the Thousand Star City and has been involved in many aspects of the Thousand Star City, including public security, the school system, etc. You said you hadn't been out of the Grand Void Academy? How is that possible? Han Fei's expression remained unchanged. There are people like me in every sect. Otherwise, what if the other sects get to know how talented I am and get jealous of me? The white-clothed girl was at a loss for words, and after quite a while she finally said, You're really shameless, Han Fei said with a black face. Hey, you're too much. How can you insult me? However, what greeted Han Fei was not the retort of the white-clothed girl, but an arc of sword chi. Clang. Han Fei casually blocked it with the embroidery needle and the sword chi was shattered. Huh! The girl in white suddenly disappeared. Then, faint blue smoke appeared all around Han Fei. Immediately afterward, Sword Chi hacked at him from all directions. What the hell is this footwork? Han Fei had thought Xia Xiaoshan's flash was simply one of the most powerful combat skills in the world, but this weird woman's footwork was even more shocking. Han Fei brandished the embroidery needle like a wheel and blocked a lot of the Sword Chi. At the same time, his spiritual perception spread and swept across every inch within a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. What puzzled Han Fei was that he could clearly sense the girl in white, but she was moving too fast. No, there was a problem with the smoke. Hey, Han Fei smiled, grabbed the whetstone, and kept smashing at the condensed smoke. During the period, although a few wisps of sword chi fell on him, he didn't care. The sword chi could only leave some faint blood marks on his body, which would heal in several minutes with the help of the divine healing technique. As he expected, when the blue smoke dissipated, the white-clothed woman appeared, pointing her sword at Han Fei. Han Fei smiled and said, Girl, your strength is not bad, but you still can't beat me. However, it's true that I am not as fast as you. Let's just go our separate ways and leave each other alone, okay? The girl in white pursed her lips. How did you find that there was a problem with the smoke? Han Fei sneered. I'm not stupid. Although the smoke was floating in the air, you fell on it every time. This shows that your speed is based on the blue smoke. If there is no smoke, where can you hide? The girl in white shouted, Take this! As she thrust her sword out, there was an explosive sound as if a gale was blowing and thunder rumbling. Han Fei's face changed slightly. What a strong attack! Han Fei could clearly feel that such a slash was not at all weaker than Two Swords' full-force blow, or to be exact, it was a bit stronger than that. Explode. Han Fei picked up embroidery needle, and without any fancy, smashed at the powerful sword Chi with the wind and thunder shadow. Boom. With a bang, the girl in white took 3 steps back. A surprised gleam flashed across her eyes. An intermediate dangling fisher? Han Fei smiled. Little girl, I've told you that I am an unrivaled genius of the Grand Void Academy. You don't understand my realm. Go, leave me alone. Han Fei just wanted to leave, but the girl's second blow came. This attack was even stronger, at least 50% stronger than the last one. Shoot, Han Fei was speechless. He jumped up and activated the majestic mystic spell to repel the girl dozens of steps away again. Blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Huh, did you use a secret method? Yes, so what? It's none of your business. The white-clothed girl's eyes turned cold. Take my third attack. Chapter 458. Trapped Beauty. Han Fei didn't know which major sect this girl was from. However, her strength was obviously no weaker than that of Two Swords. When she swung her sword out, there was a dragon phantom rushing at him. There was wind and thunder on either side of the dragon, accompanied by flashing electric arcs nearly 30 meters long which carried an overwhelming force. It was only at this moment that Han Fei frowned and he replaced the embroidery needle with the blood-drinking knife. Draw. Compared with the wind-thunder dragon from the white-clothed girl, the drawing art was simple and unadorned. However, the shining blade light smashed all the way against the wind-thunder dragon. Rip! The waves were rolling back, blowing Han Fei's clothes and hair backward. In the billowing tide, Han Fei came on the waves step by step. In his sight, the girl in white launched another strike. Her double sword slashed continuously, blocking his attack. However, just at the moment, the six-gate formation was launched again. This time, the girl was locked in. Off! The girl vomited a mouthful of blood, and a white seahorse appeared behind her. A ray of radiance fell on her, which was actually a power comparable to the healing technique. In Han Fei's eyes, information was displayed. Two-name green cloud horse, Gong Yehan's spiritual beast. Introduction. An exotic seahorse, extremely fast and elegant. It can emit icy sword chi. After activating the water moon cloud chasing art, it can even chase clouds and be as swift as a flying dragon. L level 35 equality. Legendary AC contained spiritual energy, 2602 points, A-food algae, shrimp, planktonic A6UCC's O-combat skills, water moon cloud chasing art AC88 remarks Icho's coming of age, still unable to give a full play to the power of the water moon cloud chasing art. Han Fei was a little surprised. Aren't legendary creatures extremely rare? But how many have I seen today? The spiritual beast of Gong Yehan turned out to be a seahorse. This was the first time he had seen such a big seahorse. It was pure white with a single horn and seemed to have 2 wings, but it didn't spread them. On its body there were circles of light red patterns. This animal was too damn beautiful. Gong Yehan was looking at Han Fei blankly. She never thought that one day she would be beaten by others, especially with the other party looking so relaxed and casual while beating her. Gong Yehan asked, "How much has your secret method increased your strength just now?" There was a faint smile on Han Fei's face, but his heart was not at all calm. His strength had increased by 4 times, and just now he used 80% of his strength. However, such a powerful force was blocked by the 2 slashes of the girl in front of him. Han Fei was almost certain this girl definitely had stronger life-saving combat skills. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Although Gong Yuehan seemed to have also used a certain secret method in her last strike, she was still very strong. What if people like Gong Yuehan and Two Swords also possessed secret methods like the Majestic Mystic spell? Then he would have to run away in despair. Otherwise, if their strength was 5-fold greater, he would have no chance at all. Han Fei walked up. "Hand over your sea-swallowing seashell, and you can go." However, the white-clothed girl didn't seem to panic at all. "You are very strong. Even if you don't use a secret method, you can be regarded as a heavenly talent of the Grand Void Academy. But don't even think about snatching my sea-swallowing seashell." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Don't even think about it? Why not? Your sea-swallowing seashell is mine." With that, a spirit-forbidden net fell from the sky. "Why?" When the girl saw the spirit-forbidden net, her face suddenly changed. "Where did you get a spirit-forbidden net?" the hexagon starfish urged him. Hurry up, here comes someone." When Han Fei heard this, he rushed into the 6-gate formation. No matter what, he would grab her sea-swallowing seashell first, Han Fei said fiercely. "Hand over your sea-swallowing seashell, or I'll take it myself." However, Gong Yehan just pursed her lips. "My fellow sisters are coming. You can't get away. If you rob me, you'll pay a heavy price." Han Fei stared at her. "You just don't want to give it to me, do you? Why is a pretty girl like you so stingy?" With that, Han Fei stretched out his hand with an obscene laugh. Gong Yuehan turned pale. "Hey, what are you doing? You are shameless," Han Fei said indifferently. "Don't worry. I'm not very interested in you, but rather your sea-swallowing seashell." Gong Yehan was still covering her chest with her hands, and Han Fei had already taken off her earrings. Gong Yehan was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a rascal since her childhood. When men saw her, they would either hide away or stick to her like a lapdog, but none of them would treat her like this. In the blink of an eye, 2 of Gong Yehan's earrings had been picked off by Han Fei, and he also took off a jade pendant on her waist. "You thief, stop it," Han Fei hummed and took Gong Yehan's little hands, taking off the cyan jade bracelet on her wrist. Then, he looked at Gong Yehan. "Are you going to give me your sea-swallowing seashell or not?" Gong Yehan looked at Han Fei with horror in her eyes. When Han Fei saw a figure coming from a distance, he hurriedly reached out to search for her sea-swallowing seashell himself. Anyway, Xia Xiaoshan was not here, and he just wanted her sea-swallowing seashell. I'll give it to you. Gong Yuehan felt that she was about to collapse, and her tears fell. "Don't look at me." Han Fei was helpless. "Cut the crap, okay? Are you trying to delay time?" "I don't want to look at you." Gong Yehan squatted on the ground and slowly took out her sea-swallowing seashell, which was immediately grabbed by Han Fei. Before Han Fei stood up, dozens of sound transmissions floated over in the distance. "Gross, let go of Yehan. How dare you? I will kill you today. You scum. You are a dead man. Senior sister, what did you do to my senior sister?" Han Fei got up only to see that there were already 7 or 8 people coming in all directions, and one of them was also wearing the uniform of the Grand Void Academy. At the moment, someone was pointing a knife at the Grand Void Academy disciple. "Tell me what this guy's name is. I must make him kneel at the gate of the Jade Fairy Palace and repent for this mistake he made today." The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was also dumbfounded. However, when he looked at Han Fei, he was stunned. "I don't know him." Han Fei's face changed immediately. Oh, he was still using the face of the Black Ghost. He hadn't expected to meet people from the Grand Void Academy so soon, so he forgot to change his face. But others didn't think so. Nonsense. "He is also from the Grand Void Academy, and you said you don't know him?" Han Fei suddenly said. "Junior brother, I have been wronged. Believe me, I am innocent. We are just fighting normally." The Grand Void Academy disciple shouted angrily, "Who is your junior brother? I don't even know you. Who is your master?" "I've never seen you before," Han Fei said brazenly. "Junior brother, I'm too talented, so I stayed in seclusion in the Grand Void Academy for many years to avoid unnecessary trouble, and my master is the dean. It's not strange that you don't know me, but how can you watch a disciple of our academy being wronged?" The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was confused. Is this true? Is it possible that this guy is the dean's disciple? However, this is Gong Yehan. God's favored one was defeated by this man? Was he really a hidden heavenly talent of the academy? Everyone, this man, Gong Wehen, just wanted to speak, only to be threatened by Han Fei through a voice transmission. If you dare to say a single word, believe it or not, I will tear your clothes. Upon hearing this, Gong Yehan didn't dare to speak again, and her face was ghastly pale in anger. Han Fei immediately straightened up and said seriously, "Victory and defeat are both common in battle. I was already going to let her go, but you guys suddenly popped up and tried to besiege me. Fine, I will give you a chance. Anyone who can hold on for 3 minutes under my attack can leave with their sea-swallowing seashells." 3 minutes? Someone asked. Who knows if your words are true? Han Fei snorted. As a disciple of the Grand Void Academy, of course, my words are true. You are all from famous sects. Today I, Fan Detong, a disciple of the Grand Void Academy, am going to sweep across you guys and display our academy's strength. Outside the formation, the disciple of the Grand Void Academy was stunned when he heard the words. This man did look like a peerless heavenly talent. But his name, Fan Detong, what a lame name. However, Gong Yehan suddenly said, "Don't believe him. He is very strong and you are no match for him at all." Very strong? These people hesitated. They might not believe it if others said it. However, these words came out of Gong Yehen's mouth, so they had to take him seriously. Han Fei bared his teeth and immediately looked at Gong Yehen. "Shut up, this is an upright challenge. If you speak again, believe it or not, I will hang you up and beat the hell out of you." Humph. Gong Yehen turned her head away. This person is simply shameless. In her life, she had never seen another person as brazen as him. Chapter 459, turn a group fight into a one-on-one hit. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let this group of people give up. Han Fei walked out of the 6-gate formation and pointed his rod at the people. "Come on, 2 minutes. I will let go of anyone who can hold out for 2 minutes under my attack. Not only that, but I, Fan Detong, will also immediately leave the steps into the sea. But whoever loses must leave their sea-swallowing seashell and then get out of here." Han Fei stood proudly but thought in his heart, "Anyway, I am not actually Fan Detong. If I lose, I will change to Li Hanye." Achoo. On the sea platform, Li Han suddenly sneezed. He was very depressed. He'd had a bad day recently due to Han Fei. Did he get sick? He was already a dangling fisher. If he got sick, the others would laugh at him. Seeing Han Fei's overbearing and arrogant manner, the disciples of the Grand Void Academy had completely believed him. He exclaimed in his heart, "This man is really a worthy disciple of the Dean. Look how powerful and confident he is. He must be so excited to finally be out and exploring. What's all the fuss with the Jade Fairy Palace? Even your most outstanding talent was defeated by us." He could even imagine, this time, if Han Fei can defeat all his opponents, when he returns to the Thousand-Star City, the Grand Void Academy's fame will be greatly boosted up and could even match that of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Jade Fairy Palace. Seeing they were still hesitating, Han Fei suddenly shouted angrily, "What are you waiting for? If you don't dare to accept my challenge, how can you have the cheek to claim to be strong masters?" Immediately, someone blushed. "I, Feng Yifei from the Origin Returning Peak, accept this challenge from Fan Datong of the Grand Void Academy." Han Fei held his head high. Good. Feng Yifei's weapon turned out to be a fan. His spiritual beast was a blue-tide turtle, and his 2 contractual spiritual beasts were a thorntail wind snake and a butterfly starworm. As the fan danced, flying needles shot at Han Fei all over the sky, and the peculiar ability of that butterfly starworm was flashing, so this young man was confident that he would be able to hold on for 2 minutes with his flashing ability. However, to everyone's shock, Han Fei actually pulled out a longbow and shot out 3 consecutive arrows with his eyes closed. Han Fei didn't dare to use the 6th arrow for fear of accidentally killing this man. However, the 5th arrow of the War Soul art was more than enough to beat a peak-level dangling fisher. 3 arrows came out together, consuming nearly 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Bam, bam, bam. In the air, the arrows exploded in 3 different places. After the 3 blows, the man lay on the ground drenched in blood, his clothes torn. Wow, Han Fei defeated the disciple from the Origin Returning Peak within a minute. This strength awed everyone present. Now no one doubted Han Fei's identity anymore. They never believed that an ordinary person could have this strength. The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was puzzled. Can our dean teach bow skills? However, then he convinced himself that the dean was so powerful that he was capable of anything. It was just because the senior brother was too excellent that he taught him additional combat skills. Gong Yuehen, who was still in the Spirit Forbidden Net, opened her eyes wide at this moment. That guy was using a stick and a knife just now, but then he changed to use a bow and seemed to be so good at it. Gong Yuehen was dumbfounded. So were the others. Is this guy a hidden trump card of the Grand Void Academy? The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was grinning from ear to ear as if it was he who had won a victory. But Han Fei just calmly put away the blue sea wandering dragon bow and said, "Your sea-swallowing seashell." Feng Yifei flushed, panting hard and looking embarrassed. He threw his sea-swallowing seashell out and his face turned pale and red, then he quickly disappeared in the seawater. Next, Han Fei looked around at everyone, arrogantly lifting his chin high. In the crowd, a tall big boy stood up. "Shu Wei from the Mountain Sea Pavilion, armorist, please advise." Han Fei looked at this man up and down. How many damn sects are there? This is already the 7th, isn't it? Is the 1,000-star city really that big? Can it accommodate so many sects? Well, brother, how old are you? The armorist replied. 16. Han Fei smiled. But you look like a 26-year-old. Can you find a girlfriend, Shu Wei? Han Fei used the embroidery needle this time and said to Shu Wei, come on. The sea suddenly surged and the armor box was overflowing with colorful radiance. Han Fei frowned. Does this match your sturdy figure? Little girls liked these bells and whistles, but wasn't it weird for a man to embellish his armor box like this? However, Han Fei didn't take this man lightly at all, because one wheel after another appeared in the colorful glow. Han Fei's eyelids flicked. Cool. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei's footwork was very elusive, and he managed to narrowly evade the golden wheels every time. In the eyes of everyone, Han Fei was approaching Shu Wei quickly like a shadow. But Shu Wei just smiled. Sky wheel dance. In an instant, 100 golden wheels gushed out, covering all directions, crazily darting at Han Fei. Han Fei put his foot on a golden wheel, his body floated upwards, and pieces of golden wheels surged up behind him. When Han Fei was a few hundred meters above the ground, the whetstone grew tens of meters large in the sky, abruptly blocking those golden wheels. Crack, 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 crack. Han Fei's face changed slightly, and the spiritual energy on the whetstone exploded in an instant. As the seawater surged, a giant rod fell from the sky. The speed was so fast that Shu Wei hurriedly summoned hundreds of the wheels back to block it. However, Shu Wei underestimated the weight of the embroidery needle. Except for Han Fei, no one present could lift the embroidery needle. Therefore, Shu Wei fell to the ground under this blow and could not get up anymore. One of the other 2 female disciples of the Jade Fairy Palace quickly performed a treatment on Shu Wei and stabilized his condition. The whole process seemed extremely dangerous, but it happened so very fast. It only took Han Fei minimal effort to dodge the golden wheels. Shu Wei was defeated a minute and a half later. After the defeat of Feng Yifei and Shu Wei, everyone else was a bit scared. The young man who kept yelling to save Gong Yuehan had shut up at the moment. Han Fei pointed the embroidery needle at him. Come, didn't you say you wanted to kill me? I'll stand still and let you hit me. If you make my feet move within 2 minutes, you win. Han Fei was not that broad-minded. This guy yelled the most fiercely just now. He certainly couldn't let him off. The boy turned pale. Where did this guy pop up? He is too strong. The disciples of the Mountain Sea Pavilion are famous for their incredible strength, but Shu Wei couldn't even resist a single blow from him. Besides, he saw Han Fei suddenly put away the rod before taking out a kitchen knife. Yes, he was sure he saw it right. It was definitely a kitchen knife. How could this guy defend himself with such a short knife? Gong Yehan rolled her eyes. The kitchen knife was Fan Datong's strongest weapon. However, this time she was not prepared to remind this boy. She didn't like this boy who kept pestering her, so she didn't mind Han Fei teaching him a lesson. Anyway, as a disciple of the Grand Void Academy, Han Fei wouldn't really kill him. Zhaishun, come on. Brother Fan is just defending. Zhaishun was speechless. Why don't you fucking fight him? Fan Daitong is so strong. I am definitely not on par with him, however. A man would never act like a coward in front of his dream girl. If he flinched at this moment, how could he still have the cheek to chase his goddess? Therefore, Zhaishun decided that even if he would lose, he must lose like a real warrior. Anyway, he just needed to make Han Fei's feet move. Therefore, Zhaishun directly gave up those fancy combat skills. What he needed to do was just attack him as hard as he could. Zhaishun thrust his spear at Han Fei. The spear danced like a flying dragon, bursting with spiritual energy and wrapped with a centipede phantom, and the seawater burst several times. Han Fei suddenly said to the others, Junior brothers, I will teach you the truth today. Attack is the best defense. This is what the dean taught me. Swoosh. Draw. The blade light flashed, and the spear's momentum was instantly shattered, and Zhaishun turned pale with fright. The knife light was going to kill him, and he was not in the mood to care about the goddamned goddess. He immediately took out his amulet. Clang, the light on the amulet dimmed, and Zhaishun's feet slid dozens of meters on the ground. Puff, gulp, seeing this scene, the others all swallowed nervously. Wow, Zhaishun was defeated so easily. This guy was simply too strong. Only the disciple from the Grand Void Academy said respectfully to Han Fei, Senior brother, thank you for your instruction. Chapter 460, Fan Datong, you wait and see. After Han Fei had won 3 battles and was about to continue to challenge the others, many people retreated. Someone said, Brother Fan, you were the disciple of the Dean of the Grand Void Academy. Why do you have to give us a hard time? Let's just let it go, okay? The 2 girls from the Jade Fairy Palace also said, Senior Brother Fan, could we take Senior Sister away? Han Fei put his hand behind his back and said solemnly, Cultivators should never be afraid of fighting. Cowardice is a demon to us. You don't understand, but I do. I can't leave you with regret, so the battles must go on. Everyone, Han Fei suddenly said, Oh, by the way, Junior brother, you have to fight me too, but I won't take your sea-swallowing seashell. Huh? The disciple of the Grand Void Academy's face became stiff, and he felt a bit aggrieved. Why do I have to fight you two? Han Fei secretly transmitted a message to him. Don't worry. Before I came out, my master told me to remember to suppress other sects without irritating them. So what can I do? I have no choice. The man responded, Senior brother, I understand you. Okay, I'll try my best to fight you so that they can't find an excuse to blame you. Hanfei praised him. Junior brother, you're so sensible and considerate. When I return to the sect, I will tell my master what you have done for our academy. The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was very excited and almost shed tears of gratitude. Although he pretended to be nonchalant on the surface, his eyes were full of gratitude. With Hanfei in front, these people didn't know what to do. If they ran away, it would be a disgrace to their sects. If they didn't, they obviously couldn't beat this guy. However, for the sake of their sect's reputation, they all chose to stay in the end. Then, 1, 2, 7, after a while, 7 people left, 7 sea-swallowing seashells. Only the disciple from the Grand Void Academy didn't leave. Hanfei hushed him and asked the hexagon starfish to remove the 6-gate formation. Then he collected the spirit-forbidden net and looked at Gong Yehan with a smile. No offense. Shameless. Hanfei said seriously, it's just how cultivation is. How can you call me shameless? I, Fan Datong, don't think I did anything wrong. You don't understand it, but I do, and you will also understand it one day. Gong Yehan blushed and snorted, and her figure gradually faded away. When there were only 2 people left, Hanfei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Junior brother, may I ask what your name is? Senior brother, my name is xuanhuan. Hanfei nodded lightly. Why are you alone here? Where are your other fellow sisters and brothers? xuanhuan's eyes dimmed slightly. Senior brother, we ran into the Mountain Sea Pavilion on the 18th floor. After the battle, more than a dozen fellow brothers and sisters were sent out of here. Later, on the 19th, 19th, and 99th floors, a few more left. In the end, only I and 5 other people entered the 200th floor. Among them, 1 was kicked out by Mo Feiyan, and I don't know what happened to the others. Hanfei had sent out 2 of them, plus this xuanhuan, so there should still be 2 more people. Hanfei nodded slightly. Yes, I am afraid the 2001st floor will be far more difficult than this floor. You'd better not go down rashly. xuanhuan asked, Senior brother, why did you come alone? If you came with us, you would have been able to lead a large number of us into the 200th floor. Hanfei sighed. This is my master's plan. He said that if I led the team, you wouldn't get enough training. Besides, I have been cultivating for so long, not for the 200th floor. It's said that Cao Tian may have made it to the 200th floor now. By the way, Tang Ge, have you seen him? When I was on the 99th floor, I had a fight with him. This person is really powerful and made me consume a lot of resources. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to snatch others' sea-swallowing seashells. Upon hearing this, xuanhuan was shocked. Senior brother, have you met the monster Tunga? Were you injured? Hanfei shook his head slightly. No, but that guy is very tough. I tried my best, but only drew a tie with him. Alas, huh? Senior brother, you drew a tie with Tunga? Hanfei pretended to be shy. Fortunately, I managed to fight to a tie. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been on the 200th floor. By the way, have you ever met him? xuanhuan was very excited. How powerful is this strange senior brother? He fought Tungge of the Heavenly Sword Sect to a tie, defeated Gong Yehan of the Jade Fairy Palace, and also planned to catch up with Cao Tian on the steps into the sea, which simply fascinated him. I haven't met Tungge. He has always been a loner, and people will avoid him when they meet him. I'm afraid he has already reached the 21st floor at this moment. Hanfei was non-committal and then asked, Then have you met Two Swords? I met him on the 19th floor. He seems to be with the little fatty from the Cao family. xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Senior brother, have you also fought Two Swords? Hanfei shook his head. No, I didn't have time to fight him at the time, but his sword Qi is very strong, so I think he should be a good opponent. xuanhuan said, Senior brother, you will definitely be able to beat him. Two Swords can't beat Tungge and Gong Yuehan. However, I haven't met them either. Hanfei was speechless. How come you haven't met anyone? Then who the fuck have you met? Hanfei narrowed his eyes. Junior brother Ji, are there still many people on the 200th floor? I need to snatch some sea-swallowing seashells. Which direction do you think I should go in? xuanhuan asked in amazement. Do you still lack sea-swallowing seashells, senior brother? Hanfei shook his head. Once you enter the 2001st floor, there will be fewer people on the lower floors. Although I have some spares, I'm afraid it won't be enough. If I want to catch up with Cao Tian, I may need more resources. xuanhuan took out his sea-swallowing seashell. Hanfei looked at it avidly, but he didn't know if xuanhuan was testing him out or not. After all, it would be strange for a senior brother to snatch his junior brother's resources. Hanfei shook his head and said, Junior brother, I can't take your sea-swallowing seashell. Tell me where the other people are and I will get theirs. xuanhuan couldn't help but think, a strong master is a strong master. Although senior brother is only an intermediate dangling fisher, he is so damn strong, he doesn't need my sea-swallowing seashell. xuanhuan said, Senior brother, if you want to snatch sea-swallowing seashells, you definitely can't go this way. As he said this, xuanhuan pointed to Hanfei's left side. There are a lot of people gathering there. Sunmu and Mo Feiyan seem to be there, as well as many disciples from the Heavenly Sword sects, Death Door sect, and Origin Returning Peak. Hanfei was shocked. Why are they gathering there? xuanhuan shrugged. Most people are offering sacrifices or fighting with summoned creatures. As for people like Sunmu, they can enter the 2001st floor, but I don't know why they stay here. Han Fei nodded. Okay, I got it. Then I will start on the other side. As for people like Sun Mu, I will go to meet them later. Xuanhuan was surprised. Senior brother, are you going to fight them? Han Fei smiled. Yes. If our Grand Void Academy wants to make a name, we need to take these big clan children as our stepping stone. Good idea, senior brother. I'm flattered. Han Fei thought for a moment. Should he just send Xuanhuan away? However, he wasn't sure if there were other disciples from the Grand Void Academy here. If there were, he could use Xuanhuan as a guise, so he gave up the thought of sending him out. Junior brother Ji, enjoy your trip here. I'm going to go around the 200th floor. Xuanhuan bowed to him. Senior brother, take care, take care. Han Fei left in the direction indicated by Xuanhuan. As for Xuanhuan, he might want to kill Han Fei after leaving the step into the sea. In fact, it was not Xuanhuan, but Gong Yuehen and the disciples of those big sects who wanted to kill him. There was an uproar on the steps into the sea. Many disciples of the major sects in the Thousand-Star City were kicked out, not one or two, but groups. When Gong Yuehen appeared on the steps into the sea, many people were stunned, and many people even put their business aside and came to watch her. Ordinary people didn't know Gong Yuehen, but every disciple from the major sects did. Oh, impossible! Someone hurriedly shouted to Gong Yuehen, Senior Sister Gong, did you come out for something? Gong Yuehen was stunned. The disciples of almost all the major sects were here, no exceptions. Look at the uniforms. As soon as Gong Yuehen arrived on the shore, some female disciples from the Jade Fairy Palace ran over. Senior sister, we were deceived. Huh? The girls chattered. That Fan Datong is not a disciple of the Dean from the Grand Void Academy at all. He is a big villain. He is known as the Black Ghost of the Black and White Ghosts in the 3rd level fishery, who will stop at no evil and even eat humans. He is also on the wanted list. Gong Yuhen, after a moment? Gong Yuhen was flushed with anger, clenching her fists and gnashing her teeth. Fan Datong, you wait and see. Chapter 461. Sister-in-law Han Fei didn't care what happened outside. No matter what, it was none of his business. Let everyone hate Fan Datong. He was disguised as Fan Datong just to get into the steps into the sea and did what he wanted to do more conveniently. However, they met the little fatty of the Cao family halfway through, causing them not only to safely enter the steps into the sea, but also to make a name for themselves. Han Fei thought now that the black and white ghosts were notorious. He might as well rob all the people on the first 200 floors of the steps into the sea. At this point, his second goal had almost been achieved. In fact, he could already reveal his real identity. After all, no matter how strong the black and white ghosts were, if he couldn't use all his combat skills, his combat power would be compromised. This problem was particularly evident for Xia Xiaoshan. Although Xia Xiaoxiao was still very strong even if she didn't use her hunter abilities, it was because of the majestic mystic spell. Once her energy was exhausted, she would have to become her original self. At this moment, Han Fei rushed along the way, or rather, deceived and robbed along the way. Where he passed, no one was spared. If people appeared in teams, Han Fei might need to use his brain. If he encountered a single person or a combination of two people, he would just go straight up and rob them. Of course, many people ran away and some people directly crushed their flash stones and escaped. However, most people couldn't escape. After all, no one would take an intermediate dangling fisher seriously. And then the facts told them that even intermediate dangling fishers could be unimaginably strong. Then Han Fei met Mu Ling. Yes, Han Fei met Mu Ling. At this moment, Mu Ling was fighting with 3 disciples from the Death Door sect. Han Fei was surprised to see that. Judging from the way Mu Ling treated Cao Chu on the upper level, she should have a powerful background. Why did the people from the Death Door sect dare to attack her? However, what surprised Han Fei even more was that Mu Ling, a spirit gatherer, could easily resist the attacks of a soul warrior, an armorist, and a hunter. This was what shocked Han Fei. Han Fei saw that Mu Ling pushed with one hand and a formation appeared in the air. Then she stomped on the ground and a defensive formation blocked several attacks. As her finger pointed, a killing formation popped up, trapping the armorist. Gee, Tanga has really got a good girlfriend. Without even thinking, Han Fei came up to help Mu Ling, shouting, "Don't you 3 feel ashamed to bully a girl together? Let me teach you a lesson." The hunter came out, looked at Han Fei, and sneered. An intermediate dangling fisher from the Grand Void Academy? What makes you think you can meddle in our affairs? Han Fei smiled faintly. Do you know why hunters are called hunters? Because they are good at sneak attacks. But do you want to confront me head on? With that, Han Fei launched an attack at him. Although the hunter disappeared in the next moment, Han Fei didn't want to chase him, but rather lure him to get close. 1 minute later, the 6-gate formation rose. Han Fei stood in the 6-gate formation and chuckled. Look, you are definitely not a qualified hunter. Bam, bam, bam. He swept out with the embroidery needle 3 times in a row and knocked the hunter to the ground. Then throwing the embroidery needle on him, Han Fei directly snatched his sea-swallowing seashell. Just as Han Fei was about to wound this man and kick him out, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Don't touch him. Remove the purple formation. Han Fei? Yen? Han Fei? Didn't mind letting this guy go. Anyway, he had got his sea-swallowing seashell. But why did Muling ask him to do so? Once he had Master Hexagon remove the six-gate formation, this hunter would definitely run away. Sure enough, as soon as the six-gate formation was removed, the hunter immediately cooperated with the armorist and the soul warrior and shattered the killing formation in one fell swoop, and then the three of them ran away. Han Fei was puzzled. Why did you let them go? Muling nodded lightly. It's okay. Just let them go. Why? Muling smiled. Tunga wants to help you, but he can't do it too blatantly. Now, after we let these three people go, people will think Tunga owes you one because you saved me. Then he will have a justified excuse to help you. Han Fei's eyelids flicked. This woman is so quick-witted and scheming. In such a short time, she had worked out a very smart way to make use of this simple encounter. Based on this alone, Han Fei knew that this woman was definitely not simple. She was very smart, and he felt she was a bit like Yang Ruyun. However, Han Fei still frowned. This doesn't make much sense. Because of this favor, Tang Ge may help me fight the people of the Death Door sect. But as for others, no. Muling shook her head slightly. Don't underestimate this seemingly insignificant favor. Everyone knows that Tunga is a person who values affection and righteousness. He can use this excuse to help you fight people of 3 or 4 sects. Even if he can't help you much this time, he can still help you the next time. Han Fei was surprised. So many? Muling smiled. Of course, maybe even more. Actually, there are not many disciples from the 7 sects in the 1,000-star city who can enter the 200th floor. But as long as they can reach this point, they will not be weak. However, most of them are no match for Tang Jie. Therefore, he and I can help you solve a lot of trouble. Are there only 7 major sects in the 1,000-star city? Muling nodded. There are only 7 large ones. Muling looked at the uniform of the Grand Void Academy that Han Fei was wearing and couldn't help but smile. I think you have probably met them all. Han Fei calculated in his head. The disciples from the Grand Void Academy were almost all gone. Now he was the leader of the Grand Void Academy team. Tunga and Muling represented the Heavenly Sword sect, so the people of the Sky Sword sect would not go against him. The Mountain Sea Tower team had been cleared up on the upper floors. Their team leader, Yu Xian, had been kicked out and there were probably not many of them left. Gong Yuhan of the Jade Fairy Palace has also gone out, so there should be no top players on this team anymore. Besides, Xia Xiaoshan and Two Swords were still clearing up those marginal figures. In this way, the people of the 7 major sects seem to have been solved. Han Fei chuckled. Sister-in-law, why are you here? Why aren't you with Tang Ge? Muling's face turned red immediately, and she seemed to be shy because Han Fei called her sister-in-law. Seeing this, Han Fei secretly laughed. This girl seemed to really love Tang Ge. Han Fei didn't feel anything wrong with the girl. Just because she was smart didn't mean she was scheming. And there must be a reason for Tunga to choose Muling. He believed that if a man like Tunga who was upright and righteous chose her, she must have some merit. Muling quickly recovered herself. Although she still blushed, Han Fei could see that she seemed very happy. Well, he should be helping you clear up your opponents now, huh? Han Fei's face changed slightly. I told him not to act rashly. Muling shook her head slightly. Since you are his best buddy, you should know him. There are many people on the 200th floor, so he will only let you face so many people alone. He will definitely help you deal with some of them. Then Muling added, don't worry, there are almost all the children of the big families and disciples of the major sects in the 1,000-star city on the 200th floor. It is common for people to compete for resources. Especially Tang Ge, he has more reasons to snatch because everyone believes that he can definitely enter lower floors. However, the further he goes down, the greater the sacrifice required. It makes sense for him to rob others. When Han Fei heard what Muling said, he was relieved and then smirked. Sister-in-law, you can rest assured, when I see him I will talk to him. How can he put aside such a beautiful woman and run to fight? That is a shame. Hee. Muling couldn't help but laugh and then blush. Since you regard me as your sister-in-law, if you go to the 1,000-star city in the future, don't hesitate to contact me when you need a hand. Even if he doesn't help you, I will help you. Chapter 462, the unlucky Yangde Yu Muling didn't go with Han Fei and didn't seem to care about being besieged. Han Fei could see that she was confident. Just now, she calmly faced the siege of 3 fishers and wasn't afraid at all. He guessed Muling must have some trump cards. Han Fei didn't ask her about that. After all, he didn't know Muling well. Whether this woman was trustworthy or not remained to be proven. Therefore, they simply chatted for a while and then separated. Han Fei continued to rob whoever he came across. After half an hour or so, Han Fei walked to the end, so he changed direction and continued to rob. After another half an hour, he met Xia Xiaoshan. When he saw Xia Xiaoshan, she was fighting with 3 people listlessly. Because she couldn't reveal her identity as a hunter, she was fighting with difficulty. Seeing that Xia Xiaoshan didn't use the majestic mystic spell, he knew that she must have used up her stored energy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been fighting for so long with these 3 people. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei had not yet arrived before the spiritual energy arrows had been shot, leaving 3 flashing spiritual lights in the seawater. Who is it? A disciple of the Grand Void Academy? Brother, why did you attack us? The 3 people quickly backed away. Han Fei had cast out the embroidery needle, which broke through the water and hit a person's turtle shield. With a bang, the shield shattered. By surprise, Xia Xiaoshan came up and stabbed, making another person fall to the ground. The remaining one responded promptly, crushing a flash stone and fleeing away. After receiving the 2 sea-swallowing seashells, Xia Xiaoshan didn't speak and she looked angry. Han Fei waved his hand in front of Xia Xiaoshan's eyes. What's wrong with you? Why this look? Xia Xiaoshan glared at Han Fei. My energy has been exhausted and I have already eaten 20 spiritual fruits. I can't hold on anymore. Why did you come so late? Han Fei, well, Master Hexagon, open the door. Let's eat hot pot. Inside the door, Xia Xiaoshan was really hungry and was gobbling down food. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Why don't you eat your spiritual fruits? Anyway, you grabbed so many sea-swallowing seashells, in which there are a lot of spiritual fruits. We don't lack that. Xia Xiaoshan rolled her eyes at Han Fei. Why don't you try eating 20 spiritual fruits in one go? Han Fei froze. He seemed to have forgotten that not everyone could swallow too many spiritual fruits at once. Although the spiritual energy that a spiritual fruit contained was not too much for dangling fishers, eating too many of them would cause unstable breath and energy conflicts in the body. It must be because Xia Xiaoshan ate too many spiritual fruits and felt sick that she looked listless. Han Fei smiled. How many sea-swallowing seashells have you snatched? Xia Xiaoshan took a large bite of sea cucumber and mumbled, Only 21? Let's just show our real identities. I think I can grab at least 50 or even more if I can use the abilities of a hunter. Han Fei shook his head. Wait, don't expose it until you can't wait any longer. Otherwise, do you want to be besieged by thousands of people when we go out? We have a disguise. What if someone has a way to see through our disguise? Besides, wouldn't it be a pity to give up the name of the black and white ghosts? Xia Xiaoshan snorted. I don't care. If I can't use my hunter abilities, you will fight and I will just watch by the side. The hexagon starfish added, I'll watch by the side too. Han Fei raised his head and scolded, It's none of your business. Shut up. While they were talking, a large piece of sea cucumber meat in the pot flew into the air and was sucked in by the hollow black hole. Han Fei took out a lot of sea-swallowing seashells with a clatter and said, I think we've got enough sea-swallowing seashells. On the 200th floor, I got 52, plus the 21 you got, it's 73, plus some that Tangi got and some Two Swords got. Too many people have disappeared. I am afraid that it will be noticed soon. Xia Xiaoshan muttered, It has already been noticed. The people I have encountered are getting fewer and fewer. Several times, I saw teams of 7 or 8 people. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been caught by them. Han Fei chuckled. This is only temporary. Below the 21st floor, there will be no one. Xia Xiaoshan pouted. I don't care. I quit. You fight if you want. Han Fei shrugged. Indeed, after reaching the 200th floor, the battles were indeed getting harder and harder. Above this floor, she could sweep across without the majestic mystic spell. But after reaching the 200th floor, once she encountered more than 2 people, she would have to use the secret method. Otherwise, even if she could beat them, they would probably escape. Han Fei said leisurely, It seems that it is time to make a breakthrough to be advanced. Dangling fishers. When we pass the 21st floor, let's find a place where there is no one and start cultivating. Xia Xiaoshan interjected. I ate a bunch of fruits. I feel I can make a breakthrough now. Han Fei was puzzled. Must you make the breakthrough now? No. Then wait. After Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan came out of the 6-gate formation, the 2-person team once again started to snatch sea-swallowing seashells. At this moment, Xia Xiaoshan was no longer Xia Xiaoshan and she had a new face, but she didn't use the 1,000 faces technique. At this moment, Xia Xiaoshan covered her whole body with the metamorphosis water. Immediately afterward, her appearance was changing, so were her clothes. In the end, Han Fei watched Xia Xiaoshan turn into a man. Han Fei said with a black face, You're too much. Can't you become a little girl? Why do you have to become a man to disgust me? Xia Xiaoshan snorted. So people won't suspect me. Han Fei turned his head and refused to look at her. Fortunately, it was on the bottom of the sea and people couldn't distinguish her real gender by voice. Otherwise, with his head tilted, Han Fei suddenly saw a strange man appear in front of him. The point was, this guy was still pouting for a kiss. Puff, go away. Xia Xiaoshan laughed, giggle, Xiao, Han Fei. While they were horsing around, they met 7 or 8 people. However, it took nearly an hour before they met 7 or 8 people, which was obviously abnormal. Perhaps most people went to the center of the platform. Or most people were cleared up. Han Fei wasn't sure how many people he had sent out, but no matter what, there should be many people in the center of this level, quickly. Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan met Two Swords and Cao Chu. When they saw that Xia Xiaoshan had turned into a man, Cao Chu was almost dumbfounded. He repeatedly asked, "What the fuck is this disfigurement?" He didn't stop asking until Xia Xiaoshan smashed him into the air with her stick. Two Swords looked at Han Fei strangely. "So, now you have become the disciple of the dean from the Grand Void Academy?" Han Fei raised an eyebrow. "Do I look like it?" Cao Chao gave a thumbs up. "Yes, since you can defeat Gong Yuehan, you can pretend to be a disciple of any sect." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Cut the crap. There are so many in the center." "What are you going to do?" Xia Xiaoshan stated. "You should be responsible for solving half of them. Otherwise, we won't do anything." Cold and arrogant as Two Swords, he couldn't help but laugh. "He? Solve half of them?" Han Fei emphasized. "The 7 sects can be excluded." "Why?" Xiao Chao, Xiao Xiao, and Two Swords questioned at the same time. Han Fei smiled mysteriously. "When the time comes, you will know." "Now, Cao Chu, how many people can you solve?" Cao Chu said mysteriously. "If I say I can solve 100, will you believe me?" After he finished boasting, however, he found that the 3 of them had already gone far, and Han Fei was still muttering, "Above all else, I hate braggarts." "Hey, I didn't brag," Han Fei said without looking back. "Okay, prove it." At this time, Yang Deyu couldn't bear it anymore and was not going to stay with Sun Mu and the others. Waiting for Han Fei? God knew when Han Fei would come. Instead of waiting for Han Fei here like an idiot, he might as well go snatch some sea-swallowing seashells and rush all the way down. As for the sea-swallowing seashells in Han Fei's hand, let Sun Mu grab them. He didn't know Han Fei well. However, he was familiar with Sun Mu. He would rob Sun Mu after Sun Mu robbed Han Fei. Then he'd like to see what the Sun family would say. However, after leaving the center, Yang Deyu was disappointed. "Why is no one here? Why haven't I met anyone after so long? Young master, no one is here. How about going to the next floor?" Yang Deyu glanced sideways at both of his henchmen. "Next floor? Can you guys go to the next floor?" Suddenly, Yang Deyu's eyes lit up. "Oh, finally, some people have appeared, and there are 4 of them. Lucky me." Chapter 463, his hands were trembling. When Yang Deyu brought 2 of his subordinates to rush towards Han Fei and his teammates were also rushing to them. There weren't many other people around, so both sides wanted to get in on the action. Therefore, no one wanted to let the other party go. After a moment, when Yang Deyu saw Cao Chu, he was so excited. "Come on, it's Cao Chu. This guy is covered with treasures. Let's rob him." Young Master Wang is also here," Yang Deyu disdainfully said. "Two Swords is nothing. I can make him cry like a girl with my big axes. As for the guy from the Grand Void Academy and the man I don't know, I will leave them to you 2. "Yes, boss." When Cao Chu saw Yang Deyu, he hurriedly said, "Not good. It's crazy Yang. Let's leave here." However, Han Fei grabbed his belt before he could run. "Don't be such a coward, okay? Yang Deyu is just a stupid brat. Leave him to me." After that, Han Fei let the hexagon starfish hide in his clothes. God knew if Yang Deyu had noticed Master Hexagon when he was in the sea grasslands. At such a critical moment, Han Fei didn't want anything out of his control. Wang Zetian shouted, "Are you going to fight Yang Deyu?" Han Fei shot him a weird look. "Yes? Come on, solve his 2 men. Wang Zetian did not refute. If Yang Deyu wasn't included, he could easily solve the other people alone. Therefore, Wang Zetian said, 10 minutes will be enough. Upon hearing this, Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan didn't react at all. Wang Zetian frowned questioningly. "Isn't this speed fast? Why are you not surprised?" If Wang Zetian knew that Han Fei defeated Gong Yehan with only 3 blows, he would be dumbfounded. At this moment, with a swoosh, Yang Deyu rushed over. Although his black crystal axes were gone, he had 2 new axes that were not weaker than the previous ones. The axes were shining with a cold glint. On this side, Han Fei picked up the embroidery needle and sped up, facing Yang Deyu tit for tat. "Idiot from the Grand Void Academy? Fuck off." "Hey, Crazy Yang, they said your double axes are invincible. Is that true? Humph, do you want to die?" Of these 2 people, one chopped with double axes and the other thrust with a long stick. In Yang Deyu's opinion, when it came to fighting, of course close-quarter melee combat was the most exciting. He liked the feeling of chopping and hacking with his axes. However, when the stick collided with the axes, Yang Deyu felt a huge force pressing at him from the stick. Not bad. Come on. Clang, clang. Yang Deyu chopped 3 times in a row, setting off ripples in every direction. A IOW. But Han Fei was different. Being chopped at by Yang Deyu, he backed away, yelling, "Crazy Yang's double axes are nothing more than this. How could Yang Deyu bear this?" He immediately chopped at him again. However, just at this time, 6 purple lights shot up into the sky, and Han Fei suddenly slammed him directly into the 6-gate formation. Spirit Forbidden Net. Cao Chu rushed over and cast the net into the 6-gate formation. "Boss. Asshole. Shameless." In the 6-gate formation, Yang Deyu suddenly howled angrily. The double axes revolved, blasting the seawater upside down, making the Spirit Forbidden Net unable to cover him. Han Fei shouted angrily, "Cao Chu, what the fuck are you doing? Can't you cover him with the net?" Cao Chu, immediately afterward, Han Fei's face changed slightly when he saw Yang Daiyu's momentum soar suddenly, breaking the dangling fisher realm almost instantly and reaching the hanging fisher realm in one fell swoop, opening a way with the first strike, clang, crack. The hexagon starfish was horrified. Not good, he is so strong. The six-gate formation can't stop him. Han Fei also widened his eyes. Is this lunatic so fierce? But just after the first strike, Yang Daiyu shouted again. Pacifying the universe with the second strike, crack. In Han Fei's stunned gaze, the six-gate formation suddenly shattered. This was definitely the first time the six-gate formation was broken. Was the hexagon starfish not strong enough? No, absolutely not. This six-gate formation was the trump card of the hexagon starfish. Even the six-gate formation was broken, which showed how strong Yang Daiyu was. Cao Chu cried, "Oh my god, you guys hold out, I'm leaving." The hexagon starfish was shocked. Not good, I'm injured and my six-gate formation is broken. I want to go home. Han Fei's face turned dark. Shut up, watch how I conquer him. Yang Daiyu's face was all red and he was staring at Han Fei fiercely. You little bastard of the Grand Void Academy? I didn't want to kill you, but now you've really pissed me off. Die, judging life and death with the third strike. When the third strike came, Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan were both stunned. A huge crab like a 50-meter-tall phantom with two battle axe-like pincers appeared. Iname Frantic Axe Crab, Yang Daiyu's spiritual beast introduction. A rare deep-sea demonic crab. It can be called the king crab when it matures and can cut through mountains and cleave the sea at its peak state, with shocking defense power and terrifying destructive power. Most of them are deep-sea demons. L level 36 quality. Legendary 8C contained spiritual energy, 2,856 points, omnivorous 86 combat skills. 7 Furious Axes, OC contained soul power, 888, aid remarks to variation. Period. Xia Xiaoshan said, it looks just like the crab that appeared in the big fish tide in the heavenly desolate city. Han Fei's face was dark. He had always wondered how Yang Daiyu could be in the same league with Mo Feiyan and Sun Mu. It turned out that although this guy was an idiot, his combat power was superb. Very few big clan children could be his opponents. Majestic mystic spell. Let me send you to hell. Han Fei didn't understand why these people recited these fancy mantras in fighting. They sounded so stupid. The embroidery needle in his hand became dozens of times thicker in the blink of an eye. He held the embroidery needle in both hands as if he was holding a large pillar and smashed it head-on against the big axes that seemed to be cutting the sky open. Boom. On the other side, Wang Zitian's eyelids jumped. What is going on here? How has this bastard suddenly become so powerful? It was not obvious when Han Fei was fighting Tang Jie. While they fought, they set off surging waves, so the others didn't see clearly how powerful they were. However, the battle between Han Fei and Yang Daiyu was a close-quarter melee. When they collided, ripples erupted endlessly. Where the two of them were, the seawater was emptied and filled up quickly, making two huge vortices spinning rapidly. Bam! Yang Daiyu was sent flying hundreds of meters away, so was Han Fei. Yang Daiyu was bleeding from 7 orifices, and his arms were drooping. Han Fei's hands were trembling, and he poked the embroidery needle into the ground, unable to lift it. Han Fei swore in his heart. With 5 times his strength, he only fought to a tie with Yang Daiyu. That was simply incredible. Yang Daiyu was no longer excited. Are you fucking kidding me? Is this truly a disciple of the Grand Void Academy? If you told me that this was a disciple of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, I may believe it. But, a disciple of the Grand Void Academy? Impossible. Yang Daiyu immediately shouted angrily, "Who are you? You are definitely not from the Grand Void Academy." Han Fei responded, "I am a disciple of the Dean. How can you doubt my identity?" Bullshit. The Dean of the Grand Void Academy doesn't have any disciples. Bastard, how dare you pretend to be from the Grand Void Academy? Wait for their revenge, Han Fei yelled. Nonsense. Is it you or I who knows my master better? Does he have to report to you before he receives a disciple? Yang Daiyu scoffed. I will ask him myself when I go back. Go ahead. Unable to trick him into telling the truth, Yang Daiyu shouted. If it weren't for the rush, I would be able to hack you in half. Han Fei sneered. If I were well prepared, I could poke you from the 200th floor to the 300th floor. Yang Daiyu shouted. Then do it now. Then come closer. Everyone, Cao Chu asked, why don't you guys just fight? Han Fei shot back. Shut up. Can't I rest for a while? Yang Daiyu added. Yeah, shut up. Cao Chu, Han Fei was thinking at the moment. Not good. I underestimated Yang Daiyu. This guy is too fierce. He remembered that Yang Royun made him lie down with a finger, but he drew a tie with him at 5-fold his strength. Han Fei secretly transmitted a voice to the hexagon starfish. Master Hexagon, set the 6-gate formation again. The hexagon starfish's tentacles twitched. I can't. I'm hurt. Han Fei was helpless. It's just a minor injury. I'll heal you. Without waiting for the hexagon starfish to respond, Two Swords said, I'll solve these people soon. Pin down Yang Daiyu. Upon hearing this, Han Fei pulled out the embroidery needle and blasted at Yang Daiyu again. Yang Daiyu was stunned and couldn't believe it. Did this guy recover so soon? That's damn quick. Boss, run. Yang Dayu frowned. Run? So many people are watching and you tell me to run away? Young master, where there's life, there's hope. We can't hold it anymore. Yang Dayu shook his head. No, I have never surrendered in combat. Hey. 7 Frenzy Axes, Chapter 464, The Goddamn WMD. In an instant, Yang Dayu hacked his double axes at Han Fei, and his spiritual beast also brandished its pair of claws. On the other end, Han Fei held the tree-trunk-thick stick, which was whirling around like a burning wheel. Bam! Both Han Fei and Yang Dayu flew out again. This time, even Han Fei vomited blood. Yang Dayu's 2 axes almost fell from his hands. Unable to hold them, he simply put them away into his body. Cough, cough, Yang Dayu spat blood. Son of a bodge, who are you? You are definitely not from the Grand Void Academy. It's none of your business. Han Fei's hands were shaking. However, at this moment, he didn't care if his hands were shaking or not. He couldn't flinch anyway. With no energy in his hands, Han Fei jumped up and kicked Yang Dayu. Seeing that Han Fei was so aggressive, the latter thought, if I admit defeat, how can I have the face to show up in public again? So he also jumped up and kicked. However, at this time, the 6-door formation rose again. Yang Dayu was furious. You're shameless, you bastard. Han Fei laughed. All's fair in love and war, you idiot. Then Han Fei turned his eyes to Cao Chu. What are you waiting for? Cast the Spirit Forbidden Net? Oh, okay. Cao Chu hurriedly threw out the Spirit Forbidden Net and Yang Dayu got stuck right in the center of the net. Han Fei kicked Yang Dayu. Who do you think you are? You're simply no match for me. Yang Dayu was furious. You cheated, you shameless bastard. Han Fei sneered. Don't you know it's the level 3 fishery? Don't you know what the level 3 fishery is all about? Swoosh, Xia Xiaoshan landed next to Han Fei, glanced at Yang Dayu, and squeezed Han Fei's arm. It's still shaking. Han Fei curled his lips. It's okay. I can still fight. Yang Dayu cursed. You're bragging. Are you going to fight with your feet? Han Fei shrugged. Fine. Let me show you then. 1,000-star shadowless feet. Then he gave Yang Dayu a series of kicks. At this time, 2 swords walked over holding 2 sea-swallowing seashells in his hand. 2 of Yang Dayu's men were still lying on the ground, groaning. They were really no match for heavenly talents. After all, the children of those big families could enjoy abundant resources, but of course, their own efforts were also indispensable. Otherwise, the 1,000-star city would be full of heavenly talents. Han Fei pulled out Yang Dayu's sea-swallowing seashell and then snorted. If you lose, you lose. I'll take your sea-swallowing seashell. Now leave the steps into the sea. Yang Dayu was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This was already the 2nd time that his sea-swallowing seashell was snatched, but the first time he fainted and didn't know how it was stolen. This time, his sea-swallowing seashell was taken away right in front of his face, but he could only watch helplessly. It was a disgrace. Cao Chu was about to put away the Spirit Forbidden Net, but Han Fei suddenly shouted, Wait a minute. Yang Dayu suddenly had a bad hunch. What are you going to do? Han Fei rushed up and took off his clothes. Yang Dayu immediately panicked. Hey, what are you doing? We're both men. I'm not gay. Don't touch me. Hey. Cao Chu, you little bastard. Stop him. Hey, 2 swords, you son of bitch. Yang Dayu disappeared as soon as he exited the Spirit Forbidden Net. Wang Zitian looked strange and murmured, You have completely offended Yang Dayu this time. Han Fei disdainfully said, I offended him a long time ago. It doesn't matter. Cao Chu rubbed his hands and said, 2 swords. What do you think will happen if I spread the news in the 1,000-star city that Yang Dayu was stripped of his clothes? Wang Zitian curled his lips. He will carry his axes and swing them all the way to your home. Even your brother may not be able to stop him. Cao Chu shivered all over. Then forget it. Oh, suddenly Han Fei shouted, Damn! I forgot to take his axes. Cao Chu was speechless. Do you want to impersonate him? Han Fei smiled. You got it. I have an axe in my sea-swallowing seashell, but it's not as good as his. Wang Zitian shook his head. It's not going to work. When Yang Dayu fights, he always summons his big crab and big turtle. You can pretend to be him, but where can you find his spiritual beasts? Han Fei paused and then threw Yang Dayu's clothes on the ground. Then why did I need to take off his clothes? Xia Xiaoshan picked up Yang Dayu's clothes and stuffed them into Han Fei's pocket. It's okay. Although you can't pretend to be him here, you can do it elsewhere. Han Fei's eyes lit up. That's right. Cao Chu 2 swords. 2 swords always felt that something was wrong. Where did Cao Chu find these 2 weirdos who have such amazing combat power? Yang Dayu is already strong enough, but was still easily defeated by this man, outside, before Yang Dayu came out. A spiritual level armor suit appeared on his body. At this moment, his hands were still drooping. Yang Dayu turned purple with anger and said without looking back, Keep this matter secret. If any of you dare to mention it again, I'll kill you. Young master, my lips are sealed. Yang Dayu snorted. I quit. But even if I can't stay in the steps into the sea, I can't just leave like this. That guy is definitely not from the Grand Void Academy. Send someone to wait here until he comes out. Young master, where are you going? Yang Dayu's face turned cold. Where else can I go? I'm going to rob a few people. I don't have any money left. Han Fei didn't care about Yang Dayu. He was just glad to solve one more opponent. However, Han Fei was a bit worried. Yang Dayu alone was already so tough. Then could Sun Mu and Mo Feiyan, who were in the same rank as him, be simple? It was actually not easy for him to solve Yang Deyu, and his hands were still shaking. Then what if there were 2 or even 3 opponents equal to Yang Deyu? He wouldn't be able to handle it then, Han Fei asked. Cao Chu, what do you think we can do? If Sun Mu, Mo Feiyan, and other people from the big clans of the Thousand Star City are so strong, let's not go to the center. Just go straight to the next level. Wang Zitian also frowned. Cao Chu, let's be realistic. I know you hate them, but it's almost impossible for you to kill them. You can't just ram at them with your ghost speed divine boat, right? Cao Chu said seriously. I can, trust me. Xiao Xiaochan ached. Then tell us, quick. You're as timid as a mouse. How can we believe you? Han Fei added. Yes, come on. By now, Han Fei felt that he had gathered enough sea-swallowing seashells. Although he wanted to get revenge on that bastard Sun Mu, he couldn't fight 8 or 10 people who were as strong as Yang Deyu at the same time. Being stared at by 3 people, Cao Chu finally surrendered. Cao Chu reluctantly took out a few small bottles. Sha Shan snatched them. Just these small bottles? Seeing that Sha Shan was about to open one, Cao Chu quickly said, Don't open it, don't open it. Sha Shan paused. What's in them? Why can't I open it? Cao Chi hesitated for quite a while before he said, It's the ultimate weapon, Han Fei and the others. This is the poison of the poisons that I ran through the entire level, 3 fishery and nearly 100 dragon boats and used thousands of species of spiritual grasses to make. It is called the Poison King. Sha Xiaochan's hand shivered and she immediately threw away the bottle. But Han Fei grabbed the bottle and asked with glowing eyes, How do you use it, Sha Xiaoshan? Wang Zitian? Wang Zitian? Sha Xiaoshan and Wang Zitian were both speechless. Was Han Fei really going to use it? Seeing that Han Fei seemed quite interested, Cao Ju got excited. This stuff is amazing. It's even more valuable than my ghost speed divine boat. I tell you, with just a drop, it can make all the creatures within a kilometer of a radius vomit and have diarrhea for at least 7 days. Han Fei trembled, almost throwing away the bottle in his hand. Sha Xiaoshan and Wang Zitian took a few steps immediately, especially Sha Xiaoshan. Don't open it. You can't open it. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. That's really poisonous. Can you describe how hard they will vomit? Cao Chu proudly said. I found a crab nest and tried it. It took less than an hour before all the crab's shells turned soft. 1 day later, there was nothing left in their shells. Han Fei was shocked and swallowed again. How much of it do you have? I have a tank of it. Everyone, 765, the central zone. For some reason, Han Fei once felt that he was shameless enough. He had firmly believed that no matter what he had done, he was forced by the level 3 fishery where no one showed any mercy. Therefore, Han Fei told himself that this was just the most basic law of survival in the level 3 fishery when he was killing and plundering. However, at this moment, when he saw what Cao Chu had done, he began to doubt this law of survival, and Cao Chu's deeds made his understanding change from what could be called shameless and despicables rise to a new height. At this moment, Han Fei was staring at Cao Chu with shining eyes and said eagerly to him, Show me the tank, come on. Cao Chu was stunned by his reaction and didn't know how to respond. Xia Chen hurriedly tugged at Han Fei's arm and whispered to him, Are you crazy? Why do you want so much of this stuff? Han Fei looked at her and responded with a serious face. I don't know why, but just now I suddenly had a hunch that this thing was exactly what we entered the steps into the sea to look for. When Xia Xiaoshan heard Han Fei's words, she opened her big round eyes and asked in shock, But I think we entered the steps into the sea to look for treasures. Do you mean this is a treasure? Han Fei, without missing a beat, nodded with affirmation and asked her with a smile, Yes, don't you think this is a treasure? Xia Xiaoshan almost burst into laughter. Looking at him, she said leisurely, I'm afraid that you have some misunderstanding of the word treasure, don't you? Listening to their conversation, Cao Chu was also surprised and asked Han Fei, Why do you need so much of this poison? Han Fei raised his head and said proudly, Do you think you have the ability to throw this thing on people without them knowing it? Poisoning is not that simple. It requires perfect timing and skill. You need a lot of special abilities to do it successfully, right? Cao Chu said hesitantly. Well, I think, perhaps, I have those abilities to do it. No, you do not. Give me half of the poison you've got, and I will help you get rid of those bastards. Hearing his words, Cao Chu took 2 steps back in fright. For some reason, he always had a feeling that Han Fei was going to rob him. However, Cao Chu also felt a little bit excited. Before meeting Han Fei, even he himself felt that his proud invention seemed to be a little bit unpresentable. He did not expect that Han Fei would be so interested in this poison. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to really like his invention, he could not help but feel a little proud. Cao Chu cleared his throat and said seriously, Well, I can only give you half a tank, no more. I have other uses for this stuff. Han Fei chuckled and said eagerly, Okay, then give me half a tank first. After a moment, getting what he wanted, Han Fei grinned from ear to ear and said high-spiritedly, Okay, now let's go to meet Sun Mu and the others. This son of a bitch really pisses me off. This time, I'm going to kick the hell out of him. Wang Zitian glanced at him and said helplessly, When you are going to use that poison, you'd better tell me first so that I'll have enough time to escape to the next floor. Xiao Chen couldn't agree more, and she hurriedly nodded. Yes, when you are going to use the Poison King, do tell me in advance in case I am not able to run away in time. But at this time, Cao Chu suddenly chimed in, don't worry you guys, I have the antidote to this poison. It can reduce the pain by 90% even if you get poisoned by mistake. Xiao Chen rolled her eyes at Cao Chu and said impatiently, this is not about the antidote, okay? Have you ever thought that at that time the water will be full of filthy stuff? That will be really gross. Go ahead and stay there if you want, but I'm going to run as far as I can. Cao Chu did not seem to have thought of this. After hearing Xiao Shan's words, he patted his head and exclaimed in surprise, oh, yes, you reminded me. How could I forget this, Fan De Tong? When you are going to use the Poison King, remember to tell me too, and I will go to the next floor too. Han Fei looked at them and did not know what to say. Han Fei was completely speechless. Didn't you just shout out that you would stay with me? However, Han Fei didn't care, although all of them had decided to escape to the next floor before he released the Poison King. After all, he could control water. Even if the water would become very filthy and even disgusting at that time, so what? As soon as he used the water-controlling technique, no matter how much dirty excrement there was in the seawater, nothing could contaminate his body even a little bit. But then Han Fei remembered what Cao Chu had just said, and he frowned and asked, why is the pain only reduced by 90%, not 100%? Cao Chu explained to him, it was mainly because I got the order wrong when I put some ingredients into the pot in making the antidote, so the antidote can only relieve one's pain by 90% instead of 100. Han Fei bared his teeth and secretly sighed. This was fucking unacceptable. He didn't mind others vomiting and having diarrhea, but he did mind it if he himself vomited and had diarrhea. If he was also poisoned, the experience would not be so good. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, let's go to the central zone first. The central zone of the 200th floor was an area of about 30 kilometers around the center point. There were already about 200 people who had gathered here, and they were still busy cultivating. Yes, these people were not fighting with each other, but were fighting with various creatures that were summoned here by them by offering sacrifices. When Han Fei and the others were only 50 kilometers away from the central zone, they had already felt shockwaves and ripples that came at them one wave after another and seemed to be ceaseless. Judging from this effect, Han Fei could be sure that at the same time, there were probably no less than 50 people fighting intensely in the central zone. When Han Fei and the other three came to the central zone, at a casual glance, they had seen that 3 or 4 people were fighting within a kilometer. Seeing such a scene, Wang Zixian frowned a little bit and asked, there are a lot of people here. How are you going to poison them all? Cao Chu glanced at him and said in confusion, why do we have to poison them all? I don't care about the others, and we just need to poison Sun Mu, Mo Fei Yan, Li Baizhou, Li Haiye, and Ye Baiyu. It is a pity that Chen Aochen has already left. Otherwise, I would not have let him off. Wang Zitian looked around at the crowd and said, Ye Baiyu is not on the 200th floor. If I am not mistaken, he should be on the next few floors. As for the specific floor where he is in, I don't know. Cao Chu and Wang Zitian were hotly discussing which people they should start with. At this time, Han Fei suddenly said, wait a minute, there are so many people here. It is impossible for me to pretend not to see these people and not rob them. Now that we have made up our minds to do something, why don't we do something big? I think the best choice for us is to poison them all. What do you think? Cao Chu hesitated for a while and then said, I think that would not be a good idea, no? Cao Chu looked at those people who were still fighting attentively and had no clue of what was going to happen, and he could not help but panic. What if these people knew what he had done to them? Would they take revenge on him? However, Han Fei was not afraid at all. He went straight to the central zone with this most poisonous Poison King and its antidote. The arrival of Han Fei and the other three inevitably attracted the attention of these people. However, unlike before, no one here would escape upon seeing them. When most of the people saw Two Swords, they would subconsciously stay away from him a little bit for the consideration of safety. However, when they saw Cao Chu, they would not only not be afraid of him, but also have the mood to tease him. Cao Chu, how dare you show up here? Do you need a good spanking? Cao Chu, your sister is not here. She may have gone to the next floor. Cao Chu, what is wrong with you today? You know what? Li Heye and Li Baizhou are both here. How dare you show up here? Cao Chu, listening to these people taunt and mock him, Cao Chu shook his head and glanced at them with pity. These arrogant beastards, let's wait and see. I will just wait to see how miserably you will cry later. Han Fei looked at these people and asked in puzzlement, do these people really get along so well? They don't even rob each other? Wang Zitian answered him. If someone does not belong to any sect or big clan and appears here, he will certainly be robbed. As for the disciples of the 7 great sects and the children of those big clans, as long as they do not get out of the central zone, no one will rob them because there will always be people to help them. Hearing his words, Han Fei curled up the corners of his mouth. So this was probably one of the benefits of being a member of those large sects and big clans. Just by virtue of identity, they could do a lot of things that countless people were unable to achieve in their lifetime. All of a sudden, Han Fei caught a glimpse of 2 disciples from the Grand Void Academy swimming towards him. Han Fei's expression changed a little bit, and he immediately said to the others through a voice transmission, "Wait a moment. Stay where you are, and I will solve these guys." However, when the two of them swam up to him, he found that it was actually xuanhuan and one of his junior brothers. "Senior brother, there you are." "Yes, junior brother, it's nice to see you again." Han Fei raised his head a little bit, with one hand behind his back, and looked at the other person, asking with a smile, "What should I call you, junior brother?" Looking at Han Fei, the other disciple of the Grand Void Academy was a little bit puzzled. After hearing xuanhuan say that the dean had a very awesome disciple, he was very suspicious. Why hadn't he, a disciple of the Grand Void Academy, ever heard of him if there was really such an awesome disciple in the academy? However, because xuanhuan described to him how this awesome senior brother seriously frustrated the heavenly talents of the Jade Fairy Palace and the other major sects, he held down his doubt. After all, if he could easily win against a figure like Gong Yehan, he might really be a disciple of the dean. "Hi, senior brother, I am Tian Yishan." Han Fei lifted the corners of his mouth into a demure smile and said politely, "Hi, junior brother Tian." After that, Han Fei turned his eyes to xuanhuan and asked, "Why are you here? And is there anyone else from the Grand Void Academy here?" xuanhuan shook his head and answered him, "No, senior brother, only the three of us are here. When I met Yishan, another disciple from our academy was robbed. It was that Tunga who robbed him, and Yishan might not have even been able to escape from Tunga if he had not used his flashstone." Suddenly hearing them mention Tunga's name, Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat, and he immediately looked at xuanhuan and asked, "Did you meet Tunga?" Tian Yishan nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, this person is too fierce and tough. No matter where he goes, he will just rob every single person that comes into his sight, not missing anyone. I'm afraid this person wants to break into the depths of the steps into the sea this time." Han Fei asked him, "Where is he now?" Tian Yishan thought for a while and said, "He is already coming this way. This man is not easy to deal with, and he even blatantly claims that he is going to snatch the sea-swallowing seashell of everyone who he sees on the way. So many people have seen him robbing people." When Han Fei heard what he said, his eyelids twitched. "Really? Let's go and take a look." Han Fei didn't know how to comment on Tunga's grumpy temper. "Come on, buddy, what the hell are you doing? Even I knew to hide my identity before I came into the steps into the sea, but you didn't even bother to conceal your real identity? You just slaughtered your way through with your big halberd? What if these people gang up on you?" All of a sudden, he heard Cao Chu say to him through a voice transmission, "That's a good chance. There must be a lot of people watching Tunga robbing others. Let's go there quickly. While no one is paying attention, we can scatter the Poison King in crowded places." Han Fei certainly knew that it was a good chance, so he hurriedly beckoned the others to hurry over with him immediately. On the way, Tian Yishan asked him tentatively, "Senior brother, where did you cultivate before? Why did I never meet you?" Han Fei responded in a perfunctory way, "The unknown place. I was not the only one there, but most of the people there are already dead." Wow! Tian Yishan was stunned by what Han Fei said to him. The unknown place? Really? Can dangling fishers go to that place? xuanhuan was also shocked by Han Fei's words, and a scene suddenly popped up in his mind where a group of heavenly talents were fighting each other desperately until there was only one person left. Han Fei didn't want Tian Yishan to keep asking him anymore, so he diverted the topic and said through a voice transmission, "In a moment, something big is going to happen here. You two either go to the 2001st floor or get out of the steps into the sea. Anyway, you can't stay on the 200th floor, understood?" Hearing his words, both xuanhuan and Tian Yishan looked at Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei curled up the corner of his lips and said meaningfully, "You will find out why later." When Han Fei and the others were still far away, they felt seawater hit their bodies one wave after another, and in the seawater, the sound of weapon collisions had been ringing ceaselessly. When Han Fei and the other people arrived, they found that Tunga was fighting with two men, one in black and one in white. Seeing this scene, Han Fei could not help but exchange a glance with Xiaoshan. Did these two guys copy our creativity? As if seeing their doubt, Cao Chu explained to them, "They are the twin brothers of the Li family Li Haiye, which means night, and Li Baizhou, which means day. It is said that they can communicate with each other with their hearts. The two can rank among the top 10 of the Heavenly Sword sect with their unparalleled tactics." Hearing Cao Chu's explanation, Han Fei almost burst into laughter. Li Haiye and Li Baizhou, night and day? So was that why the two of them were dressed respectively in black and white? So they did not steal the creativity of him and Xiaoshan, and it was just a coincidence? At this time? On the battlefield, Tunga brandished his large halberd so wildly that only the dazzling knife light and the tumbling water waves could be seen in the sea. No human figure could be seen clearly. The twin brother, Li Haiye and Li Baizhou, were extremely fast in speed. Although the two of them were not hunters, they had speeds comparable to top hunters. Watching them fighting intensely, Xiaoshan said to Han Fei in a voice transmission, "The technique they are using is kind of like Shadow Shrimp's unique combat skill, Haunting Shadow. Their fighting speed is too fast. If I don't use Flash, I'm afraid that even I may not be able to win against them. Agreeing with what she said, Han Fei slightly nodded his head. No one could deny that the combat power of the twin brothers was really strong. No people who came from the big families of the Thousand-Star City and had already made a name for themselves could be simple. Even that crazy young Dayu, very few people could resist his pair of big axes. At this moment, everyone saw that on the battlefield, Tungay suddenly thrust his big halberd into the ground. And then with his body as the center, the ground was blown up within a kilometer. Under the huge impact of the big halberd of Tungay, Li Haiye and Li Baizhou were forced to retreat hundreds of meters. Li Haiye stabilized his body and said coldly, "Tungay, I admit that you are quite strong in a one-on-one fight, but as the saying goes, you can't beat four hands with two fists. Now that you robbed our men, we certainly can't just pretend nothing has happened." Li Baizhou said in a voice dripping with sarcasm, "Oh, I've been hearing people say that Tungay is as powerful as Cao Tian in physical strength and is comparable to Chen Aoken in combat skills. Gee, why didn't I see either of these abilities?" Hearing Li Baizhou's words, Li Haiye frowned and said solemnly, "His physical strength is very strong indeed." Li Baizhou rolled his eyes and said with a cold face, "But he did not show any advantage in combat skill, did he? If strength is all he has got, I'm afraid that he will not be able to beat us." Just as everyone was attentively watching the battle, all of a sudden, a woman in a red dress appeared beside Han Fei and the other people. Han Fei took a closer look at that woman, only to find that it was Mo Feiyan. Mo Feiyan temptingly twisted her soft waist and lightly landed in front of Cao Chu, with a big bright smile on her charming face, saying sweetly, "Yo, I was wondering who this was, and it turns out to be our little Chu Chu. Little Chu Chu, your dear sister is not here. Are you here to see me?" But Cao Chu didn't seem to be tempted by Mo Feiyan at all. He immediately jumped behind Two Swords, Han Fei, and the others, as if trying to escape from this woman as far as he could, while shouted loudly, "I am not here for you. I am not going to be seduced by you. Mo Feiyan, did you hear me? You can't seduce me. Ha ha ha. Why can't I seduce you? Do you think I am not beautiful enough?" Cao Chu bared his teeth to Mo Feiyan and snorted, "You are not even close. You are not even as pretty as my sister. I will never ever like you." Huh. The sweet smile on Mo Feiyan's face was instantly gone, and her face turned cold. She said coldly, "Say it again if you dare. I am not even as pretty as your sister? Are you kidding me? Now, I'll give you another chance to organize your words." As if being frightened by her words, Cao Chu shrank his neck but still said firmly, "You are not as pretty as my sister." Just as Mo Feiyan was pissed off by Cao Chu's words and was about to attack him, a sharp sword chi suddenly burst out of Wang Zitian's body. Wang Zitian stared at Mo Feiyan and said coldly, "Mo Feiyan, if you want to fight, I don't mind accompanying you." The fighting momentum on Mo Feiyan's body suddenly dissipated, and she cracked a smile again. "Oh, if you hadn't shown me that sword chi, I would not have recognized you. Isn't this Wang Shaoer, the little second son of the Wang family who is always crying with his nose running? Why? Do you think you can protect little Chu Chu with your two swords?" Wang Zitian had already tightly clenched the two swords in his hands, and his eyes were fierce. He stared at Mo Feiyan threateningly and said, "Say it again, if you dare. Wang Shaoer, Wang Shaoer, Wang Shaoer, Wang Shaoer, come on, fight me." Completely irritated by her attitude, Wang Zitian broke out in an instant. In an instant, Cao Chu Chu was sent flying by the powerful aura from Wang Zitian's body. All of a sudden, hundreds of swords appeared around Wang Zitian, and his sword chi shot out sharply one wave after another. The other people who were watching the hot fight between Li Haiye, Li Baizhou, and Tungay cast their sights to this side one after another. Sun Mu also stepped over. After a deep gaze at Wang Zitian, he glanced at Cao Chu and then frowned. Xia Xiaoshan was almost unable to contain her fighting desire, and she said to Han Fei in a voice transmission, "Is this guy Sun Mu who has been chasing you?" Han Fei replied calmly, "No hurry. It is boring to fight with this kind of person, and even if we're going to fight him, it should not be now." Sensing that Xia Xiaoshan seemed to be going to join the fight, Sun Mu specially took a look at Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan. Huh? As if feeling something wrong with Han Fei, Sun Mu's gaze fell on Han Fei and stayed for quite a while. Under his upsetting stare, however, Han Fei did not shy away at all. With no smile on his face either, Han Fei also turned his eyes indifferently to Sun Mu. As if noticing the silent, staring competition between the two of them, Mo Feiyan cast a glance at Han Fei and at the same time asked Sun Mu, "Do you know him?" Only then did Sun Mu move his eyes away and say, "No, I don't know them, but the two people were brought here by So Chu. You know, So Chu has long been planning to kill us. Be careful of the two of them." Hearing his words, Mo Feiyan chuckled. Little Chu Chu is always all talk. If he really wants to kill us, why doesn't he ever dare fight us? Sun Mu snorted and said, "Don't look down upon him. To tell you the truth, Cao Chu's aptitude is the best among all of us." At the moment, Cao Chu was speaking to Han Fei through a voice transmission. "Hurry up and scatter the poison. Come on, I can't wait anymore. I must poison these two bastards to death. Oh no, I must poison the bastards here to death." Han Fei cast a glance at Cao Chu and responded through a voice transmission, "You guys go to the next floor. I will just stay here." Hearing his words, Xiao shook her head and said firmly, I'm not going anywhere, I'll just be with you. Let little fatty go to the next floor first. Cao Chu also refused and shook his head hard. I am not going to the next floor. I want to watch them being tortured by vomiting and diarrhea. Of course, Han Fei would not care about what Cao Chu said, who was obviously in utter anger. But at this time, Tunga seemed to be about to start a new round of the fight with Li Haiye and Li Baizhou. All of a sudden, an unparalleled sword chi darted at Han Fei directly. On the battlefield, Tunga's eyelids suddenly twitched, and he felt his heart skip a beat, and he wondered, is Han Fei's identity exposed? Han Fei was also very surprised by the attack on him. This attack was launched at him by Sun Mu without any warning, and he was utterly caught off guard. Without dodging that sword chi at all, Han Fei drew his knife out with a single hand and hacked out, shattering the sword chi in the sky before he continued to chop at Sun Mu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sun Mu struck 3 swords at the sword chi in a row, exploding his spiritual energy 3 times before he finally blasted the blade light away. In an instant, the surrounding crowd had scattered, leaving Cao Chu, Han Fei, and the other 4 in the middle of the ground. Among the crowd, xuanhuan and Tian Yishan looked shocked and were completely at a loss. They did not know what had happened and why Sun Mu suddenly began to attack their genius senior brother. Besides, what shocked Tian Yishan the most was that this genius senior brother's strength was really beyond his imagination. Sun Mu had to strike 4 swords in a row to barely defend a casual hack from this genius senior brother. Not far away, Tunga also blinked, although he did not say anything or move. Before, when he was fighting Han Fei, he did not see Han Fei use a knife. Just now, however, that shocking move from Han Fei seemed to be much stronger than his stick technique. Li Haiye and Li Baizhou were also shocked by Han Fei's surprising strength, and they exchanged a glance with each other and gasped in shock at the same time. This guy is from the Grand Void Academy? How is it possible? Han Fei took the lead to take a step outside while looking at Sun Mu proudly, asking coldly, Why, did you suddenly attack me? Do I know you? Han Fei swallowed secretly. He was just about to scatter a few drops of Poison King, but before he could make a move, Sun Mu suddenly struck him with the attack. Han Fei frowned a little bit. Could it be that he sensed my intention to poison them? But that is simply impossible. How could he notice that? Could he read my mind? Seeing that Sun Mu suddenly launched an attack at Han Fei without the slightest hesitation, Mo Feiyan could not help but start to look at Han Fei up and down, and as she looked at Han Fei, she gradually frowned. Who the hell are you? Sun Mu strode out at this time, and the 5 or 6 men behind him also stared at Han Fei aggressively and were poised for a battle. But Han Fei just grinned at Mo Feiyan and said lightly, I am from the Grand Void Academy. My name is Fan De Tong. What nonsense you talk. There is no such person in the Grand Void Academy at all. Hey, you are not fucking faking it, are you? You must be bragging. Mountain Sea Pavilion, which is my sect, is not too far away from the Grand Void Academy, so I'm very familiar with the disciples from the Grand Void Academy. Why didn't I know that the Grand Void Academy has such a strong disciple like you? Han Fei grinned at the man who was speaking and explained calmly, My teacher is the Dean of the Grand Void Academy. That is why you had never seen me before. I, Fan Daitong, have been cultivating in seclusion for 3 years. Now I finally have a chance to show up in public, so my mission is to seize this chance to sweep all the major sects and academies in the 1,000-star city and make a show of our academy's real strength. As for you guys, just shut up. Come to challenge me when you deserve to be my opponent, okay? With that said, Han Fei took 2 steps forward and looked at Sun Mu, asking again, So, why? Did you suddenly attack me? Han Fei's words were really ambitious and domineering, and hearing what he said, everyone present fell silent. Even Cao Chu thought to himself, Can this guy really be the Dean's disciple from the Grand Void Academy? I almost believe what he said. Damn it, his acting skills are really superb. When Su Mu heard Han Fei's words, his frown deepened, and at the same time, he secretly said to Mo Feiyan through a voice transmission, For some reason, I have a feeling that I have seen him somewhere. Mo Feiyan also put away the charming smile on her pretty face and responded through a voice transmission, Yes. He seems to be a bit familiar to me too. Is he really a great heavenly talent hidden by the Grand Void Academy? However, this man is so domineering. I feel I am going to fall in love with him. Sun Mu impatiently rolled his eyes at Mo Feiyan. He still had some doubt in his heart. Why did this guy suddenly pop up from nowhere? Was he really from the Grand Void Academy? He always had a feeling that something was not right, so Sun Mu raised his sword and said arrogantly, No reason. I just feel you are such an eyesore to me, so I want to challenge you. When Sun Mu said this, many people were stunned, including Li Haiye and Li Baizhou, who were still fighting Tang Jie. Noticing what was happening on this side, the twin brothers stopped the fight, put away their swords, and turned their eyes to Han Fei curiously almost at the same time. At this time, Wang Zitian asked Han Fei through a voice transmission, Sun Mu is a very cautious person. Except for a few times, he has never taken the initiative to challenge people. Did you know each other before? Han Fei looked calm on the surface, but in his heart he was very puzzled. Is it because the 1,000 Faces technique is not working? Why did this guy only challenge me given that there are so many people here? However, in the face of Su Mu's challenge, Han Fei was not afraid at all. Had it not been for the support of the magical technique, Majestic Mystic Spell, Han Fei would not have come with Cao Chu to the 200th floor to fight so many strong masters. But now that he had the Majestic Mystic Spell, he did not take people like Sun Mu seriously at all. However, it seemed that he had to give up the previous plan to secretly scatter the Poison King here. Han Fei just smiled faintly and said without any hesitation, "Okay, let's fight." Wow, seeing this scene, many of the disciples from the major sects in the Thousand Star City who were watching on the side were surprised. People outside might not know it, but they themselves all knew it very well that although they were all from the Thousand Star City and might even be in the same sect, there was a very big difference among them in strength, which they knew very clearly. Ordinary disciples of these big sects might be very excellent in other people's eyes, but no matter in terms of resources, experience, combat techniques, or combat skills, they were nowhere comparable to children from the major families in the Thousand Star City. Generally speaking, they were not on the same starting line with those children who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, so they could depend on their talent. For example, Tang Ji, he was an exception, a man who swept across all heavenly talents in those powerful families with his own peerless talent. Now, this nameless Fan Datong was obviously not from those big families, which meant that he was also a person who had risen by his talent. At this time, in Han Fei's mind, the voice of Tang Ji suddenly sounded, "Buddy, you know what? Sun Mu is not weak, and he's especially good at sword formations. Do you have the confidence to win against him?" Han Fei immediately responded to him through a voice transmission, "Don't worry about me. You can ask Mu Ling to seal the surrounding water. I'm going to release some poison on these people. Be careful not to be affected by the poison that I'm going to release." Okay. When Tonga heard that Han Fei was going to release some poison, he was only a little bit surprised and didn't feel anything wrong about it. Anyway, he didn't have any affection for the other people present. Besides, he had faith in Han Fei's morals and did not think Han Fei would indiscriminately slaughter innocent victims, so Tonga didn't care. Although Han Fei said that he was going to release poison on these people, Han Fei jumped up. In the air, he touched the ground with one of his toes, and the next second, he had swum to a place tens of meters away from Sun Mu and shouted loudly, "I have long heard of your swordsmanship. Today, I, Fan Datong, would like to have a fair duel with you." Boom, boom, boom. In front of everyone's eyes, Han Fei's aura was rising at an extremely fast speed. What was surprising was that Han Fei only had his aura soaring, but his realm had not changed at all. Now he was still an intermediate dangling fisher. And Sun Mu did not dare to take Han Fei lightly. Just from the attack that Han Fei had launched at him just now, Sun Mu already knew that he would definitely not be able to win against this guy if he fought him the normal way. Therefore, Sun Mu started off with his trump card. He spread his arms wide, and the next second, from his chest, back, arms, and forehead, long swords jumped out one after another. Each sword was a high-quality spiritual weapon. As for why he only used high-quality spiritual weapons, it was not because the Sun family did not have ultra-quality spiritual weapons, but if they gave ultra-quality spiritual weapons to their children, who were only going to have some little practice in the level 3 fishery, their children would end up gaining no experience at all. Even if they would give some ultra-quality spiritual weapons to their children, they would only give a handful. There were actually very few people like Cao Chu who were armed to the teeth with ultra-quality spiritual weapons. At this moment, right in front of Sun Mu, a red long sword was suspended in the air and then began to spin slowly. It was an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. At the sight of this red sword, Han Fei felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. In the previous times when he met Sun Mu, this guy was only using high-quality spiritual weapons. But he had never expected that this man actually had so many spiritual weapons. Plus this red long sword, there were 108 swords in total. Seeing these swords, one of the onlookers exclaimed at this time, "Oh my god, this is the Sun family's exclusive secret technique, immortal slaying formation. Let's retreat." Come on. Someone in the crowd was asking in shock while stepping back, how strong is this Fan Datong? Why was Sun Mu forced to use the immortal's killing formation in the very beginning of the duel with him? Is Sun Mu fucking crazy? Another person answered him, "I don't know if Sun Mu is crazy or not. I just know that I must stay away from these guys as far as I can. If the immortal killing formation approaches me, I will crush my flash stone as soon as possible. Escape is the only right choice to make." When Han Fei saw that the crowd was scattering at an unbelievable speed, he was stunned. Damn it, I have been preparing so long just to poison these people. But now these people have all scattered away. How can I do it? Han Fei secretly sighed and turned to speak to Xuanhuan through a voice transmission. Xuanhuan, go straight to the 2001st floor. However, Xuanhuan refused firmly and said crossly, "No, I'm not leaving you." Looking at Xuanhuan's resolute look, Han Fei could only say, "Then take the antidote first and then block the poison with metamorphosis water. Do not let the seawater touch your body at all." Xuanhuan nodded and said happily, "Okay, that's no problem." At this time, Cao Chu also asked through a voice transmission, "Han Fei, are you going to release the poison? Then let's hide right away." Cao Chu beckoned two swords and Xiao Chan to run straight towards the place where Mu Ling was standing. Mu Ling seemed to know why these people were running at her, and as she stamped gently on the ground, a defense formation appeared. As she stamped on the ground again, a water dungeon formation appeared. As she stamped on the ground the third time, a water shield appeared in front of Cao Chu and the others to protect them. This scene, in the eyes of others, was no problem at all. After all, Sun Mu had even activated the horrifying immortal slaying formation, which showed how dangerous this battle would be. It was nothing but a matter of course to take a little bit of precaution. Mo Feiyan was also far away from Sun Mu at this moment. At the same time, her eyes shone brightly, and she developed a strong curiosity about this Fan Da Tong. Sun Mu activated the immortal slaying formation as soon as the duel started, which had never happened before. Li Haiye opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "That guy seems to be quite strong." Cao Chu beckoned two swords and Xiao Chan to run straight towards the place where Mu Ling was standing. Mu Ling seemed to know why these people were running at her, and as she stamped gently on the ground, a defense formation appeared. As she stamped on the ground again, a water dungeon formation appeared. As she stamped on the ground the third time, a water shield appeared in front of Cao Chu and the others to protect them. This scene, in the eyes of others, was no problem at all. After all, Sun Mu had even activated the horrifying immortal slaying formation, which showed how dangerous this battle would be. It was nothing but a matter of course to take a little bit of precaution. Mo Feiyan was also far away from Sun Mu at this moment. At the same time, her eyes shone brightly, and she developed a strong curiosity about this Fan Da Tong. Sun Mu activated the immortal slaying formation as soon as the duel started, which had never happened before. Li Haiye opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "That guy seems to be quite strong." Li Baizhou looked at his twin brother and nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, but I still don't believe that there is such a person in the Grand Void Academy." Li Haiye glanced at Han Fei again and said, "I don't believe it either, but those two disciples of the Grand Void Academy seem to know Fa Da Tong well." Li Baizhou thought for a while and said, "Then in a moment, let's catch the two disciples of the Grand Void Academy and question them thoroughly, and then we will be able to find out the truth." Li Haiye covered his mouth and chuckled in a low voice. "Maybe we can take advantage of this chance and fish in troubled waters." Li Baizhou smiled at his twin brother and nodded hard. "That's a good idea." On the other side, to Han Fei's dismay, he found that as soon as Sun Mu activated the immortal slaying formation, there was suddenly no one around. Everyone retreated to at least a kilometer away, with no one left in the area. Even Tunga was dragged away. However, before being dragged away by other people, Tunga said to him via voice transmission, "Don't worry, just feel free to fight that bastard. But if you feel you are going to lose the duel, tell me and I will come help you soon." Han Fei responded to him through a voice transmission, "No, I don't need your help. Have some faith in me. This happens to be a good chance for me to show you my real strength now." Han Fei himself did not expect that things would turn out to be what it was now just because he exchanged a glance with Sun Mu. However, this was not bad. At least, in this case, the 7 major sects would not come to bother him for the time being. In addition to that, he would go to the Thousand-Star City one day, so it would not do him any bad to get to know these children of the powerful families from the Thousand-Star City in advance. Swish, 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 swish. As Sun Mu tapped in the air with his fingertip, except for the long red sword floating in front of him, the other 107 swords all rose into the air at the same time, began to spin around him slowly, circling him 3 times. Looking at Sun Mu setting up the immortals slaying formation with a solemn look, even Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim in his head, "Damn, this bastard looks really cool at this moment." However, this was definitely not the right moment to judge if someone was cool or not. Both Han Fei and Sun Mu were almost brimming with murderous intent. Clash, the sword formation above his head suddenly gave off a blinding light and the spiritual swords dropped one after another. The spiritual swords were not directed at Han Fei at all, but covered a radius of 500 meters. The drop point of each sword seemed to be carefully designed. At first, 8 swords dropped down corresponding to the 8 points of the compass, followed by the other long swords one after another. Han Fei felt that this sword formation was already full of sword chi and did not even need any sword at all. When Han Fei caught a glimpse of a few wisps of sword chi floating towards him, he did not resist at all. Dropping his hands at the sides of his body, he just let the wisps of sword chi come to him. Rip. In an instant, Han Fei was hit by 5 or 6 wisps of sword chi, but he remained motionless and gave no reaction at all. We're looking at this strange scene. Many people were surprised and could not help but exclaim, "Gee, why didn't this guy even raise his hands to block the swords? I can't believe his physique is so strong. Is it possible that this guy is even comparable to Cao Qian in physique?" The crowd was in an uproar and discussing intensely, but Tungay's breath fluctuated a bit. Obviously, being worried about Han Fei, he was very nervous. Noticing that he was worried about Han Fei, Mu Ling slightly tugged at his arm and whispered to him through a voice transmission, "Calm down." As we all know, in the immortal slaying formation, random sword chi can seriously injure an intermediate dungling fisher. He certainly could sense it, but he still chose to resist those wisps of sword chi with his own body, which means that his physical strength must be very strong. Tunga said to her through a voice transmission. I know. I am not worried about him but happy for him. I did not expect that one day he could grow up to this level. I once thought that he would. At this point, Tunga abruptly stopped speaking, not understanding why he suddenly stopped halfway through. Muling could not help but ask, huh, he would? Tunga shook his head slightly and did not answer Muling's question. He once thought that Hanfei might stop in the realm of Fisher in this life, but now he seemed to be a peerless heavenly talent rising. Seeing his friend make such an amazing achievement, how could he not be excited? At this moment, Cao Chu was also exclaiming, Sha Shao Shan, what do you say is his greatest advantage, his physique? Sha Shao Shan cocked her head and said proudly, no, you are wrong. He is strong in every way, not just in the physique. Cao Chu was speechless at Sha Shao Shan's answer. I should have known that you are a big fan of Han Fei. Why did I bother to ask you? Simply a waste of my time. On the other side, Han Fei looked down at his body. Those wisps of sword chi tore his clothes but were not even able to leave a single cut on his skin. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Come on, continue. As soon as Han Fei said so, there was a sudden explosion within a radius of 500 meters. Originally, there were only 3 or 5 wisps of sword chi dashing back and forth, but in the blink of an eye, it became thousands, and the number was still increasing. In the distance, someone exclaimed in shock, Oh, here it comes, the immortal slaying sword chi is coming out. Han Fei was also speechless at the moment. Come on, are you kidding me? Do you have to throw so much sword chi at me at the same time? However, Han Fei was still not going to make a move. He grabbed the handle of the blood-drinking knife with one hand while pouring spiritual energy into it. Rip, clang, 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 rip. Han Fei's clothes were still being torn into pieces, and even his head was hit by the wisps of sword chi. However, in the eyes of the people who were watching the duel in a distance, Han Fei was still not moving and remained motionless. Gosh, did this guy just want to die? They could not imagine what would have happened if the one who was standing there was them. Even if each wisp of sword chi could only leave a tiny cut on Han Fei's skin, given that Han Fei had been hit by so much of it, with so many cuts on his body, he would at least bleed to death, wouldn't he? However, Han Fei raised his hands and looked at them, only to find that streaks of white marks had appeared on his skin. All of a sudden, Han Fei grinned at Sun Mu casually and asked, anything else? If not, I'm going to attack. Chapter 466, the 200th floor of the Desolate World 3-in-1. At this moment, Han Fei too realized that the immortal slaying formation must be dreadful. However, he knew that his sturdiness had been increased more than 5 times because the majestic mystic spell was still working. Therefore, unless those descendants of major families were capable of certain extra powerful battle techniques, it would be impossible for them to hurt him. When 4 red glittering aura swords emerged inside the immortal slaying formation, Han Fei knew that the show was on. The swords were even faster than Xiao Shaoshan's 1,000-strike technique. Greatly surprised, Han Fei subconsciously lowered his body and dodged it, but he failed to jump away. 2 red aura swords almost landed a strike in the blink of an eye. Han Fei raised his arm only to see that his arm had been pierced through and that there was a cut on his thigh. While everybody watched him looking forward to his performance, Han Fei drew his sword. As a matter of fact, since the sword formation came out, many people had acknowledged Han Fei's capabilities, because not everybody could have resisted that sword chi. They couldn't even stand 1 second if they were to block such swords with their spiritual energy protective covers. Therefore, after the red aura swords came out, someone said, this is the second move. Fan Datong is taking action. The blood-drinking knife was drawn, but the swords had been shattered before the knife was completely unsheathed. All the immortal slaying formation swords around Han Fei were destroyed almost in the blink of an eye. Seeing that, Sun Mu frowned even harder. He's that good? Outside, Cao Chu exclaimed, we must take action. Kill him. Ji Wenxuan and Tian Yishan, who were from the Grand Void Academy, subconsciously swallowed. Tian Yishan asked, was Gong Yehen defeated by this knife? Ji Wenyuan nodded, not recovering from his shock yet. Exactly. However, Gong Yehen took 3 attacks before he was defeated, and senior brother Fan seems even stronger than he was back then. To everyone's amazement, Han Fei almost fully carried out his shadow swimming art. While holding his waist with one hand, he dashed towards Sun Mu. Han Fei would love to draw his weapon immediately, but his drawing technique was most powerful when he was closer to the enemy. It wouldn't matter if he was slightly at a distance from his opponent when the opponent was mediocre. However, his opponent in this case was Sun Mu, who was no weaker than him at all in terms of strength and speed. If he wanted to win while concealing his real identity, he would have to get close to the guy. Sun Mu didn't move, but the sword formation moved. The floating spiritual swords all fell, and they weren't spiritual swords anymore after they fell, but instead turned into red aura swords. Mo Feiyan, Li Heiye, Li Baizhou, Wang Erzhan, Cao Chu, and the others all exclaimed. Tanga had never fought Sun Mu before, so he frowned and asked, what does that mean? Cao Chu explained. There are 4 moves in the immortal slaying formation. The first move is sweeping aura swords, the second move is deity guiding the way, the third move is red light everywhere, and the fourth move is intimidating water and fire. Normal people can't even make it to the third move. But Sun Mu has already cast the third move? Isn't it too soon? Li Haiye and Li Baizhou were planning to kill the two disciples of the Grand Void Academy first, but they stopped after they saw the scene. They were more interested in finding out if this Fan De Tong could survive the formation, and if he could, it would be best that they showed enough respect for the Grand Void Academy. The seawater trembled when the blood-drinking knife was drawn, and a high-quality battlesuit appeared on the surface of Han Fei's body. This was not the time to be self-willed anymore, because the red aura swords were really powerful. Now, rows of red aura swords were pushing at him from all directions threateningly. He couldn't possibly deal with them without setting up a defense for himself. Han Fei said telepathically, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, get us a defense array." The Hexagon Starfish was trembling at this moment. While covering Han Fei with a defense array, it replied, "Let's run, I think we're dead. We'll be dead in no time." Han Fei replied, "Shut up and see how I kill him." The blood-drinking knife had been completely unleashed. Dozens of balls of energy appeared on Han Fei's side at the same time and exploded one after another. Han Fei attempted to block the torrents of red swords with an outburst of spiritual energy, but it didn't work at all. The defense array that the Hexagon Starfish set up had been broken after resisting the red swords for only 1 second. The distance between Han Fei and his enemy was only several hundred meters. He would have already swum to the enemy at his usual speed, but here he had only covered half of the journey. His battlesuit, which was a piece of high-quality spiritual equipment, rustled and was riddled with sword cuts. Some parts on the suit had even been penetrated through. Han Fei's eyes trembled. Considering the intensity of the attack, this high-quality spiritual battlesuit would be destroyed after another 2 waves of attack. Damn it, not enough. I'm not close enough to him. It had been a long time since Han Fei had the feeling that his life was hanging by a thread. At this moment, he was even somewhat excited. Tunga immediately moved and grabbed his spear, ready to take action. He had seen how terrifying the Immortal's slaying formation was. The high-quality spiritual battlesuit was almost impaled in the blink of an eye. What would happen if the attack had directly landed on the body? He admitted that Han Fei was very sturdy. However, no matter how sturdy Han Fei was, could he possibly resist the ultimate spiritual weapons of an enemy who was on the same level as himself? Tange didn't think that he was capable of doing that. He couldn't do that even though he had practiced multiple heaven-level battle techniques. However, right before Tange was going to take action, Xiaoshan stood in his way and stopped him. "Don't worry," Tange frowned. He grew less fond of Xiaoshan at this moment. He said coldly, "The man's attack is so powerful, and you're doing nothing except standing by and watching?" Xiaoshan replied casually, "You underestimate Han Fei." Xiaoshan, as he thought that he had given Han Fei enough credit. Even he might not have been able to weather through the terrifying attack made by the third move of this formation. As for the other people, they were already dumbfounded. "Dear Sea God, is that guy crazy? He's still charging forward just in order to carry out his attack? He's truly ferocious and unstoppable. He is the second guy I've seen who charged forward against the Immortal Slaying formation." Someone turned aside and remembered that the first guy who charged forward against the formation was Chao Tian, an unusual genius who established his name as the top expert in his generation after that battle. It was certainly worth it. The reason why Cao Tian was quickly acknowledged as the top expert by his peers was that he was a lunatic who fought and pressed forward even though the Immortal Slaying formation was lying before him. Cao Chu was remarking his complicated feelings too. He is crazy. He is crazy. Fan De Tong is definitely worthy enough to be on the list of the top 10 heavenly talents of the Thousand-Star City. However, nobody asked Cao Chu more about the list of the top 10 heavenly talents. That was because the water currents around Han Fei began to flow unusually inside the formation. The turbulence surged in the shape of blades as if they were weapons. When the second torrent of red swords crashed against Han Fei, the high-quality spiritual battlesuit that he looted was shattered. But when the third torrent of red swords came at him, everybody discovered, to their surprise, that the red swords couldn't press on at all. They were blocked by the turbulence in the seawater. Han Fei grinned and said, "You're forcing me to do this." The seawater fell into utter chaos. Everybody saw that the seawater around Han Fei was turning into countless blades. They were so dense that it was impossible to count how many of them were out there. If one had to describe it, they could only say that there were as many blades as there was seawater. Xiaoshan's eyes glittered and narrowed. She curled her lips and said, "Heh, he's finally using it." Everybody who was watching the battle swallowed. Tange's eyes glittered and his body was trembling. "Powerful. This is too powerful. Are those swords really launched by my brother that was mocked by countless people in the beginning?" He had never thought that Han Fei, who had never been to the Thousand-Star City, could have made it this far entirely based on his own strength. Han Fei was faster and faster, and the blood-drinking knife in his hand was fully laden with his determination. The audience could sense the stunning brilliance on the knife that was no less intimidating than the red sword torrents from the Immortal Slaying formation, even though they were thousands of meters away. Sun Mu's face finally changed at this moment. He began to retreat. Sun Mu couldn't think it through at all. What kind of battle technique can possibly turn seawater into such terrifying water blades? A heaven-level high-quality battle technique. But even a heaven-level high-quality battle technique couldn't be so powerful, Sun Mu declared, the fourth move of Immortals slaying, intimidating water and fire. As Sun Mu retreated, the red aura swords dispersed into red streaks of light and instantly returned to Sun Mu. Altogether, there were 107 streaks of light. All of them were gathered on the ultimate spiritual sword before Sun Mu. When Han Fei was only a dozen meters from Sun Mu, the fourth move of the formation was launched. Instantly, all the water was pushed out. It was as if a nuclear bomb had just exploded at the bottom of the ocean. Han Fei and Sun Mu were enshrouded by a round ball. They couldn't see anything except the continuous ripples that were pushing out. The blast of the explosion was radiating too. At this moment, Xia Xiaoshan's face changed, and she was the first one to charge out. Teng Ge, Wang Erjian, and Cao Chu followed him. Behind them were Mo Feiyan, Li Haiye, Li Baizhou, and the others. The last strike was so powerful that they could sense the ferocious and rampant sword qi when they were 300 meters from the center of the explosion. However, before they saw clearly what was going on inside the white water ball, someone suddenly held his stomach and exclaimed, "Ouch! Was I accidentally poisoned?" Han Fei didn't know how long it would take for Cao Chu's drug to kick in, even though it was known as the Poison King. Therefore, he secretly poured out a bowl of the poison during the attack. When he collided with the fourth move of the Immortal Slaying formation, Han Fei simply enveloped himself with the Infinity Water. However, the Metamorphosis Water was different from the Infinity Water. While Xia Xiaoshan could turn the Metamorphosis Water into anything, Han Fei could only protect himself by transforming the Infinity Water into weapons. It wasn't very handy. But of course, Han Fei wasn't scared, as Cao Chu had said that all the herbs were collected from the level 3 fishery. Since Han Fei had taken the venomous tulip, he should be better than everybody here in terms of resistance to poison, unless they had taken a venomous tulip too. After the round ball collapsed into dense bubbles and gradually disappeared, everybody finally saw what was inside. Han Fei's clothes had been entirely shattered. He was wearing nothing more than a pair of ragged short pants. The perfect and explosive muscles on his body were fully revealed. Han Fei was half lying on the ground, with dense wounds on the upper half of his body. The seawater before him had been dyed red. But Sun Mu was much more miserable than Han Fei. Before him, a piece of amulet jade had been cut into halves and fallen on the soil. Only half of his high-quality battlesuit was left. An enormous wound had been cut from his shoulder all the way to his waist. At this moment, Sun Mu was covered by a layer of dim light. Clearly, it was another protective measure, and it was one of the better ones. Even so, Sun Mu was half lying on the ground. The seawater around him was obviously much bloodier than that on Han Fei's side. Han Fei secretly cursed. It is really tricky to fight these people. Was this jerk really so powerful? In terms of attack power, Sun Mu is even stronger than Yang Deyu. Instead of casting the divine healing technique on himself, Han Fei exerted strength to his feet and stood up. At the same time, he put on another high-quality spiritual battlesuit. Han Fei turned his neck and pointed at Sun Mu. "You would have been killed without your amulet." Sun Mu's subordinate swam to him in a hurry, and 2 spirit gatherers healed Sun Mu in a hurry. Sun Mu struggled back to his feet and managed to say, "Who are you exactly?" If the Grand Void Academy had the battle techniques you performed just now, would it have been suppressed by the other major sects to this day? Han Fei ignored him and said to Cao Chu telepathically, "Why is there no reaction at all after such a long time? Should I have put more poison? I only dispersed a bowl of it. Is it not enough?" Cao Chu's eyes bulged. "You released a bowl of it?" Cao Chu quickly dragged Wang Zitian and said, "Let's go to the next floor. Quickly, 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 quickly." As he talked, Cao Chu gradually disappeared. Wang Zitian paused for a moment and stared at Han Fei. Then, he gradually disappeared too. Mo Feiyan was briefly stunned. "What are they running for? I'm going to the next floor to find it out." Mo Feiyan felt that something was off. This guy who appeared out of nowhere turned out to be on Cao Chu's side, and everybody knew what Cao Chu wanted. He had wanted to kill them for a long time. Something must be wrong with this stranger. After Mo Feiyan's body faded out, Han Fei noticed that the 2 guys from the Grand Void Academy still hadn't left. He thought to himself, "Don't blame me. I warned you a long time ago. I would have finished you off if I didn't want to better disguise myself." Mu Ling's face slightly changed. "How powerful is this poison exactly? Why has Cao Chu run off so quickly?" Xia Xiaoshan said. "Don't cancel the water dungeon technique. This is the Poison King poison." Mu Ling was greatly alarmed after hearing that, and she secretly added another barrier below her feet. She didn't know what the Poison King was, but since Xia Xiaoshan was on Han Fei's side, her warning must be well grounded. While Sun Mu was still waiting for Han Fei to reply, Han Fei glanced at the crowd. Seeing that some people were holding their stomach with pale and awful looks on their faces, he looked back at Sun Mu. "It's exactly because my sect is dwarfed by other major sects that I cannot reveal myself easily. You've lost. Are you not giving me your sea-swallowing seashells?" Sun Mu gnashed his teeth. "When did I ever promise that I would give you my sea-swallowing seashells if I lost?" Han Fei chuckled and said, "What a gutless man. It's just a sea-swallowing seashell. You think I can't find them if you hide it well?" Suddenly, Sun Mu realized something was wrong and instantly backed away dozens of meters. However, no matter how far he retreated, he failed to tell what was wrong exactly. Ah, something is wrong with my stomach. Not good. There's something in the water. Almost like a chain reaction, farts echoed in the seawater for a long time without any stop. For a moment, everybody except Han Fei, Xia Xiaoshan, Mu Ling, and Tang were holding their bellies, including Sun Mu. Sun Mu's eyes were cold. You used poison. Han Fei didn't deny it. He simply spoke to Tang Ge, Xia Xiaoshan, and Mu Ling telepathically. You go to the next floor first. Seeing that the situation here was already under control, Tanga entered the next floor without hesitation. But his face was weird when he left. He wondered why the poison would make people fart. Xia Xiaoshan already felt strongly uncomfortable. She ran off immediately because she was disgusted. Han Fei, on the other hand, cackled creepily. A smart man doesn't put himself in danger. Do you think I would fight each and every one of you to get through? Let me tell you the truth. This poison is made by 1,000 spiritual herbs that I collected when I traveled the level 3 fishery. Its toxicity is unprecedented. Dreadful and mind-blowing, it will make you vomit and give you diarrhea for 7 days. If you don't have the antidote, you might as well start looking for a toilet. Han Fei shamelessly claimed that he was the inventor of the poison, because it could make him even more intimidating. Li Haiye's voice rang in Han Fei's head. Damn it, it's gross, you've pissed us off, Li Baizhou added. Fan Datong, come and duel with me if you think you're good. Why do you demean yourself by using such a lowly technique? Someone cursed angrily. Shit, give me the antidote. Pooh, shit your brother, shin your brother Fan. Antidote. Oh, Han Fei blinked his eyes. Stop speaking to me telepathically. My head is a mess when your voices are all in my head at the same time. I'll give the antidote to whoever voluntarily gives their sea-swallowing seashell to me. There are only 100 doses of the antidote, but there are clearly more than 100 people here. So, let's see which of you are faster. Someone cursed angrily. Lunatic, you will make yourself a public enemy of all the major sects. Han Fei turned his head only to see a young man who was glaring at him. Therefore, Han Fei smiled and said, Okay, no antidote for you. But I won't give you a hard time. You can get the hell out of here. The man immediately turned grim. He was only venting his fury by cursing aloud. He still wanted the antidote. Senior Brother Fan, hurry, antidote, I can't hold it anymore. Xuanhuan swam close. While he was on his way, obscure substances drifted out his pants. Han Fei's face instantly changed. He pointed at him and scolded, Don't come closer. Didn't I ask you to leave? Why are you still here? Han Fei hesitated. Damn it, he really didn't want to give them the antidote. His identity as the last disciple of the Dean of the Grand Void Academy would be found out to be a lie the moment he got out of the steps into the sea. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. He snapped his fingers and gave Ji Wengshuan and Tian Yishan 2 drops of the antidote. Han Fei simply said, Junior brother, finish it already. Tian Yishan couldn't hold it any longer either. He was lying on the ground when the antidote was thrown to him. Immediately, he jumped with his last strength and swallowed the antidote. Seeing the filthy seawater behind him, Han Fei almost threw up. Han Fei suddenly took out a black cloak and put it on. Then, he placed the high hat of the threatening ghost above his head too. Han Fei had transformed back into one of the black and white ghosts. Everybody was stunned after seeing that. Sun Mu remarked, You are indeed not a disciple of the Grand Void Academy. Han Fei's lips curled. Wrong. Xie Xiaoan and I laid low for 3 years in order to reclaim the glory of the Grand Void Academy in the fast before today. We, the black and white ghosts, are the ultimate weapons that the Grand Void Academy have developed. After today's battle, the Grand Void Academy will return to the peak again. Han Fei thought that, since nobody knew the black and white ghost's background, and he was already impersonating the last disciple of the Dean of the Grand Void Academy, he might as well attach the black and white ghost to the Grand Void Academy too. It was just another lie anyway. Immediately, Ji Wengshuan and Tian Yishan couldn't have looked more awful. They wondered if Han Fei was even their senior brother. Although they had been given the antidote, they both foresaw what would happen later. They would probably be beaten to death by everybody after they left the steps into the sea. Were doomed. They looked at each other and instantly faded away. Han Fei was rather unhappy that 2 sea-swallowing seashells ran away with them, but it didn't matter, because he had blamed everything on the Grand Void Academy. By the time those people figured out that he wasn't with the Grand Void Academy, he and Xia Xiaoshan would probably already be out of the steps into the sea. After they returned to the boundless and free level 3 fishery, who could possibly catch him, Han Fei kept a distance from them and protected himself well. Then he asked, Nobody is willing to give their sea-swallowing seashells to me? That's fine. I don't want them anymore. I'm leaving. Bye guys. It was none other than Sun Mu, who was closest to Han Fei, and Li Haiye and Li Baizhou, who called out to him first. They could barely hold themselves back anymore. As the disciples of mature families, their pride forbade them from being humiliating in front of other people in such a way. They had even foreseen that everybody in the Thousand-Star City would know what happened, and they would be a laughingstock in the city. Immediately, Sun Mu and the Li twins threw their sea-swallowing seashells to Han Fei. The moment he accepted the sea-swallowing seashells, Han Fei smiled and tossed out doses of the antidote which were mixed with impurities. However, it shouldn't be a problem for the antidote to suppress the poison for a while. With Sun Mu and the Li twins setting an example for them, hundreds of other people threw their sea-swallowing seashells to Han Fei. Han Fei almost failed to catch them all. Then, Han Fei tossed out a tremendous number of doses to the crowd. Then, Han Fei said to everybody telepathically, "I'm a man of my word. When I say I'll rob you, I won't kill you. Don't worry about your life." Everything was fine before Han Fei said that, but after he did, everyone wanted to cut him into pieces. Sun Mu and the Li twins seemed to be communicating telepathically, but Han Fei didn't really bother. How could their combat ability be restored so fast? However, in case those people got back to themselves, Han Fei continued, "I'll wait another 5 seconds. Those who don't give your sea-swallowing seashells to me won't need to." Amongst more farting noises, Han Fei received another batch of sea-swallowing seashells. After he collected the last sea-swallowing seashell, spiritual energy was already surging from some people. Han Fei was so scared that he quickly faded out and entered the next level. Li Haiye shouted, "I'll definitely kill him." Li Baizhou swore, "He can't get away. I'll kill him the moment he returns to the Thousand-Star City." Sun Mu had a cold gaze. "Let's get out of here first." Many people were lost for words, as the filthy seawater couldn't be more disgusting. Above the steps into the sea, Yang Deyu asked for a few sea-swallowing seashells after revealing his identity. He then got some daily necessities and threw them into his sea-swallowing seashell. He was about to leave when he heard exclamations bursting out behind him. Yang Deyu was rather stunned. "Huh? What's this fuss about? Have any extraordinary treasures been found?" "Young master, I think someone just came out of the steps into the sea." Yang Deyu was dazed for a moment. "People come out of the steps into the sea all the time. Why are they so loud? Tell me where the people from the Grand Void Academy are. I'm going to kill them." Yang Deyu was surprised to hear the roar that came from a distance. I think it's Li Haiye's voice. Let's go and see if it's that son of a Baiche." By the time Yang Deyu arrived, he found that a lot of people from the major sects, including Sun Mu, had been gathered. Yang Deyu was instantly amused. "Hey, Sun Mu, why have you left too?" A disciple of the Mountain Sea Pavilion suddenly began to fart in the crowd. Following him, someone else began to vomit. The crowd instantly dispersed. How could they still be farting so loudly when they were already peak-level dangling fishers? Someone said in despair, "What's that smell?" Yang Deyu was lost for words. "Are you done yet? What pills have you taken?" Right when Yang Deyu mocked them, Li Baizhou farted too. Sun Mu quickly flashed above the steps into the sea and vanished. "Damn it, we were tricked. Son of a Baish. This isn't over yet. I'll get back to you. Get me a toilet already. I can't hold back anymore." Yang Deyu and the other passers-by were all dumbfounded, wondering what could have possibly happened. After hearing how Fan De Tong released poison on the 200th level of the steps into the sea, Yang Deyu felt dizzy and chilled. He remarked in complicated feelings, "Thank God I got out earlier. Otherwise," he trembled and laughed out aloud. "Let's go. I feel really happy. Let's visit another treasure trove in a few days. But for now, let's find out which toilet Sun Mu is using." While Yang Deyu was having fun with the show, other people weren't. They were rather crept out by the fact that the black and white ghosts made it to the 200th level and drove out the heavenly talents of the Thousand-Star City. For a moment, the black and white ghosts became the most famous celebrities. Scholars even began to investigate the black and white ghosts' background. On the 2001st level of the steps into the sea, Han Fei patted his chest and grinned. A bumper harvest it is." The hexagon starfish remarked, "Human being, I have a feeling that you will be beaten to death if you leave this place." Han Fei chuckled. "Don't worry, I have the Thousand Faces technique." At this moment, Han Fei was even envious of the little fatty Chao Chu, who was truly adept at invention and creation even though he was bad at fighting. When hundreds of people farted at the same time a moment earlier, even he almost failed to control himself and stop himself from throwing up. At this moment, Han Fei scanned the sea-swallowing seashells he just obtained. The more carefully he examined them, the more brilliant his smile became. Skit, skit, skit. As expected of the disciples of the major sects, they really have lots of good stuff. "If I sell all these sea-swallowing seashells to the Spectre, how much money can I get? 100 million? Grinning, Han Fei picked out all the soul crystals inside those sea-swallowing seashells. After he examined all the sea-swallowing seashells, Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that he had acquired almost 300 soul crystals. So, those people each had a soul crystal on average. Hiss, not bad at all. It's true that robbing is much easier than collecting. Han Fei looked around and didn't sense any shock in the water, so he simply sat down on the ground. After 2 soul crystals were absorbed, Han Fei was suddenly refreshed. He had the epiphany that it was possible to remember the God-scaring painting now. At this moment, 10 soul crystals had already been absorbed, but the soul crystals had no reaction at all. However, after he absorbed the 11th soul crystal, the God-scaring painting trembled in his head. Immediately, Han Fei's eyes glittered, and he kept having the soul crystals. Absorbing another 10 soul crystals, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and released his mental perception. In the next second, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Han Fei rose quickly. "This isn't right. Didn't they say that it's 50 meters?" Why has the range of my perception been increased by 500 meters? The hexagon starfish asked. Can I have a few soul crystals for all the contributions I made? Han Fei thought of something and immediately took out 10 soul crystals. Here, Mr. Hexagon Starfish. What's the range of your perception right now? The hexagon starfish found it hard to believe that Han Fei tossed 10 soul crystals in front of him. It laid its tentacles on the soul crystals, and the 10 soul crystals disappeared in the blink of an eye. The hexagon starfish said, the range of my perception is very large. It's even bigger than the big red trunk. Han Fei was rather intrigued. It's that huge? However, Han Fei had strong doubts about the hexagon starfish's math abilities. So, he took out his fishing pole and said, you sense the landing point of my fishing pole and tell me if you can feel it. Han Fei asked, is it okay from here? The hexagon starfish replied, not a problem at all, 1,500 meters away. Han Fei asked, what about here? The hexagon starfish replied, not a problem at all. As it turned out, Han Fei's estimation wasn't wrong at all. The range of the hexagon starfish's perception was as far as 2,400 meters. Having just been increased by 500 meters, Han Fei only had a perception range of 1,000 meters in total. He wondered if it could be further increased if he kept absorbing the soul crystals. Han Fei said, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, digest them right now. Don't keep any of the 10 soul crystals. The hexagon starfish found it rather unbelievable that Han Fei could be so generous giving away 10 soul crystals at one time when he was usually mean and petty. Han Fei sat down and continued absorbing the soul crystals excitedly. At this moment, Han Fei felt that every single soul crystal had some effect. However, since he didn't remember more pieces of the God-scaring painting, Han Fei's range of perception wasn't really increased. However, after he absorbed another 10 soul crystals, and another piece of the God-scaring painting was remembered, Han Fei realized that his range of perception had been expanded by another 500 meters. Dumbfounded, Han Fei immediately looked at the hexagon starfish. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, how is it going? How much has your perception range been expanded? The hexagon starfish, range, been expanded. I haven't even begun to absorb them yet. Han Fei's heart was beating fast. Cao Chu had mentioned that even Cao Qian's perception range was only 3,300 meters back then. Even if Cao Qian had grown stronger, he couldn't possibly sense things 4,000 meters away. If Han Fei's guess was correct, the expansion of his perception range had little to do with the soul crystals, which were merely keys to the God-scaring painting. The God-scaring painting was the real key to the expansion of his perception range. The hexagon starfish's 6 big eyes were rolling quickly like wheels because it found that Han Fei was taking out 10 soul crystals every few hundred seconds, and he had repeated it almost 10 times. It was rather panicked as a starfish, and it didn't know where to place its tentacles. How can you be so fast? I haven't even digested the first soul crystal yet, but how many soul crystals have you taken in? 80? 100? Chapter 467. Yabayu, the fastest. 2 in 1. Han Fei's nose was bleeding because of his excitement. That was because his perception range had been expanded to 5,000 meters. Yes, 5,000 meters, not a meter shorter. 30 pieces of the God-scaring painting had been remembered. At first, he only remembered 19 pieces. But after the crystals, Han Fei remembered another piece by absorbing yet another 10 soul crystals. But this time, the range of his perception wasn't expanded, although he remembered a new piece of the God-scaring painting. When Han Fei experimented again, he realized that he couldn't remember more of the God-scaring painting with 10 soul crystals anymore. Instead, he merely felt that his head was a lot clearer than before. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the hexagon starfish and ask suspiciously, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do you think there's a bottleneck to perception range? The hexagon starfish stared at Han Fei with all its 6 big eyes. Your perception range has already hit the bottleneck? Han Fei was briefly stunned. I'm the one who's asking questions here. Tell me if there is a limit, and what one should do if he hits this limit. The hexagon starfish replied, that's a tricky question for me. However, I think one's perception range is definitely limited. Han Fei was slightly intrigued. Huh? How do you know? What's the reason for your claim? The hexagon starfish rolled its eyes and said, because of the limitation of the soul. When your soul can't bear your immense spiritual power, you will hit the bottleneck, won't you? Hiss, Han Fei was greatly enlightened. He had always thought that the soul equaled mental power. He was never able to distinguish between them, and nobody had ever told him about their difference. So, as it turned out, they weren't the same at all. The improvement of the soul would help the improvement of spiritual power, and the improvement of spiritual power would further expand one's perception range. Yes, that must be it. Han Fei glanced at the hexagon starfish and was secretly amazed by the amount of knowledge it possessed. Han Fei chuckled and asked, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, how can we improve the soul? Or rather, what is the soul exactly? The hexagon starfish moved its eyes left and right and said, I don't know. I'm just a starfish that was imprisoned for 300 years. Han Fei realized that the hexagon starfish probably really didn't know, as its perception range was only half of his own. He didn't think that the hexagon starfish had hit the bottleneck yet. After his perception range couldn't be expanded anymore, and he learned that it was impossible to improve his soul, Han Fei did not plan to continue absorbing the soul crystals. If his guess was correct, he was probably the person with the greatest perception range in the steps into the sea. Han Fei released his senses and felt everything within 5,000 meters. However, to his surprise, there was absolutely nobody within this range. Huh? Didn't they say that most people were at the 200th and the 200th floor? Why is there nobody here? Confused, Han Fei didn't set off to search for Xiao and the others immediately. Instead, he took out 10 spiritual fruits and, after thinking for a moment, 5 more before he began to offer sacrifices. However, although he offered 15 spiritual fruits, which contained 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy in total, the sacrificial ritual didn't work. You're truly greedy. Enlightened, Han Fei took out another 10 spiritual fruits, making an offering of 25 spiritual fruits in total. However, it didn't work either. Han Fei, this is downright robbery. I've offered 25 spiritual fruits, not 25 mid-quality pearls, alright? Han Fei immediately stored the rest of the spiritual fruits to himself. He didn't want to waste any more of them, as he didn't know how many spiritual fruits he would have to offer. At the current rate, assuming that he made all the offerings with spiritual fruits, he would run out of spiritual fruits in no more than 100 levels. Han Fei took out a sea-swallowing seashell. He was too lazy to appraise the sea-swallowing seashell anymore. All he knew was that it contained a bunch of mystic stones, low-quality spiritual weapons, rare materials, uncommon fish, and miscellaneous items. However, he soon found that the sea-swallowing seashells he looted at the beginning weren't enough for the offerings either. He used 7 of the sea-swallowing seashells he obtained before the 100th level for the sacrificial ritual. After the sacrificial ritual was complete, a seed drifted out in the empty seawater. Hey, am I so lucky? We've got a treasure. Huh? Wait. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed greatly. He stomped on the ground and quickly retreated. Right when he was about to reach for the seed, he found that the seed was quickly expanding and enlarging. In the blink of an eye, the seed had grown to the size of a fist. Crack. The seed was cracking and turning larger and larger still. In only 2 seconds, it was already as tall as a kid. Also, it was growing at a quicker and quicker speed. When the crimson vines burst out from the bulging seed, data popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name, Demon Shattering Vine. Introduction. This is a predator of the deep sea. It's strongly venomous and very tensile. Its vines are full of thorns. It feeds on large fish and shrimp. It goes on hunting by measuring the water current. It's very responsive to its surroundings. When it's mature, it will yield the demon spiritual fruit, which can increase the power of the soul. L level 38 S quality. Exotic S spiritual energy, 2009 8 points. R effect. Inedible S collectible. Demon spiritual fruit S unabsorbable. Frowning, Han Fei backed off for a few steps. This was the first and the only plant creature that he had summoned in the steps into the sea. Demon spiritual fruit? A spiritual fruit that can improve the power of the soul? At this moment, the demon shattering vine was growing crazily. It took the plant no more than 10 seconds to grow to 3 meters tall from a seed. All of a sudden, Han Fei began to attack without considering too much. Who could tell for how long such a weird plant would grow for? It was only 3 meters tall for now. What if it grew to 30 meters or 300 meters tall? Seeing that nobody was around, Han Fei unleashed all the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. After the demon shattering vines were cut off, Han Fei saw an astounding scene. He saw that the demon shattering vines that he cut off were growing too. After only a short while, the demon shattering vines had grown to 5 meters tall. Damn it, what is this thing? Suddenly, the hexagon starfish said, "This plant seems to have immense spiritual energy, but it's consuming the energy right now. Do you think you started the battle too early?" Han Fei slightly backed off and said, "Are you suggesting that I should wait until it grows large before I fight it?" The hexagon starfish said, "Actually, you can fight it right now. Though it has been split into many parts, its vitality is limited overall." Han Fei thought of something. Although he didn't know how the hexagon starfish could tell another creature's vitality, he didn't think that the hexagon starfish would lie to him. Therefore, Han Fei controlled the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and churned crazily again. Every one of the crimson demon shattering vines was cut into pieces. Although the broken vines were still growing, they seemed to be only large in number and didn't show anything special. After several hundred seconds, what lay before Han Fei's eyes was a forest with a coverage of around 50 meters. At the center of the wood was a ragged main vine, which was surrounded by lesser vines that were dozens of meters long. All those vines were full of thorns, with red fluids dripping off now and then. Han Fei curled his lips. "Has it stopped growing?" The hexagon starfish replied. "I think so. Then let's kill it first." There was no telling if it was because Han Fei had cut off the vines earlier, but although the vines were lunging at Han Fei like agile snakes and tentacles, they were chopped into pieces by Han Fei with the blue sea wandering dragon daggers before they could reach Han Fei at all. When they were chopped into pieces this time, they were really dead because the vines that were dozens of meters long all disappeared. After only a second, the demon-shattering vines that had a coverage of 50 square meters had been reduced to only 10 square meters with only the main vine left under Han Fei's chopping. Hee hee. "I thought it would be difficult to deal with this thing," the hexagon starfish said. "This doesn't look right." It should be very powerful, but it was cut by you at the very beginning. If you had allowed it to grow, it would have been much bigger than right now. Han Fei said in despise, it may be big, but so what? It's just a vine anyway. Hardly had he said that when Han Fei shot out an arrow that burst out on the main trunk of the demon-shattering vines, causing a huge hole on the trunk. Right when Han Fei was ready to finish off the demon-shattering vines, he suddenly sensed that a young man in white clothes was coming to his place at a high speed. Finally, somebody is here. Bam, bam, bam. Shooting out almost 10 arrows and causing explosions again and again, he shattered the demon-shattering vines. After the demon-shattering vines disappeared, a crimson fruit floated in the water. It was round and seemed to have a very thin skin. This is the demon spiritual fruit? Han Fei grabbed the demon spiritual fruit and threw it into Forge the Universe. Then, his bow and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were recalled into his body too. In Han Fei's hand, he was only holding a whetstone and a kitchen knife. 2 seconds later, a young man in white came close with a smile. Did you summon the demon-shattering vines? The young man in white looked at Han Fei with a smile like a courteous scholar. He seemed warm, sunny, and amicable. Han Fei curled his lips. That's right, how may I help you? The young man in white softly extended his hand and waved in the water. Then he closed his eyes and released his senses. Sharp daggers and sharp arrows, you are a strong soul warrior. You aren't from the Thousand-Star City, are you? Han Fei didn't say anything, but he thought to himself, what are you trying to say? The young man chuckled and put his hands back into his long sleeves. Okay, give me the demon spiritual fruit and there won't be any conflict between us. Han Fei chuckled. I have a lot of personal experience in robbery, and I've never seen a robber who's so brazen, Han Fei said casually. What if I don't give it to you? The young man in white said, then why don't we have a contest? I happen to be feeling bored, and you don't seem to be weak at all. Should we have a game? Han Fei said with a faint smile. Okay, let's have a game. After he finished, the seawater began to tremble in agitation around them. Swirls appeared out of nowhere between them and revolved crazily. When the aura in the young man in white soared and gradually reached the level of a peak-level dangling fisher, Han Fei frowned. This man doesn't seem very interesting, but I do think that something is wrong. Voila! Suddenly, Han Fei lowered his head only to see a weird array under his feet. Han Fei was puzzled. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, why did you set up an array for no good reason? The Hexagon Starfish replied, I didn't set up any array. Han Fei's face slightly changed. It was the young man in white on his opposite side who set up the array. But when exactly did he establish the array under his feet? Also, the array was the simplest confinement array. Han Fei grunted, and dozens of cracks appeared on the confinement array. Han Fei said with a smile, you've given me a gift, and I'll return one to you. 6-gate array. When the purple light emerged, Han Fei saw a white flash in the seawater, and the 6-gate array missed the target. Han Fei's eyes almost bulged out after seeing that. He didn't expect that someone could be even faster than himself. Boom. Right while the young man in white was dodging the 6-gate array, Han Fei pointed the confinement array with the needle in his head, and the confinement array broke into pieces after an explosion. The two of them looked at each other in the water, and neither of them was trapped by the enemy. The smile on the young man's face was less obvious than before. If my guess is correct, it was a hexagon starfish that set up the array just now, wasn't it? Han Fei was wearing the same smile. He had met another man who had recognized the hexagon starfish through the 6-gate array without even seeing the hexagon starfish for real. The hexagon starfish couldn't be more panicked at this moment. Let's run. I think my life is at risk. Han Fei said, shut up, we've been through too many things. You think we should run whenever we meet a random person? You should have been named Hexagon Runner instead of Hexagon Starfish, the young man in white spoke telepathically. It's a surprise that you have a mysterious creature. You must be extraordinary. However, are you strong enough? Then, the young man in white disappeared in the water. After that, Han Fei could see nothing but overlapping flashes of light around him. It was not a weapon or a battle technique. The flashes were exactly the young man in white himself. Han Fei was lost for words. He had never seen anyone who was so fast as to run around him dozens of times in the blink of an eye. In terms of speed, he had been completely defeated. But Han Fei simply said telepathically, you think being a fast runner is something? Idiot. Not caring about the flashes at all, Han Fei simply walked straight to the bottom of the sea. He already made up his mind. I don't care if you simply run around me, but let's see if you have the courage to hit me. As it turned out, the flashes circled and suddenly emerged behind Han Fei, and a narrow sword detoured and tried to attack Han Fei's cheek. However, Han Fei simply ignored the sword and slashed backwards with his knife. Unsurprisingly, he missed his target. The young man in white did not anticipate that Han Fei would be so determined to hurt him even if it meant being badly wounded by him. Han Fei watched the narrow sword brushing past his chest without even breaking his skin. He sneered coldly. Wussy, have you never fought anyone before? You think being fast is something? I'll cut you into 2 parts if you dare to show up in front of me again. The young man's face slightly changed, as if he had been provoked by Han Fei. He turned into a flashing character again and attacked in a similar way to Xiaoshan's 1000 strike technique. For a moment, Han Fei really thought that many people were attacking him simultaneously from all directions so fast that he couldn't defend himself at all. Humph! Voila! He swept the blood-drinking knife, and all the shadows nearby backed off. A sword blinked dozens of times, and Han Fei finally saw that his attack was blocked. By the time the young man in white showed up again, Han Fei looked at him with a fake smile. Does speed mean anything? You are so weak that you can't even resist one attack from me in a head-on clash. Teesk, teesk, yet you think you can rob me of my demon spiritual fruit? Is there something wrong with your head? The young man in white blushed in embarrassment under Han Fei's mockery and completely lost his cool. He simply asked, "Who are you? Is it your business? You aren't qualified to ask me questions until you can beat me." After that, Han Fei simply ignored him and swam away in a random direction. He decided to find xuanhuan, Tang Ge, and the others first. It was needless to say that Tang Ge must be waiting for him somewhere on this level. However, after he swam for a moment, the young man in white appeared again. At this moment, he seemed to have recovered from his sense of frustration. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at him. "What do you want? Another fight?" The young man said, "I've thought it through. I'm not weak. Just now, you attacked with your knife once, but I blocked it by using my sword 17 times. It's not because my defense was weak. I'm pretty sure that I used the power at least at the level of a peak level dangling fishers every time. However, it took me 17 times to block your one time, which means that you're much stronger than you look. Therefore, a man like you can't be anyone ordinary." Han Fei tilted his head. "That's all you have figured out after such a long time of analysis?" The young man in white continued. "Although I don't know whether the hexagon starfish is your spiritual beast or your contractual spiritual beast, I'm pretty sure that you are definitely as good as any ultimate heavenly talent in the 7 major sects of your age. I think that we can make friends with each other since we are of similar ages." "Ha!" Lost for words, Han Fei glanced at him and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested. I'm going to hit you if you keep following me." After a brief silence, the young man in white said, "You can't hit me. Nobody in the 7 major sects or the eminent families can keep up with my speed." "Huh?" Han Fei's eyes slightly constricted. This man was really confident, if not arrogant. However, he had to admit that the man was really fast. But should the man really be so arrogant? The young man in white said, "I am Yibayu. What's your name?" Han Fei came to a stop. "You're Yibayu?" Yibayu was briefly stunned. "You know me? Then how come I don't know you?" On his way, Han Fei had heard Yibayu, Chen Aochen, and other names too many times from Cao Chu. He had always thought that the people that Cao Chu couldn't stop talking about must be very strong. Actually, Yibayu was indeed very strong. It was even safe to say that nobody at his level could beat him when he was at his highest speed. For people like Yang Deyu, they could easily crush Yibayu if Yibayu was frozen. However, once Yibayu started moving, it was absolutely impossible for those people to touch him. The only difference between Han Fei and Yang Deyu was that Han Fei was much sturdier than him. Yibayu could defeat Yang Deyu, but could never defeat Han Fei, because Han Fei wasn't scared of Yibayu's sword at all. However, if Yibayu was using a divine weapon, Han Fei felt rather insecure at the thought of that. No, what if this man does have a divine weapon? He didn't believe that the big families from the Thousand-Star City wouldn't have divine weapons at all. If Yibayu was holding one of the divine weapons, he could probably kill Han Fei in less than a minute. Seeing that Han Fei was frowning, Yibayu asked, "What's on your mind?" Han Fei asked, "How fast can you be?" There was pride on Yibayu's face when he talked about his speed. "I can't tell for sure. If your current speed is 1, mine is probably 10, and it can go up to 20 if I were to unleash my extreme abilities." Han Fei, was instantly dumbfounded. He wasn't slow at all at this moment. He was at about half of his highest speed. Did it mean that Yibayu was 10 times faster than himself? His speed could be 4 times as fast if he fully carried out the shadow swimming art. If he attached Little Gold to himself, the number could go up to 6 or 7. Han Fei's eyes cramped. If he was in his best state after he activated the Majestic Mystic spell, his speed might be able to surpass 10. While the Majestic Mystic spell could increase his damage by almost 5 times, Han Fei wasn't sure how much it could improve his speed. Could it make him faster than Yibayu? Han Fei suddenly asked, "What would you think if I had your speed?" "That'd be impossible." Chapter 468, Farewell to. In one, Yibayu replied resolutely and bluntly, "I am one of a kind. I have a growing spiritual heritage that's focused on speed, and my naturally endowed spiritual beast, you wouldn't know it even if I told you. In general, it's very fast." Han Fei grinned. "What if I were as fast as you?" Yibayu considered it carefully and said, "With your sturdiness and my speed, and considering the intensity of the attack you launched just now, you will be among the top 10 experts in the entire Thousand-Star City." "Only the top 10? Yibayu trembled and nearly fell off. He said, almost lost for words, "Only the top 10. Do you have any idea how terrifying the top 10 experts of the Thousand-Star City are? You would be invincible until the day you die." Han Fei was intrigued. It did sound rather impressive. Before he met Yibayu, Han Fei had never thought that he was slow, but at this moment he had a new understanding. Earlier, he didn't have enough spiritual energy, and he never had the chance to practice the best speed-type battle techniques. But things were different now. Now that he had spiritual energy that he probably couldn't use up anytime soon, how could he be the champion of the level 3 fishery without making the best use of it? But Hanfei suddenly changed the topic. You may be fast, but so what? Strength is all that matters. However fast you are, can you escape at ease after you kill anyone on a dragon boat? You can't. But you can do that if you are extremely strong. That's pure nonsense, Yibayu sneered. The dragon boats are supervised by peak-level hanging fishers. Even if you are the strongest peak-level dangling fisher who's unbelievably strong, you might find it impossible to get away from experts on that level, but I can. The peak-level hanging fishers can't leave the dragon boats, and it's impossible for them to catch me with their fishing techniques. Wait, you're eliciting information from me. Hanfei grinned wide and said, Tusk. I just realized that you are a good fella. Yibayu thought of something. Are you planning to kill anyone on the dragon boats? Hee, you can't do it. You're too slow. Hanfei shrugged. Did I mention that I would kill anyone on the dragon boats? Yibayu stared at Hanfei, as if he were trying to see the secrets in his heart. Who are you exactly? Hanfei's lips suddenly curled. Me? I am Fan Datong, one of the awe-inspiring black and white ghosts in the level 3 fishery. You are a food bucket. Hanfei's face changed. You are a food bucket. I am wandering casually to Hanfei's side. Yibayu opened his hands and asked, Who gave you your name? Your awesome appearance is completely ruined by your name. Also, why is your name not on the wanted list of the dragon boats? Hanfei rolled his eyes. When was the last time you checked the wanted list? Yibayu replied, About 2 months ago. Tisk, 2 months is enough time for the wanted list to be completely renewed. Yibayu nodded. It does make sense. Suddenly, Yibayu's face changed. Someone's here. Yibayu swooshed and disappeared from Hanfei. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 meters away. Hanfei was truly impressed by his speed. However, even though Yibayu was fast, his perception range was not as wide as Hanfei's, and Hanfei had already sensed that Tange was coming. Yibayu returned as fast as he went away. He said to Hanfei in excitement, It's going to be bad for you. A strong enemy is coming. If you give me the demon spiritual fruit, I may consider taking you away. How does that sound? Hanfei grinned. If you give me your sea-swallowing seashell, I may consider making friends with you. Yibayu was lost for words. Courtesy is what matters in friendship. It's outrageous of you to ask for my sea-swallowing seashell. And it isn't outrageous of you to ask for my demon spiritual fruit? Naturally, Hanfei would not give away the demon spiritual fruit easily. He felt that it was quite unusual that he had summoned a plant. If Yibayu weren't here, he would have studied it right here and now. As they talked, Tange had already entered their sight. Not just that, Hanfei also sensed Cao Chu, Wang Zitian, and Muling 10 kilometers away. Tange looked at Yibayu instead of Hanfei first. Frowning, he pointed his spear at Yibayu and said, Get lost. Tange, I've never done you wrong. Besides, you can't hit me even if you wanted to. Don't be so cocky. But we can work together to hit you. Yibayu was stunned. He suddenly asked, Do you know each other? So you're from the 1,000-star city after all? But why have I never met you before? Hanfei said. It's because you're too fast to make any friends. Yibayu smiled and said, You can't catch me or hit me. So why don't I exchange soul crystals for your demon spiritual fruit? Tanga frowned. The demon spiritual fruit? Hanfei asked telepathically. Do you know of it? Tanga replied, Yes. It's a spiritual fruit that can build up one's soul. It's extremely rare. Countless people make offerings in the steps into the sea every day, but few of them ever get one. Hanfei looked at Yibayu. What's the exchange rate exactly? Yibayu said, I'll give you 10 soul crystals for your demon spiritual fruit. Hanfei's eyes slightly trembled. This pretty boy has 10 soul crystals? Hanfei grinned and said, 10 soul crystals? I can get that by robbing 2 random guys of their sea-swallowing seashells. Why would I give away the demon spiritual fruit for that? Yibayu furrowed his brow. 10 is not a small number. The productivity of the soul crystals is no higher than that of the demon spiritual fruit. I'm generous enough to give you 10. Hanfei spat a bubble at Yibayu and said, No, if you want to trade for it, you'll have to give 100 soul crystals. Pooh, Yibayu was so infuriated that he actually laughed. You're truly greedy. You can't get 100 soul crystals unless you rob everybody in the steps into the sea. If I had so many soul crystals, would I even need to trade with you for the demon spiritual fruit? Hanfei shrugged. Then let's forget it. For a moment, they were caught in an impasse. Yibayu stared at Hanfei and Tange for a while and eventually decided to leave. But then he sensed that more people were coming. Cao Chu, Muling, Wang Erjian. The moment he saw Yibayu, Cao Chu cried out, Fan Datong, kill him now, he has lots of treasures. Yibayu looked at Hanfei. You all know each other? Am I the only one who doesn't know you? Why? Hanfei grinned and said, Because, look at your back. As he talked, Hanfei suddenly moved. The wedding stone in his hand was enlarged by dozens of meters, and the blood-drinking knife was unleashed. On Tange's side, he raised his spear, jumped, and slashed it down. All the seawater within 100 meters was surging. Wang Erjian's 2 swords floated and dispersed into overwhelming shadows, blocking one direction. With unusual walls, Muling soon created confinement arrays, killing arrays, wall arrays, and shield arrays. As for Cao Chu, a blazing fish appeared before him, and the most brilliant flash glowed in the water. For a moment, nobody could keep their eyes open, and they could only detect the surroundings with their other senses. Then, after a flash, the area within 100 meters was covered by an illusion. Ye Baiyu was completely dumbfounded. Who have I possibly pissed off? Why are so many people attacking me all of a sudden? Although all his 4 directions were blocked, Ye Baiyu deserved to be the fastest man on his level. He moved as quickly as a lightning bolt in the seawater, and none of the attacks really hurt him. What made Ye Baiyu even more speechless was the fact that all the water within his sight was turning into swords. He could only sense the overwhelming sword chi and see swords in all directions. I'll blink. Bam! In the next second, Ye Baiyu crashed into a purple barrier. Ye Baiyu asked, "When did you set up the 6-gate array?" Han Fei grinned. "When you found that you couldn't escape in any direction, and when you noticed that the swords were coming. Look, like I already told you before, being fast is a good thing, but you're too weak. You can't do anything if you're only fast." Actually, Han Fei was having cold sweats, because Ye Baiyu was too fast. If he hadn't used the infinity water at the very beginning, if he hadn't informed his gang with his extraordinary perception range, if Cao Chu hadn't blinded him, and if his partners here weren't all the best of their professions, it would have been impossible for him to imprison Ye Baiyu. The spirit-forbidden net fell, and Ye Baiyu was about to be caught. Han Fei was already going to laugh out loud when he saw a white mark appear inside the 6-gate array, and nothing could be seen except a white fish skin inside the 6-gate array. Dumbfounded, Han Fei asked in shock, "He escaped?" The hexagon starfish was stunned too. "That can't be right. I didn't sense anything unusual with the array," Cao Chu exclaimed. "Damn it, it's the star teleportation technique of the Yi family." "I didn't know that he already picked it up," Muling said. "He's a genius." Tunga was silent. He simply gazed at the white fish skin, as if he was thinking if he was really as strong as he thought himself to be. Han Fei cried, "My soul crystals are gone." Everyone, suddenly, a voice came from far away. "Fan Da Tung, I'll remember you. Like I said, I'm unparalleled in this world in terms of speed. Let's meet again after I get an offensive technique to kill you." Ye Baiyu was gone, leaving Han Fei and the others staring at each other. Seeing that everybody was deep in thought, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is the star teleportation technique?" Cao Chu slightly shook his head. "I'm not sure, but every major family in the 1,000-star city has their legacies. Most of those legacies are the weird techniques that can almost be called taboo. They are gradually accumulated over time by the ancestors of those families." Han Fei suddenly asked, "Is that what Sun Mu's immortal slaying formation is?" Cao Chu nodded. "Yes, that formation technique is just like the star teleportation technique. However, it's extremely difficult to practice those battle techniques. More often than not, people give up after a long time of trying to grasp them." Wang Zitian said casually, "You think the immortal slaying formation you saw was good enough? In fact, Sun Mu might have not fully grasped it yet." Han Fei's eyes cramped. "What about the star teleportation technique? He escaped when it was impossible for him to flee even with a flash stone." Cao Chu said, "I'm not sure. How can I know the technique so clearly? I've not practiced it at all." Muling smiled and said, "The flash stone is only the most basic way of escaping. In fact, there are quite a few arrays that can block flash stones. But of course, it's still most cost-effective to use flash stones in the level 3 fishery. You can hardly be blocked unless you're in special cases." Tang Ge had been silent the whole time. He spoke to Han Fei alone telepathically. "I don't think anybody is on this floor. Don't hang around with Cao Chu anymore. He's up to no good. He only cooperates with you because he can blame everything he does on you later," Han Fei replied. "I know. I was going to dump him anyway." On the other hand, Han Fei looked at Cao Chu and the others. "Have you seen Xia Xiaon?" Cao Chu said. "No." "Right, where is she now?" Han Fei said to Tang Ge telepathically. "You go away with Muling first. I'll catch up with you later." Tang Ge simply said to Muling, "Let's go first." Muling looked at Han Fei and slightly nodded. Then the two of them left quickly. After they disappeared from his sight, Cao Chu finally remarked in surprise, I don't know when it started, but I have this feeling that Tang Ge has become our ally," Han Fei said. "That's because we respect and appreciate each other." Wang Zitian frowned. "He does not seem hostile to you, which doesn't match his personality," Han Fei said with a smile. "What's his personality?" Wang Zitian remarked. "He is decent and can't stand any injustice. At the very least, he generally won't hang around with people like you." Han Fei became gloomy. "Make yourself clear. What kind of person am I?" Wang Zitian chuckled and said, "You rob everybody you can rob and achieve your purpose through whatever means possible. You and Cao Chu are the same." Han Fei snorted. "So what? We folk from the countryside are different from city residents." He said lazily, Forget it. It's time that we split apart. Cao Chu, you don't really want to kill them, do you? Actually, you only want to annoy them, trick them, and shake their confidence. Hey, I can take that blame for you. However, this 21st level seems to have been cleared by someone, so this is where our trip together ends. You can decide to stay or leave on your own," Cao Chu said quickly. "Don't. We've been together for so many floors. We're friends." Han Fei scoffed. Friends? Fine. Let's talk about our friendship when I become the master of the 1,000-star city. Chasing after Han Fei, Cao Chu asked, that will be a long time that I'll have to wait. We're already great friends right now. I think that if we stick together, we may surpass the 250th floor and break my elder brother's record. Han Fei stared at Cao Chu with a faint smile for such a long time that the little fatty felt uncomfortable. Cao Chu stepped back and said embarrassedly, What's wrong? Han Fei said with a smile. You only want us to fight for you for free, right? Surpass the 250th floor? You want me to take you there, or you want Wang or Jian to take you? Enough. You can go to whichever floor you want on your own, but I won't help you. 200 floors are already good enough for you. Don't forget that you only made it to the 48th level last time. Han Fei walked away without looking back, leaving Cao Chu where he was. Wang Zitian came close and said, Let's go and find a place to make offerings. Cao Chu snorted. I thought we were already good friends. Wang Zitian slightly shook his head. You only hung around with us because of your own interests. Do you really think we're friends? You needed him to help you deal with Sun Mu and his partners. We know that he can't kill Sun Mu, but we've basically achieved our purpose. I estimate that Sun Mu and his subordinates must be vomiting and having diarrhea outside. Han Fei seems to hold a grudge against Sun Mu for reasons I don't know, or else there would be no reason for him to accompany you. Or maybe there's another possibility. He was merely trying to get more sea-swallowing seashells. Cao Chu secretly glanced at Wang Zitian and thought to himself, if I tell you that Fan Datong is actually Han Fei, but wait, Wang Zitian doesn't know who Han Fei is yet. Thinking about that, Cao Chu suddenly said, Forget it. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go out. Wang Zitian's eyes looked straight at him. We're already on the 200th floor, but you're quitting? Cao Chu wiggled and said, Why should we keep fighting? We can't break my older brother's record anyway, even if we are to keep fighting, so why bother? We might as well go out and mock those people, right? I'm going back to the 1,000-star city and telling everybody how they were humiliated. Wang Zitian, Han Fei, actually quite liked the little fatty from the Cao family. However, he had noticed since a long time ago that even though Cao Chu was self-willed, the 7 major sects and the descendants of the big families all went easy on him. It certainly suggested that the Cao family was quite renowned in the 1,000-star city. Besides, those people kept a respectful attitude when they knew that Cao Chu was going to attack them, which suggested something even more. Although they robbed and beat Cao Chu after they saw him, they didn't really hurt him. That was definitely a concession. If Han Fei made friends with such an influential man as Cao Chu, he might accidentally get himself killed someday. It was a stupid thing to try to join a circle that one didn't belong to. A moment later, Han Fei already found Tongji, who didn't go far away and stayed in Han Fei's range of perception. Seeing Han Fei, Tunga grinned and gave Han Fei a bear hug. How is it going? How do you feel after the 200th floor? Han Fei glimpsed aside, and Muling said, You brothers keep chatting. I'll take a walk. Watching Muling leave, Han Fei couldn't help but compliment him. Nice, you got a considerate girlfriend. What are you talking about? She's not Han Fei patted Tunga's shoulder. Okay, stop lying. You obviously like her. If you're bold enough to scold those descendants of the big families, why should you be afraid of having a girlfriend? As he spoke, Han Fei waved his hand, and a sea-swallowing seashell fell before Tongji. Take this. We're brothers. You used to take good care of me. I certainly can't let you walk away empty-handed now that I've found something. Tongji frowned. Are you talking about materials with me? How can I take anything from you? I've got lots of spoils myself. I robbed many people on the upper levels. Han Fei smiled. Just keep it. I have a tremendous number of sea-swallowing seashells in my storage. You can keep the dozens of sea-swallowing seashells you have to yourself. Also, what do you mean by take anything from me? Everything I have is shared between us. Inside this sea-swallowing seashell are some soul crystals. My perception range has already hit its limit, so they're useless to me now. They're all for you. Soul crystals? Stunned, Tunga accepted the sea-swallowing seashell and examined it, only to see 100 soul crystals inside with millions of mid-quality pearls. His eyes cramped as he asked, Where did you get so many of them? Han Fei replied with a smile, I got them through robbery. The 1,000-star city is not the same as the Blue Sea Town. You think I don't know that? For example, none of the guys on the 200th floor are simple. We don't have rich families to support us like them, so we must make a fortune on our way. In any case, we can't be bested by them. Tunga hesitated. But no buts. We've been brothers for life. After the trip to the steps into the sea, we'll be separated again and won't meet until I come to the 1,000-star city. I don't want to hear stories of the fall of the unparalleled genius Tunga after I reach the 1,000-star city someday. Tunga laughed. That's impossible, Han Fei grinned. Then keep it. Also, don't go after Sun Mu and his people again. Look, I dared to beat him up, but I don't really have the courage to kill him. However, just because I dare not kill him right now doesn't mean that I dare not do that in the future. One day, I'm going to settle the score with him. While he was talking, Han Fei noticed that Tunga was gazing at him. He couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Tunga was said in comfort. Han Fei, you're different now. You're more confident, optimistic, and powerful. More importantly, you're very smart. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, Stop boasting me. Okay, I won't be with you for the rest of the journey. I need to find Xiao and continue exploring the steps into the sea. Our path has only just begun. Holding the sea-swallowing seashell, Tunga nodded heavily. Okay, when you come to the 1,000-star city in the future, I want to see her in her real appearance. What kind of girl can possibly make you so enamored? Haha, she's extraordinarily beautiful, but I wouldn't say that I'm enamored. That girl has always been a great troublemaker. A moment later, seeing that Hanfei and Tunga walked to her with a smile, Muling knew that they had finished talking. After he came close, Hanfei said, "Sister-in-law, I'm going. You must invite me to your wedding. Bye." Both Muling and Tunga blushed. But Hanfei had left without looking back. He waved at them behind his back. Watching Hanfei leave, Tunga clenched his fists and mumbled, "Rest assured. By the time you come to the 1,000-star city, I'll definitely be the best of the city." Muling softly grabbed Tungai's arm. "This brother of yours is truly big-hearted." He. Chapter 469, Xia Xiaoshan and Mo Feiyan. At this moment, Mo Feiyan did not know yet that she had survived a disaster thanks to her wariness. As far as she knew, it was highly unusual that Cao Chu and the others would all run away at a crucial moment. She knew that Cao Chu was quite nice to his friends even though he could be naughty and mischievous. Many people might want to cut him to pieces when they first meet him, but they will protect him in real emergencies. Therefore, she realized that Cao Chu definitely had good reasons to escape. Going down to the 2001st floor, Mo Feiyan didn't make any offerings. She wasn't here to fight, but to seek answers to her questions. She felt rather weird when she found nobody on the 21st floor. By logic, those who made it to the 21st floor should be stronger than those on the 200th floor. So, who cleared them up? While she was looking for other people, the seawater began to tremble violently, indicating that an intense battle was happening somewhere. Mo Feiyan, as another heavenly talent, would never miss drama. She immediately swam to the battlefield. On her way, she found that a slim man was swimming in the same direction. Huh? Isn't he the man who was with Cao Chu earlier? Shua, her soft sword was unsheathed and it flashed in the water. Mo Feiyan stopped before the man and giggled. "Hello, handsome. Where are you going?" Xia Xiaochan was stunned at first after she saw Mo Feiyan. Then she was disgusted by Mo Feiyan's sexy and charming posture. "You, disgusting." Mo Feiyan immediately had a long face. "As a man, shouldn't you compliment a woman as beautiful as me? Why are you disgusted?" Mo Feiyan's face was cold. "Say that again, I dare you." "Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Stop twisting your body while you're talking." "No guys like that? Mo Feiyan, Mo?" Mo Feiyan was so amused that she asked back, "What kind of woman do you think men like?" Xia Xiaoshan said straightforwardly, "Women who are good fighters." Mo Feiyan, right? Mo Feiyan almost laughed out aloud. What kind of man was this? It was truly hilarious. She had never heard a man claiming that he liked a girl who was good at fighting. She wondered whether this man was a masochist, or if there was something wrong with his head. Xia Xiaoshan thought for a moment and realized that Hanfei was exactly like that, so she nodded affirmatively. "That's right. Women like you are too disgusting. Shut up. Shut up." Mo Feiyan launched a sword flash without any hesitation. However, Xia Xiaoshan was too strong to be cut by her. She blew up the sword flash with her sword easily. Xia Xiaoshan said coldly, "I knew that you were an evil woman. Now that we've met, you have to submit your sea-swallowing seashell." Mo Feiyan was briefly stunned. Is this man so stupid? Is he really more interested in my sea-swallowing seashell than myself? However, Mo Feiyan's heart was tightened in the next moment as the man was extraordinarily fast. Having covered herself in a male appearance with the metamorphosis water, Xia Xiaoshan resumed her identity as a hunter. She entered her stealth state the moment the battle began. Almost in the blink of an eye, Xia Xiaoshan had stabbed 2 daggers at Mo Feiyan. Mo Feiyan didn't know that Xia Xiaoshan had directly teleported herself over. If she had known that, there was no telling how she would react. Cling, cling, Xia Xiaoshan's dagger brushed past Mo Feiyan's waist and left a huge cut in her clothes. But underneath her clothes was a layer of fish-scale armor. 7 tails. Something moved under Mo Feiyan's feet, and 7 chains that looked like centipedes emerged amidst the sword chi. The 2 sides of the chains were both sharp edges. The 7 tails looked a bit like Han Fei's 9-star chain, which Xia Xiaoshan was so familiar with that she could predict what Mo Feiyan would do next with her eyes closed. Therefore, while the 7 tails were sweeping the air, Mo Feiyan discovered, to her surprise, that a wound was left on her body after almost each second. Her spiritual energy protective cover had been shattered, but her 7 tails hadn't even touched Xia Xiaoshan yet. "I'm going to pierce through your iron shell." For a moment, the seawater was full of swooshing shadows. Without any hesitation, Mo Feiyan held her amulets in her hands, only to watch the amulets being slashed dozens of times in the blink of an eye. When 2 ferocious daggers were stabbed at her, one of Mo Feiyan's amulets was cut to pieces. Mo Feiyan couldn't be more shocked, wondering which heavenly talent she had run into again, and why she did not recognize this man who must be an extraordinary disciple in the 7 major sects with his strength, his battle tricks, and his speed. Yes, he was just like that Fan Datong, who was strong enough to confront the immortal slaying formation by himself even though nobody recognized him. Poison explosion. As the black mist spread out, Mo Feiyan narrowed her eyes and observed again. only to see that the man was holding a spiritual fruit and chewing a spiritual fruit 100 meters away while looking back at her. Xuanhuan asked, "Are you not using your full strength? Why are you so weak?" Mo Feiyan's head almost exploded. "I'm weak," she said coldly. "You obnoxious man, you've infuriated me. You like girls who are good fighters, don't you? Then let me show you what a good fighter should be like." After she finished, an enormous eel 30 meters long appeared. However, this eel was a bizarre shape and had 7 tails. They're not centipedes, are they? Xuanhuan frowned in disgust. "Why is your spiritual beast so ugly?" Mo Feiyan couldn't take it anymore. How many times had she been insulted since they met? The man's scornful eyes and his sounds of disgust were particularly agitating for her. "Ugly? Ignorant man, never say uglies to a girl in your next life." Shwa, shwa, shwa. The enormous eel was instantly split apart into 7. Triggered by Mo Feiyan's thought, the 7 enormous eels turned into 7 overwhelming streams that raised all the seawater within 100 meters. Sheila. Electricity suddenly burst out and blue arcs were spreading out in the water. Xia Xiaochan disappeared the moment the eel turned into water. She was so fast that she turned into a shadow that escaped Mo Feiyan's attention. Pucci, while Mo Feiyan was busy looking for her target, she felt that her waist was stabbed. She lowered her head, only to see a hand on her abdomen. Bam! Xia Xiaochan was flung away, and a weird and eerie power was taking shape beside Mo Feiyan. Electric arcs were still flashing around Xia Xiaochan, and her face was slightly pale. These electric arcs are not bad. They're much better than the electricity from the piercing electricity jellyfish and the dragon eels. Feeding a dosage of healing pills to herself, Mo Feiyan declared angrily, "Don't compare my 7-tailed poisonous eel to those garbage creatures, you filthy man," Xia Xiaoshan snorted. "However, it's not exactly irresistibly powerful. What else have you got? I'm told that you're on par with Sun Mu and Yang Deyu, but so far, you look weaker than them." "Don't say that I'm weak, or that I'm ugly." First move of the water dragon chant, twin dragons playing pearls. Xia Xiaoshan looked around and quickly entered her stealth state. The seawater on her side surged, and 2 enormous water dragons were formed and lunged at her. Blink. Xia Xiaoshan realized, to her surprise, that she had been restrained by the seawater. Seeing that Xia Xiaoshan was out of her stealth state, Mo Feiyan said coldly, "Sun Mu has the immortal slaying formation, but I have the water dragon chant. Do you really think I'm only pretty?" The pressure around her grew larger and larger. Also, the 2 water dragons were too enormous for Xia Xiaoshan to flash away. At this moment, a shadow flashed out of the center of Xia Xiaoshan's eyebrow. "Ooh!" Xia Xiaoshan opened her mouth and let out a real dragon roar that echoed in the water. The 2 water dragons that were going to attack Xia Xiaoshan were instantly blown up and annihilated by the dragon roar. Mo Feiyan wasn't far away from Xia Xiaoshan. Under the unexpected roar, she felt that all her internal organs were trembling, and she vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. "Who are you exactly?" Mo Feiyan was shocked. Who was this man that had broken the water dragon chant with 1 attack? "Where exactly did Cao Chu find these 2 men?" Xia Xiaochan said coldly. "Do you have any more moves? If you don't, it's time for me to attack you." Chapter 470, Counting the Spoils. Maybe because the sound transmitted faster in water, but Han Fei had arrived before the battle between Xia Xiaoshan and Mo Feiyan was over. The moment she saw Han Fei, Mo Feiyan squeezed a flash stone and escaped without any hesitation. Mo Feiyan felt that these 2 people were too uncanny. They were supposed to be geniuses with unusual talents, but they had never been known. She could barely deal with either of them, and now that Fan Detong, who single-handedly confronted the immortal slaying formation, was here, she could only run. Mo Feiyan didn't think that her water dragon chant was as powerful as the fully deployed immortal slaying formation, so she chose to leave. After the flashstone was crushed, Mo Feiyan faded out and disappeared from the 21st floor. She could continue going downwards, but she didn't see any point in it. Even Cao Tian couldn't make it beyond the 2/8th level. She didn't think that Cao Tian could ever reach the 250th. But did the steps into the sea really have only 250 floors in total? Nobody knew because nobody had been beyond the 250th floor. Therefore, Mo Feiyan considered the 250th floor to be a destination for peak-level dangling fishers. After Han Fei arrived, Xiao Xian rolled her eyes at him. "Why did you come so quickly?" That Mo Feiyan was almost showing her full strength. Han Fei was almost lost for words. "Where's the giant arowana? Did you release the giant arowana?" "I wouldn't have come as fast if I hadn't heard the dragon roar." The center of Xia Xiaoshan's eyebrow flashed, and her vibe immediately became much less daunting. Xia Xiaoshan grimaced at Han Fei. "Don't worry, she didn't see it. I fused with it directly." Han Fei was relaxed after hearing that. He asked in confusion, "Why did that woman come down here?" "I don't know, but she is really terrible. Let me tell you, her spiritual beast is an ugly giant eel that has 7 tails. Is that so?" "Yes." Han Fei looked around. "Forget it. Let's leave her alone. This 2001st floor has been cleared and she's gone already. We can train just ourselves here for a while." Xia Xiaoshan's eyes glittered. "To make a breakthrough?" Han Fei shook his head. No, just check how many soul crystals you have first. Soul crystals? It was not until this moment that Xiaoshan finally remembered that she could expand her perception range now. A moment later, Xiaoshan sat on the ground and paved the soul crystals before her. I have 47 in total. What about you? Xiao also sat on the ground. He casually waved his hand, and 86 soul crystals fell on the ground. They were all the soul crystals he had left after giving 100 to Teng Ji. You have so many? Xiaoshan exclaimed and looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei grinned and said, I didn't have a lot at first, but back on the 200th floor, they were all having diarrhea, and even the water turned yellow because of them. I coerced them into submitting their sea-swallowing seashells with the antidote and got a lot of soul crystals. You, Xiaoshan, imagined the scene and felt lucky that she wasn't there back then, or she would have thrown up. Then, let's split them up. She secretly glanced at Han Fei and pulled some of the soul crystals from Han Fei's pile before she grinned at him. Han Fei didn't know what to say. They're all yours. I've already taken enough. Xiaoshan, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. The intensity of the soul determines the amount of your spiritual power, and the amount of your spiritual power decides your perception range. I've already hit my limit. The limit? Xiaoshan jumped to her feet and looked at Han Fei in disbelief. What is the limit? Han Fei blinked her eyes. 5,000 meters, for now. He didn't intend to keep it a secret. He felt that the greatest advantage of the soul crystals was that they could improve one's soul power and perception range. He could offer his experience to Xiaoshan so she would know what might happen. Xiaoshan's eyes were bulging out. How can you be so fast? When did you absorb them? How could you absorb them so quickly? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, that's probably because of my talent. You absorb them now. Since the 200th floor has been cleared by us, nobody will be here anytime soon. Also, since we've been through a lot of battles, I think we can try to become advanced dangling fishers. Without further ado, Xiaoshan simply pulled all the sea-swallowing seashells to herself and then tossed out more than 1,000 sea-swallowing seashells. Han Fei? Han Fei? He was truly not as good as Xiaoshan in terms of robbing. How exactly did she loot so many? Xiaoshan simply said, there are too many items inside. Let's take out the good stuff and make offerings with the bad stuff. Those sea-swallowing seashells should be enough. Han Fei waved his hand and set up a pile of another 500 sea-swallowing seashells. He couldn't help but rub his hands, as he truly liked opening them like presents. Then, Han Fei and Xiaoshan began their respective work. At this moment, the hexagon starfish ran down from Han Fei's shoulder. Its 6 big eyes were all glittering as it stared at the sea-swallowing seashells. Han Fei scoffed. Go away. None of them are for you. I need to calculate the value of these sea-swallowing seashells first. The hexagon starfish offered, I gave you a lot of help. I cast the 6-gate array more than once for you. Han Fei's eyes glittered. That's right. You played your part too. How about this? I'll toss the shiny stones to you when I see any, but you can't hide them in your treasury until I evaluate their value first. The hexagon starfish rolled its 6 big eyes like spinning wheels and said quickly, I won't. So, the delightful program of shell exploration began. This one contains 3 mid-quality spiritual weapons, 6 low-quality spiritual weapons, 0 high-quality spiritual weapons, 110,000 mid-quality pearls, 1 battlesuit, and 3 mediocre battle techniques. This one is full of stones and wood. There is 1 high-quality spiritual weapon, 260,000 mid-quality pearls, and 5 battle techniques, 11 mid-quality spiritual weapons. This one is rich, 3 high-quality spiritual weapons. Forced 100,000 mid-quality spiritual weapons. Ultimate materials, 22 flash stones, and 1,020,000 mid-quality pearls. Sweet Mother of God, this sea-swallowing seashell is full. In the first 4 hours, Han Fei had great fun rummaging through the shells, but he soon got bored and drowsy. All sorts of stones were heaped before the hexagon starfish like a hill. So, the hexagon starfish secretly tossed some of them into its treasury. It thought that Han Fei didn't see it, but Han Fei was too lazy to stop it, because there were too many spoils for him to count. Eventually, Han Fei simply set the mid-quality spiritual weapons as the boundary. All the treasures in the sea-swallowing seashells that were more valuable than spiritual weapons, as well as the special items such as flash stones, were kept to himself, and the rest were all sacrificed as offerings. 2 days later, Han Fei listed the following items: 42 high-quality spiritual weapons, 68 high-quality battlesuits, 1,038 mid-quality spiritual weapons, 2,001 mid-quality battlesuits, 1,000 ultra-quality pearls from an unknown rich guy's sea-swallowing seashell, 300,000 high-quality pearls, 800,000 mid-quality pearls in total. Han Fei didn't know how to spend the money at all. He thought that he should go to the specter and buy all the spiritual fruits available. 12,008 flash stones in total. Han Fei didn't know what to do with those flash stones either. He felt that they were enough for the rest of his life. Apart from these items, there were 51 treasure maps, 386 ultra-quality materials, 2,098 high-quality materials, and altogether 928 battle techniques, 901 of which had been determined to be garbage by Han Fei. Of the remaining 27 techniques, 9 were demon-level high-quality techniques, and the rest were all ancillary techniques. Han Fei also collected the spiritual fruits that could increase his health or mental power. Then, he still had numerous items that were less valuable than mid-quality spiritual weapons. It took him 600 sea-swallowing seashells to pack them up. That was not counting the items that the hexagon starfish stole, but Han Fei was too lazy to care about it. If it were before, he would have skinned the hexagon starfish for stealing so many treasures. But at this moment, it was no biggie. At first, Han Fei was of a mind to calculate how much worth of money he and Xuanhuan had looted exactly, but he felt that his arithmetic was failing him, so he decided to drop it. The items were too many for anyone to calculate. In the end, Han Fei divided the items more valuable than mid-quality spiritual weapons into 2 piles, and each pile was packed in 80 sea-swallowing seashells. Among the 80 sea-swallowing seashells, at least 60 were full of money, and the other 20 contained weapons, materials, flash stones, etc. The rest of the sea-swallowing seashells were filled with boats. Han Fei thought that if he still had as many sea-swallowing seashells when he left the steps into the sea, he would consider the real million knife art. 5 days after Han Fei organized the sea-swallowing seashells, Xuanhuan woke up. She immediately looked at Han Fei. "Hey, how many soul crystals did you take exactly? Why has my perception range only been expanded to 1,900 meters after I absorbed more than 100 of them? How did you make it to 5,000 meters? Chapter 471, The Inferior Manfish. Again, Han Fei was astounded that Xuanhuan's perception range had been increased to 1,900 meters. The number was completely beyond his expectation. Based on Xuanhuan's perception range should have been expanded to 1,200 meters at best. Where was the additional 700 meters from? Did Xuanhuan have a cultivation technique similar to the god-scaring painting? However, since Xuanhuan was close to him, he didn't have to explain everything to her. He simply said that he was talented and got it over with. After all, she would only stab him if she was angry, and he was already used to that. Han Fei and Xuanhuan spent the next 3 days on the 21st floor. Xuanhuan had around 50 spiritual fruits during the 3 days and made the breakthrough from an intermediate dangling fisher to an advanced dangling fisher. Because he was wealthy now, Han Fei even made offerings twice and summoned sea creatures for Xuanhuan to exercise and solidify her foundation. As he expected, he didn't summon any demon-shattering vines again, but he did summon 2 level 39 exotic crabs and octopus. The octopus, in particular, were as strong as the freakish octopus he met before. Smart and talented, they were quite a surprise for Han Fei. Han Fei took more than 50 spiritual fruits himself. He had attempted a breakthrough, but it didn't succeed due to an accident. However, his stats had changed. Enrichmar Han Fei level 36, intermediate dangling fisher. Spiritual energy, 1,938, 1,035-6, 5,086. Spiritual heritage, level 5, high quality E-spiritual beastie, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 30. Weapons blue sea wandering dragon daggers, water dividing seal, the blood drinking knife, main art void breaking technique, volume 4 of void fishing, demon level, divine quality. The upper limit of his spiritual energy had only been increased by no more than 100 points, but it was an improvement anyway, and it meant that there was still room of growth for him. He intended to wait for a few more days until the upper limit of his spiritual energy no longer changed before he made a breakthrough. By then, he would definitely become one of the strongest advanced dangling fishers. On this day, Xuanhuan said, "Okay, I'm done with the consolidation. I need to continue the consolidation with real battles later." "Why didn't you make a breakthrough though?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Do you think that everybody can make a breakthrough whenever they want to like you?" Suddenly, Han Fei asked, "Right, what's the upper limit of your spiritual energy?" Xuanhuan closed her eyes and sensed it. 4,499 points. It's very high, isn't it? "What about yours?" Han Fei cackled and said, "Mine is slightly lower than yours." Xuanhuan smiled proudly, glad that she had finally surpassed him. She didn't bother to ask him what his upper limit was exactly. However, Xuanhuan didn't notice that Han Fei slightly frowned, as 4,499 points of spiritual energy, which could be rounded up to 4,500 points, was much bigger than that of a regular level 37 dangling fisher. The regular ones could only have about 3,000 points usually, and the number couldn't be higher than 3,500 even if they tried their best. However, Xuanhuan had both a greater perception range and a higher upper limit of spiritual energy than regular people. Also, Xuanhuan's body was as hard as that of a peak-level dangling fisher. Han Fei thought to himself that Xuanhuan probably had secrets that even she wasn't aware of. Let's go to the next level. If my guess is correct, the difficulty for the floors coming up will increase. Now, it cost a great deal to perform one sacrificial ritual, so let's not waste anything unless it's necessary. Xuanhuan was confused. "But we have a lot of money, don't we?" Han Fei smiled. "What if it gets too costly? Besides, we may need to use the money in the future. Don't forget that we have to explore the unknown worlds out of the level 3 fishery too." The next few floors were exactly like Han Fei expected. They barely ran into anybody else. Han Fei made a rule with xuanhuan after they reached a new floor. Instead of making offerings immediately, they would swim to the edge of the platform and then move along the edge. In such a way, Han Fei could reunite with xuanhuan quickly, even without Little White leading the way. After all, the steps into the sea had been greatly narrowed down in these floors. By doing so, they wouldn't have to swim aimlessly, and their time could be saved. All Han Fei needed to do was to let Little White determine xuanhuan's direction after he reached the edge. Then, he would swim to the opposite direction, and he would soon find xuanhuan. Just like that, until the 207th floor, they had met nothing more than an amalgam of level 39 exotic creatures. Things changed on the 208th floor. It was also the place where Cao Tian stopped in his first trip according to Cao Chu. At this moment, Han Fei was swimming towards Xia Xiaochen at the periphery of the 208th floor. They met each other after only 10 minutes. Did you encounter anyone? Xia Xiaochen shook her head. No. Then, they each took out a sea-swallowing seashell and began to make offerings. Maybe because they had filled up the sea-swallowing seashells earlier, each sea-swallowing seashell they took out randomly at this moment was enough to make offerings several times, even though every ritual here cost more than 2 million points of spiritual energy. Noticing that the water was trembling, both of them recalled their sea-swallowing seashells. Why would Han Fei make offerings together with xuanhuan instead of doing it in turns? In fact, it was just an exercise for them, because the creatures summoned when they made offerings together were harder to deal with. To be honest, their real purpose in the level 3 fishery was to gain experience. If they were to fight their enemies together, they probably could make it to the 250th level without meeting any obstacles. However, at this moment, they had agreed that they would fight their enemies alone and only team up when the enemy was too strong. This time, a fish head suddenly emerged in the water and looked around. Then, a webbed claw extended out. Han Fei and xuanhuan looked at each other in shock. An inferior man? Fish? xuanhuan said in a stunned voice. Both of them are these hideous monsters? Hanging Fisher was stunned too. They're inferior manfish at the level of dangling fishers. Han Fei glanced at them and realized that the two inferior manfish were both level 40 and had their associated spirits. He became very solemn. Note that they have spiritual beasts too. We must treat them as intelligent creatures. When the two inferior manfish came out, they were absolutely confused, as if they didn't know where they were at all. Hualala. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers were all unleashed from Han Fei's body, and spiritual energy was surging out of the needle in his hand. He had fought and killed multiple inferior manfish that were higher than level 40 in the heavenly desolate city before. At this moment, when the inferior manfish charged at him with its harpoon, Han Fei immediately performed the drawing technique. While the inferior manfish wasn't too smart, it had fast reactions. The moment Han Fei drew his knife, a blue fish that was in symbiosis with the inferior manfish bit Han Fei. However, half of the fish head was cut off after Han Fei's knife flashed. Hualala, seeing that its associated spirit was dead, the inferior manfish went crazy and charged at Han Fei fearlessly with its harpoon enveloped in a massive amount of spiritual energy. Han Fei sneered. If one attack can't kill you, let's see if you can survive two. Shua, the knife landed, and the inferior manfish died. After killing the inferior manfish, Han Fei looked at xuanhuan and saw that she was on the winning side and didn't need any help. But Han Fei was slightly confused as a level 40 inferior manfish wasn't exactly strong. At least both Yang Deyu and Sun Mu could have executed the inferior manfish easily. Then, why was Cao Tian the only person who made it to the 208th floor? Was it because the offerings were too expensive here? No. Han Fei shook his head. None of those people were short of money. Why would they not come here? If they could kill an inferior manfish, the only reason they stayed on the 200th floor would be that it was more rewarding to stay there than to fight on. Remembering the soul crystals he looted, Han Fei realized something. Did those jerks stay on the 200th floor to acquire more soul crystals? While Han Fei was considering this, xuanhuan had already killed the inferior manfish and grabbed its harpoon. She patted Han Fei and said, "Look, I'm only given a harpoon." Han Fei nodded at xuanhuan. "Look, I'm not any better than you. It's just a mid-quality spiritual weapon, not even as good as your harpoon." xuanhuan asked, "Do we go to the next level?" Han Fei said, "Wait a moment, I want to summon it again." xuanhuan, right? Han Fei examined it for a while and found that it was as good as a high-quality spiritual weapon, so he simply tossed it into Forge the Universe. Han Fei clicked his tongue. "xuanhuan, maybe we won't see regular sea creatures anymore if we go further down. If my guess is correct, they must be all stronger than the inferior manfish." xuanhuan was too lazy to think about it. She simply said, "You could have found out if you had gone to the next level directly. The offerings you made the second time were such a waste." Well, Chapter 472, Lobster Demon 2 in 1, Han Fei and xuanhuan couldn't have felt worse in the upcoming battles. Exactly as Han Fei had anticipated, no regular sea creatures came next at all. The only time that an inferior manfish didn't show up was when xuanhuan summoned a demon-shattering vine. Then, naturally, she obtained a demon spiritual fruit. Han Fei had already seen the demon spiritual fruit before. It could improve one's soul, but Han Fei didn't think that one demon spiritual fruit was good enough. As he expected, after Xuanhuan had the demon spiritual fruit, she only said that her head was clearer than before. However, Xuanhuan's perception range hadn't reached the upper limit yet, so it was not yet possible to find out how much a demon spiritual fruit could improve the soul. By the time they reached the 230th floor, the inferior manfish they would summon had all become level 42 inferior manfish, whose spiritual beasts were ocean scorpions or big green fish. The level 42 inferior manfish were tricky enough even by themselves. Back in the heavenly desolate city, Han Fei and Xuanhuan usually killed the inferior manfish as a team or while using the majestic mystic spell. But how could you fight as a team here if you were planning to improve your abilities as an individual? Han Fei actually thought that they could cooperate again, but Xuanhuan turned him down. On the 236th floor, after killing another inferior manfish, Xuanhuan sat down on the ground. It's getting harder and harder to fight them. All those inferior manfish have different spiritual beasts, and some of them are even fusing with the spiritual beasts. Han Fei sat down on the ground too. However, they can't really stop us, can they? Which level do you think Cao Tian has reached? Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, 250 probably. Han Fei was choked for a moment as the number 250 means stupid and reckless. Are you indirectly saying that he's a halfwit? Xuanhuan snorted and said, I don't have time to banter with you. I think we should be able to make it to the 250th floor if we work harder. So, do you think there are more levels beyond the 250th? Han Fei thought for a moment. We're losing money right now, aren't we? Xuanhuan considered and nodded. We're losing a lot. Right now, we need to consume one sea-swallowing seashell for every 2 levels we go through. If we go further down, we'll have to use more sea-swallowing seashells, but our rewards are too little for even one sacrificial ritual. Han Fei tried to analyze the situation. What do you think the real purpose of the explorers in the steps into the sea is? Xuanhuan was briefly stunned. I don't know what their purpose is, but they're certainly not here for treasures. None of them are idiots. They should know when their losses outweigh their gains. Han Fei shook his head. I don't think so. During the first 100 levels, it's hard to say whether or not you made a profit or suffered a loss, but almost everybody suffers a loss after the 100th floor. Still, for most people, this is really a great place for them to polish themselves. So, they can consider their loss the tuition fee that they pay for the exercises. Xuanhuan gave it some thought. This is indeed not a bad place for training. However, many other people are here for greater treasures, which we haven't seen up to this point. Han Fei blinked his eyes and asked, did all the sea-swallowing seashells we looted not count as greater treasures? The hexagon starfish interjected, of course they do. We should go back and rob them again, Xuanhuan said angrily. Big starfish, did we ask for your opinion? The hexagon starfish remarked. It's getting harder and more dangerous at this moment. The hexagon starfish had realized that Han Fei and Xuanhuan were even more dangerous than the inferior manfish, and that they could kill the inferior manfish more than easily. It felt lucky that it was a reticent and reliable starfish that was never involved in any fighting. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, let's continue. In any case, let's make it to the 250th floor first. If we can't beat the enemy, we'll use the majestic mystic spell, and if the enemy is still too strong, we'll fight them together. On the 248th floor, Xuanhuan and Han Fei were eating barbecue in one of the hexagon starfish's gates. With grease all over her lips, Xuanhuan said before she swallowed the meat, I realized that the level 43 inferior manfish are my upper limit. I can't beat any opponents that are stronger than them. Han Fei asked, haven't you already made a breakthrough and become an advanced dangling fisher? Xuanhuan snapped furiously. It's true that I've made a breakthrough, but I still can't defeat you, can I? Also, I'm getting the feeling that the more I level up, the more my giant arowana wants to come out. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. The giant arowana wants to come out? Xuanhuan nodded. Yes, I'm having trouble suppressing it. When it comes out, I'll have to borrow its power, and the more I borrow its power, the more dependent I'll be on it. Han Fei was confused. Isn't it a good thing? It means that you are deeply connected to your spiritual beast. Deeply connected? You don't know what's going on at all. The more I resort to the giant arawana's power, the harder it will be for me to control myself. Han Fei's face slightly changed. Is it so serious? Xuanhuan nodded. Therefore, I think I'll stop at the 250th floor. I won't explore the levels further down. Han Fei said after a moment of consideration, there might be no more levels further down. Xuanhuan snorted. That's impossible. There must be unknown treasures in the levels beyond. Otherwise, we would have paid all those sea-swallowing seashells for nothing. Now that we've made the payment, we must be given the corresponding treasures. If we're not given the treasures, we'll bring this place to the ground. Han Fei, the hexagon starfish, interjected unwisely. How do you plan to destroy such a vast place? Shut up. Han Fei chuckled and said, okay, I'll do my best. This place is indeed weird. It is said to be an altar, but I think it's more of a place for racketeering. The money we've spent since we came to this place is enough to buy dozens of wind god boats. I'll be too ashamed to go out if we don't find anything good in the end. My thoughts exactly. As she said this, Xiaoxiao-chan threw all her sea-swallowing seashells to Han Fei. They're all yours. You can take more beating with your sturdiness. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Just drop it. How are you going to make offerings if you give all the sea-swallowing shells to me? Xiaoxiao-chan said. I'm not going further down anyway. They would be useless even if I keep them to myself. Han Fei thought for a moment. How about this? You can keep the money and give the 20 sea-swallowing seashells that contain materials as valuable as high-quality spiritual weapons and mid-quality spiritual weapons to me. I don't need the flash stones. The other sea-swallowing seashells are useless to me too. I won't take them. Xiaoxiao frowned. What if they aren't enough as an offering as you go down? Han Fei assured her. Don't worry, I have other stuff. Oh! Right, Han Fei took out a sea-swallowing seashell and said, here's the wind god boat. I'll also give you 200 yellow blood sea cucumbers and dozens of treasure maps. They're all yours. Huh. Xiaoxiao tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. Do you want me to go out first? Han Fei said with a smile. That's a possibility. You can't return to the upper level of the steps into the sea. You can only push down. We can only go out exactly through the entrance we came in. However, we have plenty of enemies outside. Whenever you feel that something is wrong, you go out first and find Luringquang and Luo Xiaobai. Remember, don't go to the dragon boats. You can only go to the specter that's known as the evil shield. Han Fei told her all the things that she should take care of, only to see that Xiaoxiao was gazing at him apparently in a bad mood. Han Fei said with a smile, I'm only saying this for safety reasons. Xiaoxiao snorted and said, just go, you're too annoying. If I go out, I'll wait for half a month. If you don't come out within half a month, I'll go look for Xiaobai and the others. Han Fei grinned. That sounds good. However, remember that you'd better be disguised as a girl when you wait for me. Although the metamorphosis water can transform you into a man, you have to talk once in a while. Got it. You are really annoying. On the 250th floor, Han Fei and Xiaoxiao still didn't meet Cao Tian. Han Fei even wondered if the man already left. The 250th floor was a lot smaller than the levels up above. As Cao Chu said before, the further one went down, the smaller the levels would be, and everybody could tell what was going on in the whole level. Han Fei and Xiaoxiao made their offerings. Xiaoxiao strenuously killed a level 45 inferior manfish, although she was hurt too. However, she couldn't care less about her wounds. In terms of fighting, nobody in the Thug Academy was more brutal than Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao's heart was beating quickly. I had to use the majestic mystic spell in the end. I can't go to the 251 first floor anymore. Han Fei slightly nodded. Not only was Xiaoxiao hurt, but he had been wounded too. The level 45 inferior manfish was not only capable of soul attacks, but also had high physical strength. Han Fei had basically been suppressed by it the whole time until he used the majestic mystic spell. If he had been less sturdy, he probably would have been crushed by the inferior man-fish. Even so, Han Fei's indestructible body was pierced through, which was understandable because his enemy wasn't a dangling fisher anymore. But of course, their harvest was rather copious. Xiaoxiao and Han Fei reaped soul crystals and a demon spiritual fruit respectively. It was not until this moment that Han Fei realized that the demon spiritual fruit wasn't the demon-shattering vine's specialty, and that it could be among the spoils of the inferior manfish too. 2 days later, the upper limit of Han Fei's spiritual energy had been increased to 5,099 points through all the battles. After that, he could not make any further progress either by swallowing spiritual fruits or by practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. Therefore, Han Fei made a breakthrough and became an advanced dangling fisher. At this moment, Han Fei took off the hexagon starfish from his breast and stuck it to Xiaoxiao's shoulder. He said, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, don't try to escape. You know how dangerous the level 3 fishery is. You may be able to hide for a couple of years, but can you hide for decades without being caught by anyone? Next time I meet you, I'll give you a great treasure. The Hexagon Starfish rolled its big eyes. I won't run. Han Fei grinned and said, that would be for the best. We won't catch you as a contractual spiritual beast, but other people might. As he spoke, he also gave 10 ultimate spiritual stones to Xiaoxiao. After telling her how to use the spiritual stones, he said, you can give one of them to Mr. Hexagon Starfish once in a while in case he grumbles. After that, Han Fei focused his eyes and said, I'll be leaving. Xiaoxiao snorted, you can kiss me before you go. Han Fei knew that he probably wouldn't see Xiaoxiao again anytime soon after their departure. The 250th floor was hard, but based on the pattern, the 251st would only be harder. Han Fei even thought that he was probably the only person in the whole level 3 fishery who made it to this place. Considering Xiaoxiao's personality, she probably would wait for him, but not for long. It was not because she wasn't close to him, but only because she believed that Han Fei could handle things by himself. While they were together, he and Xiaoxiao had discussed Luringquang, xuanhuan, and Luo Xiaobai. They both agreed that their friend's life couldn't be easy. After all, both Han Fei and Xiaoxiao were the top targets on the Dragon Boat's wanted list, so it was natural that their friends would catch other people's attention. At this moment on the 251st floor, Han Fei became alone again. But it wasn't too bad. The upcoming battles would all be duels, and it didn't matter whether or not Mr. Hexagon Starfish was with him, as long as the creatures to show up weren't so bizarre that he didn't know how to deal with them at all. However, since the steps into the sea had been designed user-friendly and the difficulties of each level had been increased gradually, Han Fei wasn't too worried. Before he pressed on to the next level, Han Fei checked his data again. Owner Han Fei level 39, Advanced Dangling Fisher, Spiritual Energy, 28,526, 5,999, Spiritual Heritage ESS Spiritual Heritage. Level 5, High Quality E-Spiritual Beastie Twin Yin Yang, Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 30, Weapons Blue Sea, Wandering Dragon Daggers, Water Dividing Seal, Blood Drinking Knife, Main Arty. Void Breaking Technique, Volume 4 of Void Fishing Demon Level, Divine. Quality, Han Fei had been significantly strengthened by the breakthrough. The upper limit of his spiritual energy had been increased by 900 points. An improvement of 900 points of spiritual energy was too unbelievable. Earlier, he had worked so hard in order to reach the upper limit of 900 points of spiritual energy, but the same amount was increased easily at this moment after the breakthrough. Coincidentally, his body was a lot stronger too, and the needle in his hand was more and more suitable for himself. Han Fei grabbed a random sea-swallowing seashell and began to make offerings. After only the blink of an eye, Han Fei found that only a bamboo stick, which was the level of a mid-quality spiritual weapon, was left in the sea-swallowing seashell. Shoot, Han Fei was almost dumbfounded. He had expected that the offerings to be made would grow in number starting from the 2-5 worst floor, but he didn't know that it would cost so much. The full sea-swallowing seashell was worth at least 5 million by Han Fei's estimation, but it had been used up in one sacrificial ritual. As the water trembled, Han Fei saw a lobster's head emerging out of nowhere with a sharp thorn above it. Huh? Not an inferior man, fish? After the whole lobster was revealed, Han Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. A lobster man? Han Fei thought that his eyes had deceived him. He could accept the inferior man fish, which had appeared a lot in rumors and legends, but he found it hard to understand the creature before him. Standing before his eyes was a lobster man that was more than 1.5 meters tall. Above the lobster man's head was a cone-shaped shell. His 2 eyes were on the 2 sides of his head. His mouth had multiple layers, and it seemed that he had many mouths. He was also wearing a bright yellow, shiny battlesuit. The monster had 8 arms, and while there was no telling whether or not it was legs at his lower half body, they definitely looked like legs. He didn't have any feet but was standing on a lobster tail. But a lobster man? Seriously? Had he trespassed on the Dragon King's palace in the East Sea? Now that a lobster man had come out, would a crab general show up later? Back in the battle in the heavenly desolate city, Han Fei had resisted lobster thorns at the gate of the city. He didn't realize that those lobsters were humanoids. At this moment, Han Fei began to wonder whether or not such lobstermen were the creatures who shot out stings at the beginning. In his eyes, data popped up. Anomic Lobster Demon, Lowly Sea Demon, Introduction. This is a sea demon that has just acquired intelligence. It's brutal and bloodthirsty. Its bloodline is terrible, probably because it evolved from a random lobster-type creature. It's extremely fast and best at one-shot kills. Level 45 S Spiritual Energy. 4434 4438 Demon. Heritage E Demon, Heritage E Level. 3. High Quality. Level A Awakened E Associated Spirit. Axe Crab A Unabsorbable. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, as this thing might be even trickier to deal with than the inferior manfish were. In any case, lobsters were generally more agile than fish even when their levels were low. He remembered that the tentacle lobsters counted as strong predators back in the regular fishery. While Han Fei observed the lobster man was sizing up Han Fei too. Then, Han Fei saw that the lobster man suddenly grabbed 8 broken spears in his 8 hands. Damn it, you can fight with 8 hands? Han Fei was lost for words. Is this really not cheating? Even Nezha had only 6 hands. How can you have 8? Hew. Naturally, Han Fei would not wait to be killed. He floated more than 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers around him and laid his hand on his waist, ready to draw out his knife. Hiya, ha, stop making noises. Han Fei felt that the enemy just cursed him. Then, the enemy waved his 8 hands and suddenly charged at him. Hew. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers were instantly unleashed at the lobster man. But the lobster man waved his hands so quickly that they almost became blurry, knocking away all the blue sea wandering dragon daggers with the short spears in his hands. Crack, crack. After only the first round, Han Fei narrowed his eyes as blood was surging inside his body after 2 of his blue sea wandering dragon daggers were broken. Is this thing so tough? Shwa. Han Fei drew his knife and slashed the lobster man with chi dozens of meters long. But to Han Fei's shock, the lobster man's 8 hands cut the sword chi as quickly as lightning with the spears. At the time, the lobster man retreated fast along with the sword chi. Han Fei looked at the lobster man that was attacking as fast as a phantom. Then, after hundreds of attacks, his attack with the drawing technique was resolved. Immediately, Han Fei felt a pit in his stomach. He could accept that the lobster man took his drawing technique the hard way, or that he fought back like Sun Mu did. But Han Fei couldn't take it when the lobster man destroyed his sword chi bit by bit like a scoundrel. He felt that he had been humiliated, as it took him a great deal of time and effort to grasp the drawing technique. Han Fei simply stomped and lunged forward. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers swirled quickly again, and he launched the drawing technique one more time. Han Fei sneered. You only have 8 hands. I wouldn't care even if you have 8 more. Just carry on if you think you're capable. The lobster man seemed to have been enraged too. He darted out 3 short spears in a row and destroyed Han Fei's attack of the drawing technique again. Then, he shot another short spear directly at Han Fei. Clink. An enormous brick appeared out of nowhere, and Han Fei slapped the lobster sting away with the brick. He then smashed the wet stone at the lobster man with his full strength. Crack! Han Fei saw that a pointy streak of light pierced through the wet stone. At this moment, a hole had been left on the stone. Wah! Han Fei was instantly shocked. His internal system was so disrupted that he almost vomited blood. That was a high-quality spiritual weapon. Yet you poked a hole in it with your head? Bam! Naturally, the lobster man didn't feel too good either. It rolled hundreds of meters on the ground after being blown away by Han Fei's brick. However, what made Han Fei less confident was that his blue sea wandering dragon daggers weren't as useful as before. They left nothing but white marks on the lobster man when they cut him. Most of the time, it took dozens of cuts before he could break any part of the lobster man's armor. Die. Han Fei simply left the whetstone aside. At this moment, he held the water-dividing seal in his left hand and the needle in his right hand. He poked forward with the needle first, unleashing a storm of spiritual energy. Boom! The seawater exploded, and the lobster man rolled another dozens of circles on the ground before he got back to his feet. Han Fei did not stop at all. He smashed the lobster man's head with the seal again and again. You think you're fast? You think your head is tough? You think your sting is hard? You ruined my spiritual weapon. I'll smash you son of Bikish to death. The lobster demon seemed dumbfounded. He felt that this human being was much weaker than himself, so why was this human being smashing him so fearlessly? The lobster demon couldn't get back to his feet at all. Both the water-dividing seal and the needle were too heavy for him. He wondered where the guy before his eyes got such heavy weapons. After smiting the monster for a moment, Han Fei broke 4 of the lobster demon's 8 hands, and the creature had been utterly deformed. Shwa! After a flash of his needle, the big head of the lobster man was cut open by Han Fei. Han Fei had to do that because he suddenly realized that someone was gazing at the battle from 1,000 meters away. Han Fei secretly cried that it was not good. He had thought that the place was empty, and he was too busy fighting the lobster demon to release his senses. As a result, he almost didn't realize it when a stranger was approaching him. After the lobster died, a demon spiritual fruit appeared before Han Fei. Han Fei picked it up and threw it into Forge the Universe. At this moment, Han Fei stood in the water and stared at the stranger. Are you Cao Tian? Chapter 473, Legends of the Merman, 2 in 1. Han Fei had always thought that Cao Tian already left. After all, the man only made it to the 208th level last time. He never expected that Cao Tian had already arrived at the 251st floor. Back in the 208th, Han Fei thought that Cao Tian couldn't have been too impressive. But now that Han Fei came to the 251st floor, Han Fei naturally had changed his opinion. He knew very well how powerful the lobster demon was just now. The one lobster demon had rendered his sharp blue sea wandering dragon daggers into nothing more than decorations. He couldn't kill the demon with the drawing technique. That creature could have killed a whole bunch of experts if it had appeared on the 200th floor. Do you know me? Cao Tian swam closer, and Han Fei was quite surprised. Because of what Cao Tian said, he had the preconception that Cao Tian was one of the proud, cruel, and condescending geniuses. However, now that they met each other, Han Fei found that this Cao Tian was tall and brawny with a casual smile on his broad and innocent face. He was wearing a battlesuit, which Han Fei mistook for a regular long robe when he saw it in the beginning. Huh? What an unremarkable look. Han Fei frowned and asked, Are you really Cao Tian? Cao Tian nodded with an innocent smile. That's right, I've never seen you before. You can't be from the town. Han Fei was briefly stunned. That's right, I'm not from the town, I'm a bumpkin. Cao Tian scratched his head in embarrassment. That's not what I meant. Han Fei was even more confused when he saw Cao Tian's stance and behavior, as the man was the opposite of the image of the best heavenly talent of the Thousand-Star City that he had always been picturing in his head. Tang Ge, in comparison, was exactly what people expected him to look like. He was unapproachable, intimidating, and looked awesome when he held his giant spear. This Cao Tian had nothing in his hands, and his arms were just dangling there idly. He seemed to have put on a silly smile now, and he did not look like a top expert at all. After a brief silence, Han Fei asked, Have you finished the battle? Cao Tian nodded with a smile. I finished it a long time ago. Han Fei asked in confusion. Then why did you not go to the next level? Cao Tian replied straightforwardly. I'm trying to improve the speed of my fists. Huh? Han Fei was briefly stunned. You're trying to improve the speed of your fists? How long have you been here? Cao Tian said with a smile. It's been 3 days. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Do you not want to know what else the steps into the sea has to offer? You simply regard it as a training ground? Cao Tian spoke straightly. What you deserve will come to you sooner or later. However, you're carrying Tutu's smell. When he mentioned Cao Chu, intimidating brilliance glittered in Cao Tian's eyes. He looked at Han Fei as if he were waiting for an answer. Han Fei grinned and said, Cao Chu said that you two were in bad standings with one another. Is that not true? Cao Tian said with a bitter smile, he doesn't like me, but he's still my brother. Nobody can touch him, nobody at all. How are you related to Chu Chu? Han Fei said. I promised Cao Chu that I would kill Sun Mu, Yang Deyu, Li Haye, Li Baizhu, Ye Baiyu, and the rest of them. How do you think I am related to him? The intimidating light in Cao Tian's eyes was gone when he heard that, and he became innocent looking again. Sounds about right. That's exactly something that Chu Chu would do. You can go now. Goodbye. Han Fei, one? Han Fei was lost for words. He couldn't keep up with Cao Tian's line of thinking at all. Hey, do you not know that you're the person that Cao Chu wants to kill most badly? Cao Tian grinned and replied, I certainly do, Han Fei asked. Why? I'm actually quite curious about the answer. Cao Tian's smile was even brighter. He's more of a talker than a doer. He has never killed anyone. As for his reason, you don't need to know it if he never told it to you. Han Fei snorted and said, I'm not interested in that at all. At this moment, he should be at the 2001st floor with Wang Erjian. Cao Tian turned around and hummed in response. Then he's probably already left. Han Fei was stunned about how fast Cao Tian made the conclusion. He then immediately put on a smile, as Cao Tian really understood his junior brother very well. In fact, not just Cao Tian, Han Fei himself felt that Cao Chu must have left too. Cao Chu was so weak that he had to count on his spiritual beast and contractual spiritual beasts ever since the 51st floor, not to mention the 2001st. Han Fei was not sure whether Cao Tian was merely pretending to be silly or he was genuinely innocent and honest. All of a sudden, Han Fei wanted to have some fun, so he called out, Hey Cao Tian! Cao Tian turned his head back and asked, What's up? Han Fei said with a smile. Cao Chu asked me to kill you and I accepted his payment. I need to carry out this job now that I've been paid. Regardless of whether or not I can beat you, I have to try beating you, right? Cao Tian smiled and replied, Okay. Han Fei also said with a smile, Okay then, I'll launch one attack with my sword. After the attack, you can keep practicing your fists, and I'll continue searching for my treasures. How does that sound? Cao Tian nodded. Okay, it sounds fair enough. Han Fei wasn't exactly crazy about fighting. He merely wanted to find out how strong this Cao Tian was, whom everybody praised and admired. This time, Han Fei simply used the majestic mystic spell. The seawater around him was shaking, and appalling energy was circulating on the surface of Han Fei's body. Cao Tian wasn't careless either. However, Cao Tian didn't use any weapon but simply stood on the ground with his back slightly lowered. Hardly had he clenched his fists when the seawater on one side of his body exploded. Xuanhuan. As the brilliance of the drawing technique was launched, Cao Tian punched his fists as if they were dragons. Deafening noises were echoing in the seawater. Boom. After only one collision, all the seawater within 100 meters was boiling. Han Fei backed hundreds of meters off, with a bit of blood flowing off his lips. Cao Tian actually took the hit better than Han Fei did. He only backed away a dozen meters. However, there was one sword wound on his fist that was deep to the bone. A long time later, Cao Tian retreated his fists and said with a smile, I've lost. I used 13 punches just now. Han Fei's lips trembled. 13 punches? Were his fists really so fast just now? Why did I only see 7 punches? See you. Han Fei recalled the blood-drinking knife and said goodbye before he went down to the next level. He already confirmed that Cao Tian was strong, very strong. It was without question that neither Yang Deyu, Sun Mu, or Ye Baiyu could possibly defeat Cao Tian. His attack just now could have destroyed Sun Mu's immortal slaying formation. However, Cao Tian had broken it with only 13 punches. The number of his punches didn't really matter. He had reached the level of advanced dangling fisher, but he could only come to a tie with Cao Tian in a battle. Wait, that was not entirely accurate. While Cao Tian admitted that he failed, Han Fei wouldn't really consider himself a winner. Furthermore, Han Fei was very certain that the guy had trump cards that were even more powerful. That was really a bad feeling. After roughly learning of Cao Tian's capabilities, Han Fei realized that he hadn't become invincible yet, and it was unnecessary for him to continue the battle with him. The moment after he entered the 252nd floor, Han Fei went straight into Forge the Universe instead of making offerings. The battle against the lobster demon had informed Han Fei that the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon daggers had no more advantage. Besides, he had lost dozens of Blue Sea Wandering Dragon daggers during the travel in the level 3 fishery, which clearly indicated that the mid-quality spiritual weapons could no longer satisfy Han Fei's needs. Han Fei needed a new set of weapons. Han Fei had planned to craft a set of blades for the Million Knife Art with the remaining materials after his adventure in the steppes into the sea. However, it seemed that he had to craft those weapons in advance now. Altogether, Han Fei had 386 ultra-quality materials and more than 2,900 high-quality materials, not to mention the 102 high-quality spiritual weapons and the 68 high-quality battlesuits. They added up to a dreadful number, so dreadful that his 200 million spiritual energy would probably be completely used up if he were to craft all of those items into ultra-quality weapons. Naturally, Han Fei was unwilling to spend so much spiritual energy at one time. The most he could tolerate was to use up 1/3 of his spiritual energy. After all, what Han Fei needed wasn't just weapons. In the future, after he surpassed the level of dangling fisher, he would need 100 million points of spiritual energy for nothing more than to deduce the 5th level of void fishing. Therefore, he had to use his spiritual energy judiciously. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei threw materials into the demon purification pot numbly. A day later, 24 ultra-quality spiritual blades were crafted at the cost of 12 million points of spiritual energy. 3 days passed. Another 72 ultra-quality spiritual blades were forged, costing 36 million points of spiritual energy. By the time Han Fei crafted the 99th ultra-quality spiritual blade, he only had 8 of the 386 ultra-quality materials and 1798 high-quality materials left. After another day, Han Fei walked out of Forge the Universe. Wearing a green ultra-quality battlesuit, with 99 ultra-quality spiritual blades floating around him, Han Fei held the ultra-quality whetstone in his left hand and hung the blood-drinking knife on his waist. An ultra-quality fishing pole was carried on his back, and the blue sea wandering dragon bow in his right hand had been upgraded to ultra-quality too. Their names all remain the same. Han Fei was too lazy to come up with new names for them. Han Fei grinned, wondering if his equipment could be compared to Cao Chu's at this moment. Or rather, Han Fei even felt that his equipment was probably more valuable than Cao Chu's. His gear had been completely upgraded. Of course, Han Fei had paid a high price too. This time, the massive manufacturing of weapons cost him 52 million points of spiritual energy in total. Han Fei had considered whether or not he should melt the high-quality spiritual weapons and reforge them into ultra-quality spiritual weapons. But then he realized that he would have to spend tremendous amounts of spiritual energy and that he didn't have so much equipment to squander. This was completely not a bargain. Therefore, Han Fei didn't do it. At this moment, Han Fei held a sea-swallowing seashell in his hand and grinned, ready to make offerings. Before Han Fei was a level 46 inferior manfish. At this moment, the brilliant sword Qi was everywhere, and the magnificence of the million knife art couldn't be better demonstrated. The inferior manfish, which equaled a dangling fisher, was unable to approach Han Fei at all. After only 1 moment, the inferior manfish had more than 100 cuts all over its body. No matter how strong it was, Han Fei simply bashed it back with his brick every time the inferior manfish got closer to him. Han Fei wasn't sure whether or not the appearance of the lobster demon was an accident. He had met a lobster demon on the 251st floor, and at this moment he was on the 278th. He had only run into the lobster demon once, the demon shattering vine 3 times, no enemies once, and the inferior manfish in all the other levels. They only gave 2 kinds of yields, soul crystals and demon spiritual fruits. The proportion of the soul crystals was rather low, and the demon spiritual fruits percentage was higher. The demon spiritual fruits were given 7 out of 10 times after Han Fei made offerings. Han Fei already had almost 30 demon spiritual fruits. He felt that his head was clearer and clearer, but since he didn't have soul crystals, he didn't know how much bigger his perception range could be expanded. However, he vaguely had a feeling that his perception range could be further expanded now. On the 281st floor, Han Fei sacrificed almost 2 sea-swallowing seashells before he finally summoned one creature. Han Fei's eyes cramped when he laid his eyes on the creature. A mermaid? Han Fei felt that his eyes were deceiving him because he saw a hideous woman right in front of his eyes who was grinning. But it wasn't teeth in the mermaid's mouth at all, but more like saws. All the fangs were frighteningly sharp. However, different from the inferior manfish, the creature before Han Fei had much clearer facial organs. She had a nose, human eyes, and vertical pupils. Her forehead was slightly wrinkled, but her long hair reached all the way to her waist. But her body was the main problem. Her upper half body was mostly covered in fish scales, and only a tiny part of it had human skin. As for her lower half body, it was a real fishtail that was blue and had shiny scales. Shoot, a real mermaid. Data popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Namie half mermaid, regular sea demon. Introduction. This is a sea demon that has just acquired intelligence. They're a species that are against human beings. They are good at the mermaid battle technique. Their performance in a battle is different based on the different tricks they practice. It's impossible to understand them. L level 46, S spiritual energy, 1221 4061 PDC 1 demon heritage. Level 4, low quality L level transcended associated spirit ice stripe lobster unabsorbable. Han Fei was dumbfounded, as this creature was much more advanced than the inferior manfish, which could be seen from her demon heritage. So far, the strongest inferior manfish he had seen only had a level 3 high quality demon heritage, but this half mermaid had reached level 4. Also, why was this creature called a half mermaid? Were there complete mermaids? If there were complete mermaids, would they have beautiful faces, long hair, thin arms, and perfect bodies as they were described in the legends? Gulp. Han Fei couldn't even imagine how gorgeous they would look. Back in the undersea city, Han Fei saw the inferior manfish for the first time. In the steps into the sea, he saw the legendary mermaids. Whether they were beautiful or not, he could call her by that for now. He felt that she might belong to a species that lived beyond the level 3 fishery. At that moment, Han Fei wondered what the unknown worlds were exactly, and if there were plenty of similar species in those places. Han Fei realized that, while he never had a clear understanding of this back when he was in the level 1 and level 2 fishery, he seemed to be approaching the real ocean step by step after he came to the level 3 fishery. If the fisheries of the 3 levels were human beings' own territory, could the unknown worlds beyond be places that were beyond human beings' control? Suddenly, Han Fei's attention was caught by an unexpected voice. Human, being, the mermaid was panicked at first when she saw Han Fei. Then she looked around at the environment before she uttered the 2 words to Han Fei with an extremely hoarse voice. Her voice was very strange, mixed with odd waves, as if it was extremely difficult for the mermaid to say, human being, out loud. Han Fei was shocked. You can talk? Hiss, the mermaid stopped talking, which seemed to be too hard for her. Therefore, she opened her mouth and roared at Han Fei, baring all her sharp fangs. As the mermaid roared, her hair, hairtail, and the scales on her arms were all trembling. Ah! Suddenly, a series of weird sound waves burst out of the mermaid's mouth, one circle after another. Han Fei, caught unprepared, was blown hundreds of meters away by the terrifying sound waves. He felt that his ears were wet and warm. They must be bleeding under the shock of the weird sound waves. Damn it! What was that? Han Fei dare not underestimate the enemy because the mermaid was charging at him at a high speed. The weird swimming posture of the mermaid reminded Han Fei of the snake demon in Calabash Brothers. However, the snake demon in Calabash Brothers was beautiful and charming. While this mermaid might be sexy if one ignored her face and simply focused on her bodily curves, she wasn't attractive at all when one noticed her face and the scales on her body. During the brief days, Han Fei saw that hundreds of scales were darted to him in streaks of brilliance. Seeing that the enemy was so aggressive, as if she were activating her ultimate move at the beginning of this battle determined to kill him, Han Fei certainly did not dare to be careless. Instantly, all the 100 blades were unleashed, and a torrent launched by the million knife art collided with the scales. Clank, 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 lots of scales were knocked away, but Han Fei saw that the mermaid did not stop at all. Instead, she swam even faster than before. Hula! Han Fei saw a tide that was in a different color than the seawater surging at his blades. While the ultra-quality spiritual weapons should be powerful enough, they were disrupted by the surging tide, and their speed was lowered to 1/3 their normal rate. What kind of weird abilities are these? Han Fei drew out the blood-drinking knife and cast the majestic mystic spell on himself before he slashed at the enemy. The blue tide was cut into halves by his knife, and the mermaid was enveloped by the frightening chi of the sword. Han Fei hurried to dodge the second wave of terrible screaming. Then he saw that the attack he performed with his full strength landed on the mermaid without causing any actual damage, as if it were just a regular attack. Damn it, you're so strong, it all happened too fast. Seeing that the blood-drinking knife didn't work, Han Fei simply turned to his last resort, and the seawater around him was directly turned into swords. He didn't know what level the infinity water was at, or if it counted as a weapon, but Han Fei did know that it was the most powerful trump card he had at this moment. If he couldn't finish off the opponent with the infinity water, Han Fei would have to exhaust the enemy to death with his unparalleled storage of spiritual energy. After the mermaid was covered by the infinity water, Han Fei could hear her screaming and roaring. Then, a giant lobster showed up. Unfortunately, the lobster was suppressed by the infinity water soon after it showed up. Han Fei did not recall the infinity water until blood was spreading out in the seawater. Both the mermaid and the giant lobster whose shell was broken were lying in the water, dying. Han Fei walked to her and said, "Seriously, I have complicated feelings right now. Usually, I have mercy for intelligent creatures, but why are you so determined to kill a human being?" The mermaid lay on the ground. Her scale armor had been completely shattered, and there were cuts all over her body. But even at this moment, she was still trying to bare her fangs at Han Fei. The mermaid didn't have the last breath until almost 100 seconds later. Han Fei was standing next to her for the whole time. Just now, Han Fei sensed intense hate from her, especially from her eyes. Although her eyes weren't exactly the same as human eyes, the unmistakable hate in her eyes could be sensed by anyone, even if they were idiots. After the mermaid disappeared, a water ball popped up. Han Fei saw that it was no longer a demon spiritual fruit, but a translucent, bright blue crystal. In his eyes, data popped up. In Nema Longevity Stone, Introduction. This is an amazing stone that may be born when a sea creature perishes. It contains abundant vitality. When taken, it can extend the life of an ordinary person by 100 years, a dangling fisher's life by 10 years, and a hanging fisher's or a hidden fisher's life by 1 year. Sweet Mother of God, Han Fei was dumbfounded. He had never met anything like this. It could extend the longevity of ordinary people by 100 years and make a dangling fisher live 10 more years? It must be a priceless treasure. Han Fei wasn't sure how valuable the creature who yielded this item was. That was longevity. If this stone was in someone else's control, they would definitely consider it as their most valuable treasure and would never sell it. Han Fei reached for the longevity stone, but his wrist suddenly hurt when he grabbed the stone. Shoot! Han Fei lowered his head, only to see that the demon purification pot was out. Chapter 474, The Altar That Appeared Out of Nowhere. Han Fei knew that something big happened the moment the demon purification pot showed up. Unless he needed to do refining, the demon purification pot never showed itself. However, the demon purification pot was floating above his wrist at this moment. Then, the vine that was attached to the demon purification pot, which Han Fei had always thought to be decorative, suddenly grew longer and stabbed into the longevity stone. Han Fei? Han Fei? Han Fei exclaimed quickly. Hey, it's mine, what are you doing? Han Fei couldn't stop it at all. He saw that the bright blue longevity stone was turning white at a visible speed. After no more than 3 seconds, the longevity stone ended up as a transparent stone. Then, it cracked into pieces. Han Fei was amused. Bro, I can see that you need that. But why are you so excited since I've never competed with you for anything? The demon purification pot, having absorbed the longevity stone, looked exactly the same as before, except that its leaf was slightly larger than before. Then, it disappeared into Han Fei's wrist and turned into his tattoo again. Han Fei, right when Han Fei thought that it was the end of everything, Little Black and Little White suddenly flashed out. Han Fei exclaimed in surprise, Huh? You two can come out on your own? However, Little White and Little Black disappeared into Han Fei's body the moment after Little White opened its mouth. Instantly, black light flashed in Han Fei's eyes. Then, one of his eyes became black and the other white. The yin-yang divine eyes appeared. Han Fei's body was suddenly straightened. His face that previously had vivid expressions became inscrutable. But Han Fei was still struggling inside himself. His consciousness wasn't gone, except that he suddenly had a strong urge. He felt that his body was extremely empty and hungry. He wanted to eat the longevity stones, or more exactly, the vitality contained in the longevity stones. Driven by this urge, Han Fei appeared on the 2-8 Tekken floor. He numbly took out his sea-swallowing seashells and made offerings. Then, another mermaid showed up. But Han Fei reacted fast enough this time. He simply raised his finger slowly. A drop of water appeared in Han Fei's head. Then, the drop of water turned into light and flashed through Han Fei's eyes like a shooting star. Almost at the same time, a flash glittered on Han Fei's finger, leaving a long wave in the seawater. Han Fei felt that he had merely attacked at random in his dizziness, but the mermaid had been killed before she made any moves. Fuck, Han Fei was rather terrified. At this moment, his consciousness seemed to be divided into 2 parts. Part of him was blank and unconscious. It was that part of him which launched an attack with instincts just now. The other part of him, where his rationality remained, made him shocked and panicked. He wondered why he was teetering on the edge of loss of control after fusing with Little White and Little Black. He was also astounded to see the new usage of the infinity water. He never knew that it could kill an enemy instantly like a streak of light. Unconsciously, his consciousness began to fade out at this moment. In his dizziness, Han Fei felt that stimulants were injected into his body every once in a while, making him refreshed. It happened 19 times in total. Han Fei counted in silence and inferred how many levels he had passed with the unexpected sense of excitement he sensed. 300! I'm on the 300th floor! As if he was suddenly woken up, Han Fei claimed. Then his mouth was filled with seawater and he was almost choked. Han Fei hurriedly held his breath and took out a bag of air. He took a few deep breaths before he finally felt better. After his eyes gradually became clear, Han Fei suddenly saw a round altar before him, and he was standing before the stairs under the altar. The altar was in bad condition. Some of the stones on the stairs had already crumbled. The 2 rows of white curled fish bones on the 2 sides of the altar, which should have been symmetrical, had been partly broken and fallen on the altar. Han Fei, on the other hand, was looking at a table at the center of the altar. A stunning crystal tray was placed on the table, along with another 2 plain trays. If the hexagon starfish were here, it would have climbed the table crazily for the trays. But Han Fei was certain that they weren't normal trays. He saw a red spiritual fruit on the crystal tray. Gudu. At this moment, Han Fei's brains were almost shutting down. He had forgotten exactly how he came to this place because he was too attracted to the offerings. Gudu, Han Fei swallowed again. Did this mean that the 300th floor was the deepest level of the steps into the sea? He looked around and saw that the altar was all there was, and the area beyond was sealed by barriers. Han Fei was about to step on the stairs, but he kicked something the moment he moved his feet. Lowering his head, Han Fei discovered to his shock that he was standing on a pile of bones. Fuck, Gudu, what's the meaning of this? I'm not the first person to come here? How many people have visited this place? Looking at the ground that was almost exclusively made of bones, Han Fei was quite anxious. He raised his hand and looked at the demon purification pot that was absolutely still on his wrist. Show up! Why don't you show up right now? I don't know how exactly you got me to this place, but why are you gone now that I'm here? Do you want me to go up there and take the fruit? Han Fei was about to move forward, but then he suddenly had a bad feeling. He stood straight again and his body slightly trembled. He looked at the stairs before his eyes, which were 8 levels. Counting the ground, there were 9 levels in total. Do the steps into the sea mean the steps leading down to this place, or the 9 levels of stairs going up from here? Although he was in the middle of seawater, Han Fei felt that sweat was popping up on his forehead and his back. His eyes were cramping too. He looked at the demon purification pot on his wrist. So, you can't go up any further after you bring me here, right? But you want me to continue? He raised his head and looked at the spiritual fruit on the altar. He really wanted it. Every day, tens of thousands of people came to the steps into the sea for treasures. Who could possibly know that the real treasures were exactly at the bottom of the steps into the sea? Damn it. Master Calabash, you bring me to this place because you're sure that I can take it, right? Why don't you move yourself and give me your word? I'll go ahead if you promise me that it's safe. The demon purification pot had no reaction at all, but Hanfei was so nervous that he was sweating all over his body. Suddenly, he had an idea and got excited. He took out a mirror in his hand. It was the Mirror of Icy Salt, a low-quality divine weapon that could copy any creature below the level of Hidden Fisher. However, the mirror could only be used 3 times. Hanfei had never used it even when his life was at risk earlier, but he was going to use it now. Yes, he was absolutely certain that he had to use it. At this moment, the ultra-quality battlesuit appeared on Hanfei, and the majestic mystic spell was cast on himself. He was in his strongest state. Holding the Mirror of Icy Salt, he activated it, and an identical Hanfei emerged by his side. It was rather a strange feeling. He didn't feel like this when he fought himself back in the White Mist Salt Marsh. However, at this moment, Hanfei somehow felt that his clone seemed to be connected to his mind in ways he didn't understand. However, while his clone was connected to himself, he couldn't control it exactly. Hanfei gave a command in his heart tentatively. You squat down. His clone squatted expressionlessly without moving. Stand up. The clone rose and looked ahead. He was still, absolutely still. Hanfei observed himself up and down, only to find that he was rather handsome when he was playing it cool. It seemed that xuanhuan had a rival now. Hanfei gave out an order, go up there and fetch the 3 trays for me. He was quite anxious when he gave out the order, and he prayed that his clone could make it. Since his clone was equal to him, the same thing would happen to himself if something happened to his clone. The clone raised his leg and stepped on the first level of stairs. However, Hanfei was rendered speechless by what he saw next. One of his clone's feet was on the ground and the other was on the stairs. The clone's body was shaking, as if an invisible power was stopping him. Crack. When the clone moved the other foot to the stairs while trembling, a crack suddenly appeared on his leg. Chapter 475, The War from When. While Hanfei gazed at the clone earnestly, the clone made it to the second level of stairs, which seemed simpler than the first level. However, when the clone got on the third level of stairs, Hanfei suddenly trembled under the altar. He felt that his head suddenly went blank, as if he suffered from anemia, and he lost balance with himself. Damn it, that's just my clone. Would I be hurt too when something happens to it? Hanfei was lost for words. Wasn't his clone merely made of thought? Was he hurt because he was connected to his clone? But he didn't know what was going on up there even though they were connected. When his clone climbed the 4th level of stars, Hanfei suddenly held his head with one hand so hard that veins bulged from his neck. He saw a picture that lasted only 1 moment. It was no longer blank. Something just flashed in his head. Unfortunately, the picture flashed too quickly. It had disappeared before Hanfei recognized what it was. At this moment, his clone had walked to the edge of the 5th level. This time, Hanfei was prepared when another picture flashed in his head. Old Bai? Hanfei's face was grim, as he thought he saw Old Bai during the moment. Why Old Bai? How was Old Bai related to the steps into the sea? Holding his head, Hanfei simply squatted on the ground. He knew that similar things were bound to happen again when his clone reached the 6th level. As he expected, during another moment of strong headache, Hanfei saw the picture more clearly in his head. But it was still too fast. He merely saw a swinging sword. What the fuck? Why are the pictures so broken? Can't you give me a complete one? Ah, Hanfei's butt hit the ground as he finally saw a complete picture when his clone reached the 7th level. He saw Old Bai staring at him from the sky. Huh? Why is Old Bai holding a sword? Wait, why is there blood on Old Bai? Hanfei raised his head and said to his clone, go on, climb to the 8th level and then get on the altar. Again, Hanfei saw Old Bai standing in the sky with a large area of houses below his feet. Old Bai seemed to be slashing his sword, and the aura of his blade was glowing. Crack. Suddenly, Hanfei raised his head, only to see that his clone's legs had been shattered. Its lower half body had been reduced to salt. However, his clone did not know what pain meant at all. It simply moved forward according to Hanfei's command. But when its hand touched the final level of stairs, the seawater suddenly trembled slightly, and his clone seemed to have suffered a great blast. Hua! The whole clone collapsed into grains of salt at this moment, before it completely vanished into the seawater. Hanfei was so appalled at that moment that he had goosebumps all over his body. Gudu, damn it, is it so dangerous? My strongest clone has been killed so easily? Hanfei waved his arm. Master Calabash, help! I can't take care of this. The demon purification pot flashed, and Hanfei was instantly delighted. Would you like to fetch the fruit by yourself? He waited for a long time, but there was no reaction from the demon purification pot. He decided that he should go to Forge the Universe and have a nice meal first. But he found that it was impossible to enter Forge the Universe anymore. Hanfei roared furiously. You're forcing me to go up there, right? But remember, this is the level 3 fishery, and few people have ever made it to this place. Okay, I'll go, but if I'm dead, you will be buried here forever. Seeing no reaction from the demon purification pot, Han Fei declared ruthlessly, "Let's go then, I'm not scared of anything." Gudu, Han Fei took out a large bag of air and breathed hard. What was his purpose when exploring the steps into the sea? Treasures, of course. Other people weren't even qualified to see this treasure, and now that it was lying right before his eyes, he would regret it if he didn't have the courage to take it. Therefore, Han Fei moved forward and stepped on the first level of stairs. To be honest, Han Fei was a zealous adventurer in the first place. He had come to this world exactly because of his crazy adventure. Therefore, what he did at this moment was really just a spur-of-the-moment thing without much consideration. Huh? Nothing happened? Han Fei was stunned. How come he stepped on regular stairs even though his clone's legs were broken after reaching the first level of stairs? Han Fei subconsciously raised his other leg, but he instantly felt mountainous pressure coming at his face. The picture before his eyes suddenly changed. He couldn't see anything, and he only felt that his body was shivering under the terrifying pressure. Han Fei immediately realized that it was pressure, but he didn't know where it was from. Under the pressure, he felt that all his hair was bristling. Right next, Han Fei heard voices that came from Old Bai. "Me go now." The hoarse cry seemed to be echoing in the world. The dark veil before Han Fei's eyes was suddenly lifted. At this moment, he was in the middle of the sky at least 3,000 meters from the ground. He looked back, only to see that little gold had been attached to himself. Its gigantic wings had been unfolded with blood dripping down. Suddenly, sword chi that spanned 1,000 meters passed above Han Fei's head. Shocked, Han Fei raised his head, only to see a heated battle in the sky where Old Bai was attacking a group of ferocious people whose enormous spiritual beasts had blocked the sky. "Where am I? Who's Old Bai fighting?" While Han Fei was stunned, he saw xuanhuan who appeared out of nowhere next to himself. "What are you waiting for? Run for your life." "xuanhuan? This is," however, before Han Fei said anything, xuanhuan had pushed him aside and sword chi that came from a distance penetrated his abdomen. "xuanhuan." Shocked, Han Fei exclaimed aloud and a gigantic hand descended from the sky. He saw that an expert swordsman was slapped into smithereens by the hand. Old Bai roared aloud, "Take these kids away." Before Han Fei realized what was going on, xuanhuan had been taken away by a hand from the void. On the other hand, Lurenquang appeared down below, sobbing and crying, "I'm not going anywhere." Han Fei was about to shout when he saw sword chi sweeping at Lurenquang across dozens of kilometers. Han Fei roared, "Fadi, get out of the way." While Han Fei shouted, a crappy old man with an unshaven face took a huge circle in the sky and stopped before Lurenquang, taking the attack for him. Han Fei was finally relieved. He was about to dive down, but his back suffered a heavy strike, and he was smashed into the city like a shooting star. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he almost exploded. His head almost crashed. After he was blown dozens of kilometers away, a tentacle grabbed him, and Xiao Zhan stopped in front of him. Xiao Zhan murmured, "Avenge us." For what? Boom. Before Xiao Zhan gave a reply, Han Fei's eyes almost bulged out as he saw that Old Bai detonated himself in the sky. Old Bai President Xiao Zhan clenched Han Fei's arm and threw him away. Han Fei felt that he was nothing more than a piece of meat on a chopping block right now. He didn't know what was going on at all as he was just thrown about. Han Fei saw that Xiao Zhan and his 8-armed conch all exploded under the collective attack of 3 men. Devastated, Han Fei cried out, "Mr. Xiao Zhan." Not just Xiao Zhan, Han Fei noticed another person on the battlefield down below. From there, Wenren Yu glimpsed at him and charged into battle without looking back. At this moment, cold voices were echoing in the sky. "The Thug Academy defies the heaven's will. It shall be destroyed." Somebody was laughing. "Today, all the teachers and students here will be annihilated." Han Fei saw someone he didn't know sneering in the sky. "The Thug Academy has no choice except to fight until death, but as long as any of us escape today, you and your families will all be executed someday." Someone declared relentlessly, "I'm here for the final battle of my life. Who dares to fight me?" Someone was bellowing, "You want to kill me? Are you really capable of that?" One after another, people Han Fei didn't know appeared in the sky, on the ground, and above the city. A rain of blood was dropping from the gray sky amidst the deafening noises and explosions. Han Fei felt that he was a tiny canoe above a surging ocean. He was escaping, but he didn't know why he was escaping. Someone was chasing him. Flashstones were crumbled one after another. Han Fei felt that he appeared in lots of places. There was fire everywhere. He couldn't even see the people's faces. All of a sudden, Han Fei saw that Luo Xiaobai was standing 1,000 meters away expressionlessly. Han Fei shouted, "Xiaobai, run!" He was anxious to see that Luo Xiaobai was standing still. He ran to her quickly, but he saw that Luo Xiaobai was shaking her head as if she was refusing him. Auras of sabers and swords glowed next to him, and he was heavily struck. In the next moment, Han Fei's head went blank, as if he had just been hit by something. He fell from the sky like a shooting star. At that moment, he felt that all his bones and internal organs were destroyed. He vomited blood crazily. Han Fei sensed the smell of death. He felt that he was dying. He was so exhausted that he wanted to sleep. He wanted to simply let his body fall. Suddenly, Han Fei felt excruciating throbbing pain from his wrist. He was woken up all of a sudden. To his shock, he found himself standing above the altar. Chapter 476, A Vine. Han Fei was woken up by the demon purification pot. He was almost fully attracted to the environment just now. Many people he knew and didn't know died. Old Bai, Xiao Zhan, Wenren Yu, Zhang Xuanyu, all of them seemed to be dying. But when the demon purification pot caused the throbbing pain, he became hopeful again as he realized that Old Bai and Zhang Xuanyu weren't around. After Han Fei opened his eyes, he found that he was already on the top of the 9 levels of stairs and his hands were bleeding hard. There was intense stench of blood in his mouth too. Pooh, Han Fei vomited blood. He felt that his internal organs were rolling and his body was almost broken. Damn it, do you really have to make it so hard? It's just some stairs. Han Fei hurriedly cast the divine healing technique on himself. At the same time, he stuffed a spiritual fruit as well as some healing pills into his mouth. It was not until 4 hours later that Han Fei finally felt better. He tried to sit straight, only to find that the bones all over his body were cracking. Hiss! How badly was I wounded just now? Why do I feel that I was beaten up? Han Fei looked at the stairs behind him and saw no anomalies, but they couldn't have seemed creepier in Han Fei's eyes. He didn't understand why he saw the Thug Academy when he climbed the steps into the sea. Was what he saw an event of the past? He naturally knew the Thug Academy's tragedy 30 years earlier when countless heavenly talents were killed. But if it was a replay of the tragedy, why did he say Zhang Xuanyu, Ren Kuang, and Luo Xiaobai? Right, I didn't see Xiao Xiaon. Why was Xiao Xiaoxian not there? Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on himself again. He realized the flaw in the illusion. If the whole gang was there was no reason why Xiao Xiaoxian would be absent. Bah! Han Fei spat at the stairs. Damn you evil thing, you almost tricked me. He was not in a hurry to examine the offerings on the altar. After all, the offerings in the altar had been here for too many years and they weren't going anywhere. He needed to be as calm as possible at this critical moment, especially considering that he was wounded. If something was wrong with the offerings, he would definitely suffer. It took Han Fei another 6 hours to get a full recovery. He didn't stand up again until he confirmed that he was in his best state. The first thing that Han Fei attempted to do was to summon his ultra-quality battlesuit. However, after he took it out, Han Fei saw nothing but a ragged suit with broken holes everywhere. Han Fei? Shoot, my suit? How did it become like this? Han Fei was dumbfounded. His ultra-quality battlesuit had been made with dozens of kinds of materials and more than 500,000 points of spiritual energy. The material cost alone was shocking enough. However, it had been ruined after a walk on the 9 levels of stairs. Han Fei was secretly shocked. What would have happened if he didn't have the ultra-quality battlesuit? He reforged the ultra-quality battlesuit in the next hour and put it on. Then, he finally stood before the table where the offerings were placed. This time, Han Fei saw clearly that 3 items were placed on the table. On the cup-shaped tray in the center was a red spiritual fruit. To Han Fei's surprise, he couldn't see any information on the fruit, as if the demon purification pot had become useless. On the tray on the spiritual fruit's left side, there was a finger bone which looked like jade. Han Fei wasn't sure what bone it was exactly, but it seemed to be a man's finger bone. But how could a man's finger bone look like jade? No information was displayed by the demon purification pot either. Han Fei didn't pursue further but simply turned to the spiritual fruit's right side. He saw a black ball on the last tray, which also didn't show any information. However, the ball looked like a black pearl the size of a thumb. It didn't seem as special as the other 2 items. Han Fei stepped forward, ready to claim the 3 items. He knew that they were definitely ultimate treasures even though he didn't recognize them. That conclusion could easily be drawn based on the bones down below the stairs. How many people had been killed in order to get them? Besides, none of the people who made it here were ordinary. Even Cao Tian, a well-known genius, could only reach the 251st floor. Even though he was only training himself there, Han Fei estimated that the mermaid would be a pickle for him and that he couldn't pass the last 20 levels easily. When Han Fei stood before the altar and was about to take action, he was suddenly astounded. Before, he was slightly further from the table and he couldn't see it clearly. Now that he was standing right before the table, he discovered to his shock that the first thing that anyone who stood here would see wasn't the spiritual fruit, the finger bone or the black pearl on the table, but a wooden decorative shelf behind the 3 treasures. The decorative shelf looked like a shelf in a regular house where weapons were placed, except it was much smaller, and that what was placed on this shelf were no blades but a vine which had a leaf on it. The moment he saw the green tiny vine, Han Fei's eyes bulged. Han Fei's eyes bulged. Han Fei's seen of light on the green vine, which was still vigorous and glimmering even though it had been through countless years. However, wasn't the vine the same as that attached to the demon purification pot? Han Fei raised his hand and looked at the demon purification pot on his wrist. He opened his hands and, triggered by his thought, a small calabash appeared in his palm. The moment the demon purification pot appeared, the vine shivered on the shelf, and the demon purification pot began to revolve crazily in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei was astounded. He remembered that last time the demon purification pot revolved was when he had the soul awakening ritual. At that time, he acquired Little Black and Little White. This time, the demon purification pot revolved again. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening noise echoed in the world. Han Fei felt that his ears were ringing. He didn't know where the noise was from. Unusual noises always came with huge events, so Han Fei was quite anxious at this moment. He dare not move either because he found that the green vine was flying to the demon purification pot very slowly. Han Fei could only wait anxiously. Outside, it was as heated as before above the steps into the sea. Everybody was doing their regular things. Every day, tremendous numbers of people waited at the entrance of the steps into the sea and stared at it without doing anything. They were waiting for the black and white ghosts to show up. Xiaoshan was among them too. She promised Han Fei that she would wait for him for half a month, and it had only been 3 days. Boom! Suddenly, the steps into the sea trembled, and many people lost balance because of the unexpected earthquake. Some even fell on the ground. What's going on? What's the noise about? Why is the steps into the sea trembling? Did anyone acquire any unparalleled treasure? For a moment, everybody at the entrance was passionately asking each other what happened. However, since none of them were really inside the steps into the sea, they didn't really know the answer. At this moment, Xiaoshan's eyes glittered and she thought of something. Has Han Fei acquired the treasure in the steps into the sea? A place like the steps into the sea wouldn't tremble for no reason. Something must have happened. If it didn't happen on the surface of the sea, it could have only happened at the bottom. There were only 2 people who made it past the 250th floor at the bottom of the sea, namely Cao Tian and Han Fei. Xiaoshan would rather believe that Han Fei caused the earthquake. She hadn't seen Cao Tian yet, but since Cao Tian failed to cause an earthquake during his long stay in the steps into the sea, there was no reason why he could do it now. So, it could have only been Han Fei who did it. At this moment, Han Fei was swallowing, as the green vine had already attached itself to the spout of the demon purification pot. Hiss, I have 2 vines now? Han Fei's eyes cramped. He had been watching it all the time. He had thought that the green vine would be connected to the original vine on the demon purification pot, and the 2 vines would be combined into one. But the green vine had circumvented the original vine on the calabash and fell on the spout. Therefore, Han Fei looked quite puzzled at this moment, as the demon purification pot had changed from 1 vine with 1 leaf into 2 vines with 2 leaves. The demon purification pot slowly stopped revolving. Right when Han Fei thought that it would become his tattoo again, the demon purification pot suddenly ran into the center of Han Fei's eyebrow. Shoot, where is it now? In the next second, Han Fei could sense that the green calabash was slowly revolving in the middle of a gray fog inside his head. Chapter 477, Art of Invincibility. The demon purification pot seemed different with the additional vine now. Han Fei felt that something trembled in his head. He was fully refreshed as if he had just taken a cool peppermint. Something seemed to have been added to his mind. Han Fei subconsciously looked at his own data, only to find that something had indeed changed. 1 owner Han Fei level 39, advanced dangling fisher. 1 odors 28,526, 5,926 5,999, spiritual power 9999999, 5,000 meters, spiritual heritage level 5, high quality A spiritual beastie twin yin, yang spiritual beastie twin yin yang spirit swallowing fish. Level 30, Team A, main art void breaking technique. Volume 4 of Void Fishing, Demon Level, Divine Quality. There wasn't information on his weapon anymore, but the data of his spiritual power and his perception range had popped up. That was rather new. Han Fei knew that his perception range had reached 5,000 meters, but he didn't really know the amount of his spiritual power. When he saw that his spiritual power was 999, he knew that it must be the limit. Although Han Fei knew how much spiritual power he had now, it was rather useless, because he didn't know other people's. If he couldn't compare himself to anyone else, what would the point of this piece of information be? Han Fei didn't pay more attention to his stats, because another earthquake was going on. The treasures were more important than the secrets of the demon purification pot. He could examine the demon purification pot anytime, but something might happen to those treasures. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and reached for the 3 treasures on the table. Han Fei's primary target was naturally the red spiritual fruit. After all, it was the most glittering and appealing one. Suddenly, he saw that new data popped up in his eyes. TN name. Heritage Stealing Fruit Introduction. This is a forbidden fruit in legends that can steal spiritual heritages in nature for yourself. Level Heavenly A quality. Divine S spiritual energy. 1,000 points E effect. This can steal the heritages of the heavens and change your fate. This can only be taken by fishers. Note: this can only be taken by fishers. Anyone of other levels will infuriate the heavens and be burnt alive if they take this. Fuck. Han Fei was shocked at first. Then he burst into a fury. When he saw the name of the heritage-stealing fruit and its introduction, Han Fei was completely thrilled that the fruit could steal the heritage of the heavens. Earlier, Han Fei had heard that fortunes and blessings of a country could be stolen, but he always considered the stories to be rumors and folklore. But he was convinced at this moment that such unbelievable spiritual fruit did exist in this world. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he was going to rise to be a real, unparalleled heavenly talent. Then, the note that the fruit was only usable for fishers struck Han Fei's head like a thunderbolt. Han Fei let out a crazy laugh. Hu 00. Do you know how depressing it is to have a bad spiritual heritage? You son of Biche, it's only usable to fishers? Are you expecting me to abandon my cultivation to become a fisher again? I'll be an idiot if I do that. Oh, my heart is broken. My heart pains so much that I can't breathe. But this was an ultimate treasure even though he couldn't use it. There was no way that he would leave it here. He simply put it into the demon purification pot. Collecting the heritage-stealing fruit, Han Fei immediately moved his eyes to the finger bone that was as smooth as jade. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name Sky Dissecting Finger. Introduction. This is a finger bone of a king-level expert. It has been too worn out by time to be embedded in your body, but it can still be used as a weapon. When launched with tremendous spiritual energy, this weapon can deal damage equal to that of a king-level expert's attack. Ultra quality divine weapon, current state, a maximal usage, Alm Ref Index Note. Note, this weapon consumes too much spiritual energy. Note, this weapon consumes too much spiritual energy. Don't try to use it unless you have more than 10 million points of spiritual energy. Shoot, Han Fei was thrilled again. Everybody said that the steps into the sea had marvelous weapons, and Han Fei thought so too. But he didn't know that this was what a marvelous weapon would be like. Han Fei didn't know how strong a king-level expert could be, but he did know that void fishing was exactly created by 9 king-level experts together. It was not hard to infer how precious the fingerbone must be. This could be an ultimate lifesaver for him. The attack of a king-level expert could crush any enemy who wasn't king-level. All he needed to do was to toss out the fingerbone. Gudu, Han Fei hurriedly collected the jade finger. This was an incredible treasure that could kill anyone. In the end, Han Fei's heart was pounding. He had almost peed himself because of the first 2 treasures. What about the third treasure? Han Fei swallowed and subconsciously moved his eyes to it. Then, Han Fei was dumbfounded. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Art of Invincibility, unrated, introduction. This is a boxing technique created by an unknown expert during his fights in a chaotic world. Whoever picks up this art can shake the ocean and the sky with their fists. A shortcoming. This art requires a tough body, a tenacious soul, and infinite resolve to be learned. Superseding art, no art can be deduced. You can only deduce it on your own. Note, whoever creates an invincible art has invincible faith that makes it possible for them to fight anyone in this world. So, this art can't be rated. Gudu, Han Fei swallowed and was completely dumbfounded. It was so awesome. Could there really be an invincible art in this world? Based on the information, Han Fei realized that this seemed to be the best battle technique that was above all other arts, because its inventor strongly believed that nobody else could defeat him. Han Fei hurriedly reached for the Black Pearl. He wouldn't miss such a technique for the world. In a different time and place, the 3 treasures could build an unparalleled expert when used by the same person. Just imagine this. When they were fishers, they could change their spiritual heritage with the heritage-stealing fruit. Then, they could cultivate the art of invincibility with their unparalleled talents. In the end, they still had the king-level expert finger as a last resort to protect themselves. In such a way, even an idiot could be transformed into a genius. Han Fei speculated that the 3 items on the table were specifically prepared for someone. But fortunately, the ritual didn't work out, or whoever got those items would have definitely become awesome. Those were all the ideas that flashed in Han Fei's head during the moment while he was reaching for the Black Pearl. However, the moment Han Fei touched the Black Pearl, mystic light burst out of the pearl, and Han Fei saw an enormous fist smashing at him ferociously and unstoppably. Han Fei had no time to dodge at all. As if hit by a real fist, he stepped back quickly and covered his face with his hands. It was a simple movement that everybody could do, but this movement revealed his weakness. The man was invincible and could beat him, and if he dared not fight back, he would only be brutalized. Han Fei sat on the ground, stunned. New epiphanies popped up in his head non-stop. He saw countless battlefields where an Iron Blood man fought his enemies without any battlesuit or weapons, but only covered his fists with fish skins. The sea creatures were crumbling, and the strongest enemies were punched through. Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that the art of invincibility was not a set of techniques or tricks. It was just the expert's experience that he gathered from all his battles. At first, the expert was dealing with sea creatures, sea monsters, and various heavenly talents in the pictures. But in the end, Han Fei saw how the sea could be shaken by fists. As the man punched the sea, the surface of the sea was boiling as far as his eyes could reach. Han Fei also saw how the sky could be shaken by his fists, as the man soared up for tens of thousands of meters heaving his fists, blowing up a super enormous fish on the spot. Wait, how can there be fish in the sky? Han Fei was briefly stunned, but the idea only flashed in his head because there were too many pictures for him to watch. It seemed that the expert's whole life had been recorded. Half a month passed. 3 dragon boats had come to the steps into the sea because of the recent earthquakes in this place, and also because the sacrificial rituals at the steps into the sea were getting out of control. On the first level of the steps into the sea, an exotic creature appeared after someone made an offering. The creature then initiated a slaughter. Someone made offers on one of the first 100 floors and got a high-quality spiritual weapon. It was shocking news for everybody. But those cases were rare. Most people discovered that no creatures were summoned after they made offerings, and naturally, they got no rewards. On this day, when countless people were crowded at the entrance of the steps into the sea, something that shocked everybody happened. Cao Tian came out of the steps into the sea. Someone asked, "Cao Tian, did you make it to the bottom level?" Cao Tian replied, "Number." Xia Xiaochan turned around and walked away the moment she heard the answer. She knew that Han Fei had done something big yet again. Chapter 478, Sneak Away. On the altar, Han Fei had been sitting still for half a month. At this moment, there wasn't any spiritual energy in Han Fei, nor was there any energy fluctuation. However, he was fighting. Yes, he was fighting in those pictures. Han Fei knew that these pictures were fake, but every time he entered them, he still felt the overwhelming pressure pouring on him. In fact, in these pictures, what he experienced was not the skill of fighting at all, and he didn't even feel the slightest pleasure of battle. All he could feel was pressure, the pressure brought by various marine creatures. Unfortunately, the pictures he could enter were only those for dangling fishers. As for the other pictures, they just flashed through his mind. For example, he saw mermaids, not the kind of inferior man-fish that hadn't fully evolved, but real mermaids. Just the sight of them made him shiver as if the mermaid's eyes were on him. Suddenly, Han Fei opened his eyes. If someone else was here, he would be frightened by Han Fei's look at the moment. The look contained a strong, confident, and invincible momentum. Anyone could tell from a single glance at him that this guy was a very strong master. Han Fei stood up casually and twisted his neck. He walked to the table on the altar, waved, and collected the table and the tray into Forge the Universe. If the one who set up this altar saw this scene, he would spit blood and think, "You've taken the treasures. How can you also take away the table?" Han Fei's idea was very simple. These 4 things are all priceless, so how could they be placed on an ordinary table? Since I've been here, I'll surely take it all. Han Fei looked around and found no place to go out, nor did he immediately try to communicate with the steps into the sea. He walked down the steps, step by step. This time, there was almost no obstruction, and he felt nothing, as if the steps under his feet were ordinary steps. Han Fei stood on top of the scattered white bones and looked back at the altar. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. Why did he appear in Heavenly Water Village? Why did the demon purification pot bring him to Heavenly Water Village? Why was there a vine of the demon purification pot in the level 3 fishery? Did the demon purification pot only have 2 vines normally? Han Fei didn't know the answers, but he had a feeling that the demon purification pot itself was a big secret. The ground shook again. However, such shakes had occurred countless times in the past half-month. Han Fei wondered whether, like the seagrassland, the seal had a problem. After all, the 4 treasures here were all taken away by him, including the table they were placed on. At this time, he suddenly had a question in his head. Who on earth was offering sacrifices here? What was their purpose? Who would receive the sacrifices? Now, these sacrifices are all in my pocket. Is the one who is supposed to receive the sacrifices still here? Will he make trouble for me? Han Fei walked around the altar and found signs of fighting here. There were many breakages at the border of the altar. Then he pulled away those white bones, and sure enough, under these bones, he found some bones that were not human. Han Fei climbed up the altar again. There was still no obstruction. He walked to the 2 broken fish bones and chopped them with the blood-drinking knife, only to find that they were not damaged at all, not even a scratch. Han Fei's eyes lit up immediately, and he directly stuffed the 2 pillar-like fish bones into Forge the Universe. They must be good. They were stronger than the blue sea wandering dragon bone and felt as smooth as jade. They were definitely not ordinary fish bones. Unfortunately, there were only 2 broken fish bones. Han Fei counted, and there were still 20 fish bones left. Han Fei was very happy at the discovery. According to the size of the fishbone, 1 fishbone could make at least hundreds of weapons, which was very likely to be ultra quality. Then how many weapons could be made of the 22 fishbones? 2,200? Han Fei was overjoyed. The fishbones were really valuable. Although he had already gotten enough benefits, the more treasures, the better. Han Fei used the drawing technique against the fishbones on the altar. With a clang, he was shaken back. When he leaned forward to take a closer look, he found that there were still no scratches on the fishbones. Fuck, are these fishbones used to refine divine weapons? At this time, it seemed that some kind of chain reaction had occurred, and the steps into the sea suddenly vibrated violently and didn't stop until dozens of minutes later. Seeing the fishbones remain unharmed at all, he immediately ran down the steps and summoned Nine Tails. Come on, pull these bones apart and see if this place can be dug up. Nine Tails? If Nine Tails could speak, he would definitely complain. Every time it was called out, there was a hard job for it, either digging a hole or digging up the ground. Even now, its master's interest was becoming more and more peculiar, as he now wanted to dig up bones. This altar was not big, only with an area of more than 50 meters. Unlike the big red trunk, it was all broken bones here, which were quick to be cleared. Han Fei and Nine Tails spent about half an hour clearing the circle around the altar. Then Han Fei was shocked to find that the bones stacked here were more than 3 meters high. He couldn't imagine how many geniuses had died here. At this moment, Han Fei was lying on the ground in front of the altar, trying to thrust the blood-drinking knife into the bottom of the altar. However, to his disappointment, he found that he couldn't even insert the tip of the knife in. Han Fei plunged the blood-drinking knife into the ground, but the ground was not made of soil but water, under which nothing could be seen clearly. It seemed that his hand could penetrate through the water, but in fact, the water didn't move at all. If the hexagon starfish were here, he would have told Han Fei, "This is a super seal. As long as the seal is not removed, you won't be able to poke the knife through." Seeing that the ground couldn't be dug through, Ninetails used its claws to furiously bombard the seal. Ninetails hit the seal so hard that he was exhausted soon and simply went on strike. It is not that it refused to dig, but it couldn't be dug at all. Han Fei bared his teeth, still refusing to leave, and every few seconds he would try to collect the altar and forge the universe. "Master Calabash, look, I helped you find your long-lost vine leaves. How about helping me collect this altar in return? Collect, go, hum." After he tried hundreds of times, suddenly, the altar shook. Han Fei was immediately overjoyed. It worked. Collect, buzz, hum, bam. Suddenly, Han Fei heard a loud noise, which seemed to come from under the altar. Was the foundation broken by me? Hiss, boom. Suddenly, Han Fei heard a violent bang as if something was attacking under the altar. Ew! Han Fei was dumbfounded, and Ninetails had already swum quickly to Han Fei's side. From time to time, he also touched the altar with its claws, and he seemed to notice that there seemed to be something under it. Han Fei opened his eyes wide. Damn, are there living creatures below? As a spirit gatherer, he was sensitive to the fluctuation of spiritual energy. Han Fei suddenly felt that there were wisps of spiritual energy circulating on the altar. To be precise, they might not be on the altar, but from the bottom of the altar, slowly infiltrating from a distance. Han Fei instantly jumped back 2 or 3 meters, staring blankly at the dynamics of the surrounding spiritual energy. After a while, he was finally quite sure that something under this altar seemed to be absorbing the flowing spiritual energy. "Oh my god, something bad is going to happen." Han Fei was horrified. "Is there something scary being sealed under this altar?" Although these wisps of spiritual energy converged very slowly and didn't seem to be a lot, the problem was that they were starting to add up. For example, if Han Fei set up a large spirit gathering formation on the altar at this time, even if the spiritual energy gathered slowly, it wouldn't be a problem to gather 20,000 points of spiritual energy a day. Seeing that Ninetails was still bombarding the altar from time to time, Han Fei kicked him. "Are you crazy? What if the seal is broken by you? Come on, let's leave here. Quick." Outside, there were more and more people on the steps into the sea, and everyone was curious. The situation on the sea grassland hadn't returned to normal yet, where only the worm tide had subsided. Someone walked through the seaweed city wall, only to find that the lotus fish had refused to carry people across the wormfish abyss. Besides, the undersea city had collapsed. Good lord, now the steps into the sea had a problem also. Some people went in, but some also left. The people who left were all wandering around outside the steps into the sea. To put it bluntly, they were watching the show or waiting for some good luck. Someone said, "Only a fool will go inside right now. God knows if the step into the sea will collapse. If it does, what can the people inside do?" Someone answered, "A lot of people have already run out." Don't you notice that now those who dare to enter the step into the sea are basically peak-level dangling fishers? Someone sighed. "I heard that it is Fan De Tong, the black ghost." Cao Tian said that he had seen him on the 251st floor. Someone exclaimed, "So, no master on the wanted list is simple. The 251st floor? How many treasures will he have to sacrifice?" Someone guessed, "At least 1 mid-quality spiritual weapon, I guess." Someone laughed. "Are you stupid? What kind of place do you think it is? A mid-quality spiritual weapon? If it is that simple, the steps into the sea would have long been flattened." While they were discussing intensely, suddenly, a fishing boat appeared in the sky, above which a homely girl shouted, "Come on, I found traces of the black and white ghosts. They have already reached the outskirts." Huh? What? How could that be? Fuck, how did they get out? In an instant, the entire periphery of the sea platform was in an uproar, and that girl who was still shouting was already drowned in the crowd. Chapter 479, Identity Exposed Again. On an ordinary fishing boat, Xia Xiaoshan turned into an ordinary girl and glanced at the sea platform. Right now, there seemed to be nothing happening there, and Han Fei probably might not be able to get out soon. However, he would come out sooner or later. Now, there were still too many people on the steps into the sea, so she had to find a way to attract some people's attention away from it. On the sea platform, near the center there was a small circle with no people around within nearly a kilometer. No one dared to come here no matter how chaotic other places were. Gathering here were the heavenly talents from major sects and the important families from the Thousand-Star City. There were many shady-looking characters among them. Cao Tian was surrounded by a group of people at this moment. Yang Deyu asked, "Hey Lao Cao, did you really meet Fan De Tong on the 25st floor?" "The stickman?" Sun Mu interjected. "What he is best at using is a kitchen knife." Li Haiye and Li Baizhou nodded on the side. "Yes, that guy is very good at using a knife, and most people can't resist his attack when he uses this knife." Yi Baiyu also came over. The guy you are talking about is really mean. He even colluded with Tong Ge, Mu Ling, Cao Chu, and 2 swords to attack me. However, he is very slow. Is that guy really that strong? Cao Tian smiled. His footwork is certainly not as good as yours, but you are too weak against him if you fight him head on. Hearing Cao Tian's words, many people curled their lips. Yi Bai Yu is weak? Only you dare to say that? Mo Fei Yun asked. Where are Cao Chu and 2 swords? A disciple of a major sect said, they've sneaked away. We all had diarrhea because of Fa Datong. As Fa Datong's accomplices, how dare they still stay here? As soon as he finished speaking, he found someone looking at him sympathetically. Then he found that he was suddenly in the air because he was kicked into the sky. Cao Tian took a look at the person. Why? Do you want to get revenge? No, I'm just casually mentioning it. The man was horrified. Cao Tian usually looked simple and honest, but he really doted on his younger brother. If anyone dared to mock Cao Chu in front of him, he would definitely beat the hell out of them. Therefore, although many people really wanted to give Cao Chu a good beating, in front of Cao Chu, a good beating, no matter if it was Yang Deyu, Sun Mu, or anyone else, none of them dared to mention Cao Chu's name. Li Baizhou diverted the subject. Well, Chen Aochen ran away long ago. Cao Tian, he seems to have left with your sister. Seems Cao Tian grunted casually, as if he was not at all worried about this matter. But Li Haiye suddenly looked at Ye Baiyu and said, Fan Datong is weird. Isn't it said that there is also a white ghost besides the black ghost? Fan Datong is the black ghost. Then where is the white ghost? Mo Feiyan suddenly exclaimed, Oh, they must have disguised themselves. Disguise? These people were stunned for a moment and then all looked at Mo Feiyan. Mo Feiyan immediately told them about her encounter with Xia Xiaoshan on the 21st floor. At that time, if Han Fei hadn't arrived right away, maybe she would have fought Xia Xiaoshan. Huh? Sun Mu suddenly asked. You mean that man is actually a woman who put on a disguise? Who can disguise oneself so thoroughly? Yang Deyu shouted. What's so strange about this? He could even cause so many of you to have diarrhea. Have you ever seen a group of dangling fishers have diarrhea all at once? Sun Mu frowned. Mo Feiyan, the person you mentioned seems to be quite different from the white ghost. I heard that the white ghost is a soul warrior, but the man you talked about is a hunter. Wait, where has Tao Chu been before? Everyone? After a while, someone said, I think he had gone to the sea grasslands. Someone shook their head. No, he came from the undersea city. Someone saw him driving a ghost speed divine boat there. Suddenly, Mo Feiyan paused. Sun Mu, you mean, how could it be? Sun Mu's face turned gloomy. Is that possible? Don't forget, the black and white ghosts are both intermediate dangling fishers. Yang Deyu stuck his big head over. What are you two talking about? Li Baizhou added. That's right. Are you two talking in code? Say something we can understand. Sun Mu suddenly raised his head, his eyes icy. We are all deceived. However, we still need to confirm one thing. When and where did they first appear? The others were not familiar with Han Fei, but Sun Mu was. His eyes were icy. If the black and white ghosts were really Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan, then these two people were too terrifying. In the case of completely abandoning their own advantages, they could still kill all the way into the steps into the sea, which showed how talented these two people were. After a while, one of Sun Mu's subordinates arrived carrying an advanced dangling fisher in his arms. If Han Fei were here, he would have been surprised. Why is Li Hanyi still in the steps into the sea? Li Hanyi almost burst into tears. At first, he thought he was really lucky. He fought frantically on the steps into the sea. Others offered sacrifice for opportunities, but he did that for a breakthrough. 2 days ago, he finally made a breakthrough and became an advanced dangling fisher. No wonder it was said that one who survived a great disaster was destined to good fortune ever after. He couldn't believe he had such a rapid growth rate. Sun Mu's subordinate said, Young master, we've been sure that the first place where the black and white ghosts appeared happened to be between the steps into the sea and the undersea city, slightly closer to the latter. And those two people didn't appear until the undersea city collapsed. This person is called Li Hanyi, who Han Fei used to impersonate. He was also once caught by the black and white ghosts. Li Hanyi felt his heart skip a beat. He was not an idiot. Did this man mean that the black and white ghosts were actually Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan? Li Hanyi suddenly remembered that both Fan Datong and Xia Xiaoan were foodies, who were exactly the same as Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, although they always put a person in the hot pot, which frightened him the most. It was just because of this that he had never doubted them, and he remembered whenever he spoke ill of Han Fei, Fan Datong would beat him. Fuck, so Fa Datong was Han Fei, he was 100% sure now. Ray Sun Mu just glanced at Li Hanyi without paying attention to him and then analyzed, that makes so much sense. Cao Chu watched us all enter the steps into the sea and went to the sea grasslands to find Han Fei, who made a name for himself after what happened in the sea grasslands. But at that time, Han Fei pretended to be Li Hanyi and ran to the undersea city, so Cao Chu went to the undersea city as well. But when he arrived, the undersea city had already collapsed, so he could only return here. And then, of course, Cao Chu could meet the black and white ghosts here who were actually Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan. Huh. Yang Deyu's eyes widened suddenly. God damn it, so Cao Chu has always known that the black and white ghosts are Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan? Mo Feiyan nodded. Otherwise, do you think that Cao Chuchu would waste his time on people with no strength? Li Haiye and Li Baizhou glanced at each other. We got it, so Fan Datong is the person your Sun family has been looking for. Cao Tian still looked simple and honest. Chuchu has got a good eye. Everyone, but no one dared to protest. If someone else found these two bastards to make trouble for them, they would have been skinned alive. But Cao Chu was Cao Chen's brother, so they didn't even dare to say a word. Cao Chen was not interested in this, so he asked, "Where is Tang Jie? I want to fight him." Someone said, "Tang Jie and Mu Ling left almost 10 days ago." Cao Chen nodded slightly. "Then forget it. It's boring here. I'm leaving too." Ye Baiyu said, "Cao Chen, I'll come with you." Ye Baiyu was a free and easy person. After meeting Han Fei, he felt that person was very strange. As for this kind of person, he could either kill him or ignore him. He just excelled in speed. But in terms of combat power, he might be even worse than Li Haiye and Li Baizhou. Therefore, Ye Baiyu wasn't obsessed with winning against Han Fei. In the future, if there was a chance, he could even have a drink with Han Fei and be friends with him. Okay, after that, Cao Chen left without looking back, as being with these sophisticated people made him feel very tired. He didn't like this very much. After Cao Tian left, many people let out a sigh of relief. Yang Deyu carried his big axes. Now what should we do? Still wait here? Okay, when that bastard Han Fei comes out, I will kill him. Fuck off! Mo Feian rolled her eyes at Yang Deyu. Can you beat him? Kill him? In your dream? Sun Mu was still pondering. If Fan Datong is really Han Fei, then Han Fei has grown up too fast. When they were on the sea grasslands, his subordinates who were only peak-level dangling fishers could almost kill him, but now, how long has it been? More than a month? Han Fei was already able to crush his immortal slaying formation alone. Yang Deyu seemed to be also defeated by him. Mo Feiyan also failed to win against Xia Xiaochan, and even Ye Baiyu was not their match. At this moment, it suddenly became noisy outside. Someone shouted, "We found traces of the black and white ghosts. Come on, don't hesitate." Chapter 480, the tragic Li Hanyi, Sun Mu, and the others were all astonished. When did Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan come out? Why did they come out? Mo Feiyan's face turned dark. Damn, these two people are both capable of disguising themselves. They must have slipped out amongst the chaos. Yang Deyu immediately waved his two big axes. Fuck! Let's go and hack those two beastards to death. Among the crowd, the disciples of the Grand Void Academy were all stunned. At this moment, Ji Wenxuan and Tian Yishan were surrounded by a group of people who were yelling and shouting at them. Ji Wenxuan, are you an idiot? When did our academy have such a strong disciple? That's fucking impossible. Great, we will become a laughingstock this time, someone suggested. Should we join them too? But Tian Yishan suddenly cursed back. I don't believe you could have done any better if you were there. He just claimed to be a disciple of our academy. What would you have done if it were you guys there? Someone curled his lips. I would have definitely seen him through and then beat him. Ji Wenxuan scoffed. Shut up, you braggart. Who can you beat? Can you survive a single blow from Gong Yuehan? He can. Gong Yuehan is not on par with him at all. These people fell silent. After a while, someone suggested, then should we join them or not? Tian Yushan said grumpily, of course not. But if you think you can crush the immortal slaying formation alone too, then follow them. No disciple from the Grand Void Academy followed them, nor did the other sects. Although many of them had been robbed by Han Fei, most of them had experienced Han Fei's strength. After they left the steps into the sea, the rumors about the black and white ghosts became even more bizarre, such as, they were cannibals, they beat Gong Yehan with 3 blows, the black ghost crushed the immortals, slaying formation alone, drew a tie with Tang Ge, and even won against Kai Tian. These rumors stunned everyone, and no one dared to chase them. Especially when Sun Mu mentioned that the black and white ghosts were actually Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan, most people felt that it was not a big deal that they just snatched their sea-swallowing seashells. Lost money could be made again, but if they lost their lives, they couldn't come back. Only the daredevil Yang Deyu took his men to chase Han Fei, and Li Haiye and Li Baizhou also went with him. Sun Mu and Mo Feiyan only sent a few subordinates to go with them to check things out. Especially Sun Mu, he only sent 2 men over. He believed that Han Fei was still in the steps into the sea, and the current vibration of the sea platform must have something to do with him. Just an hour after they left, the steps into the sea suddenly vibrated again, and the vibration was a bit more violent than the previous days. Now there were not many people coming out of the steps into the sea. At this moment, Han Fei was standing on the spring eye in the middle of the steps into the sea, dressed in a mid-quality battlesuit, wearing his long hair down, and holding a big hammer in his hand, looking a little frightened. If Xia Xiaoshan were here, she would immediately recognize this person was Han Fei, because what Han Fei used was Li Gang's face. And only a very small number of people knew Li Gang here. It was for this reason that Han Fei used Li Gang's face so that Xia Xiaoshan could recognize him easily. Li Gang had an average face, so except for those who were familiar with Li Gang, even a person from the Blue Sea Town might not even be able to recognize him. As soon as Han Fei stepped onto the central spring eye, someone shouted to him, "Brother, what's going on down there? How many people are there?" Han Fei made up a random response, "A lot of people have run out of here. God knows why the step into the sea keeps shaking. Someone smiled. Then, have you summoned a creature? Han Fei rolled his eyes. What? I just had a fight with a big octopus and got a low-quality spiritual weapon. Han Fei felt that his answer should not be a problem. He just summoned an octopus and got an average prize, so he wouldn't attract much attention. However, many people exclaimed in amazement. You summoned a creature. Isn't it said that no creature can be summoned now? What happened? Han Fei was shocked. What? No creature could be summoned now? On a sudden inspiration, Han Fei quickly said, It's not true, but I tried many times before I successfully summoned the octopus. There was nothing wrong with what he said, so when Han Fei fell on the steps into the sea, many people ignored him. Now, more people were waiting for intermediate dangling fishers coming out of the central spring eye. It was said that the black and white ghosts were both intermediate dangling fishers. Therefore, Han Fei, an advanced dangling fisher, was naturally ignored. Han Fei walked among the crowd and found that there were fewer people in the steps into the sea now. After a while, someone came over from outside, yelling while walking, Who the fuck said that the black and white ghosts have come out? I chased them for a long time, but couldn't even see a ghost. Someone laughed. Aren't you talking nonsense? Didn't you hear that the black and white ghosts are Han Fei and Xiaoxiaochan? They've got a ghost speed divine boat, but what do you have? Han Fei was shocked again. What? When were our identities exposed? Han Fei hurriedly grabbed the person and asked, Brother, when did the black and white ghosts suddenly become Han Fei and Xiaoxiaochan? The man glanced at Han Fei. Huh, don't you know it? Han Fei looked confused. I don't know. I was robbed by Han Fei. That bastard said to me that he wanted money, not life, and then he took my sea-swallowing seashell. The man patted Han Fei's shoulder sympathetically and said, Brother, I'm sorry to hear that. But you are not the only one who has been robbed by him. Almost everyone here has been robbed by him. But don't think about revenge. A disciple from a large family in the Thousand-Star City said that the black and white ghosts are Han Fei and Xiaoxiaochan. It's said that the vibration from the steps into the sea is also related to them. Han Fei exclaimed, Really? The man clicked his tongue. Sure. Look over there. All the people from the Thousand-Star City are there. Han Fei looked at that side, but unfortunately there were so many heads there and he could only vaguely see that there seemed to be a clearing. Han Fei smiled bitterly. Okay, I have to let it go then. God help me not run into them again. I don't want to be robbed again. Someone laughed. Yeah, you'd better just forget it. Now many people are chasing them. Isn't the step into the sea still shaking? Are you sure it is because of them? The man straightened his face. Of course, some people say that they have seen the black and white ghosts with their own eyes. Han Fei replied a few words, and when he turned around, he frowned. Did Xiaoxiaochan show up? It must be so. Why did Xiaoxiaochan suddenly show up, although she didn't have to? She must be trying to distract these people. Han Fei walked through the crowd and glanced around, and found that there were many teams from the 7 sects who stood in 2s and 3s. Among them, Sun Mu and Mo Feiyan were standing together and seemed to be discussing something. Suddenly, Han Fei paused. Wasn't that guy being held to the side Li Hanye? How was he caught again? Li Han was thinking about how to escape now. Damn, I just came out to gain some experience and seek opportunities. Why did I get into this mess? It was all because of Han Fei. That BA starred. Why did you impersonate me? Have I ever offended you? I just had a little conflict with you in the Fiery Mountain. Did you have to take revenge on me so cruelly? Li Hanye secretly glanced around, only to see a familiar figure in the crowd. The owner of the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant. Although Li Hanye wasn't on good terms with Han Fei, he visited the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant a lot. Especially after the conflict with Han Fei, he specially took some time to study Han Fei, so he naturally knew Li Geng. For a moment, the two of them stared at each other, their eyes filled with surprise. But soon, Li Hanye glared at Han Fei as if he tried to kill him with his eyes. Fuck you, Han Fei. Did you specially come here to see how messed up I am? Huh, hey, what are you doing? What are you staring at? One of Sun Mu's men saw Li Hanye's body stiff and slapped him on the face. Hearing it, Sun Mu and Mo Feiyan both looked over. Han Fei threatened Li Hanye via voice transmission. If you dare to expose my real identity, I will beat you to death when I return to Blue Sea Town. After that, Han Fei turned around and got into the crowd. When Sun Mu looked over, he only saw a disappearing figure, and his face immediately changed. Attention everyone, hurry, Han Fei has come out. Chapter 481, Who Can Stop Me? There was a rule in the steps into the sea that no killing was allowed. This rule was nothing more than to prevent the strong from bullying the weak to monopolized resources. However, this was only an unwritten rule. After all, no special person was sent to execute this rule here. Therefore, when a certain person aroused public outrage by robbing thousands of people in the steps into the sea, this rule no longer existed. Sun Mu's reaction was very quick. He immediately noticed that Li Hanye looked strange and even a bit angry. Who would make Li Hanye angry? Of course, it was Han Fei. Therefore, when Sun Mu saw the figure disappearing from the crowd, he was sure it was Han Fei. If Han Fei didn't run, but instead stood there pretending to be a passerby, he would not have found him. But the point was that he found Han Fei's back very familiar. Get out of the way, step aside, Han Fei, stop. Attention, Han Fei has already left the steps into the sea. Han Fei was completely speechless. Damn, I just glanced at you in the crowd and you found me so quickly? His current perception range was very far, so he knew that Li Hanyi had not betrayed him. The only reason was that Sun Mu was too shrewd. However, not only Han Fei could perceive by mind, so even though Han Fei was leaving quickly, he was still targeted by a group of people. No flying on the sea platform, no fighting on the sea platform, but these rules were all bullshit now. If you were strong enough, you could do anything you wanted. The disciples from the 7 sects all stood up, and seeing Sun Mu and Mo Feiyan chasing Han Fei out, someone immediately shouted, "Brothers and sisters, let's join hands to kill him. Fan Datong is a disgrace to this world. Let's wipe him out." These people had a large range of perception, but Han Fei had a larger one. The crowd began to riot, and Han Fei even saw someone take out a weapon and someone directly begin to fuse with their spiritual beast. "You!" In the crowd, someone pointed at Han Fei. "It's him! It's him! It's him!" Han Fei had already started running and chanted, "Oh, oh, little Neza, I'm little Neza. Then he suddenly jumped and flew into the sky. Swoosh, a pair of golden red wings suddenly unfolded. Swish, Han Fei waved his wings and began to fly. At the moment he just flew out, he was directly drowned in the effects of various combat skills. Fuck, Han Fei swallowed. Are there so many people trying to hit me? Did I offend so many people? Almost at the same time, Sun Mu and the others jumped into the sky too. In an instant, the sky was covered by numerous fishing boats. Swish, swish, swish! The fishing boats, like serial rocket launchers, broke through the sky in the blink of an eye, leaving white marks in the sky while chasing after Han Fei. Han Fei had taken out the second wind god boat. Compared with the one he gave to xuanhuan, the speed of this one was nearly 500 kilometers faster per hour. After all, when refining the first wind god boat, Han Fei didn't have so many materials. As soon as he used the wind god boat, Han Fei directly turned into a red ray of light in the sky. However, not long after Han Fei ran out, he found another fishing boat with extremely fast speed chasing from the side. A ghost speed divine boat? Where did this come from? Han Fei had snatched Sun Mu and the others' sea-swallowing seashells, but there weren't any ghost speed divine boats in them. From what he knew of Cao Chu, who hated Sun Mu and the others so much, it was not likely for him to give them a ghost speed divine boat. However, even ghost speed divine boats were incomparable to the wind god boat in speed. Although the wind god boat was 15,000 kilometers faster than a ghost speed divine boat a day, just as a car with 120 horsepower and another with 100 horsepower, Han Fei couldn't get rid of the opponent completely at first. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found it was a young boy that he didn't even know, and he was bald. Han Fei was particularly afraid of seeing bald heads because whenever he saw them, he would remember the days when he was bald and how hard he was laughed at by xuanhuan and the others. Han Fei said to that bald boy, "Hey, who are you? Do I know you? Why are you chasing me?" The bald grinned. The 1,000-star city, Chen family, Chen Aoshin. Han Fei was speechless. "Have I ever offended you?" The bald grinned from ear to ear. "I heard you were very strong, so I want to have a fight with you." Han Fei cursed. "Are you fucking sick? Can't you see me running away? I can fight you next time, but not now." Han Fei didn't bother to talk to him. He had heard of the name Chen Aochen a long time ago. It was said that among the younger generation of the children of the big clans, he and Cao Tian were both geniuses and excellent at bare-handed techniques. Cao Chu mentioned Chen Aochen more than once. But hadn't this guy left earlier on? Why was he still here? Fortunately, Han Fei's wind god boat was too fast. Chen Aochen chased him for a while and found that he had been thrown off. He was confused. Didn't Cao Chu say that Ghost Speed Divine Boat was the fastest fishing boat in the level 3 fishery? Why was there a fishing boat faster than Ghost Speed Divine Boat? Seeing that he couldn't catch up with Han Fei, Chen Aoshin shouted, "You're running in the wrong direction." However, Han Fei had already run too far to hear him. Han Fei muttered, "Haha, do you think you can catch up with me? In your dreams?" While Han Fei was still triumphant, his face suddenly stiffened and his expression changed suddenly. Because a fishhook suddenly appeared in front of him, directly tied his legs, and pulled him up in the air with a jerk. Swish. Han Fei immediately put away the fishing boat and took out his blood-drinking knife. Rip. The fishing line was immediately broken, and Han Fei had already flown away dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. 1,000-mile fishing technique. Is it a hanging fisher? No, hanging fishers can't fish from such a distance. And dozens of miles away, on the roof of a dragon boat, a hanging fisher exclaimed, This guy responded so quickly. He cut off my fishing line in an instant. Han Fei opened his wings and immediately flew into the sky. However, Han Fei could perceive that the fishing line without the hook was still trying to tie him up. Damn it, a dragon boat? Above the sky, Han Fei saw a huge fuzzy figure in the distance. It must be a dragon boat. He had actually entered the area of a dragon boat. Immediately, Han Fei turned around and left. However, then he saw a black spot running at him from a distance. It was Chen Aochen who wanted to fight him. Han Fei just slightly paused and the fishing line wrapped around his arm again. Obviously, it didn't want to let him go. Let me go. This hanging fisher is interfering with affairs not related to the dragon boat. Majestic mystic spell. Bam. Han Fei's body was exuding terrifying energy. His face flushed, his muscles slightly bulged, and the blood in his body was constantly surging. I know you're a hanging fisher, but so what? Go the hell away. Han Fei grabbed the fishing line, and the huge force from the fishing line pulled on the hanging fisher from the dragon boat. The moment Han Fei grabbed the fishing line hard, the hanging fisher's face changed, and he was dragged into flight by Han Fei, almost leaving the dragon boat. Come back. The hanging fisher thundered, and billowing spiritual energy erupted at the top of the dragon boat. On the dragon boat, many people were stunned. What's going on? Did the top of the ship explode? On the other end, seeing xuanhuan arrive in the blink of an eye, Han Fei smiled coldly. Humph. What makes him think he has more spiritual energy than me? Let me teach him a good lesson. The hanging fisher only felt the billowing spiritual energy from the fishing line all converging at one point. What? He can already break the void? Boom. On the top of the dragon boat, a large amount of spiritual energy burst out. Many people had already noticed that at the top of the dragon boat, some people were having a fight. xuanhuan shouted, Han Fei, come and fight me. Han Fei scolded, fight my ass. Can't you see that I'm in a fight already? xuanhuan grinned ferociously. I don't care. I just want to fight you. Even the hanging fisher has to wait. After that, when Han Fei was still fighting with the hanging fisher, xuanhuan blasted Han Fei with a punch. Bam! Han Fei was sent flying upside down, flying hundreds of meters in the sky. The sky was not in the sea, so Han Fei could only use his wings to relieve the impact. Being punched by xuanhuan, the wrestling between him and the hanging fisher was interrupted, and he was pulled in the direction of the dragon boat. At this moment, the dragon boat was already clearly visible. After all, during their wrestling, the dragon boat did not stop moving. And it was only a mere dozen kilometers away, which was a short distance whether for a dragon boat or a fishing boat. From a distance, Han Fei saw the top of the dragon boat and immediately shouted, Hey, the guy on the dragon boat, if you can't kill me today, I'll kill you. Humph. Nonsense. Let's see who'll die today. Han Fei's eyes turned cold, and when xuanhuan rushed at him again, he no longer reserved his strength, and hundreds of knives shot at xuanhuan, leaving countless rays of light in the sky. I, Han Fei, want to leave now. Who can stop me? Chapter 482, let me try your strength above the sky. Knives were flying like migratory locusts, and hundreds of blades pierced the sky and went straight at xuanhuan. Ultra-quality spiritual weapons? So many? xuanhuan's face kept changing, and he just wanted to retreat. But how could he be as fast as the million knife art? Almost in the blink of an eye, he was swept by the knife stream. A protective barrier appeared in front of him. However, it only lasted less than 5 seconds before it was shattered by the million knife art. Rip, 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 rip. In an instant, dozens of wounds were cut on xuanhuan's body. It was a pity that xuanhuan had already used the 5 seconds to escape. Otherwise, Han Fei felt that he could kill him directly. On the other side, the hanging fisher's eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. Good lord, is this guy a professional refiner? 100 ultra-quality spiritual weapons? Seriously? Han Fei was holding the embroidery needle in his hand. At this moment, the embroidery needles were enlarged, hanging in the air and pointing at the hanging fisher on top of the dragon boat. At that moment, the embroidery needle even made sparks in the air. Han Fei sneered. I'll remember you. You'd better not let me go. Otherwise, when I come back, I will beat the hell out of you. On the dragon boat, countless people were looking up in the sky and watching the fight, and many of them were only great fishing masters. They were horrified at what they saw. Even peak-level dangling fishers dared not make a sound at this moment. This guy is so fucking fierce. Who is he talking to? Someone exclaimed. Oh my god, it's a hanging fisher, the controller of the dragon boat. This guy is talking to the controller of the dragon boat. Someone gasped in shock. He's so strong, no ordinary peak-level dangling fisher can survive his single blow. Someone else made a loud gulping sound. Is he third place on the wanted list? So strong. How is it possible for us to get him? His strength had been increased 5 times with the help of the majestic mystic spell, plus the weight of the embroidery needle, which was at least tens of thousands of caddies, in addition to the fact that Han Fei was falling from the sky. So how strong was his power at that moment? Even Han Fei himself didn't know. The hanging fisher's face suddenly turned cold, and in the blink of an eye, a crab claw phantom rose into the sky and collided with Han Fei's embroidery needle. Boom! The entire dragon boat was shaken, and pieces of wood flew across the top of the dragon boat. The hanging fisher slid back on the top of the dragon boat. While he didn't pay attention, he accidentally stamped a hole on the top of the boat and fell into it. Han Fei's situation was even worse. The gap between a dangling fisher and a hanging fisher was too great. Although Han Fei had experience fighting against the inferior manfish, they were very low-level sea demons, and their combat power was not that strong. If compared with humans, inferior manfish were far worse than humans in terms of spiritual heritage, contractual spiritual beasts, combat skills, and response capabilities. The hanging fisher on the dragon boat was very powerful. After his first blow, Han Fei flew back several kilometers, feeling that his hand was about to be broken. He quickly put away the embroidery needle. If he didn't, he would definitely be unable to take the stick back. Flash! Because of the delay of the moment, Han Fei had already seen the countless fishing boats chasing him, which almost blotted out the sky and covered up the earth, which looked frightening. Flash, flash, flash. Han Fei kept crushing flash stones in his hand and almost turned into a phantom in the sky. He appeared near the dragon boat twice, and the third time he appeared, he was already far away from the dragon boat. After dozens of times, even Han Fei himself didn't know where he was. Anyway, Han Fei had a lot of flash stones. After crushing hundreds of flash stones, he saw no one in the sky, and Han Fei took out the wind god boat again and began to rush away. Han Fei ran so fast that he didn't give others a chance to catch him at all. On the dragon boat, after Han Fei ran away, the hanging fisher did not go to pursue him. At this moment, he was horrified in his heart. How powerful was that Han Fei just now? He glanced up, then looked at his fist and found that blood was dripping down. How is that possible? He is only an advanced dangling fisher. The hanging fisher frowned. Now he needed to seriously consider what Han Fei said. If he grew into a peak-level dangling fisher, would he be stronger? Although he didn't believe that a dangling fisher could challenge him, that was for ordinary people. For heavenly talents, this was not necessarily true. After all, there was indeed an example. Cao Tian once killed an intermediate hanging fisher. Few people knew about this, but it didn't mean that no one knew it. At that time, Cao Tian was only an advanced dangling fisher. Han Fei didn't need to know this. He only knew that he successfully escaped. Dozens of seconds after Han Fei ran away, on the dragon boat, the hanging fisher calmly ordered his men to repair the top deck. Although the dragon boat was very strong and sturdy, it certainly couldn't withstand a full-force blow of a man comparable to a hanging fisher. At this time, a subordinate of the leader was reporting to him, "Master, we found traces of Xiaochen." Oh? This hanging fisher was slightly taken aback. Why did his subordinate tell him this information? He didn't break the rule even if he caught Han Fei because Han Fei once killed people on the dragon boat, and he caught him to maintain the dragon boat's rules. Although Xiaochen was with Han Fei, he had no reason to touch her. Was his man out of his mind? However, at the moment he was stunned, the man in front of him had disappeared. He saw a shadow suddenly wrap around his body. Ho Zhaozhen Nun! A terrifying dragon roar exploded in his ears. Immediately afterward, a sharp and powerful knife light swept at his neck. Bam! The hanging fisher was shocked, immediately gathered all his spiritual energy to his neck and punched backhand, and the shadow of his fist flashed hundreds of meters away. Xiaoxiaoshen's figure appeared 100 meters away. There is one more person who wants to kill you. Protect your head well. As soon as the hanging fisher went to take a shot, Xiaoxiaoshen disappeared again. Damn it. This hanging fisher was only the controller of the dragon boat, but he couldn't control everything. If he could, he really wanted to activate the dragon boat formation instantly and trap Xiaoxiaoshen in the boat. Unfortunately, Xiaoxiaoshen had already run away at this moment, and she crushed flash stones and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The hanging fisher touched his neck with his hand, only to find that it was bleeding. If Xiaoxiaoshen had already broken through to be a hanging fisher, wouldn't he be killed on the spot? He couldn't help having a cold sweat. Compared to Han Fei, this Xiaoxiaoshen was even scarier. He didn't even notice that she had approached at all. This was really weird. After all, Han Fei was a soul warrior and a spirit gatherer, and his fighting style was above board. However, the hunter was different. Just like Xiaoxiaoshen, one blow meant one kill. If they missed, they would immediately escape. The more the hanging fisher thought about it, the more he regretted attacking Han Fei. Looking at the horrified eyes of his men, the hanging fisher snorted coldly. "What are you looking at? Get out!" His men immediately fled in fright. When everyone left, the hanging fisher suddenly felt liquid flowing through his cheeks from his ears, and when he touched it with his hand, he found it was all blood. Immediately afterward, blood was flowing out of his nostrils. Damn it, in fact, the battle was more than that. Chen Aoshan was not seriously injured after being swept by the million knife art, but he did fall into the sea. At this moment, he was blaming himself. He underestimated his opponent so much that he didn't fuse with his spiritual beast or summon his contractual spiritual beasts in the battle, and didn't even use any combat skills. Who the hell could have expected that Han Fei had nearly 100 ultra-quality spiritual weapons? Where did he get them from? Did they fall from the sky? Even the children of the big clans wouldn't be given any ultra-quality spiritual weapons when they came out to gain experience. Otherwise, they would end up gaining no experience at all. He had every reason to suspect that Han Fei got all his ultra-quality spiritual weapons from the steps into the sea, which was very likely to be related to the change of the steps into the sea. Only less than 10 seconds after Chen Aokan swallowed some pills, a figure appeared on the bottom of the sea. The man was holding a large halberd, breaking the waves across, and a red and white dragon shadow accompanied him on the side. A dragon feather lobster? Tangay? With a twinkle, the halberd hacked at him violently like a white dragon swimming in the seabed. "Hey, Tangay, what the?" Chen Aochen's hands turned dazzling gold and grabbed the halberd, but he was still pushed all the way back, leaving a trail hundreds of meters long on the muddy seabed. Hoo! The halberd in Tangay's hand suddenly gave off a dazzling light, and the top exploded before Chen Aochen was served with a beating. Tangay was full of fighting spirit, and every time he attacked, he saved no strength. Explosions were heard on the seabed constantly. Chen Aochen's injury hadn't fully recovered, so he could barely resist Tangay's fierce blows. Thanks to his enriched combat skills and extremely strong physique, he wasn't killed by Tangay. Xuanhuan shouted angrily. Tunga, what do you want? Tunga stood in the muddy sand, holding the halberd erected in his hand. It is said that in the Thousand-Star City there are two geniuses good at fist techniques. One is Tao Tian, and the other is you, Xuanhuan. Today, let me try your strength. Chapter 483, Target, Abyssal Chasm. In the end, Han Fei and Xia Xiaoqian got separated. Now, Han Fei didn't want to conceal his whereabouts at all. Therefore, he deliberately let others see him when he was escaping. Compared to Xia Xiaoqian, he was the one who stayed at the steps into the sea the longest and even walked to the end of the steps into the sea. If anyone wanted to unearth the secrets about the steps into the sea, the first person to look for was definitely not Xia Xiaoqian, but Han Fei. In fact, Han Fei was not worried about Xia Xiaoqian's safety. In terms of the ability to escape and hide, Xia Xiaoqian was almost unparalleled now. In addition to the Thousand Faces technique, she also had the Metamorphosis water, which could transform her into anything. Xia Xiaoqian could turn the Metamorphosis water into a big fish and wrap herself in it, and then no one would be able to find her. Of course, Han Fei also intentionally separated from Xia Xiaoqian. There were some things he could share with Xia Xiaoqian, but he also wanted to keep some secrets of his own. After entering the steps into the sea, Han Fei was even more eager to find the treasure left by Ren Tianfei. Although Han Fei's physique was greatly enhanced after he got the art of invincibility, he was almost sure that Ren Tianfei must have left something about body refining. After all, one's greatest achievement was one's own creation, and Ren Tianfei certainly wouldn't want to see the skills he created buried with him. If Han Fei could find it in the level 3 fishery, coupled with the art of invincibility, God knew how strong he would become. In addition to this reason, there was another reason why Han Fei didn't want to take Xiaxian with him. That was because the goddamned abyssal chasm was too dangerous. He could tell how dangerous that place was from the book that Yang Ruoyun gave him. For hundreds of years, countless teams had come to explore it every year. At first, these people were lured to go with great profit, but then people found that no one came back, so in the end, no one was willing to go there. The level 3 fishery once dispatched a whole dragon boat with nearly 200,000 people on it to explore the abyssal chasm. As a result, the dragon boat disappeared and no one had ever seen it in the level 3 fishery again. Since then, all dragon boats in the level 3 fishery would keep a distance of 50,000 kilometers from the abyssal chasm and no longer advance towards it. Of course, the book he got from Yang Ruoyun also recorded that some people had returned from the abyssal chasm. However, most of them were either crazy or became morons. These people had one thing in common. That was, they had all become extremely skinny. In addition to this, the book also recorded a lot of stories and anecdotes about the abyssal chasm. For example, someone once chased a golden fish near the abyssal chasm and strayed into it. As a result, when he came out, he had become a middle-aged man and a moron. Also, someone once explored the abyssal chasm. Not long after entering it, he came out from the other side of the sea, which was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the entrance. There were also people who intended to fly above the abyssal chasm. As a result, when they flew out, the people on the ship had all become skeletons. There were so many weird records like this, too many to count. When Han Fei finished reading the book, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this like the fucking Bermuda Triangle or something? Han Fei felt this book was as interesting as 100,000 Whys. It reminded him of the most terrifying forbidden places in the world he read about in his previous life. Wasn't the Bermuda Triangle as weird as this? No matter what, airplanes, cruise ships, and boats would all disappear in it. In fact, in his previous life, Han Fei had studied Bermuda and once wanted to explore it. At first, people just thought that the sea area there was rather chaotic, prone to storms, and there were turbulences on the seafloor. And some people said that there were large waves, tsunamis, and so on there. In the end, as what happened there was really unexplainable, people began to associate those unknown things with theology, claiming that there was an illusory eye in Bermuda that could make the people on board lost. But no matter how technology was developed, even the most advanced instruments would fail there, and even airplanes would disappear when flying across it. Then people began to put forward the magnetic field hypothesis, which was unanimously approved by everyone. But there were also weird phenomena that could not be explained. For example, when a plane flies over Bermuda, decades pass in the outside world. Was this also because of magnetic fields? But Han Fei knew that these were all rumors, and there were also scientific teams who specifically refuted them. But if it was true or false, Han Fei had no idea. Now, this abyssal chasm seemed to be even more mysterious than Bermuda. In Bermuda, some people could still come out. It was even a tourist attraction, and weird things would only happen there occasionally. But very few people who entered this abyssal chasm could escape. Han Fei just want to curse. Fuck. Zhang Xuanyu, you idiot. Why the fuck did you run to this damned place? Han Fei's other purpose was to find Zhang Xuanyu, which was more important than obtaining Ren Tianfei's treasure. After all, Zhang Xuanyu had been in there for long, so he'd better be quick. Then Han Fei continued to curse. Ren Tianfei, you old beastard, you just want me to die faster, don't you? The level 3 fishery spans hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Why the hell did you choose to hide the treasure in the abyssal chasm? 3 days had passed. The news that Hanfei drove his fishing boat into the abyssal chasm spread throughout the dragon boat, and everyone who heard this was dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, "He has already run away and no one can catch up with him. Why is he running into the abyssal chasm? Does he want to die?" Someone shook their head in disbelief. "He must be mad. Is this the difference between ordinary people and geniuses? Are geniuses all daredevils?" Someone sneered. "Can geniuses do whatever they want? It's the abyssal chasm. I can imagine how he will die miserably there." Xuanhuan appeared near the flowstone pit of the level 3 fishery. In front of her there was a small team of people who were trembling and dared not speak. "Is the guy trying to save Zhang Xuanyu? But how can he find him in such a big place?" Xuanhuan asked. "Tell me, has a fat guy appeared around the flowstone pit recently?" "Huh? Girl, that was a long time ago. Cut the crap. What I want is information. If there is no news for me, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish." Whine as Inte asked with shock. "Girl, we really don't know." Suddenly, someone hurriedly said, "Girl, you can go to the ghost ship to buy information. Everyone knows in the level 3 fishery, the ghost ship's intelligence is the most accurate. We are just here to try our luck." Xuanhuan paused and murmured, "Ghost ship, evil shield, fine. You go to find Zhang Xuanyu, and I will go to find Quang and Xiao Bai." Cao Cao and 2 swords were drifting near the 10,000 Smoke Valley in the level 3 fishery. Holding up a piece of paper, Cao Cao exclaimed, "Oh, Hanfei went to the abyssal chasm. Oh my god, how dare he go there?" 2 swords, shall we go to the abyssal chasm too? Wang Zetian shook his head. "No, I believe you were told you could go anywhere in the level 3 fishery but the abyssal chasm before you came out." Cao Chu wailed. "But there must be a big secret in that place," Wang Zetian sneered. "But you have to be alive to know that secret. If you want to go, I won't stop you, but don't expect anyone to go there to find you." Cao Chu stared at him helplessly. "Fine, forget it. I will ask Hanfei what it is like inside when he comes back." Wang Zetian smiled. "So, you have long known that the black and white ghosts are Hanfei and Xiao? Cao Chu looked up at the sky. "No, I didn't know. I just think they are very strong," Wang Zetian snorted. "Then you'd better pray he can come back alive." Tungay was clutching a piece of information at the moment, sitting in a room on the 4th floor of a dragon boat, staring blankly. Outside the ship, the spirit-gathering formation had already been activated, but Tungay did not feel stronger in the slightest. Muling walked over carrying some snacks. "Don't worry, he is not a fool. Since he is going to the abyssal chasm without hesitation, there must be a reason." Tungay looked serious. "But he didn't take Xuanhuan with him. He went alone." Muling was taken aback for a moment. Until now, the two of them had not seen Xuanhuan's real face. Muling couldn't help but saying softly, "Have you found it?" Tungay looked up and asked in confusion, "What?" Muling smiled slightly. "Your brother is not a simple person. With the sea token with him, he still dared to run around in the level 3 fishery. He went to the sea grasslands and the big red trunk before the tree disappeared. He went to the undersea city and the undersea city collapsed into ruin. He went to the steps into the sea and now the steps into the sea are shaking dozens of times a day. No one can offer a sacrifice there any longer." Tunga couldn't help but grin and nod proudly. "He deserves to be my brother." Muling cracked a smile, but her heart was full of worry. "Your brother is nothing but a troublemaker. Wherever he goes, bad things happen. If he stays with you a little longer, you might be in big trouble too. I don't want to see it happen." When many people in the level 3 fishery were surprised by Hanfei's actions, Hanfei didn't feel anything himself. At this moment, he had already rushed to the edge of the 50,000 kilometer deep abyssal chasm. To be precise, it should be about 30,000 kilometers deep. Dozens of kilometers away from Hanfei, 3 huge hurricanes were spinning on the sea, and the sea was rough. The wind god boat was looming in the sea, and from time to time there were fish jumping out of the water and then whipped to death by Ninetails lying on the boat. Hanfei's eyelids trembled. Abyssal Chasm, here I am, chapter 484. Everything looks so weird. Hanfei went along his way and didn't stop at all. Because he had already had enough treasures and countless materials on him, he didn't bother to rob people or explore some small secret realms. It had been more than 5 months, nearly 6 months since he entered the level 3 fishery. Hanfei felt that he was now in his peak state. Ren Tianfei's statement was actually very clear. This place was very dangerous. However, he only said that dangling fishers might not be able to come here, which implied that hanging fishers could. Hanfei didn't take this realm seriously. What was so special about hanging fishers? He could beat hanging fishers now, which at least proved that he had the qualification to enter the abyssal chasm. Now that he had entered, there must be a way. Otherwise, Ren Tianfei would not tell him to come. After all, he had passed the first 2 tests. No matter how shameless Ren Tianfei was, he would not treat the indestructible body and the candle dragon blood as toys and litter them casually, right? At this time, Hanfei had thought that since the hurricane was so strong, could he travel underwater? But then he thought that just because there was a broad view above the sea, it was not necessarily so calm on the seabed. Judging from the marine creatures jumping out of the sea from time to time, he guessed the seabed must be turbulent now. Standing on the bow of this ship and perceiving the situation on the seabed, Hanfei discovered that the sea here seemed to be able to shield perception. His perception range was 5,000 meters, but now he could only perceive within 500 meters of himself. Even at a depth of 500 meters, Hanfei saw many rare and even exotic creatures. Within the nearest 50 meters from the sea, there were mostly squids, some translucent small fish, and some ugly predatory fish. They were floating with the waves and seemed to be too lazy to swim. Hanfei controlled the wind god boat, braving the wind and the waves all the way. This level of tornado was strong and would definitely pose a great threat in the level 2 fishery. But here, with Hanfei's current physique, even if he was sucked in, he was not afraid. The power of the storm could not shake him at all. Half a day later, Hanfei traveled another 10,000 kilometers. Along the way, he braved the wind and waves, and the wind god boat was like a missile, traveling through the sea without any problem. Hanfei looked up at the sky. At this moment, the waves were rolling everywhere, and the sky, enveloped with thick black clouds, was not visible at all. Hanfei didn't even know whether it was day or night. Let alone the sun, moon, and stars, he couldn't see anything at all. It was neither the day nor the night. The sky was not dark, but ash black, which looked very strange. Suddenly, the rushing wind god boat slowed down. Hanfei leaned forward because of inertia and was stunned. What happened? Hanfei injected spiritual energy into the fishing boat, but no matter how hard he tried, the wind god boat still didn't move. Fuck, did the boat die? Hanfei looked dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? This is a floating stone. Is there really a magnetic field? Although I don't know what the floating stone is, it doesn't look magnetic. Hanfei stopped injecting his spiritual energy and looked around. Except for the tornadoes, there was only darkness in front of him. Should I swim over? Hanfei let the wind god boat rise and fall in the waves and opened the map of the abyssal chasm given to him by Old Bai. On the map, Hanfei quickly found the storming area where he was because this spot was circled by tornado signs on the map, and under this sea area, it was full of secret realms. Hanfei took a casual look and found a total of 20 or 30 secret realms. There were at least 100 secret realms surrounding the abyssal chasm and scattered in the Hurricane Sea area. If he continued to move forward, the number of secret realms was decreasing almost exponentially. After crossing the Hurricane Sea area, there were no more than 6 secret realms. Among these 6 secret realms, 3 were in the big crack of the abyssal chasm. Seeing this, Hanfei couldn't help but sigh. This map is simply too damn precious. Most people would be doomed if they entered the abyssal chasm. But he got this map from Thug Academy, on which even the secret realms in the big crack were marked. God only knew which genius from the Thug Academy had explored this place and even had the time to draw a map. Hanfei hesitated before putting away the fishing boat and diving into the water. He didn't know how Xuanhuan was, but he couldn't let go of the hundreds of secret realms in the Hurricane Sea area. If he could explore a few of them, he might be able to dig out something extraordinary. Entering the sea, Hanfei felt that the ocean current was surging wildly. He also discovered that this ocean current turned out to be completely directionless. He was dragged to the left by a huge force and then pushed to the right by a huge wave. The sea currents were dashing against him, but at the next moment they were flowing backward and sucking him forward. Ere Hanfei filled his body with spiritual energy and had 9 tails attached to him. Then he broke through this weird vortex with his body and dove further down. Along the way, Hanfei saw many disgusting big fish. Their bodies were blue, their mouths were full of sharp teeth, and there were bite marks on their bodies. Some parts of these strange fishes were bitten through by something, but they were still alive. The fish didn't seem too smart as they all rushed up to bite Hanfei. However, these ordinary rare big fishes were certainly no match for 9 tails. 9 tails, a legendary creature, casually cast its 9-star chain and gathered the big fish into a twisted roll. Hanfei was watching these fish and suddenly turned to the right. At the moment his body moved away, a vortex of water rolled past him. Schnot, what was that? Hanfei could be sure that it was definitely not a naturally formed vortex because it only had a short section. When he turned around, he found that the vortex had disappeared. Hanfei was wary in his heart and did not pay attention to the fish creatures anymore, but was diving down carefully, encountering no fewer than 20 strange vortexes along the way. Every 1 or 2 seconds, he would come across one. When Hanfei dove to a depth of 2,000 meters, he was a little confused. Before his eyes, there was still darkness. The feeling of turbulent waves had long since disappeared. However, there were still the vortexes being sent forth, and they appeared more frequently. Hanfei frowned and thought, weird, this place is too weird. Just when he was diving down carefully, he raised his head sharply and found that the sea was shaking slightly, which he wouldn't be able to feel under normal circumstances. However, in his mind, Hanfei felt the demon purification pot suddenly shake. Immediately afterward, Hanfei saw a big fish tens of meters away, which was about to rush over to bite him. Suddenly, it turned over and died, belly up. Phew, this feeling was really strange. Hanfei felt that it might be a voice, but he couldn't hear it at all. The moment the big fish died, Hanfei felt his 5 internal organs suddenly shrink, his skin fill with goosebumps, and his brain suddenly turned blank. Ultrasound or infrasound? When Han Fei came back to his senses, he found his body was dropping down. He shivered and covered his body with a spiritual energy protective cover. Just now, he felt the vibration and also seemed to hear something, but it was too damn weak. Therefore, Han Fei's first reaction was that it was infrasound. In the past, Han Fei had read some books on the theory of infrasonic geomagnetic gravity. He couldn't remember it quite clearly, but according to the theory, when strange natural disasters such as earthquakes, storms, and volcanic eruptions occurred in the ocean, an infrasound wave would oscillate. This kind of sound could not be heard by human ears, but it was extremely destructive. It could put seawater in an environment with an oscillation frequency of 6 Hz to 7 Hz. In this environment, people would feel extremely fatigued, and their heart and nervous system would be paralyzed. That was how Han Fei felt at that moment. Shit, should I stay on the boat? That's not right, I haven't reached the abyssal chasm yet. If it is so dangerous, how did the senior from our academy manage to draw the map of the Hurricane Sea area? After diving another 500 meters, Han Fei finally saw the bottom of the sea. He had to admit that swimming in this depth was basically pseudoscience, super science, and literally science fiction. Han Fei couldn't see the terrain or any secret realm clearly, but he saw blue, luminous balls in the sea. Han Fei took a closer look curiously, only to find that these were not creatures at all, nor a ball, but a surface. A thin sheet like paper, or to be exact, a sheet with no visible thickness at all. Han Fei frowned, hooked up a rock from the seabed, and threw it at the blue luminous sheet. As a result, the stone disappeared as soon as it was about to touch the sheet. Shoot, Chapter 485, Something Underwater. Han Fei backed away immediately, almost peeing himself. The stone disappeared in the blue luminous sheet, which was like a teleportation array. But Han Fei looked at the thousands of blue luminous sheets in all directions and was a little stunned. On the chart, there was no such water area. What was going on? Han Fei ignored these blue luminous sheets. God knew what the hell they were. What if people fell into them? Where would they go? Han Fei swam fast on the seabed. It took more than an hour before the blue luminous sheets disappeared, and then he felt that he had finally walked out of this sea area. At this time, he encountered a stone platform, a big square stone platform. Han Fei was very happy to see it. This was one of the secret realms. He remembered that it was marked on the fish skin map. Oh, great, I finally found the first secret realm. Without the hexagon starfish, Han Fei had to find the seal himself. However, after swimming on this platform for a long time, he didn't even see a marine creature. Strange, Han Fei suddenly realized that the surrounding sea creatures seemed to have disappeared since he met those blue luminous sheets, except for some ordinary small fishes and shrimps swimming past occasionally. But there were sea mussels everywhere, so he didn't notice it. But when he got on this huge stone platform, Han Fei felt strange. The stone platform was too empty. He could see everything on it at a glance. Except for some conches lying on it, there were no special creatures, not even fish or crabs. That was really weird. However, just as Han Fei was searching for the secret realm, another wave of weird vibrations appeared, which made Han Fei narrow his eyes and his mind go blank for several seconds again. After the strange vibration disappeared, Han Fei opened his eyes immediately. As a result, he was stupefied, completely stupefied. Fuck, where is the stone platform? Where is the big stone platform? Han Fei was shocked. A second ago, he stood in the middle of the stone platform and then was shocked by a weird vibration, and when he opened his eyes, he was in another place. It was like lying on a bed at home and sleeping with a big bear. But, after a yawn, you fucking found yourself lying on another bed in another room, holding a pretty girl in your arms. Who the hell wouldn't be shocked? Han Fei pinched himself and felt the pain, but when he looked at the terrain, it had completely changed and he had no idea where he was. Then, what was he waiting for? So he hurried to the surface of the sea. The seabed was too weird, so he better swim over from the sea surface. It would be good if he could find these little secret realms, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Anyway, the fishery was so big and had countless secret realms. It didn't matter one more or one less. Although Han Fei still didn't know why he suddenly appeared in another place, this place seemed a little more reasonable than the one before. There were very few living creatures here, or to be exact, there were no living creatures. After swimming upward for a long time, Han Fei saw a large chrysanthemum-like conch floating past in the seawater. A series of data was shown in his eyes. Name: sea chrysanthemum conch. Introduction. A special migratory conch likes to live in seagrass and eats roots of spiritual plants. Because it eats so much seagrass, sea chrysanthemums grow on its shell. After soaking, it can improve spiritual power. It has a strong defense power, and its sea chrysanthemum can spit out hallucinating mist. E level 33 quality, C quality, R contained spiritual energy. 1,620 points. E edible effect, long-term consumption, is beneficial to broaden the meridians and enhance spiritual power. Sea chrysanthemum, absorbable. Han Fei had just read the information and saw large specks of golden particles floating in the sea. He stretched out one hand, and the surrounding seawater gathered in an attempt to push the golden particles away. However, to Han Fei's surprise, a golden particle ignored his water control technique and fell directly beside him. Then, Han Fei saw Xia Xiaoshan pouting and saying, "You can kiss me, but only once." Han Fei immediately got excited and was about to kiss her, but the next second, he saw Xia Xiaoshan turning into a big ferocious fish with a mouth full of fangs. Shoot! Han Fei regained consciousness and found that the sea chrysanthemum conch had run far away. So this kind of short illusion was just the chrysanthemum conch's way of saving its own life. Han Fei shivered all over. What the hell is this? Even ordinary conch can cause hallucinations, and if you are slightly careless, you appear in another place. Ren Tianfei, you old beastard, don't let me fucking meet you. After a moment, a figure broke through the water. It was Han Fei. He stood on the water surface on his toes and looked around. Have I passed the hurricane area? How can it be? Han Fei was a little confused. There was no tornado around at all now. The entire sea was calm and a faint white light even appeared in the sky. Han Fei was speechless. Did I pass through the hurricane area? But that sea area seemed to stretch at least tens of thousands of kilometers. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and took out the wind god boat. Han Fei tried to control the wind god boat. However, as before, it was still not working. Immediately afterward, Han Fei tried to perceive whether there was any abnormality under the nearby seawater that he hadn't noticed. However, he perceived nothing at all, and his spiritual perception couldn't extend even half a meter. Fuck, what's going on here? Han Fei was dumbfounded. When he was in the hurricane area, he could still perceive 500 meters. Although his perception range had shrunk by 10 times, at least he could still perceive some things. However, here, his spiritual perception was not working at all. How scary was this? When Han Fei was panicking, his eyes suddenly turned ahead. In his vision, there was a dark boat shadow coming towards him. At that moment, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. How could there be a boat in this place when no one had been here for so long? However, the boat bore down on him fair and square. Han Fei squinted his eyes, the blood-drinking knife appeared on his waist, the blue sea wandering dragon, daggers were about to come out of his body, and the embroidery needle was held in his hand. The boat came very slowly, and it took about 10 minutes before it floated up to Han Fei. At the first sight of the boat, Han Fei felt all his hair stand on end. There was no one on this boat, it was covered with water weeds, and some parts of it had even decayed as if it had been abandoned here for hundreds of years. But why did this boat float towards him? Why? Was it the ghost boat? Han Fei didn't believe it. There must be a reason for this abandoned broken boat to float towards him. If it was not because of the boat, then the cause must be underwater. The embroidery needle in Han Fei's hand was immediately replaced with the blue sea wandering dragon pole, and he immediately threw the fishhook into the water. However, to his dismay, he couldn't perceive anything, although he injected his spiritual power into the fishhook. When he used spiritual perception directly, the fishhook had become his eyes. But now, since his spiritual perception was not working, it was like he was blind. However, Han Fei did not immediately put away the fishing rod. Instead, he carried the fishing rod with his left hand and then poked the abandoned fishing boat covered with seaweed with the embroidery needle. Creak, creak, Han Fei curled his lips. Why do you still produce this creepy sound, you broken boat? As he was swearing, he still found something special. How heavy was the embroidery needle? How powerful was his poke? However, being poked by him for a long time, the boat only creaked, indicating that the boat was actually very sturdy and tough. Besides, although he pressed hard against the side of the fishing boat, he failed to push it away from him. This was really weird. Han Fei suddenly stood up. The sea was too calm. The floating stone became completely useless, so the fishing boat couldn't move at all. Therefore, he needed to consider whether he should get on this abandoned fishing boat or leave. Of course, he had another choice, which was to jump into the water and check out in person what exactly was underwater. After thinking, Han Fei remembered that when he first came up from the seabed, he only met a sea chrysanthemum conch, so there shouldn't be anything special under the water, right? He didn't believe that with his current strength there was something underwater that could kill him. So, he took a deep breath. I'd like to see what tricks you are playing. Chapter 486, Underwater Ferryman. If it were before, in the face of such a weird place, the first reaction from Han Fei would be to run away. But at this moment, without knowing anything about this place, he still wanted to take a look. He clenched his fists subconsciously, and a faint golden light covered both fists. He activated the art of invincibility subconsciously. Splash! At the moment of entering the water, his first feeling was of cold and fear. When he came up from the water a few minutes ago, he didn't feel this way. But why did he suddenly feel so? Was it because of the abandoned fishing boat? Han Fei immediately looked under the abandoned fishing boat. However, what he saw made his hair stand on end. On the bottom of the abandoned fishing boat, there was a person. To be precise, this creature couldn't be called a person. He was extremely skinny, his eyes had become two big black holes, and the bones on his body were all visible. He was a mere bag of bones. Who are you? There was already information in Han Fei's eyes before the person answered. Name a ghost ferryman introduction. A corpse controlled by an unknown power. With copper skin and iron bones, only hanging fishers and above can beat it. It's a kind of undead creature but with no intelligence at all, and only exists as an underwater ferryman. L level. None quality. No A contains spiritual energy. None unabsorbable. Han Fei's eyelids kept jumping and he tried to calm himself down. Undead creature? Only hanging fishers and above could beat it? But I should have no problem beating it. At this moment, what Hanfei was thinking was not whether to kill the ghost ferryman or not, but the term ferryman. Since it was a ferry, there must be a starting point for the boat and a destination, right? And the ferry was needed because a certain part of the place couldn't be passed, wasn't it? Hanfei thought for a moment and jumped out of the water again. Then he put away the wind god boat and jumped on the ghost boat. Creak! Hanfei frowned in disgust. As soon as he stepped on the unknown seaweed, a green, slimy, muddy liquid flowed out. It was more like some kind of moss than seaweed. The demon purification pot didn't even bother to prompt the information from this thing. Hanfei glanced around at the fishing boat. The cabin had been damaged and the wood leaned and collapsed, covered with this green moss. The fish cabin had long been damaged, including the wooden boards on it. From above, he could see that even the bottom of the boat had been broken. Hanfei could even see the 2 ribs of the ferryman through the bottom of the boat. Fuck, I'll just take things as they come. The abandoned fishing boat at his feet had already begun to move, and on this calm and slightly undulating sea, it steadily sailed into the distant darkness. Hanfei had been standing on the bow of the ship like a sculpture, with one hand on his waist, but if anything happened, he could draw his knife immediately. He stood still for 3 hours. Although the speed of the fishing boat was slow, it had probably driven more than 2,000 kilometers. Hanfei guessed that this might have been close to the core area of the abyssal chasm. Anyway, it was impossible to be 20,000 kilometers away. Hanfei estimated that it was about 10,000 to 15,000 kilometers now. This was not a wild guess. After crossing the hurricane area, he was already within 20,000 kilometers of the abyssal chasm. According to the sea current, if he was still close to the hurricane area, the water surface wouldn't be so calm. Gurgle. Suddenly, Hanfei looked down at his stomach. Hanfei had felt that something was wrong with him. When his stomach growled, he suddenly found himself hungry. Hanfei hadn't felt the feeling of hunger for a long time. For as long as there was enough spiritual energy, people wouldn't feel hungry. Although he and the others ate hot pot in the school every day, they just satisfied a craving for good food. Even if they didn't eat anything, they wouldn't be hungry. And no matter how much they ate, they wouldn't feel overfed. The spiritual energy in their bodies could easily digest the food. However, at this moment, Hanfei's body was full of spiritual energy. He glanced at the sky. There were wisps of spiritual energy falling down, and there were a lot of them. Now that it was full of spiritual energy here, why did he feel hungry? As Hanfei was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a small blue fish swimming past. Splash! Hanfei saw one of them jump out of the sea. It was palm-sized and blue-colored. Its beautiful fins were like wrinkled petals, and its belly bulged like a pregnant woman, which looked a bit strange. What fish is this? But no information appeared in his eyes, which made Hanfei's heart skip a beat. This kind of fish didn't seem to be high-leveled. Hanfei even suspected whether they had any combat power or not because the updated demon purification pot didn't give any information about it. But the fact was before his eyes. These small blue fish swam happily before his eyes, looking at him from time to time. Hanfei snorted. "Are you inviting me to fish you?" Immediately, he took out his fishing rod and cast the fishhook at them. He thought he could easily catch them no matter which technique he used. However, when the hook fell into the water, these little fish directly turned into blue light, scattered like streams of light in the sea, and the fishing rod couldn't catch them at all. Hanfei tried hooking the blue light several times, but every time he felt that he was going to catch the fish, no fish was hooked in the end. Interesting. Void-breaking technique. Hanfei put away his fishing rod, and within a short while, these little blue fish changed from blue light to normal. Hanfei threw the fishhook again. This time, the hook suddenly appeared on the blue fish's head, and they had no time to turn into light. Hanfei grinned. Haha, gotcha, didn't I? However, Hanfei had just cracked a smile, and in the next second he froze when he saw the small blue fish on the hook explode. The fish just blew itself up as if telling him that even if I blow myself up, I won't let you get me. A large number of light blue, slimy stuff splashed on Hanfei's body. Hanfei put away the fishing rod in disgust and didn't plan to fish again. When he was about to shake this sticky stuff away, he suddenly said in surprise, Fish roe? Fish roe was fish eggs. Uncooked fish eggs were like small grains of sand, round and small. But what surprised Hanfei was that there was so much fish roe in the belly of this fish. Hanfei was amazed. The world was so full of wonders. Each of these small blue fish had a round belly. What did they eat to grow up? Hanfei was just a little curious but didn't intend to study it carefully. After all, these little blue fish posed no threat to him. After another hour, Hanfei frowned again. He felt more and more hungry, and he felt the energy in his body passing away. Something's wrong. Hanfei's expression slowly became solemn. His energy was passing away, and it had been more than a day since he entered the abyssal chasm. In just over a day, the energy in his body had almost drained. How could it be? Hanfei didn't set up his hot pot to eat, but immediately covered his body with spiritual energy. He would see if he would be hungry again after he wrapped himself with spiritual energy. Sure enough, after an hour, Hanfei smiled. It worked. He didn't feel hungry anymore in the last hour. However, another problem occurred. How long could a normal dangling fisher keep covering his body with spiritual energy? In fact, when Han Fei gradually grew up, he discovered that the energy needed to cover his body with spiritual energy actually increased with the rise of his realm and level. However, this increase was not inevitable but was completely controllable. For example, a fisher needed 50 points of spiritual energy to cover his body with spiritual energy. Then, a fishing master also needed 50 points of spiritual energy to do that, but the spiritual energy protective cover thus produced would be much tougher. Although it was the same 50 points of spiritual energy and the effect produced was doubled, it was still not enough to block an attack from an opponent of the same level. Therefore, in battle, the spiritual energy used should be corresponding to the strength of one's opponent. If it was assumed that Han Fei would consume 50 points of spiritual energy at every breath, then he would have to consume at least 50,000 points of spiritual energy in an hour. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Damn it, a normal spirit gatherer wouldn't be able to hold out. If I weren't a spirit gatherer, I wouldn't be able to hold up for long. Chapter 487, In the Mist. The best tactic Han Fei could think of was having two spirit gatherers standing face to face, transporting spiritual energy to one another. In this way, both parties could use the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to keep their bodies covered with spiritual energy. But even with this method, it still wouldn't work. Although theoretically speaking, a spirit gatherer was just a spiritual energy bridging device, using his own body as a conductor to control the flow of spiritual energy. But this didn't necessarily mean that the spiritual energy that passed through his body would become his own. On the contrary, when a spirit gatherer kept gathering spiritual energy, in fact, he was constantly consuming the spiritual energy in his body. Although it wouldn't consume much, it would eventually add up. All the spiritual energy in his body would definitely be consumed within 8 hours, or even within a shorter time, because when a spirit gatherer continuously gathered spiritual energy, he consumed not only the spiritual energy in his body, but also his spiritual power. Ha! No wonder! Han Fei curled up the corner of his mouth, showing a slight smile. No wonder very few people could return from the abyssal chasm. It would be strange if they could easily get out of here. The energy in their bodies disappeared inexplicably, so did they have another choice except to die after a few hours? If he went out immediately after he entered the Hurricane Sea area, he might still have a chance to go back safely, but he accidentally got stuck in this damn place. Now his fishing boat was not moving. Would he have to starve to death here? Even if he tried to swim back, who the hell had the ability to swim tens of thousands of kilometers in a few hours? Maybe he would starve to death halfway. When Han Fei removed the spiritual energy protective cover from his body, he was seized by hunger again. However, Han Fei still did not eat, but was waiting to see how long he could hold up. As a result, only 2 hours later, Han Fei couldn't hold out any longer. He took out a bunch of dried fish and stuffed it into his mouth. Han Fei wanted to cook, but when he took a look at the slimy seaweed on this small broken boat, he had no appetite and could only take out the dried fish to eat. There was still a piece of yellow-blooded sea cucumber in the cauldron in Forge the Universe. With a single bite of that thing, he could hold up for half a day, 6 hours. Han Fei had calculated that with his physique, he could last about 6 hours, and then he would feel a little hungry. By the 8th hour, hunger increased. By the 10th hour, he would become very hungry, and by the 12th hour, he would probably be starved to death if he still didn't eat. Han Fei suspected that most of the people who came in before were starved to death. However, he didn't panic at all. His food was piled like a mountain in Forge the Universe. There were still hundreds of yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. He could get out of here even by swimming 2 days later. Han Fei was no longer averse to this dirty fishing boat. Floating in the sea for 2 full days, except for the small blue fish, he didn't even see a fucking ghost. Han Fei couldn't help shouting into the hole in the fish cabin. Hey, ferryman, can you be faster? You know what? I can swim faster than this boat. It has been almost 3 days. Why are you getting slower and slower? What's fucking wrong with you? Han Fei was helpless. In the beginning, the ferryman was quite fast. Especially in the first 5 hours, it traveled almost 5,000 kilometers. But then the speed was halved, then halved again. Damn, it was as slow as a fucking tractor now. Just as Han Fei cursed and was about to go swimming in the sea, a faint mist drifted in front of him. Huh? Han Fei looked around. It was indeed mist, but not very heavy. But immediately afterward, he saw a large cloud of gray mist ahead. Han Fei immediately spirited up. Finally, he was switched to a new scene. Han Fei was very excited. If he was still in that place, judging from the speed of the ferryman, he would have starved to death soon. The new scene might be dangerous, but it might also be a chance. Han Fei didn't believe that he would die here. He hadn't reached the big crack of the abyssal chasm yet. Who could say he would die here? After almost half an hour, the abandoned fishing boat slowly entered the thick mist. Han Fei found that he could see a distance of about 20 meters. Flop. Not long after entering the mist, Han Fei heard flopping sounds. He knew these were the sounds of the blue fish jumping on the surface of the sea. However, in this mist, they jumped more frequently, after traveling about hundreds of meters. Han Fei suddenly pulled up his fishhook and sent it out with a swish. When he withdrew the fishhook, he saw a pale yellow bug with wings hanging on the hook. In his eyes, a string of data appeared. Nominee Yellow-Winged Flying Insect Introduction. A kind of bug that lives on the surface of the sea. It likes to eat energy and carrion. It is non-aggressive, stings, and absorbs energy when it falls on people. Very stupid, no sense of revenge. It is one of the favorite baits for some fish in the sea. Level 12 equality, rare contained spiritual energy, 92 points E-effect inedible absorbable. Oh, interesting, there is even bait. Is this a reward for my holding up for 3 days? Han Fei immediately hung the yellow-winged flying insect on the fishhook, threw it into the water, and started fishing. There was no need for any fishing skills. As soon as the bait fell for less than 2 seconds, Han Fei felt a violent bite. Whoop! In the blink of an eye, a palm-sized small blue fish was caught by Han Fei. In order to prevent the small blue fish from exploding suddenly, Han Fei hurriedly turned on his spiritual energy protective cover. However, to his surprise, this time the little blue fish didn't explode. It was just flapping its tail and moving its full round belly, looking cute. Han Fei turned this palm-sized fish over and over again. It seemed to be no different from ordinary fish. Except that its whole body was blue, its fins were beautiful, and its mouth was pointed. It seemed to have no special features. Han Fei was thinking, is this little fish edible? He didn't dare to eat it though. Although it was blue, it was not like a bunch of blueberries, right? What if his mouth and tongue turned blue after eating the fish? That wouldn't be great. Although Han Fei was not going to eat the fish, he still wrapped it with spiritual energy, and after dozens of seconds, the little fish was cooked through, exuding an attractive fragrance. The blood-drinking knife became a kitchen knife, with which Han Fei cut open the little fish's belly and took out a large mass of blue fish roe. Han Fei threw the little blue fish away after taking out the roe. Han Fei pinched the fish roe, then smelled it, and was very sure that the fragrance just now came from the fish roe. Sure enough, the fish roe is the key. Han Fei threw away the roe. From the beginning, he felt that something was wrong. Coming along the way, he saw no creatures at all. But then why were there the bluefish here? After all, when he was in the hurricane area, there were all kinds of creatures in the sea, but then they all disappeared. Therefore, shortly after entering the sea, Han Fei began to suspect that the bluefish had a problem. It was just that he couldn't catch any little bluefish at that time, so he didn't know where the problem was. Now, looking at the yellow-winged flying insects flying around in the mist, he seemed to figure out something. Only by using this insect as bait could the little blue fish be caught, and most people couldn't hold back their hunger during the 3 days of the ferry, so they'd dive into the sea to find food. Or even if they could make it here, they had almost starved to death. When people were on the verge of starving to death, they couldn't resist the temptation of food. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that this little blue fish was 100% problematic, and they were deliberately tempting him to eat them. Unfortunately, Han Fei wasn't tricked by them. He laughed with his arms in the air. Interesting. Is this the characteristic of this sea area? If so, there should be other abandoned specters nearby. Han Fei had a conjecture in his mind, and he needed to confirm it. The first step was to wait for the next specter. At this moment, Han Fei was no longer anxious. He already understood where the real danger in this sea area came from, so all he needed to do was to wait patiently. After all, since it was called a ferry, there must be a destination. Han Fei directly took out the cauldron and grabbed a yellow-blooded sea cucumber, sliced it, and put it into the cauldron with seasonings and spiritual fruits. He prepared to eat while waiting. Chapter 488, The Missing Dragon Boat. When Han Fei met the next specter, it was the 6th hour of his entering the misty area. At this moment, Han Fei jumped into the water again. As expected, there was also a ghost ferryman under this specter. However, this specter was going out of the misty area. Han Fei guessed it went to pick up the next human entering this sea area. In the next 2 days, Han Fei encountered 7 such specters, and in one of the fishing boats he even found a human skeleton. Han Fei guessed that that person must have starved to death when he was taken in or out of the sea area by the specter. It was more likely the latter. If it were him, if he couldn't hold back his hunger as he came in, he would definitely have dove to the bottom of the sea as soon as possible, and then he might have had a chance to survive. Han Fei did not dive into the water on the way, not because of fear, but simply because he worried that once he entered the water, the ghost ferryman would carry the abandoned fishing boat away, and then he would swim to death in this strange sea area. After all, in this damn place, he couldn't even tell directions. What if he swam in the wrong direction? At this moment, Han Fei murmured, "xuanhuan, why the fuck did you come here? I just hope that your sea-swallowing seashells are filled with food. Otherwise, how can you survive here?" On the 3rd day, Han Fei was eating sea cucumber crisps. This snack was easy to make. He cut the sea cucumber into slices, mixed them with various seasonings in the pot, and cooked them. When the slices were fully cooked, he took them out and dehydrated them with the water control technique, and then the sea cucumber crisps were made. Han Fei created this snack in his boring journey in the sea area that could swallow energy. After all, the energy stored in the human body was limited, but he could turn energy into crisps and take 1 or 2 slices from time to time. You can go ahead and suck my energy. Anyway, I have plenty of crisps. Crunch, Han Fei suddenly smiled. Haha, the good show is finally starting. Crunch, crunch, Han Fei hurriedly stuffed the crisps into his mouth, swallowed them, and folded his arms over his chest, waiting for the thing far away to come. Han Fei could not see it, but he could hear the sound of a large number of fish jumping out of the sea. It must be a big ship that could make such a big noise. At the same time, Han Fei looked up and saw that there were a large number of yellow-winged flying insects flying, and some even fell on him. However, after Han Fei shook them away with spiritual energy, there were not many yellow-winged flying insects left on him. Toot, hoop, the sea was surging, and the waves rose and fell. Han Fei felt that the ghost ferryman under the boat no longer exerted force, and the fishing boat stopped naturally. Immediately after that, after dozens of seconds, Han Fei saw a huge wooden board floating by. Is this a dragon boat? Although this big ship was decayed, Han Fei still recognized it. To be precise, he recognized the interlocking spirit-gathering formations on the wooden boards. Although the spirit-gathering formations had been damaged, the carving traces were still there. Swish! Han Fei flicked his fishing pole, and when he felt the fishhook fall on the dragon boat, he stepped on the hull of the boat and jumped up to the boat. Bam! When Han Fei fell on the deck of the dragon boat, he frowned. The first thing he saw was an incomplete skeleton on the deck not far from him. Han Fei didn't walk away but looked up to the sky and roared, "Zhang, Xuan, you!" Han Fei's voice spread far, but it could only be heard within tens of miles. He didn't expect to find Zhang Xuanyu so soon. But where was this guy most likely to go? That must be this dragon boat. Click, crack. Han Fei heard the sound of wood breaking, and with the sound of footsteps, Han Fei knew that someone was coming. Sure enough, there are still people alive. Han Fei couldn't help being a little curious. How did these people survive? By rights, they had nothing to eat. Did he guess wrong? The blue fish were actually edible? How could it be? If he guessed right, the little blue fish should be inedible. Zhang Xuanyu, Han Fei shouted again without scruple. He didn't believe that in this sea area, on this dragon boat, there would be someone stronger than him. He was full of spiritual energy and was at his peak state. Even if there was a hanging fisher here, he wouldn't be his opponent, let alone a dragon boat that had disappeared in the abyssal chasm for decades. Hiss! Hoo! For a while, various strange sounds appeared. Han Fei was walking forward along the deck, and after walking only 500 meters, he suddenly saw a woman with disheveled hair standing in front. Han Fei couldn't see clearly what the woman looked like. She looked skinny, her shoes were broken, and half of the sole of her foot was exposed. When seeing the sole of the foot, Han Fei frowned. Is this bag of bones still alive? Han Fei did not stop but continued to walk forward. Hey, young lady, do you mind being my guide? However, when the woman raised her face, Han Fei almost cried out in fright. Was this a human face? It was literally a skull face. There was only skin, no flesh on the face. But this woman's eyes were glowing with blue light. When she bared her teeth, Han Fei saw blue teeth, which startled him. Did these people really eat the blue fish? Han Fei frowned. He should have guessed it. After all impossibilities had been ruled out, the remaining, no matter how impossible it looked, must be the answer. Here, only the small blue fish could be eaten. Since these people had survived, they must have eaten a lot of them. Although the answer seemed a little different from what he had guessed, it was pretty much the same. Han Fei wasn't sure if this person was crazy or... Han Fei threw a crispy slice of yellow-blooded sea cucumber at her, and at the moment the woman saw it, she suddenly pounced up and bit it with her mouth. Immediately after, the woman shook and trembled, and Han Fei saw a flash of spiritual energy flashing across her body. Bam! The woman rushed over immediately. The nails on her hands had already fallen off, and her fingers were all bones. However, even in this state, this woman still knew to use a combat skill. At the moment when she was about to touch Han Fei, a dagger suddenly appeared on Han Fei's chin. Han Fei slightly tilted his head, and a blue sea wandering dragon dagger appeared in his hand. With a gentle pat, he patted her away dozens of steps. Then Han Fei threw out a crisp again with a cold look. Lady, are you okay? Can you speak? Seeing that she couldn't beat Han Fei, the woman pounced on the cucumber crisp again. Han Fei was sure that the energy contained in 2 slices of yellow-blooded sea cucumber was definitely equal to that of dozens of blue fish. Spiritual energy appeared on this woman again. This time, Han Fei clearly saw that her wrinkled skin restored a bit. When Han Fei saw this scene, his eyes lit up. This person seemed to be still a little conscious. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei flicked out 3 more crisps, which were all quickly crunched by the woman. The speed was so fast that even Han Fei was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe this skeleton could be so agile. Han Fei pointed a finger at her, and a wisp of spiritual energy poured directly into this woman's body. The next moment, he saw that the skin of the woman's fingers was growing rapidly, so were the flesh and blood of her body. And then Han Fei used the divine healing technique on her. The woman shook all over and let out a cry. Han Fei let out a sigh of relief. You can still speak. It seems that you can still recover. The woman looked at Han Fei with difficulty, and a gleam of light flashed through her dry eyes. Go, go, Han. Han Fei continued to throw her 2 slices, and then he instantly tilted his head and dodged as a figure instantly pounced on him. Han Fei did not fight back. These people had been so miserable, and he didn't have the heart to kill them. However, although Han Fei did not make a move, the woman moved. The woman who had recovered a little energy seemed to have regained a little combat power. She turned her hand and thrust a knife into the heart of the man. Han Fei frowned. Why did you kill him? However, the woman said with difficulty, Eat, eat, chapter 489, Temptation of Food. Looking at the skinny man who was stabbed in the heart by the woman, Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Do you mean eat him? Although Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan claimed to be cannibals when they were disguised as the black and white ghosts, that was not real. At this moment, when Han Fei heard that these people were really cannibals, he felt terrified. No wonder when I first boarded the ship, I saw those skeletons mutilated, so Han Fei heard more and more sounds around and many people seemed to be rushing at this side. The woman seemed to have recovered a bit of consciousness and had been struggling. However, when other people's footsteps became clearer and clearer, the woman suddenly rushed at Han Fei. Han Fei was considering whether to kill her or not. This woman was only a junior dangling fisher even after eating the crisps he gave to her. She was certainly unable to hurt him, so Han Fei didn't take action. The woman suddenly took Han Fei's hand and ran into a door on the side of the dragon boat. Huh? Han Fei hesitated. However, she didn't seem to mean anything bad, so he didn't break free. The two turned and twisted along the way and quickly ran to a staircase in the cabin of the first floor. However, at this time, 3 skinny creatures rushed towards them. One of them was also female, with an arm missing. At the moment the 3 of them saw Han Fei, they immediately took out their weapons. Although they seemed to have gone crazy now, their fighting instinct wasn't gone. Besides, this place would only make people starve, but there was no shortage of spiritual energy here. Therefore, in battle, these people could still use spiritual energy. Roar! The woman who took Han Fei's hand screamed at the 3. At the same time, she brandished the dagger in her hand, leaving dozens of blade lights. Unfortunately, her strength was restored too little, and she was not a worthy opponent for these 3 people. Upon seeing this, Han Fei threw a punch. The golden fist mark exploded in the air, directly sending the 3 people on the opposite side flying. Han Fei did not kill them, but simply punched them away. However, the running sound behind became more and more intense. It could be heard that a lot of debris was knocked over, and roars rang out. Seeing this situation, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. You, if you were on this fucking boat, give me some sort of response. The woman pulled Han Fei to continue to run up in horror. However, more and more people were coming from all directions. By the time they reached the middle of the second floor of the dragon boat, there were no fewer than hundreds of people around. Han Fei frowned slightly, waved his hand, and threw out hundreds of cucumber crisps. Seeing food, these people went crazy instantly. Roar! Bam! Clatter! These people crashed against each other, scrambled with each other, and even fought each other. How much energy did a yellow-blooded sea cucumber contain? They certainly could feel it. Han Fei regretted it a little. These people were fighting each other fiercely for food. Some that failed to grab any food rushed toward Han Fei once again. Bam, bam, bam. Han Fei's fist glowed with golden light, punching them away one by one. Then he rushed forward carrying the woman in his hand, asking, "Where are you taking me? To the top floor?" Han Fei's speed was much faster than this woman's. He had no idea how many people he had knocked away. Anyway, when he just stepped onto the 3rd floor, he didn't run into the cabin, but to the deck. Boom! Han Fei punched a big hole directly in the outer wall of the dragon boat. Han Fei shouted out loud, "Xuanhuan, come out. Tell me where you are, or you come to the top floor for me." Then he stretched out his hand and threw the fishing rod straight up. However, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm. Looking down, he found that the woman was biting on his forearm, seeming to have lost her mind again. Fuck! Han Fei was speechless. "Do you think your teeth are ultra-quality spiritual weapon? It's impossible for you to bite through my skin." Swoosh! Han Fei quickly came to the top of the dragon boat, and this woman kept attacking Han Fei and stabbed him in the chest. Bam! Han Fei directly shook her away with spiritual energy and handed her 2 pieces of cucumber. "You want to eat something, right? Just tell me. Why do you have to bite me?" Han Fei felt that he could rescue this woman first, and then he could ask her about the situation on this dragon boat. After eating 2 slices, the woman seemed to be struggling again. But Han Fei directly gave her dozens of slices this time. "I have plenty of food. If you want to eat, just tell me." The woman seemed to be in agony. Her whole body was shaking, and then she knelt on the ground. Han Fei saw her flesh and blood growing up again. Although she was still skinny, there was already some flesh on her body. Give, me. Seeing that she could speak again, Han Fei threw dozens of crisps at her at once. The woman's reaction was obviously much faster, and she hurriedly stuffed all the crisps into her mouth. About 10 minutes later, to Han Fei's chagrin, the energy was rolling in this woman's body, and she was still regaining her flesh and blood. However, someone had already come at this moment. Swoosh! This time, there were arrows shooting at them from the sky and a big sword flying across the sky. Huh? This power is comparable to that of an advanced dangling fisher. In the mist, Han Fei easily blocked the spiritual arrows and the huge sword and then suddenly shouted, "Come out! There are still conscious people on this boat, right?" However, only sounds were heard, but no people were visible. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Those people were just testing him out, which showed that at least some people on the boat were not crazy. Han Fei grinned. "You don't want to come out, do you?" Then Han Fei directly took out the cauldron and started to fry the sea cucumber. When the rich fragrance began to diffuse on the top of the dragon boat, roars rang one after another. Even the woman who was saved by Han Fei was stunned at this moment. Although her flesh and blood were still recovering, she still instinctively rushed to Han Fei's side. However, Han Fei snorted coldly. "Stop!" Han Fei's eyes turned cold. "I can give you food, but you can't grab it, understand?" The woman was overawed by Han Fei's look. She knew that she couldn't beat Han Fei. Besides, at this moment, her senses had recovered a bit. Although she really wanted to eat, she fought back the desire, just staring avidly at the cauldron. Han Fei shouted loudly, "All those who are not crazy, listen to me. If you want to eat, no problem, but send someone to talk to me." Hiss, 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 Hodi 00. Han Fei heard that many people around were trying to rush over but were stopped by the roars. After a while, Han Fei saw a lean man walking out of the mist. This person's eyes were not cloudy. Although he looked sallow and emaciated, he hadn't lost his sanity yet. "Brother, I will talk to you." His voice was extremely hoarse, as if there was a mouthful of thick sputum stuck in his throat. Han Fei went straight to the point. "Have there been any new people boarding this dragon boat recently?" "Yes, there were 13 of them, and 9 of them have died," Han Fei asked. "Where are the dead people? Where are the living?" The lean man was silent for a while. "You should know where the dead are. As for the living, they are on the bottom floor." Han Fei frowned. "The bottom floor?" The lean man nodded. "Yes, the lowest floor, the place where contractual spiritual beasts were raised. Someone has a seal on his body, protecting them within the seal. But what?" The lean man shook his head. "However, their seal will not last long. At most, after 3 days, the seal will be broken." Han Fei's eyes flashed. "How did you manage to survive? How long have you been living on the dragon boat?" The lean man looked at Han Fei. "I have been here for 4 months. You don't want to know how I survived." Then the man looked at the woman that Han Fei had saved, shook his head, and said, "You can't save her. Although her flesh and blood are recovering, she has already gone crazy. Even if she can recover her consciousness occasionally, it will not last long. She can't recover if she doesn't get out of here. Even if she can get out here, she might not recover." Han Fei glanced at the woman. She was still staring at the cauldron, and saliva was flowing down from the corners of her mouth. There was enthusiasm, pain, and struggle in her eyes. Han Fei's face darkened. "How many people are on this dragon boat?" The lean man shook his head slightly. "I don't know, but there must be thousands of people at least." Chapter 490. Fei, I am starving. Han Fei was shocked when he heard that there were thousands of people on the dragon boat. He asked in surprise, "So many?" "Many?" The lean man looked back with difficulty. "When this dragon boat came here, there were 180,000 people on the whole ship. But do you know how many of those people are left? 21. Han Fei took a deep breath, and he remembered that this dragon boat had been missing for about 15 years. Han Fei couldn't imagine what these people had experienced living for 15 years in this environment. Han Fei tossed the cauldron, and a large cauldron of yellow-blooded sea cucumbers was wrapped in seawater and flew towards the thin man. "Take me to the bottom of the boat." The thin man immediately caught them with his sea-swallowing seashell and roared. Immediately afterward, Han Fei saw skinny men and women rush up to share the food one after another. The thin man said, ashamed, "Sorry, I can't take you to the bottom of the boat because if I do that, we will all die." Han Fei frowned. However, before he asked carefully, he found something strange. To Han Fei's surprise, these people were very orderly. However, many people had lost an arm. Everyone grabbed a piece of yellow-blooded sea cucumber in an orderly manner and then only took a bite. Although they really wanted to eat more, they still only took a bite. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. Why are they so orderly? The lean man smiled bitterly. If they want to survive, they have to abide by rules and be united. Those who do not follow the rules will either be eaten by others, get lost, jump off the boat and escape, or become lunatics. Han Fei sighed. "You don't eat the blue fish?" "Yes, we do, but we don't eat too much. It's like a dance with death." Although Han Fei really wanted to know their story, it was obvious that this story would be very long and he didn't have time to listen to it. Han Fei looked at the woman who was still struggling and asked, "What will you do with her?" The lean man glanced at her. "She has eaten too many small blue fish and needs to be tied up. Let's see if she can recover on her own will. If she can't, she will be banished to below the 4th floor." Han Fei sighed and didn't say anything. There must be a reason for these people to choose to do so. Han Fei put away the cauldron, turned around, and left. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Hey, what is your name?" "Xiaosei." When he said his name, the lean man looked up at the sky and then said, "I don't recommend you go to the bottom. Someone there has already been alienated and completely turned into a monster." Han Fei smiled. "Ha! Monster!" Then he directly jumped down from the top of the 5-story cabin. Bam! When Han Fei landed, he left a big hole in the deck. After about 10 minutes, Han Fei knocked out more than a dozen skinny people and entered the trading market on the ground floor. However, the trading market at this moment looked very creepy. The various stalls inside had long been discarded and the stores were wide open. On the streets, dry bones, dilapidated clothes, shattered wood, and broken weapons were littered everywhere. Roar! Less than a minute after Han Fei came in, he saw a pair of blue eyes inside a store. Clatter! The blue-eyed man pulled apart a broken wooden board and rushed at Han Fei. Han Fei was surprised to find that this person had turned pale blue. The hair on his head had disappeared, his hands had become sharp claws, and his teeth were as sharp as a piranha. "Damn it, you! Why the fuck did you run to the bottom layer of the dragon boat?" In a dark corner of the dragon boat, water was splashing loudly. There were several water exchange openings where seawater flowed in and out. There was a small viewing platform at the corner, which was used to exhibit contractual spiritual beasts before, with an area of less than 50 square meters. An area. There were many more platforms like this on the dragon boat. And on the 50 square meter platform, 3 people were sitting here weakly, and 1 person was lying on the ground, curled up in a ball. Outside, there was a strange net-like seal. Outside the seal, from time to time, weird blue mutant humans hit the seal frantically. Boom, boom, boom. Among them, a woman smiled bitterly. We are really unlucky. Since we're destined to die, why don't we just go out and fight them? Next to her, a man laughed. I'm not afraid of death. Anyway, we've done something big. We've destroyed the flowstone pit. I've already had no regrets this life. The woman glanced at the person lying on the ground, then looked at the handsome young man and said, xuanhuan, we are all about to die. Let's throw Lao Wang out and spend these sweet last days alone, okay? The handsome boy didn't speak, and the man lying on the ground said angrily, Sunruuruo, do you want me to die sooner? The girl called Sunruuruo stroked her hair, revealing a rather pretty face. She said, I was busy cultivating just to become stronger and didn't even have the time to fall in love. As soon as I entered the level 3 fishery, I was caught by the flowstone pit, so I had no chance to fall in love either. Now I am going to die. Can't you satisfy my wish? Zhang Xuanyu weakly said. Shut up, both of you. Wang Baiwan, you sound quite energetic. How about you spare your food for us? The man's face stiffened. No. How can you have the heart to watch me starve to death? Zhang Xuanyu kicked the man on his leg. You should have fucking died long ago. If it weren't for you, how would I get stuck here? Zhang Xuanyu also glanced at Sun Ruoruo. If we were somewhere else, I would definitely satisfy your wish. But now I'm starving to death. I'm really not in the mood to fall in love. Shun Ruoruo giggled with difficulty. Well, at least give me a kiss. Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes. I'm afraid I can't help but eat your lips. Zhang Xuanyu supported himself with both hands with difficulty, cursing, damn, I am such a peerless genius who could even dig out a great opportunity in a place like the flowstone pit. I can't believe I am going to starve to death. It's simply outrageous. DIC, then Zhang Xuanyu took out a crab about 3 meters long from his sea-swallowing seashell. You, brother, why do you still have food? Wang Baiwan immediately shouted, Lu Fenfang, you bastard, get up, there is food. Gulp, faux food. The guy lying on the ground had drooping skin on his face and stomach. It could be seen that he was fat before, but now he was so hungry that his skin was drooping. Zhang Xuanyu shifted his weight. This is my fucking last bit of food. There'll be nothing left to eat after this. Sun Ruoro screamed, This is the 6th time you have said this. Every time we think we are going to die, you pull out something to eat. I really want to snatch your sea-swallowing seashell and take a look. Wang Baiwan happily pulled off a crab leg and knocked it with a stick. Lu Fenfang, who should have passed out in hunger long ago, suddenly regained some strength, snapped open the crab shell, and sucked a big mouthful of the crab roe inside. Zhang Xuanyu cursed, Slow down, this is indeed the last bit of food. If the seal is broken, let's kill our way out. Lu Fenfang said with a hoarse voice, Zhang Xuanyu, I admit that you were awesome. But this is the abyssal chasm. Hundreds of thousands of people on the dragon boat have died. What makes you believe we can survive? We're still alive, aren't we? Now that we are still alive, we still have a chance to live. Who knows if this spirit-absorbing array will suddenly. Otherwise, we will definitely be able to catch some normal creatures to eat. Roar! While they were busy peeling the crab, the blue mutants nearby roared and rushed away. Wang Baiwan looked around. Huh? Did they give up on us? Sun Ruoru said, chewing. Impossible. They're probably going to kill each other. Zhang Xuanyu was sucking the crab roe without paying attention to those blue mutants at all. He said, You know what? I have a brother who can cook any creature in the world into delicious food. Take this crab, for example. He can cook it in 108 ways at least. It's just because of him that I put so much food in my sea-swallowing seashell. Bam. As Zhang Xuanyu was reminiscing, a blue mutant slammed into the seal, making it shake several times. Zhang Xuanyu screamed, Fuck, what a great force. Eat quickly. The seal is going to be broken. The 4 of them hurriedly put their heads into the crab shell and began to swallow the crab roe crazily. However, just when the 4 of them were gobbling down, crunch, accompanied by a crisp chewing sound, a lazy voice sounded. Yo, you. How can you eat this crab raw? Didn't you even prepare a pot? Gee, it looks gross. Zhang Xuanyu's body suddenly stiffened and then began to tremble. It took a full 3 minutes before he turned his head around with difficulty and his tears almost fell. Oh, Fei, I'm starving to death. Chapter 491, I'm just passing by. Han Fei let out a sigh of relief when he saw Zhang Xuanyu. Fortunately, Zhang Xuanyu was still on the dragon boat. If he went into the ocean alone, he really didn't know where to find him. To be honest, Han Fei wasn't sure if Zhang Xuanyu was on the dragon boat or not. However, as long as he was brought in by the specter, where else could he go except for the dragon boat? Therefore, he felt that Zhang Xuanyu was probably on the dragon boat. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu had completely forgotten the crab, and even the crab roe in his mouth fell out. Zhang Xuanyu withdrew the seal with a swish, rushing at Han Fei, trying to give him a bear hug. Han Fei quickly avoided the embrace and kicked him in disgust. Go away, I don't want to hug a drooling idiot. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xuanyu happily laughed out loud. No one was more excited than him. Seeing this, the Sun Ruo trio was stunned. Zhang Xuanyu slammed Han Fei's chest. Fei. If you had come a little later, I would have rushed out to fight them. Han Fei sneered. You're bragging. Rush out to eat the blue fish? Watch out. As Han Fei laughed and scolded, he heard Wang Baiwan's reminder. However, Han Fei threw a punch without looking back. Under the surge of spiritual energy, 7 or 8 blue mutants were directly sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. Han Fei grinned. Oh, you learned how to use a seal? Zhang Xuanyu looked at the mutant humans that were rushing at them in surprise and asked in astonishment, How did you get here? Han Fei grunted. By foot. I had been calling you outside, but you couldn't hear me. Someone on the top floor told me that a dozen people went to the bottom floor after getting on the dragon boat. Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly pulled Han Fei back, then waved his hand and encircled them with a seal. Come on, bro. Give me something to eat. I'm so hungry. Sun Ruo and the others quickly stepped aside and looked at Han Fei in shock. How did this guy pop up from nowhere? How could he get in? Sun Ruo tugged at Zhang Xuanyu's arm, looking at Han Fei and asking carefully, Who is he? Zhang Xuanyu instantly beamed with a smile. He is my buddy. Ha ha ha, my buddy Han Fei. Han Fei also looked at them curiously, and Zhang Xuanyu introduced them one by one. Sun Ruo, Wang Baiwan, Lu Fenfeng. We had a lot of people, but now only 4 of us left. Han Fei nodded slightly. I see. It seems that you only have 20% or 30% of strength left. Tiesk, are you happy now? Why the hell did you run to the abyssal chasm? Zhang Xuanyu said helplessly. I didn't have a chance to run elsewhere. Growl. At this time, Lu Fenfeng's stomach growled and he quickly glanced at the big crab on the ground. Before he pounced to eat it, Han Fei kicked the raw crab out of the seal. In an instant, a large group of blue mutants rushed up and dismembered the big crab in a blink, and even the sap on the ground was licked. Hey, what are you doing? This was our last bit of food. Sun Ruo and the others immediately frowned and glared at Han Fei darkly, even with a murderous desire in their eyes. Han Fei smiled and said, Can that thing be eaten raw? Sun Ruo's face was cold. Do you know how precious food is here? Zhang Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly, chuckled but did not speak. Then he just sat on the ground and stretched out his hand to Han Fei. Han Fei casually waved his hand and a pile of yellow-blooded sea cucumber crisps flew to them. Zhang Xuanyu smiled. What is this? Did you still have the time to study cuisine here? Did you think I was like you? Crunch, crunch, crunch. The Sun Ruo trio, who were still murderous just now, were madly stuffing the crisps into their mouths, for fear that the crisps would be gone if they didn't swallow them as soon as possible. Han Fei casually took out the pot, as well as a yellow-blooded sea cucumber and dozens of seasonings. When they saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out. Wow, Lu Fenfeng exclaimed. Yellow-blooded sea cucumber. This stuff is all energy. Wang Baiwan's body stiffened, and Han Fei felt that this guy would shed tears of happiness at any moment. Gulp, God, am I dreaming? Sun Ruo directly sat on the ground, wishing to hold the yellow-blooded sea cucumber in her arms right away. Only Zhang Xuanyu scratched his head. Come on, cook. Crunch, crunch. As Han Fei chewed the crisps, the blood-drinking knife floated automatically and then cut and sliced the ingredients. The fish oil was poured into the pot and stir-fried for a while. The seasonings were thrown into the pan with a sizzle, which was like the most beautiful music in the world to these people's ears. Before the yellow-blooded sea cucumber was put into the pot, the fragrance was already overflowing. The strong aroma directly caused these people to cry. When the yellow-blooded sea cucumber was cut into sections and put into the pot, the flames soared to the sky and Han Fei began to stir-fry it. Gulp, Sun Ruo cried. This time she really cried. Brother, you will be my dearest brother from now on. Lu Fenfeng hugged Han Fei's thigh. Brother, from now on, my life is yours. You have my word. Saliva dripped from Wang Baiwan's mouth and he couldn't move his eyes away. Only Zhang Xuanyu was still calm. Watch your manners. Look at me. Am I crying? Am I panicking? I'm not panicking at all. I'm very calm, Han Fei scoffed. Zhang Xuanyu, don't stick your paws into my pot. Then they enjoyed a gluttonous feast. Of course, it would have been perfect if there were not so many blue mutants flobbing outside the seal. Zhang Xuanyu and the other 3 had completely put aside their table manners. Their image was not important at all compared to the food. Han Fei only ate 2 pieces of sea cucumber and occasionally put a crip into his mouth, watching the 4 people devouring the yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. After eating only half, the bodies of the 4 of them were exuding with energy, their faces all flushed, and their bodies were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, Sun Ruo and the other 2 were too weak, and the strongest Wang Baiwan was only a peak-level dangling fisher. Sun Ruo, the weakest, was only an intermediate dangling fisher. However, what surprised Han Fei was that Zhang Xuanyu was still eating. Even if his energy was already surging, he still didn't stop eating. Hey, Yu, are you going to break through to become an advanced dangling fisher? Zhang Xuanyu said, chewing. Yes. If I hadn't entered this damn place, I would have made the breakthrough long ago. However, Zhang Xuanyu's physique was still incomparable to Han Fei's. Even if the four of them were eating a single yellow-blooded sea cucumber, there was still 1/3 left. They ate with their hands. Who knew if there was any drool or dirty stuff in the pot? So Han Fei said disgustedly, "Whoever finishes eating last will wash the pot." Wash the pot? Lu Fenfeng and the other two looked at Han Fei in astonishment. Han Fei blinked. "Well, I don't eat leftovers. Are you going to dump the food?" Sun Ruoru lunged to her feet and stared at Han Fei in shock. Zhang Xuanyu felt ashamed for them. "All of you, sit down. Just stuff the remaining food into your sea-swallowing seashells." "Huh? Can we?" Han Fei waved his hand. "Take it. I still have a lot." These people couldn't believe what they heard. Who the hell would put so much seafood in their sea-swallowing seashell? The space in a sea-swallowing seashell was limited. Wasn't it supposed to be used for storing treasures? Seeing the flesh and blood of these people recovering quickly, Han Fei asked Zhang Xuanyu, "What happened to you? I only heard that you had an accident in the flowstone pit. I was planning to save you, but then I heard that you entered the abyssal chasm, so I went to find Xia Xiaoshan first." Zhang Xuanyu smiled bitterly. "I was so out of luck." After listening to Zhang Xuanyu's account, Han Fei knew that it turned out that the flowstone pit was the source of the dragon boat's mineral deposits, but they needed people to dig the huge mine, so they cheated and kidnapped people to mine for them. Zhang Xuanyu was unfortunate and was trapped in that place from the beginning. However, this guy actually found an opportunity from the flowstone pit. Because there were other people here, Zhang Xuanyu only briefly mentioned he got a sealing technique from there, and Han Fei didn't ask much about it. And Han Fei also learned that Zhang Xuanyu didn't lead dozens of people to rebel, but more than 600. In that battle, nearly 400 people were killed on the spot, and their blood even dyed the flowstone pit red, and no fewer than 30 peak-level dangling fishers died. But dragon boats kept this incident a secret, so it didn't attract much attention. In the end, Zhang Xuanyu led some people to escape, all of whom were very strong. Unfortunately, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't resist the hunting of a group of peak-level dangling fishers. Therefore, they could only hide in the abyssal chasm. Finishing his story, Zhang Xuanyu smiled. "Fortunately, you've come, and we can finally go out." However, Han Fei shook his head and said, "You can go out, but I'm just passing by." "Puff, are you kidding me? What do you mean by passing by?" Han Fei said seriously. "I did just pass by and save you, by the way. I still have to explore this place." "Huh?" Chapter 492, The Creature in the Mist. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. "So were the other three. You are going to continue to explore this damn place? Are you trying to commit suicide?" Han Fei said to Zhang Xuanyu via voice transmission. "I have to go explore. I have my reasons." Zhang Xuanyu looked at him seriously. "I'm going with you." Sun Ruoru exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" Zhang Xuanyu smiled. "It's okay." Zhang Xuanyu smiled. "If I was a coward, I would have died a long time ago. How can I still live to this day?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, if you have a way, take these people out." Zhang Xuanyu's face changed slightly. "Don't. I can't promise you this. If I didn't see you, I would not have been able to stop you from going in alone. But now that you're right in front of me, how can I let you go alone?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "It seems that it is more dangerous inside." "Isn't the biggest danger of the abyssal chasm that the energy will be drained?" Zhang Xuanyu shook his head slightly. "The direct cause of so many people's deaths in the abyssal chasm is indeed the dissipation of energy. On the way back, there will still be a section of the sea where fishing boats can't move. But I think if this is the case, there will still be many heavenly talents who can leave alive. As long as they are ruthless enough to kill many people and save their bodies as food, they can still swim out." Han Fei pondered. "Yes, when the dragon boat came in, there were 180,000 people on it. Besides, there should be no shortage of food on the dragon boat. Why didn't these people make it out? Besides, wasn't there a section of the sea where fishing boats couldn't travel? Then how did the dragon boat pass through that sea area?" Han Fei suddenly realized that he was far from understanding the horrors of this place. There must be a bigger obstacle awaiting him. Han Fei smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's get out of here first. By the way, can these blue guys still be saved?" Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. "There is no way to rescue them. Those above the fish tank may still be saved, but the people under the fish tank are almost hopeless." Wang Baiwan sighed. "Brother Han, you haven't seen them killing and gnawing on each other. At that time, they looked just like beasts." Han Fei wondered, "Why don't they eat the blue fish?" Lu Fenfeng rubbed his belly that was no longer loose, saying, "They became like this just because they ate the blue fish. Those blue fish can be eaten, but you can't eat too much. The more you eat them, the more you'll get lost." In the end, they had lost the ability of fishing and wouldn't be able to catch the little blue fish anymore, so they began to kill and eat each other. Tenwer Han Fei took a deep breath. "Damn it, let's go. Go to the first floor. I think people above the first floor can still be rescued." Han Fei was surely not a saint, but these people were all innocent. They had no intention to hurt him, and most of them lost consciousness or even went crazy. In Han Fei's opinion, people could die in battle, be killed in robbery, or even be eaten by fish, but shouldn't starve to death. Since the four of them had recovered their peak state, they were no longer afraid to go out. After all, no matter the blue mutants or the people above the first floor, less than 1/10 of their strength remained. At this moment, any of the 5 of them could easily kill those people. Han Fei couldn't help wondering, is there anything else strange below this level? Sun Ruoruo suddenly said, yes. Wang Baiwan shot back, you are mistaken. Lu Fenfeng added, Ruoruo, what you saw was not true. Among us, only you saw that. And for such a long time, that thing you said hasn't come to us, indicating that it doesn't exist at all. You must have had an illusion at the time. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. But we can't be sure it doesn't exist. Han Fei was puzzled. What are you talking about? Sun Ruoruo quickly explained. It's a monster. At the time, we were chased down from above and tried to activate the spirit absorption array on the dragon boat, but then I saw a monster in the water where contractual spiritual beasts used to be kept, which had a human face and was smiling at me. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, oh, that sounds scary. Sun Ruoruo said, yes, it surely was. The place where we are now is also scary. Han Fei frowned, remembering that Xiaosei had told him that there was danger under the boat, but he did not encounter any danger all the way down. Besides, he thought that even if he encountered danger, he would not be afraid. Han Fei smiled. Let's go. If there is really a danger, we won't be able to get out. But once we go out, the dangers below will have nothing to do with us. Zhang Xuanyu nodded, carrying a mid-quality spiritual stick. Let's fight our way out. Han Fei smiled. Shit, why are you still using a mid-quality spiritual weapon? Zhang Xuanyu, first? Zhang Xuanyu, first? Han Fei casually threw him a high-quality spiritual stick and a high-quality battlesuit. I don't have time now. I will get you an ultra-quality spiritual stick later. Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. Are you serious? An ultra-quality spiritual weapon? Wang Wanwan and the other two swallowed. Fuck, this guy is damn rich. It was a high-quality spiritual weapon, and he just casually threw it to Zhang Xuanyu. But this was not the time to be curious. They should get out of here as soon as possible. Han Fei smiled. Have you ever taken these people's sea-swallowing seashells? Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Of course I did. But most of these people are not strong, and there is nothing good in their sea-swallowing seashells. I suspect that they had traded their treasures for food. Therefore, there is nothing good left in them. Yes, it made sense. If they were going to starve to death, what was the use of their treasures? Roar, hoo, ahoo. As soon as the seal was removed, Han Fei's fists were glowing with golden light and he punched out as fast as the wind, sending dozens of people who tried to approach Han Fei flying in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. As Han Fei punched, a fierce, huge gust of wind swept past. Wherever the fist wind hit, people flew across. Wow, Lu Fenfeng and the two looked at each other. So powerful, so fierce. Zhang Xuanyu was also shocked. Fei, when did you learn a fist technique? Why didn't I know this? Han Fei sneered. As soon as we separated, you were locked up in the flowstone pit. It would be strange if you knew. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. No, I knew that you were on the wanted list, but I didn't have time to pay attention to it at the time. Where did you go after? Han Fei said lightly. After the sea grassland, I went to the undersea city to find Sha Xiao Shan. Then, I explored the steps into the sea with her. So, after you leave, don't go to these places. Hurry up and find your own opportunities. Zhang Xuanyu gnashed his teeth. Damn it, I was really out of luck. If I were outside, I would have been on the wanted list too. Han Fei laughed. Do you think you are not on the wanted list? Jia Xian and I are both on the wanted list. Although your name is not on it, if you dare to appear in public, I bet you'll be caught in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes at him. Isn't that because of you two? Han Fei chatted with Zhang Xuanyu while fighting those people. Wang Wanwan and the other two were all dumbfounded. Zhang Xuanyu's buddy is really awesome. Is he also on the wanted list? Just as Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu were chatting, suddenly Han Fei's face changed. He jumped away and punched out, and a golden fist shadow shot into the mist. Bam! Crack! Wooden boards were cracking, the mist was dissipating, and Han Fei saw a big tail whipping at him again. Humph! Die! As soon as he summoned the blood-drinking knife, the blade light swept along the way, shattering all the deck boards and splitting the mist into two vortices. Bang! A tail several meters long rolled down to the ground. In a flash, Han Fei had already jumped up to chase that thing, Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed. He's so fucking strong. This bastard, how many opportunities did he get? How can he be so strong? Han Fei took the lead, only to see a black figure flash over in the mist. Where are you going? Come back. Swish, 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 swish. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers whirled in the sky frantically. Now Han Fei didn't need to know the exact location of the thing at all. He didn't believe that this monster could be faster than his daggers. Boo-hoo. But what happened next surprised Han Fei. He heard a baby's cry. Swoosh! With the blue sea wandering dragon daggers disappearing into his body, Han Fei turned to shout at Zhang Xuanyu. Activate the seal. Stay in the seal, Zhang Xuanyu said. No, I have recovered my strength. Let me join the battle. Han Fei laughed. Fine, go ahead. That thing ran very fast and I couldn't even catch up with it. Sun Ruoruo hurried over. Now you know what I said is true. I did see it. There was a monster. Han Fei put away the blood-drinking knife. More than one. Chapter 493, Ghost Baby Salamander. The mist itself was a very creepy environment in which hid many unknowns. Especially the cry similar to a baby's cry. In this kind of place, it made their hair stand on end. Han Fei frowned slightly and asked, Did you find anything out about this creature? Zhang Xuanyu smiled. Of course, since this thing came out, those blue mutants have disappeared. It seems that they are very afraid of this thing. Han Fei nodded. Let's go then. Go to the first floor. Don't worry about them. If they come again, we'll just kill them. None of the 5 people spoke as they seemed to be listening. All Sun Ruoruo and the other 2 could do was to follow Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu closely. There were actually 5 floors under the dragon boat, and Han Fei and the others were now on the bottom floor. However, because of the presence of Han Fei, they moved very fast. It only took them half an hour to reach the 3rd floor. This floor was where the black market was. Many people who couldn't afford to live on the 1st floor could live here for free, so it was also the messiest place on the whole dragon boat. When Han Fei stepped on this floor, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his brain, and then a fat human face popped up in front of his eyes. Fuck. Boom. Han Fei was really taken aback and immediately punched out. However, under the face, a big hole full of fangs suddenly appeared. As soon as Han Fei punched out, his fist was bitten. Zhang Xuanyu took a breath, activated the 9-layered waves in Furious Sea, and knocked the hole with his stick. However, to their surprise, the thing turned into a cloud of fog and disappeared. Han Fei's eyelids flickered. It's fake. Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu immediately turned around, and Zhang Xuanyu suddenly struck out with his stick, and the point of the stick struck a large mouth behind Lu Fenfeng. Han Fei immediately had 9 tails attached to him and swung the chain at the big mouth. Bam! The human-faced monster was thrown to the ground by Han Fei, and Lu Fenfeng had been stupefied in horror with cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't feel anything at all just now. When Zhang Xuanyu took a shot, he looked back, only to see a black hole like big mouth which almost scared him out of pants. Lu Fenfeng staggered. Oh my god. Thank you for saving my life, Lao Zhang and Brother Han. Zhang Xuanyu patted him on the shoulder while Han Fei was staring at the monster without speaking. In his eyes, a string of data was displayed. Namea Ghost Baby Salamander. Introduction. After a deep-sea salamander devours a human, it absorbs shards of the human's memory and creates a ghost face, which can be objectified. It is extremely fast and can transform food into energy and store it in the void. L level O quality, a quality O contained spiritual energy, 2,584 points. Eating effect eating. Effect eating it will cause insanity. O collectible, hallucinating ghost face, absorbable. Han Fei curled his lips. This thing is simply disgusting, almost comparable to the freak octopus. Zhang Xuanyu turned pale when he saw this thing. He shivered and felt his hair stand on end. Sun Ruoruo screamed directly and wrapped herself in seaweed, trying to protect herself from the creepy thing. Lu Fenfeng tremblingly lifted his armor box and was about to smash it on the fish's head, but Han Fei stopped him. Only Wang Baiwan said in surprise, "A dragon? Boo-hoo." This ghost baby salamander was flopping about. However, everyone was staring at its body at the moment. This thing was more like a lizard than a fish. Its body was blue and black. On its head, there was a distorted woman's face, which was squirming at this moment. Seeing this scene, everyone wanted to throw up. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "You may not believe it. This is an exotic creature. Which of you is interested in making it your contractual spiritual beast?" Han Fei would absolutely not accept it. There was already a freak octopus in the demon purification pot, and he would never accept another disgusting ghost baby salamander. Otherwise, during the next fusion, there was an 80% chance he'd produce a freak monster. After all, there were 4 creatures hanging in the demon purification pot at the moment. Except for one iron wall lobster, none of the other 3 were normal. The mutant devilfish only had 1 layer of skin. The snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus was a sheer freak. The divine seaweed octopus that looked like a big fat green pig intestine was also ugly. If there came another, the ghost baby salamander, when could he get a 3rd contractual spiritual beast? Zhang Xuanyu waved his hand quickly. No way. No, I don't want this thing. Sun Ruoruo shook with disinterest. Neither do I. Lu Fenfeng added. No, I feel dizzy when I see it. But Wang Baiwan squatted on the ground. I'll take it. You want it? Even Han Fei exclaimed in surprise. Is there something wrong with your aesthetics? Even you want it? Wang Baiwan smiled and said, Anyway, this thing is just a creature and it's not its fault that it looks ugly. Since it is so strong, why don't I take it? Han Fei nodded. Okay, you can take it. There must be more than one of these things. You'd better hurry up. Without hesitation, Wang Baiwan began to conclude a contract with the fish. Han Fei was staring at the mist in a daze, and suddenly a faint voice came from his ear. Help me, help me, who is it? Han Fei suddenly yelled, which startled the others. Zhang Xuanyu quickly looked around. Fei, what's wrong? Han Fei stared at him. Did you hear someone calling for help just now? Help? The others looked at each other in confusion. It was so quiet here that you could even hear a pin drop. Where did he hear the cry for help from? Han Fei frowned when he saw the look of the others who obviously didn't hear anything. When he listened again, he could no longer hear the cry for help. This made Han Fei doubt whether or not he had an auditory hallucination. When the ghost baby salamander was taken by Wang Baiwan, they did not see other ghost baby salamanders appearing, and then they went straight to the 1st floor. On the 3rd floor, they finally heard the roars of the blue mutants, which made them let out a sigh of relief. After all, facing those blue mutants who had gone completely crazy was definitely better than facing those creepy salamanders. Hiss, roar. Han Fei made his way with his fists, and Zhang Xuanyu dragged the stick to the floor unscrupulously, not minding being heard by those blue mutants at all, and the other three were not afraid at all either because their strength had recovered. Although hundreds of blue mutants were rushing at them from all directions, they were soon solved by Wang Baiwan and the other two, and Han Fei didn't even need to do anything. The five of them went straight up, and after nearly half an hour, they arrived on the deck of the first floor. Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath, stretched out, and yawned. So comfortable, we finally escaped. Lu Fenfeng agreed. It feels so good to be back on the deck. Sun Ruoru looked around vigilantly. Don't forget that these people on the deck haven't completely lost consciousness. They still have a little instinct, so they are much more difficult to deal with than the blue mutants. Han Fei raised his head and glanced over, saying, Let's go. Go directly to the top of the boat. Zhang Xuanyu was puzzled. Have you met Xiaosei? Han Fei smiled. Otherwise, how would I have known your whereabouts? The dragon boat now had no defense seals, so it was very easy to get directly on the top of the boat from the deck of the first floor. All he needed was a throw of the fishhook and he could go up. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. He was really stupid letting that delirious woman drag him along just now. However, as soon as they cast their fishhooks, they heard a flop. It seemed that something had fallen into the sea. Han Fei was still wondering and was about to take a look, only to notice that the others' faces suddenly changed. Han Fei knew that something bad must have happened, so he immediately asked, What happened? What fell into the sea? Sun Ruoruo said, shivering a little. Human. A human has just jumped into the sea. Han Fei wondered, did he want to die? Did he try to swim out? But that's impossible. But Zhang Xuanyu shook his head slightly. Not to swim. These people simply jumped into the sea, then sank and died in the sea. Han Fei couldn't believe what he heard and asked in astonishment, Suicide? Zhang Xuanyu nodded. In a sense, yes. Lu Fenfeng's face was gloomy. This is the consequence of eating the blue fish. Some people can resist by their own will at first. As long as they're still sober-minded, they will not jump into the sea. But once, Han Fei leaned in. What? Lu Fenfeng sighed. Once they lose their hope of survival or they are too eager to leave this place, they will jump into the sea. No one knows why. Wang Baiwan sighed. You might not believe it, but when they jump down, there is a bright smile on their faces. Han Fei, fuck, this is a typical ghost boat incident, almost exactly the same as my original guess. Chapter 494, Accident. In fact, Han Fei had some speculations the moment he saw the yellow-winged flying insects. But after he came to the dragon boat, Han Fei found that they were still conscious even though they were crazy, so he dropped his speculations and thought that it was a coincidence. However, at this moment, he realized that many coincidences in this world might not really be coincidences, but were really connected in an unknown way. For example, when Han Fei saw the yellow-winged bugs at first, his heart actually calmed down because of a story he knew. The story went like this. A family of 4 people rented a boat and traveled on the sea, but the boat sank because of an accident. The family drifted on the sea for a long time before they encountered a fishing boat. The family cried for help nonstop, but nobody came to their rescue even though the boat was only dozens of meters away. Also, the deck of the boat was empty. The family could only climb the boat through the rope ladder. Then, they found that the fishing boat was empty. The engine had been turned off, and the dusty desk had nothing but a logbook on it. However, according to the logbook, this boat had set sail 27 years earlier than the family boarded it. The last item on the log was, everything has gone well since we left the boat. Eventually, due to the lack of food, the family thought of fishing, but they needed bait for that. Then, they suddenly saw purple bugs that were flying above the sea. They caught some blue fish with the bugs as bait. At that time, they didn't think that there was anything wrong with the blue fish. They even found the fish extremely delicious. During their spare time, the father in the family wrote this in the log, my whole body was itchy after I was bitten by a purple bug. I hated them and used them as bait, but then I caught some blue fish that I had never seen. Those fish tasted unique and delicious. But next day in the morning, the father found that the cabin door was open and his younger son was gone. He searched for his son to no avail. He was very devastated, but his older son was gone on the next day too. Fearing that his wife would disappear, he simply pretended to be sleeping that night. As it turned out, he found that his wife walked to the deck at midnight while she was sleeping. She said, "This is the most wonderful place in the world." Then she was about to jump into the sea. Fortunately, she was rescued by her husband. Later, she told her husband that somebody whispered to her, "Follow me, and don't be hasty in case anybody is woken up." On the deck, she saw beautiful birds flying in the sky and the ground strewn with glittering treasures. It was like heaven on earth. The joyous people there all called out to him when they saw her. The only passage to that heaven was the ladder at one side of the boat, so she jumped there without any hesitation, only to be stopped by her husband. From places unknown, she heard the strange voice saying, "Come again tomorrow." At this moment, while Han Fei was dumbfounded, someone descended from the sky. Han Fei released his fishing hook to him and dragged the man up. The bag of bones that had been having food crazily became still at this moment with a brilliant smile. Han Fei's eyes cramped. There's still hope for these guys. Let's see what we can do. Clash. There were noises from other places in the mist. Han Fei couldn't rescue them if he couldn't see them. They were already doomed after they threw themselves into the sea. Xuanhuan exclaimed and asked, "Huh? Why are so many people jumping into the sea?" By logic, everybody except the uncontrollable ones should have been tied up. Han Fei? Ren? Xuanhuan's face changed. "Let's go. Something must have gone wrong up there. Hurry up." At the top of the dragon boat, Zhang Xuanyu roared, "Xiaoshe, say something if you can hear me." However, the top of the dragon boat was absolutely quiet. Even Han Fei knew that something must be wrong. Zhang Xuanyu became serious. "The top of the dragon boat isn't that big. Let's go at full speed and circumvent the hungry men. They're too noisy to escape our attention." Han Fei slightly nodded, so all 5 of them rushed quickly in the mist. It wouldn't have been a big deal if those people weren't crazy or starving, but at this moment, even Xiaosei's men were also extremely hungry, not to mention the others who were almost losing their minds. After about 10,000 meters, the 5 of them heard roars. Sun Ruoruo, the 4th level. After Han Fei entered the 4th level, he found a lot of bodies on the ground who were only killed just now. Han Fei suddenly said, "Wait, I'm smelling the scent of the yellow-blooded sea cucumber." Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "I was going to say that. Did you give any food to them?" "Yes," Zhang Xuanyu gasped. "That's not good. They had only been obedient because there was no food and the rules were strictly enforced. After you gave them food, even if Xiaosei could hold back, the others might not be able to." Wang Baiwan gasped. "Hiss! Many of Xiaosei's men used to be peak-level dangling fishers, right?" After Wang Baiwan pointed that out, everybody pressed on quickly. However, Han Fei and his teammates caused a lot of noise, and they felt that someone was running 2,000 meters away from them. Han Fei bellowed, "Where do you think you're going?" When they passed the place where someone had food just now, they found a lot of people lying on the ground. Most of them were dead. Xiaosei, on the other hand, was tied to a pillar. Han Fei said, "I'll chase them. You stay behind. Let's meet at the top of the boat." Like a ferocious beast, Han Fei penetrated through the walls. Though everything was covered in mist, he could track his targets down by the smell of the food they carried. Bam, bam, bam. The wooden walls of the broken ship were crushed by Han Fei. In no more than 30 seconds, Han Fei stood before the 5 people. Han Fei grinned. "I thought you would run separately, but you're very smart. Your capabilities are not fully recovered yet, and your chances of survival would have been lowered if you ran separately." Tski, did the yellow-blooded sea cucumber taste good? The 5 people, including 4 men and a woman, were all highly vigilant. Some of the flesh on the face of the man in the lead had even been bitten off by something. He stared at Han Fei with his eyes blinking. "We only want to live." Han Fei sneered. "You killed so many men because you wanted to live? Did Xiaosei refuse to give you food? Or did you think you could make it out of the abyssal chasm with the yellow-blooded sea cucumber?" Next to the man, a soul warrior who hadn't fully recovered roared and charged at Han Fei with a rod. He had resumed the strength of a peak-level dangling fisher. Unfortunately, their enemy was Han Fei. Han Fei punched the rod with one hand, and the soul warrior was blown up and broke through a wooden wall. He didn't stop until he rolled almost 10 meters on the ground. Han Fei grinned. "If you were all in your peak state, I might have not been able to catch you. However, do you have 50% of your combat ability left in your current status? Bro, please spare us." The man in the lead stared at Han Fei, but he was already prepared for battle. His partners were the same. They seemed ready to launch a final attack. Han Fei's lips slightly curled. "It's not up to me whether or not you can be spared." After he finished, the remaining 4 of them took action. Tremendous amounts of seaweed grew under Han Fei's feet. The man in the lead stabbed Han Fei with a short spear. Another man leaped and smashed down his hammer. The last person dashed to Han Fei's side and stabbed at Han Fei's armpit. Clank, bam, bam, bam. Golden shadows of fists glowed in the darkness like brilliant fireworks. After 4 punches, all of them were blown away. How is this happening? The man in the lead was dumbfounded. Shouldn't this guy be a peak-level dangling fisher? Why was he so tough as to take them down with 4 punches easily? Also, he clearly hit the guy with his spear just now. Why wasn't the guy hurt at all? How sturdy was the guy's body? Han Fei dragged all 5 of them after tying them to his fishing pole. They were all silent and lethargic, like balloons that had lost all their air. On the top of the boat, Xiaosei was recovering with his legs crossed. Many men were hiding in the mist and dared not approach him even though they were starving. When Han Fei returned, Xiaosei suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the 5 of them. Bastards. Chapter 495, Rescue. After dragging the 5 people back, Han Fei learned the reason for their betrayal from Xiaosei. Earlier, Han Fei had given Xiaosei a pot of yellow-blooded sea cucumber. Xiaosei had thought to split it up evenly for everybody to lower the negative effects of the blue fish. But there were still more than 500 people who were still conscious, and the food couldn't last 3 days if they all shared it. So, someone argued that the food should be given to selected candidates first, who would then go out and collect more food for others. However, they had all stayed here for too long and seen too many treacheries to believe that anyone who went out would come back again. Besides, even if they were willing to come back, it remained unknown whether or not they could escape in the first place. Therefore, the 5 people simply ambushed Xiaosei, stole his sea-swallowing seashell, and tried to escape. They didn't expect Han Fei to return so quickly. They even thought that Han Fei couldn't make it back. After all, some of them had seen the ghost babies at the bottom level and knew that other terrible creatures besides the blue humanoids existed there. Among the people that Han Fei caught, the man in the lead sneered. How many days can a yellow-blooded sea cucumber last? Xiaosei, you know that I made the right decision. Xiaosei looked awful. You shouldn't have killed so many people. They were in my way. The man in the lead roared crazily. They were almost going crazy. They would do anything for something to eat. You and I are different. We know how to take advantage of the unexpected energy. Han Fei felt that his head was swelling when he listened to them. To some extent, those two seemed both justified, and he seemed to have done something bad even though he meant it well as an outsider. The men who were almost lost were about to charge forward again, but Xiaosei simply stopped them. Exile them. The 5 people had lost their hope since Han Fei caught them. The man in the lead simply laughed and cursed. Xiaosei, I am at least open and forthright. You are just a hypocrite. Have you forgotten how you survived in the beginning? After that, the man looked at Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu. You're simply tricked by him. He's a liar. A liar. Xiaosei was gloomy. Get lost. Have a safe journey. Xiaosei didn't execute them, but simply threw them into the fog, not caring what would happen to them. But Han Fei thought of something. For some reason, he felt that something was weird. He knew too little about Xiaosei, and he couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. It was impossible for him to reason with the lunatics who saw nothing but food in their eyes. Xiaosei, on the other hand, left Han Fei the impression that he was uncannily calm and steady. Han Fei had no doubt that Xiaosei was a good guy, but he didn't know the definition of good. For example, if there was 1 kid on a train track and 3 kids on the other one and a train was coming, should one choose to let 1 kid or 3 kids die? In fact, either of the choices was as good as the other one. Han Fei stepped back in the mist and threw a sea-swallowing seashell to the 5 people who were just exiled. He was thinking that he should have a backup plan. Whether or not the 5 people could escape, it wouldn't hurt to give them some help. If Xiaosei was indeed a good guy, the 5 people couldn't do anything to him even if they escaped. But if Xiaosei was a hypocrite, the 5 people would be an obstacle for him. Han Fei's move escaped everyone's attention except Zhang Xuanyu's. The others didn't notice Han Fei's subtle movement, but Zhang Xuanyu knew Han Fei very well and paid attention to his barely noticeable action. Zhang Xuanyu asked telepathically, "What did you give them?" Han Fei replied, "A yellow-blooded sea cucumber. With any luck, they might be able to make it out alive." Zhang Xuanyu immediately had a guess. "You think there's something wrong with Xiaosei?" Han Fei replied casually, "I'm not sure, but Xiaosei has spent several months on this dragon boat, right? If he has been helping those people all the time, why has he never gone out?" Briefly stunned, Zhang Xuanyu replied expressionlessly, "Got it. I'll keep an eye on him." After their communication, Han Fei said with a smile, "Xiaosei, can you count the number of the people who are still conscious?" Xiaosei heaved a long sigh. "Yes, please wait a moment." Xiaosei shouted at the other people. "Bring the people who are still tied up here. Everybody, gather." After that, Xiaosei said with a bitter face, "I didn't have a choice. Nobody knew what would happen after you ate the blue fish. Today, it was a mess after those people robbed me of my sea-swallowing seashell. Many other people broke free and jumped into the sea." Han Fei frowned and asked, "Has anyone that jumped into the sea been rescued?" Xiaosei shook his head. "No, their jump was too quick and unpredictable. Unless someone was right by their side, it was impossible to find them again in the mist once they disappeared from your sight." There was another person who was bound to Han Fei's fishing pole. He simply walked to him and stuffed a handful of crisps into his mouth. The man was woken up by the smell of food. Then he quickly swallowed almost 20 cucumber crisps. With redundant energy flowing out his body, his flesh was recovered, and his eyes seemed to be struggling. This man was a lot less insane than the woman Han Fei encountered after he just got on board. Therefore, he soon regained his consciousness. Han Fei asked, "Can you talk?" The man tried several times before he finally said slowly, "Yes, I can." Delighted, Han Fei asked, "What did you see when you jumped into the sea? Why would you jump off?" The man seemed frightened as he searched his memories. While everybody looked at him anxiously, he waited 100 seconds before he finally said, "I think someone called out to me. I looked back and saw a coral sea with colorful coral and sea urchins. The seaweeds were floating in the warm currents, the fish were swimming, and the lobsters and crabs were hunting." The picture that the man described was almost dreamy, but come to think of it, the place he described was something similar to the coral reefs. Leaving dangerousness aside, the coral reefs could definitely be called a paradise in terms of their splendor. However, in the abyssal chasm, the wonderfulness was infinitely magnified by people's imagination. Han Fei knew very well that the man wanted to go to that place probably only because he wanted to have fish. Sunruoruo stuck out of her tongue. "It's so weird." Gudu, Wang Baiwan and Lu Fenfeng looked at each other. "Good thing that we have Brother Yu's food, or we would have jumped into the sea a long time ago." At this moment, the men who were still conscious drew close to Han Fei in crowds. Some of them were still in the mist and couldn't be seen until they were close. "Help me!" Han Fei was going to ask something, but his ears suddenly pricked. He instantly drew out his blood-drinking knife and slashed back. Han Fei's face became awful as his knife did not hit anything, but he did hear someone whispering and crying for help. The voice was childish and didn't sound like that of an adult. Everybody looked at Han Fei in shock, and Zhang Xuanyu approached him and asked, Han Fei, what's up? Why did you suddenly attack? Han Fei asked with an awful look on his face. Did you hear a cry for help? It was the second time Han Fei had asked the question. Zhang Xuanyu immediately asked seriously, no, did you really hear it? As he asked the question, Zhang Xuanyu looked at Xiaosei, wondering if he knew something after staying here for so long. Xiaosei was surprised by Han Fei's sudden attack too. He came back to himself and said, cry for help? I didn't hear anything, did you? But Xiaosei had asked the wrong people. All the newcomers were unwilling to talk unless it was for food, because talking was exhausting too. Besides, they were already numb after a long time of yelling. Hearing Xiaosei's question, they all shook their heads. Not thinking that it was a big deal, Han Fei asked, how many people are out there? Xiaosei heaved a sigh. Many people died just now. At present, only 453 people are still fully conscious. Without further ado, Han Fei simply threw out 10 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers and said, replenish them first. Huzaozen, hiss, Huzaozen. One person at a time. Han Fei slightly frowned and then suddenly smiled. Let me do this. I'm faster. Feeling that it took too much time for Xiaosei to get them organized, Han Fei simply unleashed his blood-drinking knife and cut the 10 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers into almost 500 pieces with the sword Qi. He said casually, you can split them up now. Chapter 496, Something Up with Xiaosei. The energy that a complete yellow-blooded sea cucumber contained was enough to fill up 4 to 5 peak-level dangling fishers. None of the 400 survivors were weak. They were all no weaker than advanced dangling fishers in the past, or they couldn't have survived in this place. Almost 200 of them were peak-level dangling fishers, so 10 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers were naturally enough for them. They split up the food quickly, but they could only be restored to a beginner dangling fisher's level of strength at best. But Han Fei didn't plan to give them any additional food, because these people could all be strong if they were fully recovered, and they could be out of control. Lu Fenfeng subtly approached Han Fei. Is it really all right to give the food to them just like this? Wang Baiwan also said, those people aren't weak. We're outnumbered by them. Xiaosei looked at Han Fei gratefully. He immediately joined the crowd and distributed the food in an organized fashion. Zhang Xuanyu grinned and asked, Han Fei, how many yellow-blooded sea cucumbers do you have in total? Han Fei chuckled. Hundreds, probably. After Han Fei said that, the top of the dragon boat fell silent. Even the people who were fighting for the food were dumbfounded too. Xiaosei almost fell over. What the heck? Are your sea-swallowing seashells too loaded to contain anything else? Hundreds of yellow-blooded sea cucumbers? Are you here for training or for a picnic? Zhang Xuanyu said in delight. Great. I knew that you wouldn't disappoint me. Han Fei took out dozens of sea-swallowing seashells casually and gave them to Zhang Xuanyu. Here, these are for you, he said telepathically. They contain 300 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers, 300 spiritual fruits that can improve your energy, 20 million mid-quality pearls, a boat that can go 65,000 kilometers in a day, a demon-level divine quality disguise skill, an almost perfect technique named Majestic Mystic Spell, and almost 100 high-quality spiritual weapons and battle suits. Okay, this is all the good stuff that I've looted in half of the level 3 fishery. I really envy you for having such a brother as myself. Right, the boat was borrowed from someone else. You need to return it to me someday. Yes, Han Fei had offered the second bow he forged to Zhang Xuanyu only a few days after it was created. The reason was simple. He couldn't let Zhang Xuanyu enter the abyssal chasm with him. Besides, Zhang Xuanyu had been trapped for such a long time that he hadn't been to any places other than the flowstone pit in the level 3 fishery. He was probably the weakest in the team. Han Fei felt that he needed to let Zhang Xuanyu look for more treasures, but Zhang Xuanyu probably couldn't throw off the pursuers without the Thousand Faces technique and the Wind God boat. So, Han Fei didn't hesitate to give Zhang Xuanyu these things. Those things were of little use to Han Fei at this moment anyway. Also, he believed that his strength would be significantly improved after he found the treasures that Ren Tianfen left behind. By then, he wouldn't be scared even if he were to be faced with a hanging fisher. Zhang Xuanyu's face was frozen. He cried under his breath, fuck, fuck. He felt that tens of thousands of iron-headed fish just ran him over. Gulp, shoot. Zhang Xuanyu trembled and hurriedly hid the sea-swallowing seashells. Then he asked telepathically in shock, where did you find all of this? Damn. This is really, his hands were shaking, and he felt that his head was shutting down. How many treasures had Han Fei found exactly? Almost 100 high-quality spiritual weapons and battle suits, 300 spiritual fruits, 10 million mid-quality pearls, a boat that was faster than the Ghost Speed Divine Boat. Not to mention the awesome divine quality disguise technique. Zhang Xuanyu felt terrible, and his face turned red. He couldn't have felt more humiliated. He was also from the Thug Academy, but why was he so unremarkable compared to Han Fei? But Zhang Xuanyu soon realized what was going on. He said seriously, "Asshole, why do I feel like you're not just giving me stuff, but you really just want me to leave?" Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu with a vague smile. "That's exactly my intention. Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai are still off the grid at this moment. Sha Shan is free, but many people are chasing her. I'll need you to take care of her outside." Zhang Xuanyu didn't come back to himself until a long time later. "Hey, wait. Do you plan to press on by yourself?" Han Fei said with a smile. "What other choices do I have? You want to come with me with your mediocre combat ability? You'll only get killed?" Zhang Xuanyu was silent again. "Actually, I have other trump cards." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "However great they are, you aren't an advanced dangling fisher yet, and they won't help." Zhang Xuanyu was rendered speechless. He said a moment later, "That's not right. The place is as dangerous for you as it is for me. We can take care of each other if we go together, but nobody will be there to help you if you go there alone." Han Fei chuckled. "Okay, enough whining. Just go out now that I've asked you to. Find a ghost boat that's as big as a dragon boat if you have a chance." The name of the boat is Evil Shield. Zhang Xuanyu's face changed. He didn't insist any more after seeing how determined Han Fei was. Han Fei suddenly changed his topic. "Xiaosei, how many people above the first floor are still hopeful besides those people?" Xiaosei shrugged with a bitter smile. "I'm not sure. Many of those people are half crazy and unconscious. We can only search for and catch them one by one. But I estimate that there are more than 1,000 of them." Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu with a smile. "Xuanyu, what do you think if we play the good guys this time?" Zhang Xuanyu asked in confusion. "Why are we not good guys?" Han Fei chuckled and thought to himself, "You probably wouldn't think that way when you see the latest wanted list where Sha Shan and I are listed as 2 cannibals." Han Fei waved his fishing pole that had a yellow-blooded sea cucumber hanging on it. "Catching them one by one would be too much a waste of time, but it would be much simpler to let them come to us." Everybody realized Han Fei's intention. Sun Ruuru's eyes were full of hope, Lu Fenfang took a long breath of relief, and Wang Baiwan told Han Fei that a lot of food would be wasted. Xiaosei couldn't help but frown after seeing that. He didn't know who Han Fei was exactly, but was this guy really so unconventional? He didn't really want to rescue the people who already lost their mind. Even if those people were rescued, could they really make it out of this place, and would they really be grateful? Zhang Xuanyu, on the other hand, was observing Xiaosei while he pretended to watch the people who were crazily swallowing the yellow-blooded sea cucumber. He saw Xiaosei's every move. Zhang Xuanyu said telepathically, "Something is wrong with Xiaosei." Han Fei was waving his fishing pole. He had crushed a spiritual energy fruit on the yellow-blooded sea cucumber. He trusted that anyone who had survived for a long time in this place must be very sensitive to energy. He had no doubt that they would all swarm close as soon as he recalled the fishing hook. Hearing Zhang Xuanyu's telepathic voice, Han Fei replied, "I know it isn't easy to lead such a group of people. This man definitely has something extraordinary. However, I haven't discovered any ill intent yet, so you probably need to lead those guys out with him." Zhang Xuanyu frowned. "Is it really possible to take them out? When we came in, we found that this sea is very weird." "You will be under the blast of invisible forces or disappear in turbulent waters," Han Fei said. "Just follow the spectral ferryman. It's rather slow, but it won't be a problem as long as you make it through that part. After all, you're going out with hundreds of other people, not just by yourselves. Besides, this place isn't the real abyssal chasm. If you can't get out of here, you might as well kill yourself." Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "I'll try. The Dead Sea where no boats can sail and this sea where energy is absorbed have killed countless people. I don't think there can be anything more dangerous than them around here." The people on the top of the boat sat cross-legged and recovered themselves after acquiring energy. After about half an hour, the whole boat was shaking. Xiaosei roared, "Everybody, fall back." Sun Ruoruo and the others all stood behind Han Fei, as he was the only one who could provide food at this moment. Han Fei wasn't petty at all. He threw out more than 20 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers without hesitation. Hiss, hiss. Hole 0000, bam, bam. Zhang Xuanyu frowned as the newcomers seemed to be fighting one another. Han Fei nodded and took out a few more yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. He sliced them into 100 pieces and tossed them into the mist. It was not until this moment that the fighting noises in the mist finally lowered, replaced by the sound of people munching on food. The mist didn't fall completely quiet until an hour later. Then skinny men appeared from the mist. The first man who showed up covered his head with one hand and looked at Han Fei and his partners warily. Han Fei said, "Say something if you've restored your consciousness." E-energy, huh. Zhang Xuanyu and the others were finally relieved after hearing that from him. The 50 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers that Han Fei threw out finally woke them up a little bit. Han Fei said telepathically, "It's up to you now." Hearing that, Zhang Xuanyu smiled and stepped forward. "Everybody, say something if you can understand me. We will leave this shtetl today in 2 hours." When Zhang Xuanyu made the announcement, Xiaosei slightly narrowed his eyes in the mist. Chapter 49-7, The Gone Men. As a matter of fact, Han Fei didn't rescue everybody. Some people were completely crazy and lost. They didn't regain their sanity even after having the yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. Zhang Xuanyu attracted the survivors to him easily without using any tricks. Here, anyone with energy would be the boss. Han Fei had given Zhang Xuanyu 300 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers, which contained abundant spiritual energy. Those people could subsist on the food for one day even if they were all peak-level dangling fishers. Besides, neither Han Fei nor Zhang Xuanyu would make them full. Zhang Xuanyu was distributing the food individually and telling them that they should not eat it if they wanted to live because it was the only chance for them to escape alive. It was at this moment that Han Fei realized he couldn't save everyone. There were 300 people here who went crazy after they had the yellow-blooded sea cucumbers and digested them. In their craziness, they charged back into the crowd, resulting in the deaths of dozens of people. Eventually, Han Fei took action and kicked all of them out. Based on the final statistics, the people who were sane in the end weren't as many as anticipated. There were only 1,001 of them. But in fact, the number wasn't really small. Han Fei couldn't even imagine how he could have survived in this place for so long without any energy if he were in their shoes. A lot of brutal and heartbreaking stories must have happened, but nobody was willing to talk about them. The group of people under Xiao Sei's lead lined up and received food from Zhang Xuanyu. At this moment, it was Han Fei's turn to observe Xiao Sei in secret. The people who were receiving the food in lines were weeping with tears of joy and expressing their gratitude. Bro, I can't thank you enough. My life will be yours from today on. You're a lifesaver. If we make it out alive, I will never hesitate whenever you ask me to do anything. Brother Zhang, Brother Han, thank you very much. Han Fei simply smiled but didn't say anything, but Zhang Xuanyu talked to them now and then. Xiao Sei came to Han Fei. Brother Han, it's so great that you're here. Had it not been for you, I really don't know how we could have survived this. It's really devastating. Han Fei said with a smile. You're flattering me. This is just a regular good thing that I do. You are a great man, Brother Han. I know you're here only to save Brother Zhang, but you've also given a second life to so many other people. Han Fei chuckled. Brother Xiao, you're really exaggerating my contribution. Xiao Sei said uneasily. I have yet another favor to ask of you. I wonder, can you lead us out of this area, Brother Han? Han Fei was intrigued. He knew that the show was on. He thought to himself, that's what you really want to know, isn't it? Han Fei's face was slightly grim. I'm afraid I can't go out with you. Many people were shocked to hear that. Brother Han, why don't you leave with us? The abyssal chasm is too dangerous to be explored. Brother Han, we've consumed so much of your food. If you must continue your exploration, you'd better prepare enough food. Brother Han, Xiao Sei also said. Brother Han, you are the strongest man here. If you don't come with us, we're afraid, Han Fei said with a smile. Zhang Xuanyu, Wang Baiwan, and the others are still in their peak state without being weakened at all. Also, I can tell that Brother Xiao is an advanced dangling fisher, just like me. I'm certainly not the strongest man here. Xiao Sei added, Well, sigh. Brother Han, it will be a dangerous trip. You should return immediately if you find it too hard. Han Fei said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xiao. Zhang Xuanyu was distributing food with his back against them. He rolled his eyes at those two hypocrites non-stop as he listened. After Xiao Sei asked the questions, Han Fei seized the chance and said to Zhang Xuanyu, Xuanyu, it will be your responsibility to take them out of here. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. You're leaving now? Han Fei said. I'll explain everything to you when everything is over. Zhang Xuanyu pondered for a moment and said, Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Han Fei left very quickly. He simply jumped off from the top of the dragon boat and disappeared. Sun Ruuru asked, Zhang Xuanyu, why is Han Fei gone? It's really dangerous out there? We haven't really entered the abyssal chasm yet, but it's already so hard. How much harder will it be inside? Lu Fenfeng said. That's right. Are you not worried at all that Brother Han is doing this on his own? Considering for a moment, Wang Baiwan said, Why don't we go with him? We can at least take care of each other. Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile, That's all right. You will only be a burden for him even if you three are combined. After that, Zhang Xuanyu roared, Everybody, leave the boat with me and try your luck. We only have one chance. Let's go. Leadership was a stranger thing. Whether it was a big crowd or a small one, there would always be followers as long as they had a leader, especially on such an occasion where everybody had been given a chance for survival. Nobody knew where the spectral ferrymen were from. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu was following a spectral ferryman with thousands of people. The spectral ferryman was slowly moving to the periphery with a boat on his shoulder. They knew that the spectral ferryman was moving to the periphery because there was another spectral ferryman that was going in the same direction. Also, they encountered a third spectral ferryman that was sailing to the dragon boat. At this moment, Xiao Sei was swimming next to Zhang Xuanyu. Brother Zhang, that thing is too slow. Now that we've already found out the direction, why don't we simply swim there? It would be much faster. Zhang Xuanyu grinned at Xiao Sei. That's different. We all have sailed boats before. The tiniest deviation on a boat may lead to a completely different direction in the vast sea. So, we must follow the spectral fisherman even though it's slow. Sun Ruor said. That's right. When we came, everybody followed the ferryman, so we have to follow them to go back too. We would all be killed here if we lose our way. Xiao Sei smiled but didn't say anything. Half a day passed. The spectral ferryman moved faster. But at this moment someone said telepathically, "Brother Zhang, someone disappeared." Zhang Xuanyu had a bad feeling after hearing that. He subconsciously looked at Xiaosei, but the man hadn't done anything unusual. "Why did someone go missing?" Zhang Xuanyu pointed. "You come here." After the reporter came close, Zhang Xuanyu asked, "How did you find this out?" The man replied nervously, "I was behind him and chatted with him several times, but after I turned my head around just now, I found that he disappeared. I looked around but didn't see him anywhere." Xiaosei turned grave. "Everybody, see if anyone around you is missing." A moment later, one person is missing on my side. The guy who was with me just now has vanished. Not good. The guy behind me is gone. For a moment, the crowd was in turmoil. Zhang Xuanyu announced telepathically, "Don't panic. Everybody, move forward in lines and keep an eye on your surroundings. Report to me whenever anyone disappears again. Don't slow down. Keep up with the ferryman." Because only 10 people had gone missing, and everybody else thought that Zhang Xuanyu's proposal was good, they weren't too worried. After another half a day, the ferryman was a lot faster. Many people had eaten half of the yellow-blooded sea cucumbers they carried after a day of swimming. Zhang Xuanyu said telepathically, "Lu Fenfang, distribute the food." While Zhang Xuanyu talked to Lu Fenfang, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. The lines behind us are gone." Immediately, the crowd was in a mess. They could accept that 1 or 2 people went missing, but certainly not a whole line. Zhang Xuanyu looked around only to see that there were dozens of people in each line. Dozens of people had disappeared for no good reason. Who could not be panicked? Everybody swam forward crazily. All the lines were messed up. It was utter havoc. Zhang Xuanyu roared, "Don't panic. Everybody, maintain your lines and ask 10 people to swim around your line. Report to me if you find anything unusual." At this moment, someone suddenly roared, "I'll cover your back. Everybody ahead of me. Line up. I'll cover you." Xiaosei said, "I'll go there too." "Everybody, don't panic. I'll cover you too." Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "I'll remember you, the brother who covers our back. What's your name?" "We can take care of your family if anything happens to you." The man announced telepathically, "My name is Fan Datong. I live in Blue Sea Town. I'm quite famous. There's nobody except a few old jerks and some younger jerks in my family." Zhang Xuanyu was almost infuriated and thought, "When did I become a jerk?" Chapter 498, Exposure. Han Fei was quite bummed. This had been a plan between him and Zhang Xuanyu. They foresaw that something would happen during the trip, so Han Fei hid himself among the crowd. However, it was impossible to unfold his senses in this weird sea. Han Fei was actually the man who cried out when someone went missing for the first time. He didn't really know what happened back then. The man just disappeared uncannily. He had been focusing his attention on other people since then. This time, it was him who first discovered that a line went missing. A moment ago, he looked back and found that the line was there. But when he looked back again, nobody was behind him anymore. Not just the people ahead of him, even he was quite terrified himself. Those people had disappeared without a sign, as if they never existed. Zhang Xuanyu appeased the rest of the crowd, and then Han Fei saw Xiaosei swimming to him. Xiaosei looked at Han Fei and asked curiously, "Brother Fan, you look rather strange." Han Fei said, "Ha! My consciousness was gone for a long time. It's perfectly normal that you've never seen me, Brother Xiao. I don't remember what I did myself." Xiaosei slightly nodded. "This is a dangerous trip. Be careful." Han Fei hummed in response and swam on. After the accidents, everybody became a lot warier and looked around now and then, which made Han Fei feel good. Problems were less likely to happen if everybody was observant. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the water current around him was strange. Something seemed to be blocking the water current right ahead of him. Shua! Han Fei quickly moved out of the way. He looked back, only to see a blue haze disappearing from his sight. "Brother Fan, what's wrong?" Seeing Han Fei's strange movement, Xiaosei caught up to him and asked. Han Fei glanced at Xiaosei warily and slightly shook his head. "I just had a bad feeling, so I changed directions." Xiaosei slightly narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm right here with you. Nothing will go wrong," Han Fei complained to himself. "I'm having bad feelings exactly because you're here with me." At the same time, he wondered what the blue haze was exactly. He was certain that the blue haze was partly the reason why people had been disappearing. Suddenly, Han Fei was slightly stiffened. He remembered the blue slices he saw at the bottom of the Tornado Sea. At first, he thought that they were balls, but when he came closer, he found that they were merely slices that did not seem to have any thickness. Back then, he tried tossing stones into it, but none of the stones got out from the behind of the blue slices. He had thought that they were some kind of portals, but then he realized that there couldn't be so many portals. So, he never drew closer to these blue slices. Now that he recalled it, he found that the blue haze he saw just now was so similar to the blue slices he saw at the beginning. About 2 hours later, everybody slightly recovered from their panic. They were also a lot more reassured with Han Fei and Xiaosei behind them. Besides, with observers swimming around them, they didn't think that any lurkers in the sea would attack them blatantly. However, since they were faster and faster, Han Fei grew more and more careful. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt that the water current was blocked. His eyes almost bulged out. He simply punched out, and gold light glittered on his body. A touch. He couldn't care less about being exposed at this moment, because he felt that a wall seemed to be lying some dozens of meters ahead of him. But he knew that it was not a wall, but plenty of those blue slices. While flapping his wings and flying back, Han Fei snatched Xiaosei with his fishing pole and announced telepathically, "Something is wrong with Xiaosei. Kill him." Xiaosei's face greatly changed too. He had been smiling, thinking that there was no way Fan Datong could dodge this one. But he had no idea that Fan Datong was actually Han Fei, or that Han Fei could react so fast. Zhang Xuanyu said telepathically, "Everybody, move on. Han Fei, I'm coming to help you." Shocked, everybody looked around, only to see that Han Fei and Xiaosei were already fighting. Xiaosei had already left the team, and the hook on Han Fei's pole disappeared into the void. It submerged into the transparent slices and ended up in a place nobody knew. Han Fei roared, "Don't come closer. Keep an eye on the water current. Get out of the way when the water is blocked." For a moment, dozens of people were charging close from all directions. Someone roared, "Good for you, Xiaosei. We trusted you so much, but we didn't know that you were so vicious." Someone unleashed a spear, someone launched a storm of blades, and someone fully activated their armor box. Xiaosei couldn't have looked more awful. He suddenly waved his hands and darted out threads, and then hundreds of blue slices suddenly emerged in the seawater. Puh, 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 puh. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of people that were charging at Xiaosei vanished. Han Fei bellowed, "Keep swimming and don't come close." Zhang Xuanyu listened to Han Fei's warning and pushed himself back with waves the moment the blue slices appeared. Han Fei said coldly, "You keep moving out. I'll take care of Xiaosei." Xiaosei sneered, "You've ruined my business again and again. Who are you exactly?" "How did you find me?" Dozens of fist auras answered Xiaosei's question. Han Fei had already activated the majestic mystic spell and accelerated his speed. The seawater was exploding, and the golden fist auras were so fast that they raised torrents wherever they reached, making Xiaosei surrounded. However, many blue slices emerged around Xiaosei, and Han Fei's fist auras disappeared after they passed the blue slices. Shoot! Han Fei was lost for words. He had never met such an uncanny enemy before. What was his method? He couldn't believe that a dangling fisher was capable of using the power of teleportation. Even Xiao Xiaoshan couldn't do that. Xiaosei found a way out and ran crazily. "Han Fei, I'll remember you for what you did to me today." However, on his way of escape, a man suddenly appeared. Waves surged in the blink of an eye, and in another blink, Xiaosei was blown hundreds of meters away. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Shoot, a clone? Zhang Xuanyu himself was blocked on the other side of the blue slices, but another Zhang Xuanyu had emerged before Xiaosei, which made Han Fei rather surprised. He wondered when Zhang Xuanyu picked up such a skill. But while Xiaosei was being blown away, a third Zhang Xuanyu showed up and swung his rod into thousands of shadows. One of them simply stabbed through Xiaosei. Crack. Xiaosei suddenly blinked and disappeared into nothingness, leaving nothing but the pieces of a flashstone behind. Zhang Xuanyu cursed, "Damn it, you really think that I'm good for nothing? Don't run away if you've got balls and see how I'll beat your ass." Han Fei was dumbfounded. All three of them were? You just now? How is that possible? Zhang Xuanyu ignored him. "Let's go and keep up with them." They had fought for no more than 10 seconds, but most of the team had already disappeared. Actually, they were frightened when dozens of people suddenly vanished just now. They all fell back although they had planned to charge at Xiaosei. Some of them even dispersed. Zhang Xuanyu cursed. "They've all run away. None stayed at all. Damn it, I really don't want to save them. Those people seem useless right now, but may be helpful in the future. Shan and I pissed off a lot of people outside. If we make friends with the people here, they may help us out later." The two of them quickly chased after the team. On the way, Han Fei glimpsed at Zhang Xuanyu weirdly, and the other two Zhang Xuanyu clones were already gone. He couldn't help but ask, "Are these things your clones? How can clones be so powerful?" Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "Don't presume that you're the only one who found treasures. You think I was stuck in the flowstone pit for nothing? What do you think of that move? All three of those were me. The name of the skill is the tertiary body. Unfortunately, it has a very high demand on the power of the soul, or I would have given it to you." As they talked, they saw Sun Ruuru who was waiting for them on the way. Seeing that they were fine, Sun Ruuru swam close and asked, "Xiaosei escaped?" Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "Don't worry, he had been heavily wounded before he fled. I don't think he can cause any more trouble." Right when Zhang Xuanyu was about to catch up with the team, Han Fei stopped. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. "Seriously? You're really going in?" Han Fei said. "There's an opportunity waiting for me inside. You go out on your own. Remember, don't tell anyone what happened inside the abyssal chasm, or everybody will be hunted by the dragon boats. Also, there should be more dangers ahead, but since Xiaosei is not here, I think you can handle it." Zhang Xuanyu gnashed his teeth. "Be careful. I'll come to your rescue if you don't come out in a month." Han Fei turned around and swam away without hesitation. Actually, his original purpose was only to get Zhang Xuanyu out. However, saving one person was no different from saving a group of people. It seemed useless to rescue the thousands of people, but they all owed their life to him and Zhang Xuanyu now. He was up for it if he could save so many people at the cost of merely several hundred yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. It didn't matter even if those people couldn't be of any help to him later. At this moment, Han Fei was slightly gloomy. He needed to go back to the dragon boat sometime. Xiaosei was not an idiot. He definitely had good reasons to keep those people behind. Han Fei, for one, thought that the thing that Xiaosei kept so many people behind to work on couldn't be anything small, and that there must be more secrets on the dragon boat. As for the people who were fleeing at this moment, he didn't think that Xiaosei was capable of holding them back anymore after being heavily wounded. Chapter 4999, Daughter, I'm Your Dad. After he left the team, Han Fei's primary destination was naturally still the dragon boat. He didn't encounter a spectral ferryman until half a day later. He jumped on the boat and had the spectral ferryman take him to the dragon boat. About 16 hours later, Han Fei returned to the dragon boat. At this moment, barely anybody was left on the first floor of the dragon boat except those who were completely lost. But those people were no problem for Han Fei at all. Han Fei started searching from the top to down one floor after another. He felt that Xiaosei must have done something during his long stay here, and that there must be leads on the dragon boat. Out of Han Fei's expectation, his search went surprisingly well. In a room that was close to the rear of the boat on the 4th floor, he found a heap of worn bodies. Yes, there were more than 30 worn-out bodies. Not only were they extremely skinny, but their hair was also white and their skin was wrinkled. Their bones seemed to have been completely calcified too. Han Fei found it impossible to imagine how old those people were. Judging from their bodies, they were definitely very old. But how could there be so many old men on the dragon boat? The only explanation was that those people's bodies aged quickly for some unknown reasons before they ended up like this. The crisp noise that came under his feet drew Han Fei's attention. Huh? Han Fei lowered his head only to see some scattered shells below his feet. Are these eggshells? Han Fei wasn't very certain because there were too few such shells. He only found a couple of them in the whole room, and none of them were very big. Right while he was staring at the shells, that indistinct voice echoed in his ears again. Help me, help me, help me. Han Fei's body tightened up. Who are you? Where are you? Help me, Mom. Han Fei was rather scared. Mom? Why does it sound like a baby crying for help? Han Fei searched the whole room only to find nothing except the worn-out bodies and the white shells. He subconsciously stepped out of the room ready to leave. Not good. When one of Han Fei's feet stepped out of the door, he felt danger. He realized that he had fallen into a trap carelessly. At the last second, Han Fei saw Xiaosei gazing at him palely while holding his stomach. Damn it. Han Fei disappeared from the room in the next second. Yes, the door had been turned into blue slices. Because the blue side wasn't aimed at him, he didn't notice it at all. When Han Fei could see things again, he was completely dumbfounded. In his sight lay an infinite spread of coral. The seawater here was bright and glamorous too. The seawater was extremely clear, with blooming coral everywhere. Some of them were red, some were white, some were green, and some were yellow. Seaweed was floating along with the water. The clusters of sea anemones were scattered everywhere. The clams were hiding in the corners of the coral and catching the plankton with their tentacles. Han Fei raised his head, only to see that the seawater was as clear as if transparent. The fish he was familiar with were swimming here in shoals. There were the common little white fish, the slow big yellow fish, and the blade fish which came by now and then which startled the other schools of fish. Now and then, a giant meat turtle would swim by, unhurriedly followed by a smaller turtle that nudged the giant meat turtle occasionally. This is the regular fishery. Han Fei looked around. Apart from those creatures, the big green crabs were crawling, the prawns were craning their heads and holding their pincers, and the tentacle lobsters were cutting the big yellow fish apart and dragging them to their nests. Shoot! Han Fei swallowed. He almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. Most of the creatures here belonged to the regular fishery, but they were different from the creatures that lived in the regular fishery. The regular fishery couldn't be this harmonious, because the creatures at the regular fishery had little wisdom, but only instincts for hunting. But here, they were in harmony together. The picture was really beautiful. Han Fei suddenly unleashed his aura. As the ripples spread out, all the creatures within several hundred meters shrank behind. The crabs and the lobsters went into their nests, the sea anemones stopped expanding, the clams all hid in their shells, and the fish swam away. Han Fei thought quickly, could it be that the men who ate the blue fish didn't die but ended up in this place? That's not right, that's not right. Han Fei quickly said that to himself. The whole thing couldn't be so simple. One could only see illusions after they had the blue fish. How could illusions become reality? He plucked a piece of seaweed and crumbled it in his hand. Then, he picked up a clam and tapped it. Everything felt so real. Damn it, what is this place? Han Fei would never believe that this place was real because it was as beautiful as paradise. He didn't think that paradise could possibly exist in the abyssal chasm in the level 3 fishery. Help me, help me. The cry for help came into his ears again. Han Fei immediately looked around, only to see nothing. But he was pretty sure that the cry for help became a lot clearer. Han Fei looked around. Who are you? Where are you? Help me, Yi-Yi, stop making noises. Don't ever let me find you. Han Fei could not stand the noises right now. He always felt that the noises could have only been made by creatures such as the Millennium Snapper. He would never believe that anybody else lived here. The problem was that Han Fei didn't know how exactly Xiaosei transferred him to this place. If he was capable of sending Han Fei to a random place easily, why would he have been stabbed through by Zhang Xuanyu? Besides, if Xiaosei wanted to kill him, he shouldn't have sent him to this beautiful place that had no threats at all. Gulu. Han Fei suddenly felt that his stomach was making noises. Really? I'm already getting hungry? I haven't stopped eating. Han Fei immediately put one chip into his mouth. Supposedly, one chip of the yellow-blooded sea cucumber was enough for him for half a day, but at this moment, the thing completely became like eating regular chips. Han Fei wasn't satisfied until he was slightly satisfied. Damn it, this place has been absorbing energy this whole time? That's not right. The absorption must have lasted for a long time. How could Xiaosei have sent me to this place? Is Xiaosei not a human being but transformed by a monster? Han Fei swam amongst the coral. There were so many things he didn't understand. Why was he so hungry while the regular sea creatures around him were absolutely fine? Han Fei announced. Xiaosei, I know you son of a biche must be here. Do you really think you can kill me in such a way? Han Fei grabbed a random clam, squished its shell with one hand, and took out the meat. This clam is a fat one. You want to exhaust and kill me through absorption? Then you should have killed all those sea creatures first, or I can always feed on them, can't I? Shili you, Mom. While Han Fei was making declarations against Xiaosei, he suddenly heard a cute girl's voice. Han Fei turned his head in a hurry, only to see a gold and white carp the size of a palm staring at him with big watery eyes. Seriously? Han Fei was at a loss for what was going on. He hurriedly kept a distance from the creature. Information popped up in his eyes. Nama, Dragon Carp of Time. Introduction, Unknown, Level 1 Quality 1, Quality 1, Quality 1, 1000 points, 1000 points, 1000 points, Effect 1. Unabsorbable Han Fei could not say a word, as if someone had just stuffed a shrimp into his mouth. A mysterious creature that contained 1000 points of spiritual energy meant that it was on the same level as Little White and Little Black. The Dragon Carp of Time said to Han Fei timidly, Mom? Han Fei was instantly dumbfounded. Who's your, daughter? I'm your dad. Chapter 500, Retribution for Cheating. A kid Han Fei didn't want to recognize her as his daughter. However, the Time Dragon Carp was at the same level as Little Black and Little White. Besides, maybe the chaos of this abyssal chasm was caused by this little thing, which showed how powerful it was, so he didn't mind recognizing her as his daughter. The Time Dragon Carp blinked her big eyes and asked stupidly, Dad? Do I have a dad? Han Fei chuckled. Before you were young and ignorant, but now you have a father? Suddenly, Han Fei frowned and threw the embroidery needle at the void. Come out. In the clear water, a figure appeared. It was Xiaosei. He yelled, Han Fei, you are courting death. Just now, when Xiaosei heard Han Fei let the Time Dragon Carp call him dad, he was almost frightened out of his wits. Are you kidding me? You don't even know what the creature in front of you is, and you dare to make her call you dad? Xiaosei nervously shouted at the Time Dragon Carp. Little Master, don't believe him. He is a liar. Han Fei blinked. Little Master? Do I have a fucking hearing problem? You, a human, are calling a fish master? The Time Dragon Carp blinked and her expression was exactly like a human's. She looked at Han Fei aggrievedly. You lied to me. When she said this, Han Fei felt that the energy in his body was rapidly depleting. Han Fei didn't care about it and immediately said with a serious face, My baby girl, how can I lie to you? I'm really your father. Look how handsome and attractive your father is. Look at the two of us. We look exactly the same. Xiaosei's eyes almost popped out. How can you be so shameless? You two look exactly the same. Are you blind or am I blind? Xiaosei yelled. Little Master, he, just like the people before him, is just food. Han Fei's heart shivered. Food? So the people who jumped into the sea and those who were brought here by Xiaosi were all eaten by this Time Dragon Carp? The Time Dragon Carp blinked her big eyes. Is he really not my father? But he is different from those others. Little Master, you can feel the energy in him. He, roar. Han Fei suddenly roared. Little Time, didn't your mother tell you not to eat people? Tell me, have you eaten people? Ho 00. The embroidery needle in his hand was replaced with the blue sea wandering dragon bow, and 3 arrows were shot out, darting at Xiaosei. Han Fei attacked and shouted, You bastard! How dare you lie to my baby girl? Who gave you the courage? Today, I must kill you. The Time Dragon Carp was taken aback by Han Fei's actions and timidly drew back. And Xiaosei, still injured, was not an opponent of Han Fei at all, and couldn't resist Han Fei's attack. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei shot out one spiritual arrow after another, which were flying all over the sky. Although Xiaosei had a magical evasion technique, he couldn't handle so many arrows at the same time. Bam, bam, bam! In the frontal battle, Xiaosei couldn't even hold on for 3 minutes. In the face of absolute strength, no fancy tricks would help. Xiaosei was continuously attacked by Han Fei, and his injuries that had not yet fully recovered were shot through by Han Fei again. At this moment, Xiaosei kept vomiting blood. However, he still shouted to the Time Dragon Carp, Little Master, I've never lied to you. I am your guardian. You should trust me. Hurry up and suck him dry. Hurry up. Han Fei frowned. This Time Dragon Carp was only at level 1. Although Little Black was also very powerful when he was at level 1, he wasn't as powerful as this carp. He was already a dangling fisher now, and his strength was comparable to that of a hanging fisher. How could he be killed by a small fish of level 1? Even if this was a divine beast, it would be impossible. Han Fei didn't believe it. However, looking at this young and innocent time dragon carp, Han Fei immediately threw out hundreds of pieces of crisps to her and said, "My baby girl, this so-called guardian is fake. Does he give you any delicious food? This is what I saved for you. Have a taste." Crunch. The time dragon carp jumped up like an elf, and then hundreds of her clones appeared in the water. The next moment, the crispy slices had all entered her mouth. "Yummy! Yummy!" Xiaosei shouted at Han Fei. "Asshole, you are courting death. You have no idea what you are doing." Han Fei went up and kicked Xiaosei in the stomach. "I'm afraid you don't know what you're doing. Why do you pretend to be my daughter's guardian?" The time dragon carp ate all the crisps and then appeared beside Han Fei with a swoosh. "Don't hit him. Brother Xiaosei has a contract with me." Han Fei's eyes narrowed. "Damn it, a contract? What contract? What contract? I've only heard that fish are mankind's contractual spiritual beasts. Can humans also become fish's contractual servants?" However, Han Fei's eyes rolled. "Anyway, the time dragon carp is still small and doesn't know anything. She should be gullible," so Han Fei scolded. "Who told you to sign a contract with him? Have you asked your mom about it? Did your mom agree to it? Did I agree?" The time dragon carp had never met a person like Han Fei. Being reprimanded by Han Fei, she quickly stepped back a few meters, her head tilted and her eyelids drooped, and she almost burst into tears. Han Fei went on, "Although as your father, I came a little late and couldn't watch you grow up, it's because I was tied up. Now you see, I'm here, right?" With that said, Han Fei threw out other hundreds of crisps at the carp. "Let me gain this little thing's trust first. As for Xiaosei, I'll get rid of him later. Now I still have many questions to ask him." However, just when Han Fei felt that he was certain to win, Xiaosei suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, which showed a strange pattern in the sea. Xiaosei shouted grimly, "Little master, ask for help, Han Fei, eh? Right? Han Fei? Aya?" Han Fei immediately kicked Xiaosei in the stomach again. "Shut up, I am the master. Don't fool my daughter." Bam! Han Fei was about to continue kicking him. However, in the next second, a sea wave suddenly hit his body, which seemed to weigh hundreds of thousands of pounds. Han Fei was directly thrown into a coral bush, smashing it to pieces. Fuck, what is that? Han Fei hadn't gotten up yet, and he felt the mud under his feet shake as if an invisible force blasted under his feet. At this time, another sea wave hit him. Bam! This time, Han Fei tried to get up, only to find that the seawater seemed to weigh tens of millions of pounds, which made him unable to move. Who is it? In the seawater, a huge water phantom emerged, with dragon's horns on top of her head, and her face exuded a bright golden light. Although it was just a phantom, it sent a chill down Han Fei's spine. "Mom!" The little time dragon carp rushed towards the huge phantom, wanting to rub her body against the big fish. However, her small body passed through the water phantom. The big fish looked helpless and comforted her. "Baby, this man is a liar." The little time dragon carp was taken aback. "Isn't he my father? He gave me a lot of delicious food." Bam! Han Fei only felt that the weight on his body had suddenly doubled. Damn it. How could I know that this fish did have a mother? Isn't your mother here? Why did you still keep crying? "I want my mom. I want my mom. I want my mom." If I had known your mother was there, I wouldn't have lied to you. Whir! Majestic mystic spell. The pressure on his body was really too heavy, so he had to use the majestic mystic spell. As soon as his strength was increased 5 times, Han Fei was immediately able to withstand this huge pressure. However, his whole body turned red and he struggled to stand up with difficulty. Huh? This big fish was a little surprised. This person seemed a little different. Han Fei felt another wave of water coming. With a muffled roar in his throat, his fists trembled, and as he raised his hand, a dazzling fist light burst out of the water. Boom! Han Fei was sent flying, but the water wave was also smashed by Han Fei's punch. Han Fei glared at the big fish. "What do you want? 9 tails, little gold, a touch." Swoosh! Clang! 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 When the 9-star chain danced wildly in the air and 2 wings popped up on his back, his strength rose further. Plus, with the effect of the majestic mystic spell, Han Fei was almost in his peak state. Xiaosei was dumbfounded. "Is this person so strong?" Han Fei let out a low growl. "You feed on people. Shouldn't I teach you a lesson? Take my punch." Boom! Han Fei threw a punch with almost all his might. The huge fist mark, printed in the sea, burst out with brilliant golden light. Han Fei could perceive that this phantom seemed to be just a wisp of thoughts. He had no choice but to fight. He certainly wouldn't await his doom. In the face of this powerful existence, he couldn't flinch. Therefore, Han Fei must strike with this punch regardless of whether he can resist the phantom or not.